I transmigrated into a world where gaming was everything. Yet he became the universally acknowledged trash thief, publicly humiliated by the school bully. In dire straits, I awakened the divine-level thief system, acquiring the godly skill, Dragon's Cloud-Grasping Hand. Steal anything without distance limitations or cooldowns. Think the school bully is untouchable? I instantly stole all his attribute points, leaving him limp as mud on the spot. The graduation dungeon opened, and I was randomly teleported to the lair of the level 10 boss, the Violet Thunder Scorpion. Between life and death, I took the risk of using steel on the boss and actually succeeded in swiping the overpowered divine artifact, Violet Thunder Dagger. With this powerful tool, I embarked on a frenzied path of leveling up in the dungeons. However, the school bully who got publicly beaten by me isn't about to let this go easily. And that dagger from the boss seems to conceal mysteries unknown to others. Chapter 1, The Divine Thief System? With that trash tier profession you awakened, you still dream of attending Kyoto University? Stop your delusions. I think you should drop out now and join your useless sister selling tofu. If I ever see Zhang Ruoming speaking to you again, I'll have your family's tofu stall smashed. Understood? Wang Lu shook his dyed blonde hair, lit a cigarette, then reached out and grabbed Lin Ping by the shoulder. Worthless trash, if any teacher comes after me because of this, you'll be the first one I won't let off. With these words, Wang Lu exerted more force and flung Lin Ping's frail body against the alley wall. Then he swaggered off with his 3 lackeys in tow. Watching Wang Lu and his followers' retreating figures, Lin Ping's face remained expressionless, as if everything that had just happened was not occurring to him at all. Lin Ping wasn't stunned out of fear, he was processing the chaotic memories flooding his mind. After about 10 minutes or so, Lin Ping finally let out a long sigh, his brows slightly furrowing. He actually transmigrated? Moreover, the world he transmigrated into was one invaded by a game. In this world, everyone can awaken their destined profession after turning 18. Some people are born with formidable professions and a dazzling array of skills. Some people have inherently weak professions, with skills mostly focused on support roles. Aside from these two, there are also countless unranked professions. Most of them lacked auxiliary skills and had little to no offensive capabilities, which led to them being classified as useless professions. The original body awakened one of the useless professions, thief. As the name suggests, the thief's primary skill is to steal items from others. But success depends on the mental strength of both parties. If the opponent's mental strength is too strong, theft becomes utterly impossible. The fatal flaw is that thieves are notoriously difficult to level up, making their spirit attribute utterly incomparable to other professions. It was even dubbed the trashiest of all trash professions. The original host, having been utterly disheartened after awakening the thief talent, was ambushed and beaten by Wang Lu and his gang while taking a walk to clear his mind. Overwhelmed by the sudden confrontation and humiliation, he suffered a fatal cardiac arrest. This was the situation when Lin Ping crossed over. As for Wang Lu and the others who had just spoken, Lin Ping also found corresponding fragments in his memories. These individuals were the school bullies of Huiwu High School, engaging in fights and all sorts of misconduct on a daily basis. Wang Lu, in particular, came from a prominent family and ran rampant in the school. He even publicly confessed his feelings to Zhang Ruoming in front of the teachers, causing a huge stir that eventually fizzled out without resolution. The original host had never provoked these people, but ever since the school belle Zhang Ruoming offered him a few words of comfort during the awakening ceremony, he had been targeted by Wang Lu. Every few days, the original host was forcibly dragged into this alley to be beaten and insulted, which ultimately led to his tragic death. This grudge must be avenged. Before transmigrating, he was already bullied by his boss like a beast of burden. If he's still getting pushed around by rich kids after transmigrating, wouldn't that make the entire journey pointless? However, Wang Lu has already awakened his profession, and what's more, it's the combat class berserker. Forget about his 3 or 4 lackeys. Even in a one-on-one fight between him and Wang Lu, with his puny thief's physique, he probably wouldn't stand a chance against even half of Wang Lu. As Lin Ping was lost in thought, a sudden buzzing echoed in his mind. Ding! The omniscient and omnipotent divine thief system has been successfully bound. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've acquired the skill, Dragon's Cloud Grasp. Cloud Stealing Hand, consumes 2 spirit points, ignores distance and space to steal from the target. Cooldown, 1 hour. Unique passive, 100% success rate when the target's level is equal to or lower than yours. 50% success rate when the target's level is higher. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the newcomer's gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the unique aura, Blessing of the Azure Sage. Blessing of the Azure Sage reduces the cooldown of your class-exclusive skills by 60 minutes, boosts your spirit recovery speed by 10 times. Unique aura passive, enhancement effects improve with job advancement. Name, Lin Ping. Occupation, thief. Level, 1, 0 out of 100. Strength, 3 agility, 6 spirit, 6 constitution, 3 aura, Blessing of the Radiant Blue Sage. Skills, steal, disguise. Talent, none hidden skill, Flying Dragon Cloud Hand. Hearing the voice in his mind, even Lin Ping couldn't help but gasp in shock. Transmigration always comes with a system, the novels didn't lie to me. Thinking this, Lin Ping quickly opened the system panel. After studying it for a while, he grasped the basic usage. With the Halo's assistance, he could use Flying Dragon Cloud Hand without cooldown, with only his mental energy limiting his speed. Given his current mental energy, he could only cast Flying Dragon Cloud Hand 3 times consecutively before needing to wait for recovery to use it again. But now that he had Flying Dragon Cloud Hand, he could properly teach Wang Lu a lesson and show him what the iron fist of a transmigrator feels like. Thinking of this, Lin Ping immediately rushed out of the alley and began searching for Wang Lu's figure across the campus. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Lin Ping spotted Wang Lu and his lackeys on the playground. At that moment, Wang Lu stood in the middle of a heart-shaped arrangement of candles, kneeling on one knee before a girl not far away, reciting pickup lines he'd learned online. The surrounding group of boys and girls snacked while watching the commotion. Because of the distance, Lin Ping could only vaguely recognize that the girl was Zhang Ruomeng, the campus belle Wang Lu had been desperately pursuing. Clearly, this was another confession orchestrated by Wang Lu. He probably moved himself to tears, thinking that since he'd gone to such lengths, even someone as unfeeling as Zhang Ruomeng should be deeply touched. But unfortunately, this only increases disgust. At this moment, Zhang Ruomeng's fair and delicate face was filled with revulsion. Wang Lu, are you sick? I've told you many times, I don't like you. We have only 3 days left before the graduation dungeon, so don't waste my time with this nonsense ever again. Having said that, Zhang Ruomeng didn't even glance at Wang Lu and turned to push her way through the crowd. The scene instantly made Wang Lu, still kneeling on one knee, flush with rage. He kicked over the heart-shaped arrangement of candles on the ground. Fucking bitch, how dare you reject me outright? You just wait, damn it. In the distance, watching Wang Lu jumping and barking like a dog in the crowd, Lin Ping directly unleashed the Flying Dragon Cloud Grasp technique. Ding! You performed Filong Tan Yun Hand on Wang Lu. Ding! Theft successful. You have obtained Wang Lu's attributes. Spirit +3. Strength +5. Constitution +4. Agility +5. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Ping was instantly stunned. It can even steal attributes? That's absolutely overpowered. Truly worthy of being all-knowing and all-powerful, this Flying Dragon Stealing Cloud Hand is absolutely amazing. Just as Lin Ping was filled with admiration, Wang Lu in the distant crowd suddenly felt his legs go weak. Chapter 2, Attribute Theft. Like boneless noodles, he collapsed directly onto that pile of candles. Overturned candles were searing Wang Lu's face, yet he could only let out agonized screams, utterly powerless to rise. This bizarre scene left the many students watching in shock and horror. Just moments ago, Wang Lu, who had been arrogantly hurling insults at Zhang Ruomeng and threatening to make her wait, now lay limp on the candle like a vegetative patient. Even with red wax marks burned into their skin and face, they showed no intention of getting up, only wailing in agony. Ah, what's happening? What's wrong with Wang Lu? Go get a teacher. Hurry! Gasps of surprise rose one after another. Soon, several teachers arrived near Wang Lu. As teachers at Huiwu High School, they were all professionals above level 40, having witnessed all sorts of peculiar and bizarre situations. At this moment, seeing Wang Lu's unusual appearance, he immediately sensed something was wrong. He promptly called the hospital and then contacted Wang Lu's parents. However, Lin Ping was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was gazing at his drastically increased attributes, feeling an indescribable thrill. He had originally thought that this Sky Dragon's thieving hand could only steal some equipment, skills, and the like. But unexpectedly, even attributes could be stolen. With this choice, he might just become the ultimate stats monster. Thinking of this, Lin Ping couldn't contain his excitement and immediately turned to head toward the homeroom teacher's office. He wanted to take a leave and head outside the city to find some low-level monsters to grind his stats. Unfortunately, the homeroom teacher didn't approve Lin Ping's leave request because the graduation novice dungeon exam for Huiwu High School was scheduled in 3 days, and this dungeon trial was extremely important for newly graduated students. This is one of the only 2 beginner dungeons that commoners can access in the early stages. Only here can newly awakened professionals level up safely without too much danger. The alternative would be the beginner dungeons opened by the city, but those get instantly occupied by countless idle professionals who aren't in school. Students like Lin Ping stand no chance against them. So no matter how urgent things might be, the next few days must be spent within the school grounds. After passing the graduation dungeon assessment of Huiwu High School, the world will truly be one's oyster. Whether it's participating in the provincial college entrance exams with outstanding grades to strive for admission into Kyoto University or joining various major organizations and guilds, the path ahead will be smooth sailing. Lin Ping, who couldn't take leave, also returned to his dormitory and frantically studied the terrain and monster weaknesses of numerous novice dungeons. Although he possessed the dragon snatching hand skill, most of the monsters in the graduation dungeon were higher leveled than him. Therefore, one must thoroughly study knowledge to prepare for unexpected needs. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After these days of intensive cramming, Lin Ping had gained a general understanding of the monsters in this world. Soon, under the school's emergency assembly bell, the one-day graduation dungeon assessment has finally begun. Each class lined up neatly according to their seat numbers before entering the graduation dungeon in sequence. The graduation dungeon at Huewu High School differs from those at other high schools. Most high school graduation dungeons are divided into high and low difficulty levels, with underperforming students entering the easier version and top students tackling the harder one, maximizing graduation rates. But Huewu High School has only one difficulty level for its dungeon, where the entire senior class engages in a free-for-all battle upon entry. All monsters inside must be fought for personally. Only those who reach level 5 within a day can graduate smoothly. The strong remain strong, and the weak stay weak. This is Huewu High School ethos. Though called an ethos, it's more like a battle royale cultivation. Yet it's an extremely effective filtering method, at least ensuring all useless professions are held back immediately, preventing them from embarrassing Huewu High in the college entrance exams. Just as Lin Ping's gaze swept through the crowd, he spotted a figure that surprised him greatly. Wang Lu? Has his attributes been restored? Looking at the figure standing in front of Zhang Ruomen, Lin Ping's expression turned somewhat peculiar. He knew that for someone like Wang Lu, a second-generation professional, restoring a few attributes wouldn't be difficult. But he never expected it to be done in just 3 days, and for him to appear lively and energetic right before the graduation dungeon. While Lin Ping was deep in thought, Zhang Ruomen, who had been harassed by Wang Lu, suddenly noticed something and quickly walked towards Lin Ping's direction. This unusual scene amidst the perfectly aligned formation stood out more conspicuously than a crane among chickens. Countless students turned their gazes towards them. The various strange looks made Lin Ping frown slightly. He had already seen Wang Lu walking over with a darkened face. Though he also wanted to punch Wang Lu right now, they were at the critical moment of entering the graduation dungeon. He didn't want to stir up trouble at this time. At that moment, Zhang Ruomen had already walked up to Lin Ping. She glanced at his gloomy expression and pursed her brightly painted red lips. Suddenly, she spoke up. Lin Ping, have I given you too much kindness before? Or is your sister truly desperate to be my brother's mistress? Hearing this, Lin Ping couldn't help but freeze momentarily. The original host and her sister lost their parents in childhood. When they became self-sufficient, they took odd jobs to survive. Back then, the original host was only 9, and her sister just 13. At that time, due to dungeon war invasions breaching the city walls, the authorities evacuated them to this Luzhou city. From that moment on, it was the elder sister who single-handedly raised the original owner, never accepting even a speck of charity from others. Would such a sister stoop to being the other woman? At this thought, Lin Ping's previously favorable impression of Zhang Ruomen instantly plummeted to rock bottom, and his expression darkened. At this moment, Zhang Ruomen, seeing that Lin Ping hadn't responded, grew slightly angry. I originally thought you were different from your sister, a person with dignity, but I never expected you to be like this. Our Zhang family may not be some wealthy household, but not just any woman can marry in, especially not a worthless support like your sister. Today is the graduation ceremony, and it's also the last time I'll stand on the same starting line with you. After the graduation dungeon, you'll realize the difference between me and your siblings is like clouds in the sky versus mud beneath our feet. If you have any self-awareness at all, make your sister stay far away from my brother immediately. After speaking, Zhang Ruomen turned around and walked back to her previous spot. Bitch. Lin Ping crossed his arms. Who are you calling a bitch? Zhang Ruomen, who had already turned to leave, immediately spun around and glared furiously upon hearing Lin Ping's words. But before she could say anything more, Wang Lu had already rushed forward ahead of her. You little bastard. Are you looking for death? Who gave you permission to speak to Ruomen like that? Wang Lu's figure rushed in front of Lin Ping as soon as he finished speaking, raising his arm to swing at Lin Ping. Chapter 3, The Graduation Exam Begins. This happened so suddenly that even the onlookers around them didn't have time to react. But before Wang Lu could swing his raised hand, Lin Ping's kick landed squarely on his vital spot. Ah! That unexpected kick felt like it had struck every male student present. Many sucked in a sharp breath in shared pain. But more than that, they were stunned. Everyone knew Wang Lu was one of the most untouchable figures at Huewu Academy. Even the principal had publicly favored him before. Now Lin Ping had kicked Wang Lu in the groin right in front of everyone. He was definitely going to get it bad later. At that moment, Lin Ping remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling through the crowd. Even if he knew, he would only scoff at them. When someone swings at your face, are you supposed to just stand there and take it? Or should he kneel down and beg Wang Lu for mercy? Only to steal like mad later in revenge? Others might, but Lin Ping's legs were weak, he couldn't kneel. Still, having struck Wang Lu, the upcoming graduation dungeon would likely be a nightmare. With that thought, Lin Ping's gaze immediately fixed on Wang Lu, the instigator of this mess. He then took a step forward and delivered several swift kicks to Wang Lu's face. Since he'd already started, he might as well beat him senseless. Already incapacitated from the kick to his vital spot, Wang Lu had no ability to resist and could only endure Lin Ping's brutal beating. Only then did Wang Lu's henchmen snap out of their stupor. They rushed out of the crowd, charging toward Lin Ping. But before they could take a few steps, several deep, resonant chimes echoed through the air. Immediately after, a pure green formation rose from beneath everyone's feet. Within a dozen breaths, the formation stood upright before them, transforming into a green vortex gate. This gate, over 10 meters wide, expanded continuously as it spun. The Huiwu High School graduation exam officially begins. Enter the dungeon in order according to your class numbers, a deep, aged voice echoed from the void. The next instant, an elderly man clad in a light blue robe materialized out of thin air. With a flick of his body, he hovered above the green gate. Lin Ping, who was still kicking Wang Lu's yellow-haired head, looked up at the sound and recognized the old man as Feng Qing, the principal of Huiwu High School. Upon hearing the principal's words, the surrounding onlookers immediately formed an orderly queue. Though they were also curious about the outcome between Wang Lu and Lin Ping, their own graduation exams took precedence. This mattered for their own futures. Within mere seconds, Class 1 had already entered the green gate in order of seniority. In that instant, Feng Qing materialized before Lin Ping. Feng Qing glanced at Wan Lu lying on the ground, then turned to Lin Ping. Get back in line. Lin Ping froze at the command but quickly snapped to attention, rushing back to his spot. Once Lin Ping was settled, Feng Qing bent down, grabbed Wang Lu by the collar, and flung him into the green gate with a casual toss. The next second, Feng Qing vanished again, reappearing atop the green gate. Watching Feng Qing's figure, Lin Ping felt a surge of relief. He'd come out ahead this time. He'd beaten Wang Lu senseless and still got to enter the graduation dungeon. Soon, it was Lin Ping's turn in the queue. Facing the green gate, now stretched to dozens of meters wide, Lin Ping hesitated not a moment before striding straight through. The next second, Lin Ping felt a sudden heaviness in his head, and the world before his eyes underwent a complete transformation. The familiar campus scenery vanished, replaced by a landscape of crumbling ruins and shattered buildings. Lin Ping rubbed his temples and glanced around, but saw none of his classmates who had entered the instance with him. It seemed they had been randomly teleported into the instance. After a moment to adjust, Lin Ping rose and began scouting his surroundings. Though it was a beginner's graduation instance, it still posed challenges. In previous years, several soloing support classes had perished in this very dungeon. Even with the system making him terrifyingly strong, it never hurt to be cautious. After searching for a short while, Lin Ping furrowed his brow. According to what the teacher had explained in class, the monsters in the beginner's graduation dungeon weren't densely packed everywhere, but they shouldn't be so sparse that there wasn't a single one within 100 meters. Had he somehow entered a fake instance? Just as Lin Ping prepared to venture further, the debris beneath his feet suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. Before Lin Ping could react, the structure beneath his feet abruptly collapsed. Immediately afterward, a massive tail nearly 10 meters long burst forth from the gaping hole in the structure. It whipped through the air, generating a powerful gust that sent Lin Ping flying backward. Boom! A series of thunderous explosions followed, triggering a chain reaction of collapsing buildings around them. Within mere seconds, a colossal purple scorpion, dozens of meters in size, materialized before Lin Ping. Name: Purple Thunder Scorpion. Level: 10 Dungeon Boss. Attributes? Strength? Skills? At that very moment, Lin Ping's expression darkened as he read the description of the scorpion before him. What happened to the beginner dungeon? They never mentioned this thing existed in the beginner endgame dungeon during class either? But Lin Ping had no time for complaints. He turned and charged toward the ruins outside. With his current scrawny rogue build, he probably couldn't take down this giant scorpion no matter how many he faced. But since he was already here, how could he not steal something while he was at it? Without looking back, Lin Ping unleashed his flying dragon cloud-reaching hand technique at the purple thunder scorpion. Unfortunately, his mental energy was far too weak compared to the purple thunder scorpions, causing the technique to fail repeatedly. Only when his mental energy was nearly depleted did Lin Ping finally hear that familiar mechanical sound. Ding! Congratulations on successful theft. Acquired equipment: Purple Lightning Sword. Purple Thunder Dagger Blue, a dagger forged from the purple thunder scorpion's tail stinger. Mental plus 15, strength plus 30. Inflicts a stackable poison effect on enemies, dealing 5 damage per second. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Ping was overjoyed. It was like finding a pillow just when you needed one. With this purple lightning dagger, even in his current state, he could take down monsters of the same level one-on-one. Lin Ping sprinted deep into the jungle. The purple thunder scorpion did not pursue, merely lingering atop the ruins. Seeing this, Lin Ping halted his pace. He silently memorized the location before swiftly scanning the surroundings for monsters. After all, this endgame dungeon had a time limit, and he'd already wasted some precious moments. Soon, Lin Ping located a slime of the same level. After confirming it was the only slime nearby, Lin Ping drew his purple lightning dagger, stabbed it once, and casually used flying dragon cloud probing hand to grab it. Congratulations! You have successfully stolen the item. Chapter 4, The Top Thief? Spirit plus 4. The slime, stripped of its attributes, instantly collapsed onto the ground, helplessly at Lin Ping's mercy. After several stabs, the slime finally breathed its last. Killed level 1 monster slime, experience plus 7. Glancing at his experience bar, Lin Ping silently calculated. He needed to slay 14 more slimes to reach level 2. Outside the novice graduation dungeon. Principal Feng Qing stood outside the instance gate, his fingers tinged with a faint green hue as they danced through the air. As Feng Qing moved, the dungeon gate transformed in sync with his gestures. In just over 10 seconds, it transformed into a square green light screen covered in dense text and photographs. At that moment, over a dozen elders clad in robes similar to Feng Qing's flew swiftly from the distance. One of them gasped upon seeing Feng Qing's actions. "Old Feng? Did you learn the real-time college entrance exam ranking array?" Feng Qing, having completed his preparations, offered no reply. Instead, he stroked his beard as he approached the group of elders. "Just a few minor tricks," he remarked. "This allows us to better understand the specific circumstances of our students." "Oh? So, Old Feng, what do you think the top student from Huiwu High this year could rank at best?" Feng Qing's eyes gleamed. Last year's top student from Huiwu High reached level 11 and ranked 7,829th nationally on the college entrance exam. The year before that, the top student was at level 13, ranking 1,275th nationally in the college entrance exam. As long as we can keep this up, all the effort I put into setting up this real-time formation won't have been for nothing. Before Feng Qing could finish, one of the elders watching let out a surprised "How old Feng, is your real-time ranking system glitching? How come the top spot is held by some no-name thief? It's only been an hour, and he's already at level 3. Feng Qing froze upon hearing this, his gaze immediately locking onto the leaderboard. What he saw caused even Feng Qing, who had weathered countless storms, to involuntarily narrow his pupils. Because the thief in first place wasn't just entering level 3, he was mere experience points away from reaching level 4. Consider this, the second place player, Zhang Ruomen, and the third place player, Wang Lu, had only just reached half the experience required for level 2. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. And this was a rogue class, known for having few offensive skills. How could he possibly be so far ahead? Even Feng Qing couldn't help but doubt himself. Could it really be that his formation was flawed? With that thought, Feng Qing fixed his gaze on the thief's detailed information. Lin Ping? Thief. Killed level 3 Tauran monster, experience plus 17. Staring at the fallen minotaur, Lin Ping silently calculated the time. Over an hour had passed since entering the dungeon. Only 5 more minotaurs remained before he could reach level 4. His leveling speed was nothing short of lightning fast. Unfortunately, compared to his rapid leveling, the value of the items Lin Ping was stealing was gradually decreasing. Initially, most of what he stole were attribute points. But as his 4 core attributes rose, the points he stole grew increasingly scarce, and now they no longer appeared at all. The loot he stole was now just plain equipment, common materials, and gold coins. While these items held value outside the dungeon, they were still utter junk compared to attribute points. After slaying several more minotaurs, Lin Ping reached level 4. After allocating all his attributes to agility, Lin Ping opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Ping. Class, Rogue. Level, 40900. Strength, 98. Agility, 96. Spirit, 106. Constitution, 93. Aura, Radiant Blue Sage's Blessing. Skills, Steal, Disguise. Talents, none. Hidden skill, Flying Dragon Cloud Reaching Hand. Studying his stats panel, Lin Ping rubbed his chin. According to the textbook distribution for common classes, a level 4 character's 4 core attributes should hover around 10 points each. Yet his 4 core stats hovered around 100 points each, 10 times stronger than any attack-focused class at his level. Perhaps he could only continue stealing attribute points by encountering monsters with even higher base stats. With this thought, Lin Ping halted his monster grinding pace. He had already cleared most of the monsters in the surrounding area. To maintain his current leveling speed, he would have to venture farther afield. Yet straying too far risked losing track of the purple thunder scorpion's exact location. Just as Lin Ping was wrestling with this dilemma, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. "You damn bastard, you've kept me searching. If I don't finish you off today, I'll change my surname." Lin Ping glanced over and spotted Wang Lu emerging from the grass. His eyebrows shot up. Damn it, this guy actually came looking for me. Once bitten, twice shy. Just as Lin Ping was marveling at the turn of events, Wang Lu emerged from the grass. Immediately after, 3 or 4 more figures emerged from the grass. Lin Ping recognized them all at a glance. These were the very same ones from the alley earlier. Talk about finding what you've been searching for when you least expect it. Perfect, he could take care of them all at once. With that thought, Lin Ping strode toward Wang Lu and his group. This abrupt movement startled Wang Lu momentarily, but he quickly sneered coldly, "You damn bastard. Earlier, I held back because Zhang Ruomen was there. You actually thought I couldn't beat you? Well, today we meet again, and you won't walk out of here alive. I'll break every bone in your body and feed you to the goblins." With that, Wang Lu spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground, clenched his fists, and charged straight at Lin Ping. His henchmen behind him saw this and immediately followed suit, charging forward. Within mere seconds, the group collided. But the moment their fists collided, utter shock washed over Wang Lu's arrogantly smug face. It was as if he had witnessed Zhang Ruomeng passionately kissing another man with his own eyes. But in an instant, that shot twisted into excruciating pain. His entire body flew backward like a crashing heavily onto the ground. His henchman followed suit in the blink of an eye, crashing onto the stone slabs. Ah! Ah! Impossible! You worthless thief, how could you possibly possess such terrifying power? Wang Lu spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to lift his head and stare up at Lin Ping not far away. Meanwhile, Lin Ping had walked up to Wang Lu's yellow-haired henchman, stomping Wang Lu's head into the ground with one foot. Not so tough now, huh? Chapter 5, Looking for Death. Though only a few words, they felt like a dagger piercing Wang Lu's heart. He couldn't bear it. The Lin Ping he'd once bullied was now turning the tables, riding roughshod over him. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't lift his head even an inch. Blood-tinged dirt mixed into Wang Lu's mouth, making even breathing difficult. Watching Wang Lu's shattered defenses, Lin Ping couldn't help but shake his head. So this trash had bullied the original owner to death? How utterly pathetic. Just then, Wang Lu, who had coughed up several mouthfuls of dirt, finally managed to spit out the last clump. His eyes bulged with rage as he glared at Lin Ping. But before he could utter a word, Lin Ping stomped him back into the mud, forcing him to swallow another mouthful. Watching Wang Lu struggle relentlessly beneath his feet, Lin Ping felt a pang of helplessness. He desperately wanted to finish off Wang Lu and his gang right here, but this was the beginner graduation dungeon of Huiwu High School. Who knew how many times it had been cleaned up? There was no telling if there were cameras or surveillance inside. He was preparing for the college entrance exams. To throw away his future and blow himself up with Wang Lu? That would be utterly stupid. But if he let them off so easily, they'd surely cause trouble when he came back to grind levels later. If they hindered his leveling progress, he'd have nowhere to turn for help. As these thoughts swirled, Lin Ping suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He lunged forward and stomped down hard on one of Wang Lu's legs. If he couldn't kill him, he'd break Wang Lu's leg instead. It would vent his anger and prevent further trouble. Crash! A thunderous crash echoed, accompanied by the sharp crack of breaking bone. Buried in the dirt, Wang Lu's veins bulged violently. He strained every muscle to lift his head, but the weight pinned him down. His teeth crushed the dirt beneath him, and finally, a wretched scream tore from his throat. Lin Ping paid no heed. Glancing at his watch, he realized he'd already wasted nearly 10 minutes on Wang Lu and his men. He kicked Wang Lu flying with one swift stomp, then casually swept his hand through the air with a dragon cloud palm technique. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Kicked 5 or 6 meters away, Wang Lu didn't even have time to scream before he passed out again. His henchmen, watching from behind, instantly fell silent, holding their breath in fear that Lin Ping might notice them. But Lin Ping had no time for such trivialities. He vanished in a flash, sprinting toward the distance. It was time to level up. Meanwhile, outside the instance, Fengqing stared at the top-ranked leaderboard in the sky, lost in thought. He was now certain that the formation itself was flawless. The problem naturally fell upon this thief student named Lin Ping. At the start of the dungeon, he had reviewed the detailed profiles of all the graduates. Lin Ping's family background wasn't particularly affluent. He only had an older sister to rely on. There was no way they could afford to provide him with high-level gear or skills. After ruling out that possibility, the only remaining explanation was a hidden class 1 in a million or a hidden skill. Such hidden professions were almost exclusively held by geniuses among geniuses. Even on a global scale, they were T0 tier. If Lin Ping truly possessed a hidden class or skill, it could even propel the soon-to-retire principal to new heights. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Fengqing couldn't contain his excitement. He grabbed his phone, found a number, and dialed it. The call connected almost immediately. An elderly voice came through. "Young Feng? Is it urgent? Why are you calling my private number?" "Teacher, we might have uncovered a hidden profession here," Fengqing said respectfully. The words had barely left his mouth. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by astonishment in the voice. "Are you certain? Feng, this is no joke." Fengqing clenched his teeth at the words. There were other possibilities, of course. Perhaps Lin Ping was merely biding his time, a wealthy heir equipped with numerous attribute stones and high-grade weapons, specifically targeting Huiwu High School to claim the top spot. But Fengqing decided to take the gamble. After all, he had little to lose. Retirement was imminent anyway. With that thought, Fengqing immediately agreed. The elderly man on the other end grew visibly agitated. "I'll send someone immediately. Keep a close eye on him." With that, he hung up abruptly. Putting his phone away, Fengqing fixed his gaze on Lin Ping, the top-ranked student. "Kid, don't let me down." Time ticked away, with only 1 hour remaining until the graduation assessment. Back on the ruins, Lin Ping, who had returned to this place once more, couldn't help but rub his chin. After relentless, sleepless grinding, he had finally reached level 15. This level shattered the highest record ever achieved since Huiwu High School's founding. However, his excessively high level meant the monsters in the dungeon were now far too weak for him. Killing over a dozen monsters in succession barely added 1% to his experience bar. Advancing another level felt like climbing a mountain. After much deliberation, Lin Ping ultimately set his sights on the purple thunder scorpion. As the dungeon's boss, even if defeating it wouldn't grant enough experience for a level up, his highly honed mental prowess would allow him to loot many valuable items. But as soon as he arrived, Lin Ping witnessed a scene that stunned him. There stood Wang Lu, the man whose leg he had broken earlier, now appearing as lively as a dragon in the purple thunder scorpion's territory. She was relentlessly attacking the purple thunder scorpion. Though he'd only chipped away a single bar of the purple thunder scorpion's health, the fact he'd managed this much clearly indicated Wang Lu's own level wasn't low either. This left Lin Ping with a peculiar look on his face. It seemed the rich kid truly possessed some remarkable resources recovering from a broken leg so swiftly. But why did his flying dragon cloud probing hand keep stealing useless items? Just as Lin Ping was puzzled, he saw several figures reappear at the edge of the ruins. Though familiar, only a few of these faces held recognizable names. Among the leaders were several top-tier scholars from their grade. He had previously checked their professions, almost all combat classes, likely around level 10 now. Lin Ping even spotted Zhang Ruoming among the crowd, though she was surrounded by a group of female students, making her hard to see clearly. Clearly, everyone had already leveled up significantly. Continuing to farm low-level monsters would be a waste of time. So they were scouring the area for high-level monsters. Lin Ping wasn't surprised that the purple thunder scorpion had been discovered. After all, such a massive monster in such a conspicuous location. Only a blind person could fail to notice it. Amidst the ruins, Wang Lu, his eyes bloodshot, glanced at the surrounding crowd before swiftly disengaging from the fight and retreating toward the edge. Chapter 6, Another Massive Drop. Facing the predatory stares of the others, even he dared not fight to the bitter end. Only after retreating to the edge of the ruins did the crimson hue finally fade from Wang Lu's eyes. Several henchmen immediately crowded around him. "Boss, what should we do now? There are so many people." Wang Lu snorted coldly. "What else can we do? Wait." With that, Wang Lu found a spot to sit down, his face twisted with venom. "If it weren't for that bastard Lin Ping, I'd have leveled up to 10 by now and killed that animal. Why drag it out this long? That bastard Lin Ping, no idea how he got so damn strong. Keeping him alive is a disaster waiting to happen. Once we clear this newbie dungeon, I'm going straight to my dad, Wang Peng. A threat like that needs to be eliminated ASAP." Lin Ping remained unaware of Wang Lu's scheming from afar. But now, everyone was eyeing each other warily, none daring to be the first to attack the purple thunder scorpion in the ruins. An eerie silence descended. Watching this scene, Lin Ping couldn't help but click his tongue in disdain. Without hesitation, he unleashed a wave of flying dragon cloud reaching hands. After several consecutive failures, the familiar voice echoed in his mind once more. "Ding! You have used flying dragon cloud reaching hand on the purple thunder scorpion. Ding! Steal successful. Acquired poison thunder short crossbow purple, strength plus 50. Upon hitting an enemy, inflicts 1% poison damage per second. 5% chance to inflict paralysis. Paralysis status, all attributes decrease by 30% while paralyzed." Reading the equipment description, even Lin Ping couldn't help but show delight. Another offensive weapon, and a ranged one at that. This thing was tailor-made for a thief like him. With stealth and swiftness at his disposal, he wielded the purple lightning dagger for close combat and the poison lightning short crossbow for ranged attacks. With his pure underdog playstyle, even higher level classes would have to think twice before confronting him. Quickly suppressing his excitement, Lin Ping drew his poison lightning crossbow, activated his camouflage, and quietly crept toward Wang Lu's location. Since everyone was wary of each other and hesitant to strike first, he'd be the one to take the initiative. With that thought, Lin Ping raised his crossbow and fired a bolt at the purple lightning scorpion. The purple thunder scorpion, which had spent its entire existence confined within the dungeon, never imagined it would be attacked by its own equipment and poisoned at that. This enraged it beyond measure. Its enormous eyes scanned the surroundings, finally settling on Wang Lu standing at the edge of the ruins. It then took a stride and charged toward him at breakneck speed. Wang Lu was utterly bewildered. Who the hell fired that crossbow bolt right beside him? "Don't let me catch you. If I catch you, you won't get off easy." Though cursing inwardly, Wang Lu didn't hesitate. He spun on his heel and sprinted deep into the forest. That area was no longer within the purple thunder scorpion's territory. Seeing Wang Lu flee beyond its territory, the purple thunder scorpion, never much of a thinker to begin with, simply stopped thinking altogether. It shook its massive pincers and ambled toward the center of the ruins. But before it could take a step, another bolt from the short crossbow struck its body. Enraged by the renewed attack, the purple thunder scorpion raised its pincers. It scanned its surroundings, quickly pinpointing the crossbow's origin, then charged madly toward the source. A dozen students, startled by the enraged purple thunder scorpion, scattered in panic, unwilling to confront it head-on. Nevertheless, several sixth-year students seized the opportunity, hurling spells at the purple thunder scorpion. Fireballs and water blasts struck its body, sending it into a frenzied rage. But attacks coming from all directions left it unsure whom to target. Its already feeble brain froze completely, leaving it spinning wildly in circles as the barrage of attacks drew it hither and thither. Especially those short crossbows firing from unknown positions, each shot inflicted excruciating pain, yet the scorpion could never pinpoint the culprit. It could only be endlessly kite, raging impotently. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Ping reduced his cold arrow barrage and focused solely on using the flying dragon cloud probing hand, relentlessly groping the purple thunder scorpion's body. Soon, it unearthed a wealth of materials once more. After being kited by the students for over 10 minutes, the purple thunder scorpion's health bar had been whittled down to less than half. Wang Lu, who had fled into the forest earlier, returned to the ruins with his henchmen, now acting as Zhang Ruomeng's bodyguards. However, Zhang Ruomeng showed little interest in the purple thunder scorpion. Surrounded by a crowd of female students, she scanned the surrounding students, seemingly searching for something. As time ticked by, even Wang Lu, who had been fawning over her, began to grow impatient. In just over 10 minutes, the gates to the graduation dungeon would open, and they'd be forcibly sucked out, wasting precious time. So Wang Lu sheepishly apologized to Zhang Ruomeng before charging straight toward the purple thunder scorpion. Seeing Wang Lu charge forward, the others immediately understood. The remaining melee classes also rushed in. 7 or 8 support classes kept their eyes fixed on Wang Lu and the others, their hands glowing with energy. Finally colliding with the swarm of melee classes, the purple lightning scorpion roared in fury. With a single claw strike, it sent Wang Lu and another boy flying. A sweeping tail strike instantly cleared everyone around it. Not far away, Lin Ping raised an eyebrow at the scene. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity. He could use flying dragon cloud probing hand to steal Wang Lu's belongings, ideally during the purple thunder scorpion's critical attack. That way, Wang Lu's death in plain sight would leave Lin Ping completely above suspicion. With this thought, Lin Ping casually used flying dragon cloud hand on Wang Lu. But all he found were random junk items, money, hallucinogens, aphrodisiacs, and the like. This made Lin Ping frown deeply. Damn it, what the hell was he even doing here? Bringing all this junk out. Just as Lin Ping was growing irritated, the purple thunder scorpion, which had been charging recklessly, suddenly halted its advance. Its massive body trembled incessantly, emitting a series of grinding, teeth-chattering sounds. This bizarre spectacle put Lin Ping and the surrounding crowd on high alert. Clearly, the boss had entered its second phase. This was the first time Lin Ping had witnessed a boss transitioning into its second phase. Though he remained concealed, unless the purple thunder scorpion possessed superior mental attributes, it couldn't possibly detect him. Still, caution was paramount. Just then, the constantly writhing purple thunder scorpion abruptly ceased its tremors. Instantly, its entire carapace shattered like a crab molting its shell. In the next instant, a scorpion only 5 or 6 meters in size emerged from the colossal form of the purple thunder scorpion. Its entire body shimmered with lightning patterns. The moment it landed, it swatted several melee class students clean in half with a single swipe. Some were severed cleanly at the knees, others split right down the middle. Even Lin Ping's expression darkened at this bloody spectacle. But at that very moment, Zhang Ruomeng's palm erupted with a white light. The light rapidly coalesced into the shape of a bird in midair, descending directly upon the students. Chapter 7, Stage 2 Boss. The moment the light touched them, the gushing wounds instantly scabbed over. 2 professionals who had been certain to die were now, under the healing of the white light, nearly near death. Regardless, both had been saved. Students who were close to them immediately rushed forward, dragging both men away by their hips and upper bodies. The rest of the group scattered while furiously attacking the purple lightning scorpion. The purple thunder scorpion now moved at more than double its previous speed. Its attacks left trails of lightning in its wake, scorching the ruins black. Lin Ping, who had remained vigilant, saw this and swiftly took a step back, charging madly toward the edge of the building ruins. That area lay beyond the purple thunder scorpion's territory. From previous tests, Lin Ping knew the creature wouldn't venture outside its domain to attack enemies. The ruins were now too perilous. Having reached level 15, there was no need to continue risking his life. At that very moment, in the center of the ruins, in just a few seconds, only Wang Lu remained among the melee classes, struggling desperately to hold his ground. The others had either been torn in two by the purple thunder scorpions or scorched black by the lightning bolts. Even Wang Lu was barely holding on, relying solely on the defensive gear his family had provided and the constant healing from the support in the rear to withstand the purple lightning scorpion's relentless assault. Even so, Wang Lu could feel the scorching heat radiating from the lightning bolts. Even the back of his neck tingled with numbness. This sensation instantly drove Wang Lu to push his gear to its absolute limit, unleashing a torrent of punches that rained down on the purple lightning scorpion like a storm. This spectacle instantly enraged the purple lightning scorpion, whose brain was completely undeveloped. It leapt back and forth along the edge of the ruins, desperate to grab Wang Lu and crush him. But a fragile, eggshell-like shield surrounded Wang Lu. Each time the purple lightning scorpion launched an attack, the shield deflected the blow to the side. Through Wang Lu and the relentless efforts of numerous ranged classes, the purple lightning scorpion's health was finally whittled down to a mere sliver. Sensing its impending demise, the purple lightning scorpion grew even more frenzied. Dozens of purple lightning bolts flashed around its body, pounding the surrounding ground until it was charred black. The mounds formed by the accumulated ruins were reduced to powder by the electricity. Such terrifying power instantly shattered the eggshell covering Wang Lu's body, sending both man and shell flying sideways. As Wang Lu teetered on the brink of death at the purple lightning scorpion's claws, Lin Ping, watching from afar, hurriedly stole several items from Wang Lu. But for some reason, everything he stole was a bunch of random junk. Love letters addressed to Zhang Ruoming, a shattered wolf tooth necklace, an unlimited limit black credit card. While these items had some use, none could tip the scales of life and death for Wang Lu. Just then, the entire dungeon began to shake violently. A massive green gate slowly materialized in the air. Clearly, the final hour had arrived. The beginner graduation instance was about to conclude. At that very moment, as the gates slowly materialized before them, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Countless players strained every ounce of strength, charging toward the purple thunder scorpion, whose health bar was barely a sliver. They were determined to take down this beginner dungeon boss before time ran out. But the purple thunder scorpion's second phase was no joke. Several melee classes charging ahead were flung away by a tail swipe before their attacks could land. They spat out 3 liters of blood and were sucked into the green gate. This scene caused the surrounding crowd to lose their nerve, especially Zhang Ruoming, who had never been interested in the purple thunder scorpion to begin with. She rose and strode toward the green gate, vanishing from sight in an instant. Some support classes, seeing this, realized they lacked the ability to instantly finish off the purple thunder scorpion's final health bar. They wisely followed Zhang Ruoming through the green gate. Within mere breaths, only Wang Lu, who had just regained his footing, and the other 2 top-ranked male students remained. Zhao Lin, Qi Zhong, get the hell out of here. This boss is mine. Wang Lu roared as he charged toward the purple thunder scorpion. But Zhao Lin and Qi Zhong only sneered at his words. Who do you think you are, telling us to leave? Before the words had fully left their mouths, the trio charged to the purple thunder scorpion side, launching simultaneous attacks. Before their attacks could land, however, a sudden figure materialized before the purple thunder scorpion. In an instant, Wang Lu recognized the figure. His eyes bulged with fury. Lin Ping! You bastard! How dare you! But Lin Ping had no time to heed Wang Lu's barking. With one hand, he drew the purple Thunder Dagger, while the other unleashed his final flying dragon cloud probing palm strike at the purple Thunder Scorpion. Acquired, Cloud Thunder Boots Red Growth, equipping grants agility plus 3% scaling with level, up to a maximum of 10%. Staring at the equipment panel, Lin Ping sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap! A noble percentage bonus. And it's a growth item. This is insane. Boom! Amidst the furious shouts of Wang Lu and his 2 companions, the purple Thunder Dagger in his other hand plunged deep into the purple Thunder Scorpion. A thunderous crash echoed as the purple Thunder Scorpion, the rookie dungeon boss, finally collapsed. Ding! Your level has increased. Ding! You have obtained a class change scroll X1. Hearing the voice in his mind, even Lin Ping couldn't help but show a hint of delight. He had assumed his final level would be capped at 15. But to his utter surprise, the purple Thunder Scorpion's experience points propelled him straight to level 16. After all, the admission requirement for top universities was only level 16. Without even taking the Gaokao exam, Lin Ping now possessed the qualifications for university admission. Even Kyoto University, which his previous self had always aspired to attend, now opened its doors to him. But for Lin Ping now, this was merely the beginning. With opportunity at hand, he was determined to seize it to strive for the once-in-a-lifetime chance of becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Just as Lin Ping was inwardly rejoicing, the now mad Wang Lu suddenly charged toward him. You bastard! You really think you can? But before Wang Lu could finish his sentence, Lin Ping and the others were violently sucked into the green gate. After roughly a dozen breaths, the graduates participating in the newbie dungeon were all flung out by the green gate. Those with lower levels and weaker stats took a hard tumble, landing flat on their faces. Those with higher stats regained their footing the instant they were flung out. Though still staggering, they at least managed to land on their feet. As for the more exceptional Zhang Ruoming, she floated gracefully among the others. She had already leveled up to 11, though she still fell short of last year's top-ranked student at Huiwu High School. But as a renowned late-game holy mage, she was confident she could turn the tide in the Gaokao dungeon. Moreover, her level 11 was by no means low, she was at least in the top 10. With this thought, Zhang Ruoming glanced at the real-time rankings displayed in the sky. She intended to check her own position, but upon a single glance, she froze solid in place. Chapter 8, The End of All Things. For there, in bold red letters, was the name she had relentlessly disparaged as the Lin Ping of Two Worlds, the very name that now dominated the top spot. At that moment, Zhang Ruoming felt like a circus clown. All her previous words seemed like nothing more than a circus act. Overwhelming shame instantly filled Zhang Ruoming's eyes with tears. She covered her cheeks, her earlier grace completely gone. At the same time, others noticed the real-time rankings displayed in the air and Lin Ping's strikingly prominent position. The entire crowd was utterly stunned. No one had expected the top spot to belong to Lin Ping, a thief with no offensive abilities whatsoever. Holy! Is this thing broken? A rogue with such a high level? Impossible. I've seen this thing before, it's the real-time rankings from the Gaokao instance. There's no way it could be wrong. Holy crap! Then it must be real? How could a thief level up this fast? Even with dozens of people helping him, he'd barely reach level 7 at most. Could it be one of those 1 in a million hidden classes with some unknown special skill? The murmurs of the crowd died down, leaving Zhang Ruoming flushed with embarrassment. She could already picture Lin Ping's contemptuous sneer when they met again. Then she recalled how her brother had been harassed by Lin Ping's shameless sister. Now that Lin Ping possessed such extraordinary talent, perhaps. Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, a figure emerged from the green gate, stepping steadily onto the ground. As the figure passed through, the green gate closed behind them. It's Lin Ping. He's out. Holy crap, my professional skill, insightful gaze, can't even see Lin Ping's base stats anymore. Could his stats already be 10 times mine? Damn it, if Lin Ping took the college entrance exam now, he might just become the top scorer nationwide. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Lin Ping felt little excitement. Instead, he turned to search the area for Feng Qing's figure. Just then, a light tap landed on his shoulder. Young man, so you're Lin Ping. Feng Qing studied Lin Ping's features, recalling the scene before the graduation exam, and a hunch began to form in his mind. Turning at the voice, Lin Ping saw Feng Qing hovering behind him. He spoke directly, "Principal, I'd like to bring my sister to campus. I haven't seen her in ages and want to see her before the college entrance exams begin." The implication was clear. If Lin Ping were only level 13, he might have shown Feng Qing utmost respect before cautiously voicing his request. But now that he was level 16, even if he merely spread the word, Feng Qing wouldn't protect him, and members of other factions would swarm in. After all, during the college entrance exams, even a slight gap in experience points meant worlds apart. Let alone a gap of several full levels. At this moment, the seasoned veteran Feng Qing, upon hearing Lin Ping's words, if he couldn't figure out the specifics of the situation, he might as well resign as principal and retire to raise goblins. With a cheerful nod, Feng Qing patted Lin Ping on the shoulder. Just focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. I'll handle the rest. Before he could finish speaking, the other elders spotted Feng Qing and Lin Ping, and one by one, they gathered around. Once they confirmed Lin Ping's identity, these figures whom they had spent over a decade looking up to in their previous lives suddenly became warm and approachable, acting as if they were Lin Ping's long-lost elders. This lively scene left Zhang Ruoming, watching from a distance, pale as a sheet. She quietly retreated a few steps, hiding within the crowd, terrified that Lin Ping might spot her. Feng Qing's arrangements were swift. Within mere minutes, before the students who had just cleared the graduation dungeon could even form a proper line, Lin Ping spotted a figure that was all too familiar. She wore a light blue gauze shawl draped over her shoulders, her long hair cascading loosely over the fabric. Beneath it lay a form-fitting white halter top. Though tightly wrapped, it left little to the imagination, showcasing her voluptuous figure. Her lower half was clad in knee-length denim shorts, accentuating her long, jade-like legs. Her feet were clad in a pair of light blue sneakers, giving her an athletic appearance. Lin Luyan scanned the surrounding crowd, her fair face filled with bewilderment. Moments ago, she had been shopping for tofu ingredients on the street. She never expected several women in long robes to suddenly appear and whisk her away to Huiwu High School without a word. This left Lin Luyan utterly bewildered. Just then, she spotted a somewhat familiar figure. Her beautiful brows instantly furrowed. This is... Before she could finish her sentence, someone embraced her from behind. Startled by the sudden embrace, Lin Luyan whirled around to find Lin Ping standing behind her. She immediately grabbed his ear in annoyance. Unfazed by the tug on his ear, Lin Ping simply released his arms and grinned. The moment he saw Lin Luyan, a flood of memories about her surged through Lin Ping's mind. Though he was no longer the original host, he still recognized Lin Luyan as his sister. At that moment, however, Lin Luyan, still tugging at Lin Ping's ear, didn't look at him. Instead, her gaze was fixed intently on a figure not far away. This unusual behavior puzzled Lin Ping, so he followed her gaze. He caught sight of Zhang Ruoming retreating. "Sis, do you know her?" Lin Luyan pursed her lips at the question. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. Even if it was her, now wasn't the time to say anything. After all, neither she nor Lin Ping could afford to offend them. Lin Ping naturally noticed his sister's hesitation. After a moment's thought, he grasped the crucial point. A dazzling smile spread across his face as he pointed to the lingering ranking in the sky. "Sis, I'm the top student at Huiwu High this year, already at level 16. If you need anything, just tell me." Only then did Lin Luyan notice Lin Ping's enormous name displayed in the sky. For a moment, Lin Luyan froze completely, staring blankly at Lin Ping. After learning Lin Ping had awakened as a thief, she had abandoned that notion. She'd been saving money all this time, hoping to send Lin Ping to a vocational school to learn some useful side skills. While it wouldn't make them rich, at least he wouldn't end up like her, using his profession skill to make tofu on the street. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Luyan finally snapped back to reality. She threw her arms around Lin Ping, tears of joy streaming down her face. This is wonderful. I knew you could do it. After a long moment, Lin Luyan's emotions finally settled. At Lin Ping's prompting, she revealed the truth. It turned out that over a month ago, Lin Luyan had received a large order, but it specified that delivery must be made in person. At first, Lin Luyan had been reluctant to take it. Chapter 9, Wang Lu's Revenge. Tofu was fragile and easily damaged during delivery, and she worried she couldn't manage it alone. But thinking of her younger brother Lin Ping, who had awakened as a thief, and how difficult their livelihood might become, she ultimately accepted the order. So Lin Luyan worked frantically for several days, finally producing all the tofu required by the order. She then rented a vehicle to deliver it. Unexpectedly, as soon as she approached the gate, a middle-aged man emerged from within. The man claimed to be the eldest son of the Lin family. He had taken a fancy to Lin Luyan's character and appearance and wanted her to become his mistress. Having been self-reliant since childhood, Lin Luyan firmly refused, even considering abandoning the tofu delivery. But the man grabbed hold of her cart, declaring that only one of the tofu or her person could stay that day. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Luyan abandoned the tofu she'd spent days preparing and walked straight away. Lin Luyan thought the matter would end there. But what she never could have imagined was that the man would show up at her shop every other day, each time with the same demand. If Lin Luyan refused, he would cause a huge scene, disrupting business completely. Hearing this, Lin Ping's expression darkened instantly. He never believed Zhang Ruoming's explanation in the first place. After all, his sister's independent nature made it utterly impossible for her to willingly become someone's mistress. Now, hearing his sister's words, Lin Ping's gaze immediately shifted to Zhang Ruoming, who was hiding in the crowd. Fine. Twisting the truth, aiding and abetting the villain, and earlier, she'd been so high and mighty, talking about people from two different worlds. With all these offenses piled up, Lin Ping could no longer hold back. He unleashed the flying dragon cloud probing hand. Ding! Theft successful. Acquired silver thread close-fitting chest armor. Silver thread body armor, strength plus 10. Automatically activates a protective shield upon taking damage, absorbing up to 150 damage. Maximum shield value increases with level, up to 500 points. As the prompt sounded, Zhang Ruoming, who had been hiding behind the crowd to avoid Lin Ping's gaze, suddenly felt a chill on her chest. Her right hand touched the spot, and she instantly felt a chill spread throughout her body. Where was her breastplate? That huge breastplate? It had been snug against her skin just moments ago. How could it vanish in the blink of an eye? The sudden disappearance of her equipment left Zhang Ruoming pale as death. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Lin Ping, who stood not far away. There was no way around it. Lin Ping was currently the top-ranked thief. Such an instant disappearance of equipment made it hard for Zhang Ruoming not to suspect him. Could Lin Ping have done this? He's the only thief at Huiwu High with that kind of ability, right? And here I was feeling guilty towards him. Turns out old habits die hard. He and his sister are cut from the same cloth. To think he stole my inner armor. Emotion surged within Zhang Ruoming, even pushing aside her earlier shame. Her gaze toward Lin Ping was incredibly complex. Another person shared Zhang Ruoming's thoughts, Wang Lu. Upon learning Lin Ping was both Huiwu High's top college entrance exam scorer and a thief, he immediately recalled the sudden loss of attributes days prior, coupled with Lin Ping's terrifying strength in the dungeon. If he couldn't figure out the specifics, he might as well sign up for a class for the mentally challenged. But now, that bastard Lin Ping was beyond his reach. And who knew what the final dungeon boss had dropped for him? If he didn't eliminate him now before he grew stronger, once that bastard Lin Ping leveled up, he'd likely face brutal retaliation. Malice filled Wang Lu's heart. He retrieved his phone from the item counter where he placed it before the exam and dialed a number immediately. After about 10 seconds, a robust voice answered, "Hello? What is it?" "Dad, I've pissed someone off." "Who? What level?" There was a brief pause on the other end before the voice slowly continued. "A thief named Lin Ping. He's level 16 now, the top student in our school's college entrance exams." "Ha? Tell me more." A note of surprise flashed in the voice before it grew solemn. Wang Lu quickly laid out the entire sequence of events. After piecing it all together, the voice on the other end erupted in fury. "Wang Lu, you useless piece of trash. All you do is get me into trouble. You wasted a chance to befriend a genius, you useless piece of trash. And you went and provoked someone you shouldn't have. Do you even know what a level 16 high school student means? That means he gets guaranteed admission to any top university in the country. He could even aim for the top national scholar. And you have the nerve to tell me you pissed him off? You want me to come and get revenge for you? Do you really think I'm some big shot? Outside this city, who even knows my name? Wang Lu. Right now. Immediately. Go beg that Lin Ping for forgiveness. If he won't forgive you, don't ever say you're my son again. I don't want a son like you." After the tirade, the call abruptly ended. Wang Lu, drenched in verbal abuse, turned from dark to pale, then flushed bright red. He was completely boiling with rage. You see, although his father was strict with him, he was usually fairly mild-mannered. This was the first time he'd ever been yelled at like this. Yet this did nothing to soften Wang Lu's heart. The mere thought of having to grovel and beg forgiveness from that bastard Lin Ping. His entire face flushed crimson. After a brief deep breath, Wang Lu dialed another number. This time, there was no ranting. After Wang Lu embellished the story, an indignant voice erupted on the other end. Who dares bully my Wang Lu? They must be tired of living. I'll have your uncle gather men to ambush him outside the school. Kill him on sight. Hearing this, Wang Lu finally exhaled deeply, her gaze toward Lin Ping filled with venomous hatred. At that moment, Lin Ping remained oblivious to the thoughts churning within Wang Lu and Zhang Ruomen. Instead, after carefully examining the chest armor's attributes, he turned his gaze to Lin Luyan. Sis, if I remember correctly, your profession is a support-type decomposer, right? Lin Luyan nodded in response. To call the decomposer class trashy wasn't entirely accurate. But to call it powerful was equally inaccurate, as it possessed no buff skills or combat capabilities. It was a purely auxiliary class. Its strengths, however, were undeniable. It could use its skills to completely deconstruct and restore monster materials or equipment components. Take the tofu Lin Luyan always bought, for instance, she crafted it directly from soybeans using her skill. It might sound far-fetched, but the restored materials can be reshaped into their original form. Beyond that, however, the decomposer is all drawbacks. For instance, achieving perfect decomposition requires extensive practice to level up the skill. Chapter 10, Mayor Feng Hokai. Moreover, certain decomposition skills require leveling up in a class change before they can be learned. Yet as a support class with zero combat capability, they can't even solo the weakest level 1 goblins. This reality makes the decomposition specialist profession completely unsustainable for those of modest means. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Luyan resolutely sold everything she owned to send Lin Ping to Huiwu High School. Her own profession offered no viable future. But now, the situation was different. With Lin Ping wielding the flying dragon cloud hand, he'd already looted a pile of useless white gear from just a beginner school dungeon. These items were nothing but space-hogging junk to Lin Ping, barely worth selling. But if given to Lin Luyan, they could not only help her level up her disassembly skill but also be repurposed as raw materials for resale. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. If he took Lin Luyan on more dungeon runs to level her up, he could definitely cultivate a top-tier disassembler. Thinking this, Lin Ping immediately turned to Feng Cheng. He knew better than to flaunt his wealth. Even though they were just white-tier gear, it was best to handle this somewhere private. At that moment, Feng Cheng was already arranging for numerous students to leave the school. With the nationwide unified dungeon entrance exam just a day away, the school needed to submit student registration data and experience point totals to generate student admission cards. Those whose levels didn't match the requirements above were ineligible to take the exam. Most students had already departed. Sensing Lin Ping's gaze, Feng Cheng swiftly materialized before him. Student Lin, if you have any requests, please speak freely. Lin Ping briefly outlined his thoughts, and Feng Cheng immediately agreed. Joking aside, his entire future was riding on Lin Ping. The high-ranking official's emissaries would arrive shortly. Whether he soared or crashed depended entirely on Lin Ping. A minor request was nothing to him. Soon, guided by Feng Cheng, Lin Ping and Lin Luyan entered an office. The moment they entered, Feng Cheng stepped out, showing not a trace of the principal's usual authority. Lin Luyan watched this scene in utter shock. When she had brought Lin Ping to Huiwu High before, they had either been harassed by teachers or mocked by the dean of discipline. Yet now, the school's highest authority was so kind, even somewhat obsequious. It felt utterly surreal to her. Sis, I've got a few white-tier items here. Take them apart and sell them. You don't have to sell tofu anymore, getting up at dawn and working late without making any money. Lin Ping pulled out all the white-tier items from his backpack inventory. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of square meters of office space were completely filled. Watching this scene, Lin Luoyan's face was filled with disbelief. Her gaze drifted toward Lin Ping before her, growing hazy. After a long moment, she finally broke into a radiant smile. Brother, you've grown up and become so amazing. Lin Ping was infected by Lin Luoyan's smile and couldn't help but smile too. The siblings shared a few moments of laughter in the office before setting to work organizing the white equipment together. At that very moment, outside the school gate, Wang Lu stood surrounded by a dozen middle-aged men. They had been waiting here for over an hour, and the school gates had even closed. Yet Lin Ping was nowhere to be seen, causing Wang Lu's brow to furrow deeply. What was going on? Could Lin Ping have somehow learned of his plan ahead of time and climbed over the wall to escape? But that couldn't be possible. He had instructed his uncle to cordon off the entire area surrounding the school long ago. Unless Lin Ping could fly, there was absolutely no way he could have escaped. But just then, Wang Lu suddenly recalled the scene where Lin Ping had suddenly appeared to snatch the boss. Had he already fled? The thought sent Wang Lu into a rage. Uncle, don't wait any longer. That bastard's definitely already fled. He's packing his things right now. I know where his shop is, you guys come with me. At that, Wang Lu immediately turned and led a dozen men toward the shop where Lin Luyan usually sold tofu. But neither Lin Ping nor Lin Luyan were to be found here, which only made Wang Lu more furious. He ordered his men to smash the shop to pieces, then sent others to find out where Lin Ping lived. Little did they know, Lin Ping and Lin Luyan were inside the school grounds at that very moment. Hello, hello. You must be Lin Ping, right? A middle-aged man dressed in a dark purple uniform beamed as he grasped Lin Ping's right hand. Lin Ping recognized the man immediately. It was Mayor Feng Hokai. If the city's population were divided into tiers, the Zhang family, to which Zhang Ruomeng belonged, might be considered 4th tier. Feng Qing would likely be 3rd tier, while Wang Lu and his followers were probably 2nd tier. But Mayor Feng Hokai was undoubtedly the city's supreme figure, standing above even the 1st tier. Without the alliance and the nation, Feng Hokai would be the city's undisputed local overlord. And now, Feng Hokai stood smiling broadly as he shook hands with Lin Ping. It was well known that even 4th-tier families would dream of catching a glimpse of Feng Hokai, let alone shaking hands with him while he wore such a warm smile. Hello, Mayor Feng. I'm Lin Ping. Lin Ping nodded in response. After exchanging pleasantries, Feng Hokai finally revealed the purpose of his visit. He glanced at Feng Qing, who sat stiffly across the sofa, and asked with a smile, Mr. Lin Ping, first, congratulations on becoming the top student at Huiwu High School and achieving that distinction as a level 16 thief. If it's possible, I have a favor to ask. I wonder if you'd mind, Mr. Lin Ping. Hearing this, Lin Ping understood the purpose of Feng Hotsai's visit. After all, the only things about him that could attract Feng Hotsai's attention were his class and level. So the next question would surely be about the key to leveling up. Now, Lin Ping faced two choices, reveal or conceal. First, his level was impossible to conceal. As a rogue who had risen to the top ranks, everyone knew he must possess secrets to leveling up. Later, he would also take the college entrance exam, competing for the top honors. Moreover, being open and honest didn't mean revealing everything. More importantly, he needed protection to develop not just for himself, but for Lin Luyan too. And the biggest backer was right before his eyes. After a moment of deep contemplation, Lin Ping gave a firm nod. Seeing this, Feng Hotsai's smile grew even warmer. Through their back-and-forth exchange, Feng Hokai quickly grasped the gist of the situation. Lin Ping wasn't foolish enough to mention the system. He simply explained that he possessed a hidden skill. Within 100 meters, he could steal items from people of lower level and attributes than himself, though the success rate was extremely low. Even so, this skill earned Feng Hotsai's enthusiastic praise. He even gave Lin Ping his personal phone number, assuring him that he could call Feng Hokai anytime with any request. As long as it was within his power, he would do his utmost to help. Hearing these promises of great rewards, Lin Ping immediately became less polite. He directly demanded the operating rights to a shop and brought up the matter concerning Wang Lu. Chapter 11, Storm Clouds Gathering. A cold gleam flashed in Feng Hotsai's eyes at Lin Ping's words. Though he held high rank and power, he was no stranger to the ways of the world. The implication in Lin Ping's words was crystal clear. He intended to use Feng Hochai's influence to uproot the entire Wang family. How do you propose to handle it? Feng Hokai set down his teacup, his tone calm yet carrying an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. Lin Ping felt a chill in his heart. He knew Feng Hokai was testing him. He had no desire to exterminate them completely, but the Wang family's actions demanded a lesson. If left unchecked, it would surely become a source of endless trouble in the future. Wang Lu has repeatedly stirred trouble, and his father has encouraged and condoned such behavior. Their actions are truly disheartening. Lin Ping paused before continuing. I understand the Wang family operates a liquor business. Might there be irregularities in their operations? I humbly request Mayor Feng to investigate thoroughly. At these words, a sharp gleam flashed in Feng Hochai's eyes. Lin Ping's remarks, seemingly casual, struck directly at the heart of the matter. The Wang family's liquor business was substantial, and shady dealings were bound to be involved. A thorough investigation would surely uncover problems. Rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and show no leniency. Feng Hochai declared with unwavering resolve. He understood well the principle that water can both support and overturn a boat. Families like the Wangs, who abused their power to bully others, would only erode public trust in the government and ultimately undermine the foundations of society if left unchecked. Lin Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him. He knew that once Feng Hochai made a promise, he would see it through. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply to Feng Hochai. Thank you, Mayor Feng. Feng Hochai smiled as he helped Lin Ping up. No need for such formality between us. You possess extraordinary talent and boundless potential. Your future achievements will be immeasurable. Luzhou City still needs young talents like you to protect it. Warmth filled Lin Ping's heart as he sensed the sincerity in Feng Hochai's words. He was no saint, nor was he detached from the realities of life. He needed strength, but even more, he needed the assurance that would allow him to grow with peace of mind. Feng Hokai had undoubtedly given him that promise. After seeing Feng Houkai off, Lin Ping escorted Lin Luyan home. Xiaoping, are you really going to take the Gaokao dungeon? It's incredibly dangerous in there, Lin Luyan asked anxiously as she tidied up. Though she didn't understand the Gaokao dungeon, she knew it was fraught with peril. One misstep could cost him his life. Sis, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Lin Ping reassured her with a smile. I'm not the little kid who let people push me around anymore. I'll protect myself and I'll protect you too. Lin Luyan looked at her younger brother, now taller than herself, and felt a mix of emotions. Lin Ping had grown up. He no longer needed her protection, instead, he had become her pillar of strength. Alright, I believe you, Lin Luyan murmured, her eyes glistening. She reached out and gently stroked Lin Ping's cheek. Be extremely careful in there. Know your limits, understand? Got it, sis. Sis, we won't make tofu anymore. Lin Ping said to Lin Luyan, who had wiped away her tears beside him. Alright, I'll listen to you. But we still have a few orders to finish first. Honesty comes first in everything we do. Lin Luyan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled warmly. Hearing her words, Lin Ping shook his head. He naturally didn't want to, but since his sister insisted, he accompanied her to finish the orders. They arrived at Luyan Tofu Shop. As soon as they entered the shop, Lin Luyan ushered Lin Ping to a small table to sit down. Ever since she was little, she had never let Lin Ping lift a finger. She did all the work herself. Watching her busy figure, Lin Ping felt a slight sting in his nose. He resolved to free his sister from her current life someday. He would become the strongest decomposer and give them both a better life. Lin Ping. So you were here after all. Wang Lu stormed into the tofu shop with a dozen men, their faces twisted with fury. Armed with clubs, they began rampaging the moment they entered. One kicked down the glass door at the entrance, while another tore down the shop sign. Lin Ping sprang to his feet, shielding his sister behind him like a protective eagle guarding its young. Lin Luyan was still in a daze. Outside the shop, neighbors gathered to watch, yet no one dared step forward to intervene. Wang Lu's brazen arrogance had the onlookers frozen in fear. Though Lin Luyan felt fear in her heart, seeing her brother's resolute back brought her some peace. She suddenly realized this younger brother of hers was actually taller than she was. He was just too thin. He needed to bulk up. Wang Lu, you're asking for death. Lin Ping said coldly. He was no longer the lone, powerless thief with no future. Now he had the confidence to confront a noble like Wang Lu. Especially when it came to those who threatened his sister, he had zero tolerance. Wang Lu's eyes flashed with madness as he roared at Lin Ping, Lin Ping, today I'll make you understand the consequences of crossing me, Wang Lu. I'll destroy your tofu shop and see how you survive. Lin Ping responded coldly, Wang Lu, you're nothing but a coward, only capable of underhanded deeds behind people's backs. If you're truly skilled, challenge me. Wang Lu, enraged by Lin Ping's words, lunged forward. Just then, the screech of brakes echoed through the air. The crowd parted to make way as Wang Peng, the head of the Wang family, hurried over with his men. Wang Lu's expression grew even more arrogant upon seeing him. See? My father's here. Your tofu shop will vanish from this city. Lin Ping's face darkened. The Wang family was courting death. He had already informed Feng Houkai about their affairs. Originally, he had intended to make the Wang family suffer some financial losses. Now, he was determined to uproot them completely, not for any other reason, but to vent his sister's anger. Dad. You came to back me up, right? Don't worry, Uncle and I can handle it. Wang Lu declared triumphantly. Wang Peng glanced at the wrecked tofu shop, then whipped around to stare at his son. Rage nearly boiled over in his eyes. Seeing his father's glare, Wang Lu's defiant attitude vanished instantly. His heart skipped a beat as he sensed trouble brewing. Dad, what? Wang Peng said in a low voice, Wang Lu, what are you doing here? You treat my words like they're just passing wind. Wang Lu stammered, unsure how to respond. Smack! A slap landed across his face. Wang Lu was stunned. He clutched his stinging cheek, staring at Wang Peng in disbelief. The surrounding crowd erupted into a buzz of whispers. The scene was explosive. The Wang family was renowned as a wealthy dynasty, yet now Wang Lu had been publicly humiliated by Wang Peng. It was utterly shocking. Some had already recorded videos and posted them online. Wang Peng turned to Lin Ping, his tone suddenly softening. Mr. Lin, I've heard about today's incident. My son was in the wrong. I apologize to you and your sister on his behalf. He then turned to Wang Lu and commanded sternly, kneel down and apologize to Lin Ping and his sister immediately. What? Wang Lu froze. He never expected his father to demand such a thing. The public humiliation had already shattered his pride. Now he was being forced to kneel into Lin Ping, someone he looked down on as a lowly nobody? No way. Chapter 12, Peace Talks Fail. Damn it, did you not hear me? Wang Peng was on the verge of exploding. Wang Lu saw Wang Peng this furious for the first time. Thud. He knelt down. Her face still bore traces of unwillingness and a burning ache. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, Lin Ping, I was wrong. I'm sorry. His pride was utterly shattered. Wang Lu felt like dying. How could Dad do this? I'm your son. Wang Ping turned to Lin Ping, his expression shifting into a smile. Mr. Lin, my son is a troublemaker. He has apologized and will face further punishment under our family rules. Is that satisfactory? Wang Lu's eyes widened in horror. The memory of that thorn-covered cane in the ancestral hall sent shivers down his spine. After this round of discipline, he'd be skinned alive. Dad! Shut up! Wang Ping snapped, turning to glare at his son before shifting his gaze back to Lin Ping. He was deeply anxious inside. That very morning, he'd received sudden notice that the municipal government would seal all Wang family warehouses and revoke their operating licenses. This was tantamount to severing the very roots of the Wang family. That was why he'd rushed over to try and smooth things over. But now this useless son was ignoring his warnings and deliberately provoking Lin Ping again. If this weren't his own flesh and blood, he'd have the urge to kill him. Watching this unfold, Lin Ping couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He knew Feng Hochai was undoubtedly orchestrating this behind the scenes. Feng Hochai sure worked fast. First Qian Jin arrived from the academy, and now Wang Ping, the family head himself, had personally come. It was clear Feng Hochai was deeply invested in Lin Ping's affairs. Without Wang Lianong's interference, the two sides might have reached a compromise. But now? Lin Ping stood coldly at the entrance of the tofu shop and declared, I have no interest in meddling in your Wang family affairs. But whoever dares to bully my sister, I won't let them off the hook. Please leave. A chill ran down Wang Ping's spine, and his body swayed dangerously close to collapse. Lin Ping's stance was crystal clear, there was nothing more to discuss. He glanced at his son once more, his rage boiling over. Seeing no room for compromise, he straightened up and waved his hand. In that case, I'll take my leave. Wang Ping knew further words were futile. He needed to act fast, reach out to his connections and pull strings. Perhaps he could still avert the Wang family's downfall. He turned and headed back to his car to leave, sparing himself further humiliation. As for Lin Ping, he had no time to spare on him now. By the next day, the news had set Luzhou City ablaze. News of the Wang family's liquor business being shut down spread like wildfire through every street and alley. Did you hear? The Wang family is finished. Serves them right. They've been oppressing the common folk with their wicked deeds all along. Word is Mayor Feng personally ordered a thorough investigation. Looks like the Wang family can't escape this time. Rumors swirled like a whirlwind, turning the Wang family into a target for public outrage. Inside the Wang family villa, Wang Ping's face turned ashen as he slammed his palm down, shattering the rosewood coffee table before him. Damn it! It's all that little bastard's doing. Wang Ping was beyond furious. He never imagined that the empire he had painstakingly built over decades would be destroyed in an instant. Master, what should we do now? Asked Oldly, the butler, trembling with fear. He had served Wang Ping for decades and had never seen him so utterly lost control. What should we do? What else could we possibly do? Wang Ping roared. I, Wang Ping, have navigated the business world for decades. What storms haven't I weathered? A mere Lin Ping thinks he can bring down the Wang family? He's delusional. Sir, you mean? A sharp gleam flashed in Old Li's eyes. Wang Ping was getting serious. Contact the black market. Issue a bounty. I want Lin Ping dead. A ruthless glint flashed in Wang Ping's eyes. He intended to make it clear to everyone, cross Wang Ping, and there was only one outcome: death. Meanwhile, Lin Ping was having lunch with Lin Luyan in the school cafeteria. Xiaoping, tell me honestly, did you do something to the Wang family? Lin Luyan set down her chopsticks, her face filled with concern. Though innocent, she knew the Wang family wasn't to be trifled with. Now that their estate had been sealed, they wouldn't let it rest. Lin Ping picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in his sister's bowl, smiling as he said, Sis, don't worry. I've got this under control. What happened to the Wang family was their own doing. They have no one to blame but themselves. Lin Luyan tried to say more, but Lin Ping cut her off. Alright, sis, stop worrying. I know what I'm doing. You should be thinking about what we'll sell once we get the shop's operating rights. Lin Luyan sighed helplessly. She knew her younger brother had always been determined since childhood. Once he made up his mind, nothing could sway him. Let me think. How about we sell buns? My bun-making skills are top-notch, guaranteed to leave you craving more. Lin Luyan said, a confident smile lighting up her face. Sis, selling buns? With your decomposition mastery skill, breaking down white gear would make 1,000 times more money than selling buns. Lin Ping chimed in from the side. Lin Luyan frowned, still unconvinced. Xiaoping, stop talking nonsense. Where would I even find that much gear to deconstruct? Selling buns is a much more reliable business. Lin Ping patted his chest emphatically. Sis, trust me. I can get the gear. Leave it to me. Lin Luyan shook her head. Xiaoping, it's not that I don't trust you, but this sounds too far-fetched. You can't just say you'll get gear and then magically have it. Lin Ping smiled and took her hand. Sis, trust me. It'll definitely work out. Lin Luyan gazed into Lin Ping's confident eyes. Though lingering worries remained, she felt strangely convinced he might just pull it off. How strange. Still, Lin Luyan didn't argue further. Alright then, Xiaoping. But you can't do anything illegal. We'll earn our money honestly. If it really doesn't work out, your sister will take care of you. Lin Ping nodded vigorously. My sister's the best. From now on, little brother's life depends entirely on you, sis. You bet. Lin Luyan declared triumphantly, hands on her hips. Then she couldn't help but burst into laughter herself, her body shaking with mirth as her hair danced lightly with her movements. Lin Ping could tell this laughter came straight from her heart. Seeing her brother succeed brought immense satisfaction to Lin Luyan, who had invested so much in him. After finishing their meal, Lin Luyan headed home while Lin Ping returned to his dorm. He sat down to examine his attribute panel. Name, Lin Ping. Class, Rogue. Level, 16-15-900. Strength, 148. Agility, 96 plus 3%. Spirit, 106. Constitution, 93. Aura, Radiant Blue Sage's Blessing. Skills, Steal, Disguise. Talent, none. Hidden skill, Flying Dragon Cloud Reaching Hand. Equipment, Venomous Thunder Crossbow, Cloud Thunder Boots Red Gear with Scaling, Violet Thunder Dagger. Lin Ping carefully analyzed the data. Strength still needs boosting. Agility bonuses must be fully leveraged. Spirit and Constitution can't be neglected either. Frowning, he contemplated his next leveling strategy. The Gaokao instance I must focus all my energy on leveling up and securing better gear. Lin Ping resolved silently. Chapter 13, Dungeon Peril. Soon, the National College entrance exam arrived. At the gathering point, students looked tense yet hopeful, whispering about the Gaokao dungeon to familiar faces. The entire venue buzzed with a humming commotion. Lin Ping stood among the crowd, his gaze calmly sweeping the surroundings. Strange, where's Wan Lu? A classmate murmured under his breath. The Wang family's been blacklisted. I heard he fled the city with his family. How could he possibly care about the college entrance exam? Another student whispered back. Ha! Wang Lu was always so arrogant, acting like some rich kid. Now he's finished. Feels so satisfying. One student exclaimed with satisfaction he was among those bullied by Wang Lu. His words drew murmurs of agreement from those around him, revealing how long everyone had suffered under Wang Lu. Whoever the big shot was who got the Wang family banned, well done. Zhang Ruomeng stood nearby, her gaze toward Lin Ping complex and conflicted. Through her family connections, she had long known the truth. It was Lin Ping who had approached Mayor Feng Hokai to propose the ban on the Wang family. Just days ago, Lin Ping had been an obscure nobody, his profession nothing more than a lowly thief. Yet in such a short time, he'd managed to bring down an entire prominent family. All of this stemmed from Lin Ping's terrifying talent. He leveled up 16 times in the graduation dungeon, far surpassing any genius before him. After returning and questioning her older brother, Zhang Ruomeng learned the truth about Lin Luyan. She understood she had misunderstood Lin Ping. Yet her pride refused to let her bow her head. Especially since he was a classmate she once looked down upon. Yet Lin Ping was no longer the same person. Her eldest brother even instructed that a genius like Lin Ping should cultivate connections, as he held immense promise for the family's future. What a dilemma! Once she had looked down on Lin Ping, but now that he had become so powerful, she couldn't help but feel regret and awkwardness. Principal Feng Qing stepped forward and announced loudly, "Students, the college entrance exam dungeon is about to open. This is a crucial moment that will shape your futures. Don't be nervous." His gaze lingered deliberately on Lin Ping, eyes brimming with expectation. Lin Ping was now the school's entire hope, its precious treasure. Lin Ping felt Feng Qing's gaze and gave a slight nod. Whispers rippled through the surrounding students. Lin Ping is so powerful now, he might just shine brightly in the college entrance exams. Yeah, who would have thought that Lin Ping, who used to get bullied by Wang Lu, would achieve so much now? Lin Ping listened to these remarks, his heart remaining largely unmoved. Quiet, everyone. Prepare to enter the dungeon. Feng Qing's voice rang out again. This time, the mayor will lead everyone into the Gaokao dungeon. The students were stunned to hear the mayor would be leading them into the Gaokao dungeon, and whispers erupted among them. The mayor himself is leading the team? This Gaokao dungeon must be something special. Looks like the higher-ups are taking this college entrance exam seriously. Amidst the anticipation, Feng Hokai strode steadily forward. His presence made the atmosphere even more solemn, and the students instinctively straightened their posture. Feng Qing, upon seeing Feng Hokai's arrival, respectfully bowed. Then, with swift hand movements, he activated the entrance to the dungeon. A gate shimmering with light slowly opened, its interior shrouded in indistinct void. It was the same green screen format as before. With prior experience under their belts, everyone remained relatively composed. Good luck, everyone! Feng Qing called out loudly. Lin Ping followed the crowd into the instance. After a flash of light, he was randomly assigned to an oak forest. No sooner had he found his footing than a massive solitary mountain wolf burst from the trees, claws extended, lunging toward him. This was a level 10 monster. Lin Ping swiftly sidestepped the attack, thrusting his purple lightning dagger toward the wolf without hesitation. Leveraging his level advantage and gear, he swiftly dispatched the beast. Ding! Your level has increased. Gained experience plus 30. Lin Ping didn't pause, continuing to search the oak forest for traces of the solitary mountain wolves. After slaying 10 solitary mountain wolves in succession, Lin Ping's level had risen significantly. Just as he prepared to rest briefly, he heard footsteps approaching. Several students wearing uniforms from other schools approached. Thinking they were fellow monster hunters, Lin Ping started to greet them, only to notice their hostile glances. Weapons in hand, they charged straight at him. "Oomph, Lin Ping, we finally found you," one of the students snarled. Lin Ping was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a hostile attack in the college entrance exam dungeon. He reacted swiftly, swinging his dagger to counterattack. "Why are you attacking me? This violates the college entrance exam regulations," Lin Ping shouted angrily as he fought back. "Don't ask questions. Killing you means one less competitor for our school." Simultaneously, the other students launched their attacks, relentless and merciless. Such viciousness just to eliminate a competitor? Rage ignited within Lin Ping as he activated his camouflage skill. Hiding behind the grass, he fired poison darts from his short crossbow. Several poison bolts flew out, striking the students. Those equipped with defenses managed to block the attack, but they were immediately startled and retreated in panic. Lin Ping spotted one individual slowed by the poison, unable to escape in time. Seizing the opportunity, he approached and used Cloud Dragon's reach to steal the opponent's attributes. Ding! Steal successful. Strength 10, Agility 8, Spirit 5. Vajra Underpants White equipment increases strength by 10, defends against localized attacks by 200. Seeing the underwear in his hand, Lin Ping tossed it aside in disgust, fearing it might smell. The stolen attributes further weakened the already poisoned and weakened enemy, plunging them into a second wave of exhaustion. Lin Ping grabbed him by the collar and roared, "Speak! Why did you attack me?" The student turned pale. Under Lin Ping's intimidating glare, he stammered out a confession. "It was Uncle Wang Lu's family who put a bounty on you. They got caught up in the Wang family's troubles and were demoted to non-staff members. They're full of resentment, so they posted a bounty on the black market, telling all students taking the college entrance exam to take you out. He promised a huge reward if anyone could kill you during the exam." Hearing this, Lin Ping's rage burned even hotter. He never imagined the Wang Lu family could be so vicious. Even after their clan's downfall, they still sought every means to take revenge on him. Damn them! They've lost their minds. Lin Ping gritted his teeth. He released the student, watching him flee in panic before suddenly letting out a cold laugh. "Want to kill me? We'll see if you have the guts. In the end, who knows who will be the one finished off." Lin Ping calmed himself and continued exploring the oak forest. Not long after, Lin Ping heard faint sounds approaching from nearby. He halted cautiously, observing his surroundings. Several figures emerged from the woods. "Lin Ping, you won't escape this time," one of them shouted. Lin Ping sneered coldly, "Is barking all you dogs from the Wang family know how to do? Come lick your daddy's toes." With that, he charged toward the students. The students erupted in fury. Though driven by the 100,000 bounty, they were essentially earning honest money. Lin Ping had insulted their honor. Fueled by rage and the lure of the reward, they unleashed their full power and charged forward. Chapter 14, The Heist, Thunder Exposure Hammer. Lin Ping moved with blinding speed. He collided with the charging students in an instant. One student raised his weapon to block, only to be kicked flying by Lin Ping, his body sent tumbling. He slammed hard into a tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He slid down the trunk afterward. Several nearby companions were startled. Such overwhelming power was truly terrifying. "It's not over yet." Lin Ping suddenly jerked his head up, his red thunder boots boosting his agility as he hoisted the classmate who'd just fallen and slammed him into the crowd. "Ah! This can't be possible." The students from the other school who had been knocked aside stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in disbelief. "His strength is terrifying." Another student seized the chance to sneak attack Lin Ping from behind. Yet Lin Ping seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He sidestepped the blow and countered with a powerful strike, knocking the attacker flat to the ground. "Impossible. So strong. This level is beyond our wildest imagination." The student clutched his chest, screaming in terror. Lin Ping sneered coldly, "You bunch of level 10 scrubs think you can take me on? I'm a level 16 rogue." Level 16. No wonder he's so powerful. The Wang family's so shady they didn't warn us beforehand. We almost got killed. Faced with Lin Ping's overwhelming attack power, the surrounding students cursed the Wang family's ancestors 18 generations back and every woman in their family. Spread out. Some quick-witted ones immediately spotted Lin Ping's weakness. This tactic proved effective. No matter how formidable his attacks were, Lin Ping couldn't possibly pursue every single one of them at once. Seeing them retreat, Lin Ping did not pursue. He proceeded methodically with his monster grinding. Ding! Your level has increased. Ding! Your level has increased. As the system notification sounded, Lin Ping's strength steadily increased. Near a damaged stone pillar, Feng Houkai stood below. He watched as several students from other academies emerged from the nearby bushes, a faint smile playing on his lips. In truth, Wang Lu's uncle had posted a bounty on the black market, instructing all college entrance exam students to target Lin Ping. He believed the mayor had already received this information. Even before the bounty notice was officially released, intelligence had already landed on his desk. But the national college entrance exam was a life or death trial. If Lin Ping couldn't endure this trial, then there was no point wasting much effort on him. Whoever got eliminated deserved it, they simply lacked the talent. To prevent the black market bounty from disrupting the entire exam schedule, he personally led a team into the dungeon alongside the other trainees. By the time Lin Ping reached the dungeon and began clearing monsters, Feng Ho had already been informed. He watched from nearby as students from other academies confronted Lin Ping, eager to see just how capable the boy truly was. Unexpectedly, the academy students who attacked him were defeated one after another. This Lin Ping is truly impressive. Worthy of cultivation. Feng Houkai watched the panicked retreat of the other academy students, a smile spreading across his face. Lin Ping had just used his poisonous thunder crossbow to kill 2 cave bears. Luck was on his side. Yulong reached out and grabbed a white tier item, the rock shield, which blocked 300 points of physical damage. Salad. Salad. A faint rustling sound came from the bushes. Leaning his back against the tree trunk, Lin Ping immediately activated his camouflage skill. His entire form blended seamlessly into the surrounding scenery. I saw someone just a moment ago. These 2 cave bears haven't been dead long. Lin Ping heard voices. He looked up to see 3 students in school uniforms. The leader had red hair. My cousin's family was driven to ruin by that bastard Lin Ping. They had to flee the city and become vagrant mercenaries. If you find that bastard, show him no mercy. If you can kill him, I personally will add 100,000 on top of the original bounty. Hearing his words, the followers beside him immediately lit up with excitement. Brother Biao is so generous. You're a level 15 berserker, and with the gear our clan brought this time, taking down Lin Ping is a piece of cake. We're all level 13 or 14 ourselves. Zhang Tai's class is a mage. With our squad assembled, Lin Ping won't stand a chance. Lin Ping overheard their conversation from behind a tree trunk. The guy called Brother Biao. Lin Ping had heard from Wang Lu that he was a top student at the city's second high school, named Zhao Biao. A hint of caution stirred within him. Though their individual levels couldn't match his own, with equipment buffs and sheer numbers on their side, they might just be able to take him down. Lin Ping was alone. With the black market bounty now out, he had become the target of a concerted attack by numerous academy students. Going head-to-head would be the most foolish approach. Lin Ping glanced at Zhao Biao, surrounded by the crowd ahead, and let out a cold laugh. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Flying Dragon Cloud Probing Hand. Ding! You have used Flying Dragon Cloud Probing Hand on Zhao Biao. Ding! Steal successful. You have obtained Zhao Biao's attributes. Spirit plus 15. Strength plus 40. Stamina plus 6. Agility plus 15. The system prompt sounded. Lin Ping's attributes surged instantly. Meanwhile, Zhao Biao, who had been standing with hands on hips, commanding with supreme confidence, suddenly buckled at the knees and collapsed to the ground. Thud. The sound of him hitting the ground startled the henchmen nearby who were preparing to apprehend Lin Ping. What happened, Brother Biao? Why did he suddenly fall to the ground? Quick, help Brother Biao up. Everyone scrambled to help Zhao Biao back to his feet. Zhao Biao shook his head violently. In that instant, he felt his body suddenly grow weak and feeble. His once proudly robust physique seemed unable to bear his weight, and with a flash of darkness before his eyes, he collapsed. Even now, the dizziness hadn't fully subsided. Earlier, Lin Ping had used Flying Dragon Cloud Probing Hand on Wang Lu, but due to his low level, the stolen attribute points were minimal. Now that his power had grown, a single skill strike was enough to overwhelm Zhao Biao, who was only level 15. Quickly, help Brother Biao sit down over there. Several student followers saw Zhao Biao still struggling to recover. They hurriedly helped him sit down on a nearby rock. Zhao Biao swayed his head back and forth, looking rather comical. Lin Ping couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This is what you get for messing with me. Watching Zhao Biao's henchmen fanning him and offering water, Lin Ping immediately unleashed the Flying Dragon Cloud Reaching Hand once more. Ding! Congratulations on successful theft. Acquired equipment, Thunderbolt Hammer. Thunderlight Hammer Red equipment, Spirit plus 15, Strength plus 80. Inflicts a 10% critical strike chance on enemies, with a maximum probability of 30%. Chapter 15, A Dog-Eat-Dog Situation. The familiar system alert sounded. A huge grin spread across Lin Ping's face. Holy crap! It's actually red gear. This heist really paid off big time. Zhao Biao's level was one tier lower than Lin Ping's, allowing Lin Ping's Flying Dragon Cloud Probing Hand to land with 100% effectiveness. He thought he'd just get some ordinary white gear from a quick pickpocketing job. But he never expected such a windfall. If circumstances permitted, Lin Ping would have cheered with joy right then and there. With the Thunder Exposure Hammer in hand, combined with its innate critical strike effect, Lin Ping now handled the monsters within the Gaokao dungeon with even greater ease. Thanks to my bro for delivering gear across 1,000 miles. At this moment, Zhao Biao still hadn't regained his senses. His henchmen exchanged glances, but none had a better solution. What do we do? Brother Biao's in no condition to fight now. Could it be some kind of special monster in this dungeon? Let's retreat for now and come back after resting up. They debated among themselves. At that moment, Zhang Tai stepped forward and spoke up. Even if Brother Biao is unconscious, we can still fight as a team. With me as the mage providing support and you berserkers leading the charge, even Lin Ping won't be able to hold us back. I think we should give it a shot, there's no need to leave. His suggestion made the other henchmen hesitate slightly. The black market bounty was substantial. They had followed Zhao Biao here primarily to leverage their professional levels to easily locate and kill Lin Ping, securing the reward. Plus, the auction promised an extra 100,000 yuan on top of the original bounty. Even without that 100,000 yuan bonus, the black market bounty alone was tempting enough. Then let's do it together. Right. We've still got Zhang Tai, that level 14 professional mage. Zhang Tai, cast your detection spell first to see if Lin Ping is still nearby? With the decision made, all eyes turned to Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai cleared his throat. Everyone stepped back. Hiding behind a tree, Lin Ping spotted him and immediately unleashed Flying Dragon Cloud Hand. Ding! Congratulations on successful theft. Acquired equipment, Solid Wood Mystic Light Staff. Solid Wood Mystic Light Staff White Equipment, Spirit plus 60, Strength plus 5. Plus 100 to spell power. As the system notification sounded, Lin Ping looked at the plain-looking staff sitting in his equipment slot. This must be Zhang Tai's spellcasting equipment. Meanwhile, surrounded by several henchmen and the center of attention, Zhang Tai assumed a stance, preparing to cast his detection spell. A hint of restraint flashed across Zhang Tai's face at that moment. The Zhang family wasn't particularly wealthy. Though he was a professional mage, advancing without resources was extremely difficult. He had attached himself to Zhao Biao precisely to gain access to the Zhao family's resources. He always considered himself Zhao Biao's top lieutenant. Zhao Biao always stole the spotlight, while Zhang Tai, the professional mage, remained in the shadows, quietly supporting Zhao Biao's grandstanding maneuvers time and again. Thinking back, it felt rather frustrating. Now that he finally had the chance to lead a team on his own, he was determined to make a strong impression. Watch closely. This time I'll use my staff to cast Locate spell, pinpointing Lin Ping's exact location. The moment I lock him down, everyone charges in. We'll surround him and take him down in one fell swoop. Just so we're clear, I want half the bounty, got it? He said, turning back with narrowed eyes. His fellow henchmen, who all relied on his detection skills, raised no objections at this moment. Just as he saw everyone's agreement and prepared to pull out his staff. Ha! Where's my staff? Why can't I see my mystic light staff? Just as he was about to demonstrate his abilities, when suddenly he realized his staff was gone. He always kept it close to his body. His eyes darted around in panic as he frantically searched his pockets. But he couldn't find a single trace of it. Zhang Tai was nearly in tears. This Solid Wood Mystic Light Staff was bought with money he'd saved up for ages. It was incredibly precious. He wouldn't have even taken it out to use if it weren't for this show-off moment. And now it was gone. Did you take it? Zhang Tai glared at one of his henchmen behind him, his eyes red. Not me. Not me. The henchman waved his arms frantically, desperately trying to distance himself from the accusation. Zhang Tai immediately turned to the other attendants standing nearby. Under his piercing gaze, they all took a step back in unison, each insisting it wasn't them. What the hell is going on? Who the hell took my mystic light staff? Zhang Tai felt on the verge of breaking down. Not far away, Lin Ping, who had slipped into stealth mode, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Talk about trying to show off and ending up losing your staff. Ha ha ha. Just then, one of his henchmen looked at Zhang Tai and said, "Hey, you wouldn't happen to be clueless about detection spells, would you?" The other henchman heard him and also looked doubtful. "Yeah, you're a level 14 professional mage. Without a staff, you can't cast spells? You're useless." Hearing his minion's words, Zhang Tai descended into madness, clenching his hands into claw-like fists in sheer rage. He was on the verge of breaking down. A level 14 mage could naturally cast detect magic from thin air, but without the mystic light staff, how could he possibly care about detecting any damn location? This was his most treasured possession, an item as vital to him as his own life. Whoever the hell is talking about me is gonna get it. Zhang Tai fixed his fierce gaze on the henchman across from him. The others behind them were also startled. Normally, they were all under Zhao Biao's command, with no real hierarchy among them. This time, they were merely seeking to borrow Zhang Tai's detection spell, hence their deference. Seeing him lose his temper, the henchmen immediately grew angry themselves. What are you playing at? Thinking of a fight? We're professional berserkers. Who's afraid of who? Let's take him down. All of them had hot-tempered personalities, and Jiang Tai's attitude had pushed them over the edge. They charged at him in unison. Jiang Tai quickly cast several stun spells. It briefly slowed the henchman's attack speed, but professional mages aren't skilled in close combat. He was immediately grabbed by a professional berserker, pinned to the ground, and pounded relentlessly. A piercing scream erupted instantly. Taking advantage of their infighting, Lin Ping immediately targeted the henchman tangled in combat ahead, unleashing Flying Dragon Cloud Reaching Hand. Ding! You cast Flying Dragon Cloud Hand on Jiang Tai. Ding! Steal successful. You have obtained Jiang Tai's attributes. Spirit plus 20. Strength plus 5. Stamina plus 10. Agility plus 5. Ding! Congratulations on successful theft. Obtained the Wolf's Blood Fang Blade. Amidst a series of system notification chimes, Lin Ping was brimming with loot. Chapter 16, Unexpected Level Up. Lin Ping caught sight of the item in his equipment slot. Without pausing to inspect it, he immediately vanished in a flash. The technique of using Flying Dragon Cloud Probing Hand to steal attributes and items had already been demonstrated earlier. Who knows if Wan Lu had already told Zhao Biao about this? By the time those guys snapped out of it, they'd likely figure out he was behind it. Now was the perfect moment to slip away. As the renowned literary figure Lu Sun once said, "I came softly, and I depart softly. With a wave of my sleeve, I take away a great deal of gear." Lin Ping only stopped moving once he confirmed it was safe. Glancing at the gear inside his backpack, a smile spread across his face. Though most were white-tier gear, stealing Zhao Biao's Thunder Exposure Hammer was a pleasant surprise. Arg! A massive two-tailed tiger charged toward him. A level 16 aura flickered above its head. Holy crap, a high-level monster. Lin Ping couldn't help but exclaim, quickly retreating. The two-tailed tiger possessed superior agility and far greater strength than ordinary monsters, making it extremely difficult to handle. How could such a high-level monster possibly appear in this outer zone? As Lin Ping pondered, the twin-tailed tiger let out a low growl and lunged forward. Its massive paws slammed into the ground, tearing huge cracks into the earth. The resulting shockwave nearly sent Lin Ping tumbling to the ground. Fortunately, a large tree stood beside him. He clung to it with all his strength, narrowly avoiding a fall. After this brief pause, the twin-tailed tiger had already closed in rapidly. Double-tailed tiger skill, Tiger Claw Explosion. Attack bonus, 20%. Plus a tearing effect. If it hits a player, it can instantly kill a level 10 professional player. Even a level 16 player wouldn't survive more than a few hits. Seeing such devastating power, Lin Ping couldn't help but feel a chill. Generally, monsters of the same level are far stronger than human players. The thickness of the health bar above its head was already approaching that of a boss encountered in a graduation dungeon. Lin Ping didn't want to fight head-on here. There were still many students in the Gaokao dungeon hunting him down for black market bounties. Exhausting his stamina here would leave him defenseless against those pursuers later. Just as Lin Ping rounded a tree and turned into the woods, the grasses rustled violently. A massive black shadow lunged out from within. Two thick, long tails lashed back and forth, instantly shattering and bending nearby saplings until they hung limp on the ground. Another double-tailed tiger? Seeing those signature twin tails, Lin Ping's eyes widened in shock. Encountering a level 16 monster in the outer zone was already formidable enough. He never expected two to appear at once. Before his thoughts could fully form, another twin-tailed tiger suddenly lunged forward. 3. All three double-tailed tigers formed a triangular formation, facing Lin Ping directly and completely surrounding him. Are you kidding me? Did I forget to check the almanac before leaving today? A bead of sweat formed on Lin Ping's forehead, hanging precariously before the foremost tiger let out a fierce growl and lunged toward him. Its claws burst forth. Lin Ping swiftly sidestepped, drew his poison-tipped crossbow, and pulled the trigger. A flash of light exploded with a bang. The poison-tipped bolt struck the double-tailed tiger mid-leap. The blood bar dipped slightly, but the twin-tailed tiger's momentum didn't waver. Two fiery-tailed beasts lurking nearby instantly closed in, launching a pincer attack. The situation was extremely perilous. Flying Dragon Cloud Reaching Hand. Lin Ping shouted. Ding! You have cast Flying Dragon Cloud Reaching Hand on the two-tailed tiger. Ding! Steal successful. You have obtained the double-tailed tiger's attributes. Spirit plus 6. Strength plus 20. Stamina plus 50. Agility plus 20. The system's voice rang out. The two-tailed tiger that had just lunged forward suddenly halted mid-air, plummeting to the ground where it rolled and crashed into the edge of a nearby tree root. Two more twin-tailed tigers charged forward. If Lin Ping didn't have a good countermeasure now, he would be seriously injured immediately. Facing a level 16 monster attack, his chances of survival were slim. No choice. I have to use it. Lin Ping fumbled through his backpack and pulled out the Thunder Blast hammer. After a flash of light, a massive hammer with a threaded handle appeared in Lin Ping's hands. Lightning arcs danced across its surface. The entire hammer was enveloped in electric light, radiating immense destructive power. Get out of the way! Lin Ping roared. Accompanying his shout, the thunder exposure hammer instantly came crashing down. A blinding white light, centered on Lin Ping and crackling with lightning, instantly radiated outward. The edges of the light took on a needle-like, bristly form. The radiating light engulfed the two double-tailed tigers that had just lunged forward. "Awah! Awah!" Accompanied by wretched cries, both twin-tailed tigers were pinned to the ground by the immense force. The light refracted through Lin Ping's eyes, clearly showing the health bars above the two double-tailed tigers' heads deflate, dwindling to just 1/5. What incredible power! Lin Ping was stunned. He never imagined the thunder exposure hammer would be this devastating on its first use. But there was no time for amazement. Lin Ping swiftly drew his poisonous crossbow and fired an arrow into one of the twin-tailed tigers. The critical hit combined with the poison effect instantly emptied its health bar. After witnessing the demise of the two three-tailed tigers, Lin Ping pressed forward to confront the first double-tailed tiger. He thrust the thunder exposure hammer deep into its neck. Ding! You gained plus 100 EXP. Ding! You gained plus 100 EXP. Ding! You gained plus 100 EXP. The system notification chime rang out repeatedly. Lin Ping collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained by the ordeal. Finally, he used the thunder exposure hammer to take down two double-tailed tigers. Otherwise, today might have been the end for him. Thinking about it, he really was lucky. Thanks to Zhao Biao for delivering gear across 1,000 miles +1. Congratulations! Player level increased. You have gained plus 50 EXP. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Ping, who had leaned against a tree trunk to rest for a moment, froze in surprise. He hadn't expected to level up. But then again, it made sense. 3 level 16 double-tailed tigers, though the encounter had been perilous, nearly costing him his life. But fortune favors the bold. Having survived, the experience points he gained were naturally incredibly generous. Lin Ping couldn't help but rub his hands together, a delighted smile spreading across his face. With his level up, his chances of survival in the Gaokao dungeon had greatly increased. If he encountered Zhao Biao's gang again, Lin Ping could now confront them head-on instead of hiding nearby and secretly unleashing skills. Meanwhile, several miles away in a forest, Zhao Bao regained consciousness. Where am I? Where's my mom? Where's old Wang, the housekeeper? Brother Biao, this is the Gaokao dungeon, not your home. His henchman reminded him. Zhao Biao lifted his head to find Zhang Tai and several henchmen standing beside him, their faces bruised and swollen. What happened to you guys? What's going on? I remember we were going to find Lin Ping. Where is he? Zhao Biao asked his men standing before him. Chapter 17, Chance Encounter with Zhang Ruomeng. Zhang Tai rubbed his bruised eye socket and gritted out, that sly bastard got away. While we were searching, my Xuanguang staff vanished. I suspect Lin Ping stole it. The thought of losing his mystic light staff made Zhang Tai want to cry. He had spent his entire savings to buy that equipment, only to have it stolen before he even got to use it. It was truly unbearable. Though he had no proof, he was 90% certain Lin Ping was the thief. Thieves are born with the skill to steal. Sleazy, despicable, pfft. Realizing what had happened, Zhao Biao sat up. He flexed his arms, feeling his strength returning, though his entire body still felt weak and sluggish. But as the leader, he still walked over, patted Zhang Tai on the shoulder, and offered comfort. Forget about the gear for now. I'll get you a replacement later. Once we catch Lin Ping, I'll give you all the gear he's carrying. Right now, we need to focus on catching him together. After Zhao Biao finished speaking, his henchmen nodded in agreement. A glimmer of hope lit up Zhang Tai's face. If that's the case, that's great, Brother Biao. You'll always be my big brother. Hey, Brother Biao, you should check if anything's missing too? Lin Ping's too sneaky. All our gear's gone. Zhao Biao casually ran his hand over his body. The sensation sent a shockwave through his massive frame, freezing him in place. What's wrong, Brother Biao? Did he steal from you too? Under the watchful eyes of the others, tears streamed down Zhao Biao's cheeks. He clenched his fists and arms in a tense posture, then roared to the heavens, "Damn it! My thunder exposure hammer's been stolen. Lin Ping, I'll never forgive you." Lin Ping scratched his ear. What was going on? Why did it feel so noisy? Never mind that for now. Perched on a tree branch, Lin Ping confirmed the area was clear of danger before opening his attribute panel. Name, Lin Ping. Class, Rogue. Level, 17280-2680. Strength, 365. Agility, 180 plus 3%. Spirit, 155. Constitution, 162. Aura, Radiant Blue Sage's Blessing. Skills, Steal, Disguise. Talent, none. Hidden skill, Flying Dragon Cloud Reaching Hand. Equipment, Venomous Thunder Crossbow, Cloud Thunder Boots Red Gear Scalable, Violet Lightning Dagger, Thunder Exposure Hammer Red Gear Scalable. Seeing the stats, a smile spread across Lin Ping's face. His efforts hadn't been in vain, his sweat had paid off. Setting aside the present moment, these premium gear sets included red tier upgradable equipment, while the ordinary white tier gear alone had already filled a significant portion of his backpack. Some were stolen from Zhao Biao's squad, while others belonged to students who had attempted to assassinate Lin Ping. He'd hand them all over to his sister for dismantling later. After all, Feng Hokai had promised the business license was finally approved. Lin Ping had long wanted his sister to open an equipment shop, leveraging the advantages of a decomposition specialist. With this massive haul of white gear, the shop will have more than enough materials. Everything was going perfectly. Just as Lin Ping was about to leap down from the tree, when suddenly, he spotted a fierce battle erupting in the nearby woods. The thunderous clashes echoed relentlessly, even causing the branches to shake violently. Looks like a fierce fight. Lin Ping shaded his eyes with his hand, standing atop the tree and peering toward the commotion. Through the haze, he glimpsed a familiar silhouette. Zhang Ruomeng? He never expected to run into her at a time like this. Just as Lin Ping recognized Zhang Ruomeng's silhouette, she vanished again into a billowing cloud of dust. Help or not? Definitely not. But I can go check it out, maybe snag some gear and experience points. Lin Ping made his decision, leaping from the branches and sprinting toward the fray. Ever since encountering those 3 double-tailed tigers earlier, something felt terribly off. The monsters in this dungeon seemed unusually abnormal. But he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was going on. Most students entering the Gaokao dungeon were below level 16. Encountering high-level monsters was extremely dangerous. He wondered if the school had even considered this. If that was the case, those students probably wouldn't be in the mood to keep chasing him anymore. Instead, Lin Ping could take advantage of the chaos to slip through the cracks. Lost in thought, Lin Ping drew closer to the battle site. As soon as he reached the outer perimeter, he saw a large tree snapped clean off at the base, crashing with a thunderous roar onto the grassy field ahead. As the tree fell, several students from different academies burst out of the dust cloud. Lin Ping recognized them all as fellow students from his academy. Among them, he spotted Zhang Ruomeng. Gone was the aloofness she'd displayed at school. Instead, she looked utterly disheveled, her normally smooth long hair tangled with broken branches. Even her battle suit was torn and covered in dust. The other academy students accompanying her were in no better shape, each face etched with panic. Some kept glancing back toward the source of the smoke and dust from which they had fled, as if something terrifying lurked there. Lin Ping stared at them in astonishment. The strongest among these academy students was only level 14. After her graduation dungeon run and with her family's resources backing her, Zhang Ruomeng had now reached level 13. As a holy light mage, protected by a berserker, shouldn't she be able to handle monsters beyond her level without looking this wretched? What kind of monster could possibly chase these people into such a state of utter disarray? As Lin Ping stared in shock, a massive figure burst out of the dust cloud. The moment he saw that figure, Lin Ping gasped in shock. Magic Armored Giant Rhinoceros. Demon Armored Giant Rhinoceros. Level, 19. Skill, Horizontal Charge. Strength 600 plus 20% critical hit. Encountering the twin-tailed tiger earlier had already been extremely rare. He was just unlucky. Who would have thought Zhang Ruomeng and the others would have even worse luck than Lin Ping? A level 19 magic armored giant rhinoceros, even just one, wasn't something these level 13-14 little karamis could handle. Don't leave me behind. A sudden, wretched cry pierced the air. A student trailing at the rear of the group stumbled over a fallen branch, losing his footing. As the colossal form of the demon armor rhinoceros charged toward him, terror froze him in place, his legs buckled, and he couldn't get up. At that moment, he could only cry out for help to his companions ahead. But in such dire straits, who would abandon their own chance of escape to save him? Save yourself, not your comrade. Human indifference was laid bare in all its starkness. Zhang Ruomeng halted in her tracks. After a moment's hesitation, she clenched her teeth and raised a wand in her hand, casting a holy light spell upon the screaming student. The student's injuries healed partially, but the shock had left him utterly paralyzed. He'd completely forgotten he could get up and run. The next instant, the monstrous horn of the magic armor rhino crashed into him. Like a sledgehammer crushing tofu, the student was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp, splattering across nearby trees and grass without exploding. A living person vanished completely, the bloody scene utterly shocking. Chapter 18, Zhang Ruomeng's Illusion, I am the strongest. Lin Ping was also startled by the sight. Let's run! The academy students nearby screamed and sped up. However, Zhang Ruomeng had been delayed for a moment while helping the academy students behind her cast holy light. Though it wasn't much time, it was enough to create a gap between her and the others. The armored giant rhinoceros from earlier showed no sign of slowing down as it closed in on Zhang Ruomeng. Holy light shield. At the critical moment, Zhang Ruomeng shouted, her hair flying wildly. Her eyes held utter terror. A level 19 monster was far beyond her current level to withstand. Holy light shield was her strongest defensive skill at present. If it failed, she would be torn apart just like that academy student who had been reduced to a bloody pulp moments ago. She had to give it everything she had. As the spell erupted, a white light bearing a hexagram instantly formed before him. The white light spun rapidly, resembling an elliptical mirror. Surrounding energy was drawn in, and the seemingly fragile light mirror was struck directly by the charging demon armor rhino. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed, yet this collision failed to breach the defense. From Lin Ping's perspective, he could clearly see sparks flying everywhere as the rhino horn at the center of the charging demon armor giant lizard's snout frictionally collided with the light shield. It was as if it had encountered an invisible barrier. A level 19 monster shouldn't be this weak, right? After observing closely, Lin Ping's eyes lit up. He noticed a massive wound on the back of the magical armor giant rhino's neck, as if torn open by something. A golden opportunity. No wonder it was struggling, it was injured. The demon armor giant still had half its health bar remaining. This wound must have played a significant role. Seizing the moment, he drew his poison-tipped crossbow, aimed at the charging demon armor rhino, and pulled the trigger. Bip bip. Several whistling sounds later, green-tipped poison darts struck the wound. The toxin spread instantly. This was the venom from a final boss in a graduation dungeon. Its potency was staggering. Defeating this monster would mean leveling up. The magic-armored giant rhino, which had been charging with remaining momentum as Lin Ping fired his crossbow bolts, stumbled, nearly crashing to the ground. For a moment, the holy light shield actually held firm. It actually blocked it. Senior Ruoming is incredible. Truly a prodigious successor to the Zhang family's core lineage. The academy students who had just sprinted away now halted in their tracks. Their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. During the battle, they had already sensed the immense power of the demon armor giant rhinoceros, which seemed to possess near invulnerability. The key issue was the demon armor giant rhinoceros's overwhelming impact force, utterly impossible to halt. Now that Zhang Ruoming's holy light shield had halted its advance, hope had returned to the group. Although the magical armor giant rhinoceros was a level 19 monster, they had numbers on their side. With Zhang Ruoming casting holy light spells to support them, there was a chance they might actually defeat this beast. The experience points would be astronomical. A hint of relief flashed across Zhang Ruoming's face. A hint of pride flickered in her heart. Who would have thought casting Holy Light Shield could actually stop this demon armor giant rhinoceros? Looks like this lady's holy light spell is pretty darn powerful after all. Once they pushed deeper into the dungeon, she could use holy light to hunt monsters below level 20. She'd make a name for herself in the Gaokao trial dungeon and take first place. At that moment, Lin Ping's image suddenly flashed through Zhang Ruoming's mind. That slender, handsome rogue who hadn't been favored by anyone had surpassed everyone else in the graduation dungeon, reaching level 16. So this time, deep within the real Gaokao dungeon, I, Zhang Ruoming, will crush every student and rank among the top in the city, even the nation. Clank! 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 The thought barely formed when the magic armor giant rhinoceros charged forward. Earlier, it had been ambushed by Lin Ping's poisonous crossbow, leaving it weakened, and now it was blocked by a mere level 14 holy light shield. This was ridiculous. The demon armor giant rhinoceros rallied its spirit, its eyes turning crimson as two streams of white vapor erupted from its nostrils. Its massive hooves stomped the ground, channeling immense power into the colossal horn between its eyes. A burst of gray light surged forth, shattering the holy light shield in an instant. What? The instant the holy light shield shattered, Zhang Ruoming's expression shifted. Without hesitation, she grabbed her staff and dashed into the crowd. Everyone, gather together. Hold off this demon-armored rhinoceros while I cast the light spear technique to slay it. Zhang Ruoming commanded in a cold, clear voice. As her arm swept through the air, a ball of light coalesced above her head, gradually taking the shape of a spear. The other academy students following her, having witnessed the previous incident, immediately rallied. They charged forward, striking the magic armor giant rhinoceros with their weapons. A dazzling array of colors erupted. Lin Ping's earlier poison arrow attack had severely disrupted the demon armor giant rhinoceros's movements, preventing it from focusing on the encircling assault. This situation greatly emboldened the academy students. They managed to chip away at the giant rhino's health bar, reducing it by more than half during the fight. While everyone else continued attacking the monster, Lin Ping quietly launched a kill shot at the magical armor giant rhinoceros. He checked his experience points just a little more and he'd reach level 19. Gaining the experience from the giant rhinoceros would allow him to level up immediately. Everyone back up. Watch my light spear technique. Zhang Ruoming shouted as he hurled a condensed beam of light. With a flick of his pale arm, it struck the magical armor giant rhinoceros's neck in an instant. The holy light tree took longer to channel but delivered greater destructive force. The giant rhino's health bar, which had been slightly above half, was now nearly depleted. It can't hold on much longer. Everyone, give it your all. The academy students shouted in unison as they relentlessly surrounded the armored rhino. Perhaps sensing its impending demise, the armored rhino suddenly went berserk. With a single jerk of its head, it sent two academy students flying, slamming them into the tree trunk. It stomped its hooves again, causing the ground to shatter and form long, deep cracks. Ah! As the screams echoed, the armored rhinoceros fixed its hateful gaze on Zhang Ruoming. Zhang Ruoming had halted its advance and dealt it a painful blow. Rumble! The demon-armored giant rhinoceros charged forward with blinding speed. Lin Ping crouched in the tree, delighted by the spectacle. Chen Ruoming had falsely accused his sister of being a mistress. Getting killed by a monster was her own fault. With no warrior class to shield her, Zhang Ruoming, a lone mage facing the enraged, charging armored giant rhinoceros, was nothing short of suicide. She was about to meet the same fate as that student who had just been turned into a pool of blood. Zhang Ruoming's beautiful eyes widened in terror, fear clutching her heart in that moment. Chapter 19, Solo slaying Lin Ping's moment of glory. Holy Light Orb. Zhang Ruoming swiftly conjured a ball of light and hurled it forward. Like a flickering light bulb, it flew out and slammed into the face of the berserking armored rhino charging toward it, exploding with a pop. This light orb couldn't even slow it down. Zhang Ruoming nervously raised her staff before her, shouting, "Holy Light Shield." In the same instant, a vertical oval-shaped mirror of light materialized mid-air, its surface etched with a hexagram pattern. Surrounding energy was drawn in, causing the entire Holy Light Shield to emit a blinding white glow. It blocked it. The academy students who had been knocked aside clenched their fists, their eyes shining with hope. Zhang Ruoming had just used the Holy Light Shield to block the demon armor giant rhinoceros. Now that the demon armor rhino's health bar had dropped so much, blocking it should be even easier than before. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Holy Light Shield, once the great hope of all, including Zhang Ruoming herself, suddenly shattered on the spot. What? Zhang Ruoming's beautiful eyes widened, her lashes trembling violently. How could it fail now when it had clearly blocked the demon armor rhino's charge moments ago? Could it be that the shield we intercepted earlier was a fake Holy Light Shield? Lin Ping surveyed the situation and realized the toxin's effect had weakened. The demon armor rhino was incredibly resilient. It didn't even slow its mad dash, charging through the light shield and closing to within mere meters of Zhang Ruoming. Zhang Ruoming instinctively spun to the side to dodge. Her dignified demeanor vanished completely. Now frantic, she dodged the flying debris from the earlier shockwave. Tangled strands of hair clung to her neck, but she had no time to fix them. Lin Ping couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy!" He realized Zhang Ruoming was fleeing straight toward the very tree she had just dodged behind. If that demonic armored giant rhinoceros charged to the tree's base, it would surely smash him and the tree right out of the ground. He didn't care whether Zhang Ruoming lived or died. The crucial thing was that he needed to pass this college entrance exam dungeon. Sensing this impending disaster, Lin Ping hesitated no longer. He aimed at the demon armored giant rhinoceros and unleashed several more poison arrows. At that very moment, the demon armored giant rhinoceros' front legs buckled, causing it to kneel to the ground. Its immense momentum propelled its massive frame forward, sending it crashing toward the tree where Lin Ping stood at an angle. Zhang Ruoming was trapped right between the tree and the magical armored giant rhinoceros. Her running speed couldn't possibly match the collision's velocity. Just as the colossal beast was about to crush her, Zhang Ruoming clenched her teeth and swiftly drew a jade talisman from her bosom. A blinding flash erupted as she vanished from her original spot, teleporting to a nearby area. Simultaneously, Lin Ping leapt to the edge of the shockwave's path. Both landed at the same moment, colliding head-on. A sweet fragrance tickled his nostrils, but Lin Ping immediately covered his nose in disgust. That collision had hurt like hell. Lin Ping. The moment she saw Lin Ping, Zhang Ruoming's pupils dilated in shock. She never imagined they'd meet under such circumstances. "What the hell are you doing burrowing into my arms? I'm reporting you for harassment," Lin Ping exclaimed angrily. "Zhang Ruoming?" Fuming, she retorted loudly, "Who's being inappropriate? You're the one being inappropriate. I was dodging that magic armored giant rhinoceros randomly, and you just happened to be right there. Did you plan this to take advantage of me? Cut it out. Like I'd ever want anything to do with you. You're hideous. And that big beast is about to get back up. Stop distracting me." Lin Ping snapped at Zhang Ruoming without mercy. Hearing Lin Ping's words, Zhang Ruoming couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her cherry red lips parted slightly in a mix of anger and shock, yet no words came out. From childhood onward, not a single soul, not even her parents, had ever called her ugly. Her entire upbringing had been filled with endless praise. Some criticized her for lacking skill, others called her arrogant, but no one had ever questioned her looks. After all, Zhang Ruoming was the top-ranked, campus-level beauty among the academy's professionals. And now Lin Ping dared to call her ugly. A massive flame erupted from Zhang Ruoming's eyes. If those flames were real, they would have reduced Lin Ping to ashes. Lin Ping had no mind to notice Zhang Ruoming's expression beside him. The demon-armored giant rhinoceros quickly scrambled to its feet. Shaking its massive head, it swiveled its eyes left and right, searching for the enemy that had attacked it. Its rage was nearing explosive levels. It had expected to easily crush these ants blocking its path. Yet it had suffered repeated defeats, even taking a few nasty falls along the way. After all, it was a level 19 monster. The instant it turned its head, it spotted Lin Ping standing side by side with Zhang Ruoming. That white-clad ant had hurt it badly with its white light attack earlier. The one standing beside it must be part of the same gang. It would only be satisfied once they were all crushed into mincemeat. Moo! The demon-armored giant rhinoceros let out a deep bellow, its hooves pounding as it charged straight toward the two. Lin Ping held his lightning dagger horizontally before leaping onto a nearby tree trunk. Zhang Ruomeng, left standing behind him, was utterly bewildered. Hey, what the hell? You just ditched me here? Extreme terror instantly flashed across Zhang Ruomeng's small face. Earlier, when Lin Ping told her to move to the edge and then charged forward himself, she assumed he was protecting her. But now she realized he actually dodged the demon armored giant rhinoceros S-charge. He dodged it. He dodged it. Zhang Ruomeng was now plunged into an incredibly dangerous situation. Even now, she'd forgotten to cast a spell for defense. Oh no, Senior Ruomeng is going to be crushed into mincemeat. This is too brutal, I can't bear to watch. Wah, my senior. Several academy students watching nearby wore expressions of anguish, some even weeping openly. But no one dared to step in and stop it at this moment. The might of the demon armor rhinoceros was all too real. Their vanished comrades stood as grim reminders. Charging forward now would be suicide. Watching the beautiful Ruomeng Senior about to lose her life, they felt helpless. The only thing they could do was cover their eyes and look away. Moo moo. A sudden, low, agonized bellow echoed through the air. The demon-armored giant rhinoceros charging toward Zhang Ruomeng began convulsing violently. Its massive frame lurched sideways, crashing into several nearby thick trees. Crash! As the beast toppled, Zhang Ruomeng's dilated pupils began to contract. Now visible was Lin Ping, standing atop the armored giant rhinoceros's head, clutching a purple hand crossbow. Several green poisoned bolts protruded glaringly from the wound on its neck. It was Lin Ping's repeated use of the poisonous short crossbow that delivered the final blow. The sustained toxic assault finally depleted the armored rhino's health bar, sparing Zhang Ruomeng from being crushed. Whoosh! 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 The colossal body of the armored rhino swept past her, its powerful gust of wind sending her hair flying wildly in all directions. Her eyes widened as she stared at Lin Ping standing atop the demon-armored giant rhinoceros's head. In that moment, she was utterly stunned. Chapter 20, Zhao Biao's new ally. Ding! Your level has increased. Gained experience points plus 700. The system notification sounded. Lin Ping couldn't help but let out a faint smile. He had now reached level 19. Just one more step and he could break through to the level 20 milestone. Just as Lin Ping smiled, Zhang Ruomeng recovered from her earlier shock. Lifting her gaze, she saw Lin Ping smiling at her. An inexplicable irritation welled up inside her. What a cheesy grin. Lin Ping, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Just because you saved me earlier, you think I'll fall for you? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Ruomeng's words instantly wiped the smile off Lin Ping's face, replacing it with a frown. Are you crazy? Who was smiling at you? I was just trying to fight monsters, not parade around like some flower. With that, Lin Ping jumped down to the ground. He strode forward without hesitation, not once glancing back at Zhang Ruomeng. This silent treatment was unbearable for Zhang Ruomeng. Stop. I command you to stop. Zhang Ruomeng immediately put on her spoiled brat act. But Lin Ping paid her no mind whatsoever, striding right past her and heading deeper into the dungeon. Lin Ping. I'll remember this. Just you wait. Zhang Ruomeng yelled at the top of her lungs. She was truly at her wit's end. She had always been the undisputed princess, privileged, beautiful, and the center of attention wherever she went. But this time, Lin Ping had completely ignored her. He'd clearly given her that greasy smile. What was wrong with calling him out on it? From now on, she wouldn't speak to him if they ever met again. Oomph. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon's jungle, Zhao Biao and his henchmen sat down. Any news yet? I'll give you 50,000 yuan if you find Lin Ping. Zhao Biao scanned his henchmen in front of him. Zhang Tai shook his head. We're doing our best to track him down, but there's absolutely no lead. That Lin Ping is a thief himself. He moves fast and knows how to cover his tracks. Finding him isn't easy. Plus, now that he knows about the bounty on the black market, he'll be extra careful not to get caught. Is there absolutely nothing we can do? My stuff was stolen right out from under me. Zhao Biao slammed his fist angrily against a nearby stone. The hard rock sent a sharp pain through his palm, but he forced himself to endure it, maintaining his boss's authority. He vowed silently that next time he wouldn't strike bare-handed. He'd bring a pair of gloves. Brother Biao, I have a plan. Someone spoke up. Who's there? Zhao Biao sprang to his feet instantly. This was their secret meeting spot. An unfamiliar voice appearing now couldn't help but make him wary. Zhang Tai and the other henchmen by his side also sprang to their feet, ready for action. Inside the dungeon, they faced not only monsters but also competition from students of other academies. Casualties were even possible inside. Therefore, during the Gaokao dungeon run, students from the same academy would naturally form teams to fight monsters together. This approach significantly boosted both efficiency and safety. Few ventured alone, and a situation like Lin Ping's being hunted with a bounty on his head was exceptionally rare. Under Zhao Biao's gaze, a figure slowly stepped forward. Dressed in a purple robe, a longbow slung across his back, and sporting white hair, he was quite handsome. Behind him followed three others, men and women, dressed identically. Students from Tianha Academy? Upon seeing their attire, Zhao Biao immediately narrowed his eyes. Students from different academies were rivals. Now that these people had revealed themselves, what could their purpose be? Allow me to introduce myself, Wang Defu. These are my teammates. We also received the black market bounty notice. Why not team up and earn this money together? The white-haired student in the lead spoke. Hearing Wang Defu's proposal, Zhao Biao burst into laughter. Why would I need to team up with you? That bounty notice? We put it out there. You think I give a damn about that measly reward? Zhao Biao flaunted his wealth and arrogance. The Wang family had put up the bulk of the reward money. Wang Peng hated Lin Ping so much that he was willing to put up the entire family fortune. With the Zhao family's help, they had pushed for the black market bounty. However, the Zhao family handled the public face of this matter. The Wang family were now wandering professionals, lacking the means to issue bounties. Hearing Zhao Biao's blunt words, Wang Defu didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled lightly. Of course I knew that all along. But have you actually captured Lin Ping? Or do you even have any leads on his whereabouts? With those few words, Zhao Biao's entire group fell silent. This was precisely the predicament they now faced. Initially, they could launch a surprise attack while Lin Ping remained unaware. But now that he was on guard, tracking him down would be no easy feat. For a thief to evade a search was incredibly easy. I think we should hear him out. Zhang Tai leaned close to Zhao Biao's ear and whispered. Zhao Biao considered it for a moment, then looked up at Wang Defu ahead and said, Do you have any information on him? If you do, I'll pay 30,000 yuan for it. Wang Defu smiled and shook his head. Seeing his expression, Zhao Biao frowned. Is that too little? I can give you 50,000 but no more. 50,000 yuan for a single piece of information was indeed a generous price. Even on the black market, people would fight tooth and nail for it. And this was just within the confines of the dungeon. Yet after hearing this offer, Wang Defu still shook his head. Zhao Biao felt he was being toyed with. Before he could lose his temper, Wang Defu spoke first. I don't have any news about Lin Ping. But I have a plan to make him show up on his own. Zhao Biao's eyes widened in fury. Who are you trying to fool? We've searched high and low without a trace, and you expect some plan to make him appear? You think I'm an idiot? He was seething inside, furious at all the wasted time. He could have spent that time searching outside and might have run into Lin Ping. Before I lose my temper, you two get out of here. Otherwise, if things get physical and you walk away with a few scrapes, don't blame me. Zhao Biao was shooing them away at this moment. Zhang Tai and the other henchmen glared menacingly ahead. They vastly outnumbered the opposing group. Only 4 students from Tianhe Academy stood before them. Just as both sides were about to clash, a female student who had been trailing behind Wang Defu suddenly darted forward. She darted past the students in front and appeared before Zhao Biao. A dagger pressed against his throat. The blade was positioned directly against his carotid artery. A single firm push would sever his throat. I think you'd better hold your horses and hear my plan first. You might just find it tempting. Finding Lin Ping is a piece of cake for me. Wang Defu, seeing he had the upper hand, said with a sly grin. Chapter 21, Into the Trap. Zhao Bao's expression shifted several times upon hearing Wang Defu's words. Finally, under the threat of the blade, he raised his hand and ordered his henchmen to stand down. Fuming inside, he vowed to make these people pay once they got out of the dungeon. At that moment, Wang Defu also motioned for the female student to return to his side. She moved with remarkable speed. Before anyone could fully register her movement, she had already returned to her original position, as if she had never moved at all. Wang Defu smiled as he addressed Zhao Biao. Xiao Mei is our academy's strongest rogue class. As a rogue, she understands rogues best. If she hasn't appeared yet, it's because nothing has caught her interest. Have you noticed? The monster distribution zones within the dungeon have shifted. If we announce a location with high-level monsters and an exceptionally high drop rate, do you think Lin Ping would rush over? Zhao Biao, who had been fuming over the other party's unreasonable actions, immediately lit up at the suggestion. Great idea. Why didn't I think of that? After speaking, he instantly realized the remark inadvertently exposed his own group's foolishness. He cleared his throat twice to cover it up. Zhang Defu didn't say much either, maintaining his smile as he looked at Zhao Biao and said with remarkable emotional intelligence. Of course, while this plan has been proposed, its actual implementation will still require your assistance, young Master Zhao. Hearing this, Zhao Biao perked up again. He looked at Wang Defa and said, I knew you lot weren't up to any good. You wouldn't be scheming something beneficial, would you? How do you want me to cooperate? Just say it, don't bother asking me to go on a suicide mission. Zhao Biao might be blunt, but he wasn't stupid. Wang Defu coming over so casually with unsolicited kindness? He must be up to something. And if the plan they're setting up is to screw me over, there's no way I'd agree to that. At that moment, Wang Defu slowly approached and spoke up. What you need to do is actually quite simple. Since you're willing to spend 50,000 yuan to buy information, spending another 50,000 yuan to spread it shouldn't be a problem, right? That was indeed simple. Originally, Zhao Biao had only intended to vent his cousin Wang Lu's anger. Now Lin Ping had stolen his gear and even snatched his bodyguard's equipment along with it. Never mind the value of those henchmen's gear. Just the thunder exposure hammer he'd lost that was red grade equipment. Just thinking about it made him want to tear Lin Ping limb from limb. At this moment, the idea of spending some money to lure Lin Ping out for a beating didn't bother him at all. He was actually eager to do it. It's settled then. Jiang Tai, you arrange for someone to spread the word. Zhao Biao turned to Wang Difu beside him and said, let's make this a pleasant collaboration. Wang Difu extended his hand, and a temporary bond of friendship was forged between them. Feng Hokai stood at the exit of the instance, his brow deeply furrowed. After keeping an eye on Lin Ping for a while, he stepped outside the dungeon. But after all this time, he sensed something was off. Feng Cheng, did you notice? The distribution of monsters inside the instance is completely different from before. Some monsters that should be in the teens have wandered into the outer areas. Look, there are even some over level 20 monsters. This is highly unusual. We must be vigilant. Upon hearing Feng Hotsai's words, Feng Cheng hurriedly checked the situation. Mayor, there is indeed a problem. But this is a nationwide unified exam dungeon. Stopping it now would likely affect our city's scores. There haven't been any casualties yet, so we can monitor the situation. I suggest mobilizing powerful adventurers to stand by near the dungeon, ready to handle any issues immediately. Agreed. After careful consideration, Feng Hokai tentatively agreed. Yet unease lingered in his mind. What are the current rankings within the dungeon? Feng Hokai inquired at this moment. Feng Cheng immediately retrieved the real-time dungeon ranking chart. Opening the tablet revealed the level rankings within the instance. Lin Ping level 22. Wang Difu level 19. Zhang Ruomeng level 16. Lin Ping's level is this high? Feng Ho was genuinely shocked when he saw the rankings. When the Gaokao dungeon first opened, Lin Ping was only level 16. Under normal circumstances, reaching level 19 during the dungeon period was already the absolute limit. Yet now he'd skyrocketed straight to level 22, utterly blazing speed. Lin Ping is this strong. We were certain to take the top spot in this year's Gaokao. We might even produce a national top scorer. Ha! Feng Hotsai's face broke into a smile. Earlier in the dungeon, he'd observed Lin Ping's performance impressive in every way, calm and collected, swift in action, decisive in execution. With such character combined with this terrifying leveling speed, securing a spot in the top tier of the National College entrance exam was practically guaranteed. It had been ages since such an outstanding talent had emerged in this city. Feng Cheng interjected, it couldn't be the chaos of those monsters inside the dungeon causing more unpredictable factors during leveling. The strong remain strong, the weak remain weak. Lin Ping was already quite powerful to begin with. Plus, the experience gained from hunting high-level monsters allowing him to reach level 22 is perfectly normal. Feng Cheng's explanation mirrored Feng Hotsai's own inner speculation. He instructed Feng Cheng to closely monitor the dungeon and call him immediately if anything unusual occurred, especially regarding Lin Ping's progress. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Lin Ping had just slain a level 19 antler monster. His level had already climbed to nearly 23. If I can hunt down one more high-level monster, I'll definitely hit level 23. Lin Ping wiped the sweat from his brow as he examined the white equipment lying on the ground. From the level 19 staghorn monster, he obtained a sledgehammer. White gear was no longer worth his attention. He tossed it into his backpack, planning to have his sister disassemble it later. His inventory was already overflowing with white gear. Hearing footsteps approach, Lin Ping immediately leaped onto a nearby tree. Bounty notices were plastered everywhere on the black market now. Students from his academy and others were hunting him down by any means necessary for the reward money. Lin Ping's rapid leveling came not only from monster kills but also from the experience gained in battles against his pursuers. In a way, he owed them for their relentless pursuit. Several academy students in a group passed by below. Dressed in purple robes, they were clearly students from Tianha Academy. The entire dungeon's in chaos now, everyone stay alert. Someone spotted a level 25 monster in Zone B. Going there is suicide, avoid that area at all costs. The leader whispered the warning to his teammates. The students following behind gasped in shock, a level 25 monster? Holy crap, we'd be committing suicide if we went there. The highest level in our group is only 16. Yeah, only high-level students can team up to take it down. Us low-level players better not get involved. As the group walked away, Lin Ping fell into deep thought. Perhaps this was an opportunity for him to strengthen his abilities. Chapter 22, Lin Ping's Dilemma. Lin Ping decided to follow the group's advice and head to Zone B, though he knew full well that this journey might be fraught with danger. When he finally stepped into Zone B, the uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger. It was too quiet. Suddenly, a monster leapt from the shadows and lunged at him. Lin Ping reacted swiftly, raising his hand to unleash the purple lightning dagger, instantly slaying the creature. However, when he saw the monster's level, his brow furrowed. Only level 7? This isn't the target I'm looking for. But immediately, several more monsters pounced one after another. Lin Ping slayed several more, gaining some trivial experience points. What surprised him was that these monsters were still low-level creatures around level 7. What's going on? Did I come to the wrong place? Lin Ping wondered inwardly. Just then, a deep, rumbling roar echoed, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Lin Ping stared intently at the source of the sound. A challenge might be imminent. Lin Ping looked over and saw that the source of the deep roar was merely an 11th level monster. Just as he felt a hint of disappointment and prepared to eliminate the creature, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his shoulder. He'd been ambushed. Lin Ping spun around swiftly, astonished to see a group of students clad in purple robes slowly emerging from all directions. At the front of the group stood a white-haired man. And beside him stood none other than Zhao Biao. Lin Ping instantly realized it was a trap set by Zhao Biao. The purple-robed students he had seen earlier had been deliberately planted to spread the rumor. Lin Ping, you're finally in my hands. Today, you're surrounded and have nowhere to run. Zhao Biao laughed triumphantly. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his shoulder, Lin Ping showed no fear. Zhao Biao, this is downright underhanded of you. Zhao Biao snorted coldly, cut the nonsense. What right does a thief like you have to speak? You're alone now, how could you possibly stand against all of us here? Oomph. Lin Ping raced to devise a countermeasure. At that moment, Wang Difu stepped forward, his expression calm and composed. Lin Ping, hand over what you stole from Zhao Biao. I can spare you some suffering. Lin Ping sneered coldly, don't even think about it. How could he give up what was already his? Zhao Biao waved his hand. Go! Grab him! The henchmen charged at Lin Ping with fury. Each of them had had equipment stolen by Lin Ping, some more, some less. Lin Ping dodged the attacks of the first few assailants, his purple lightning dagger flashing coldly through the air. The situation was tense, but he felt no fear whatsoever. Lin Ping was simply on a higher level. Though only a level 22 rogue, his strength spanned several levels beyond what these minions could possibly handle. Moreover, as a rogue, his agility was superior, making short work of these minor henchmen with effortless ease. Each swing of his purple lightning dagger effortlessly parried and sliced through several students' weapons, sending the charging minions screaming as they were kicked flying backward. Zhao Biao watched from the sidelines, sensing something was amiss. Lin Ping seemed far stronger than expected. Even though these men attacking him were no match for him at all. Everyone, fall back. Damn it! Zhao Biao bellowed. The order came too late. Those minions, beaten to a pulp by Lin Ping's counterattack, retreated back in utter disarray. Brother Biao, Lin Ping is too strong. The henchman rubbed his bruised areas, his eyes squinting tightly. Jiang Tai warned, Brother Biao, look that Lin Ping is level 22. Holy! Only then did Zhao Biao notice Lin Ping's aura had changed. How long had it been? He'd shot up so fast, just met him and he was only level 19. Damn it all. Lin Ping stood there, purple lightning dagger in hand, sneering coldly. Zhao Biao, do you really think you can take me down? Zhao Biao's face darkened as he glared at Lin Ping. Lin Ping, don't get cocky. I've got Wang Difu on my side. You're not getting away today. Wang Difu will take care of you. Once this is done, I'll personally give you 200,000 yuan. Zhao Biao was going all in. Wang Difu stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the purple lightning dagger in Lin Ping's hand. Lin Ping, nice gear. But you're not leaving today. Do as I say, and I won't make it painful for you. Lin Ping didn't flinch. He locked eyes with Wang Difu. You want my stuff? You're out of your ing mind. Lin Ping suddenly lunged toward Zhao Biao. Zhao Biao recoiled in shock, stumbling backward. Seeing this, Wang Difu swiftly drew his bow and nocked an arrow. With a sharp whistle, it shot toward Lin Ping. Lin Ping sidestepped the arrow and thrust his purple thunder dagger toward Zhao Biao. The thief's speed was too swift to evade easily. Zhao Biao watched in horror as the dagger's green glow closed in on his heart, screaming in terror. Save him! Damn it! At the critical moment, Wang Difu's female teammate, Xiaomei, suddenly stepped in front of Zhao Biao. Her dagger clashed with Lin Ping's purple lightning dagger, sending sparks flying everywhere. Oomph! Xiaomei leapt back, glaring at Lin Ping. The glow on the dagger was green, a poison-coated blade. A rogue! Lin Ping was startled. He hadn't expected the enemy party to include a rogue class, and one that seemed quite high level, capable of engaging him in combat. No distractions. Xiaomei chuckled softly. She lunged toward Lin Ping. Thieves possessed innate speed. As Lin Ping retreated, Xiaomei's poison dagger whizzed past, grazing the tip of his nose. Seizing the chance to strike back, both thieves moved with agile precision. Spectators held their breath, not daring to blink. If they did, they'd miss the thrilling action. Xiaomei was lower level than Lin Ping, but still a formidable 17th level. Her tricky moves kept her barely holding her own against Lin Ping. But a prolonged fight wasn't sustainable. Lin Ping's stats completely outclassed Xiaomei's. Meanwhile, Wang Difu wasn't idle either. He drew back his longbow. Taking advantage of their entanglement, he knocked another arrow, aimed squarely at Lin Ping, and unleashed a rapid volley of sharp projectiles toward him. The arrows disrupted his mobility. Lin Ping was furious. Several times he nearly struck the rogue, only to be forced back by the barrage of arrows. This archer was truly infuriating. Berserker charge. Wang Difu issued the command nearby. Simultaneously, the other two berserker classes Wang Difu had brought swung their greatswords, closing in on Lin Ping from both flanks. Clang! 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 Armor rattled as sweeping blows sliced through the air, their force creating explosive cracks. Lin Ping could only divert his attention to block. Xiaomei moved with elusive agility, swiftly closing in for a flurry of stabs that nearly took him down. Luckily his high level and thick health bar saved him. Even after being struck by the berserker's attacks, he managed to hold on. Damn it, will this ever end? Lin Ping could feel the pressure mounting. The enemy formation was too tightly packed, leaving him feeling restricted. Damn it! Lin Ping roared, unleashing his full power. Thunder Exposure Hammer. Chapter 23, Unbreakable Resilience. Crackle crackle crackle. Massive bolts of lightning shot skyward and crashed back down, striking the two berserkers who had just closed in. He swiftly raised his greatsword to block the attack. Gritting his teeth to endure the combined assault of lightning and gravity, Lin Ping seized the moment to close in. Before the berserker could react, his dagger plunged into the left warrior's side, drawing a blood-curdling scream. Ah! After the scream, a green glow appeared on his face. He staggered out of the combat circle and collapsed on the periphery. He was now incapacitated. Wang Difu watched Lin Ping's attack with astonishment. His squad had been formed since their freshman year, and over 3 years, they had honed their coordination to an unbreakable level no cadet could ever crack it. Lin Ping had actually broken through their formation. This guy was terrifyingly strong. Wang Difu found himself almost admiring Lin Ping. Seeing the tide turn in their favor, Zhao Biao immediately shouted toward Jiang Tai, go help him. Brother Biao, look, Lin Ping can barely move anymore. If I go over there, I'll just be shouting and cheering. Jiang Tai hesitated, reluctant to approach. Get your ass over there. That bastard Lin Ping is using my Thunder Exposure Hammer. Blast him to hell, make him suffer. Zhao Biao bellowed his orders, his rage boiling over. This was equipment the Zhao family had acquired at tremendous cost, and now Lin Ping had stolen it. Zhao Biao would never rest until he exacted revenge. Jiang Tai felt helpless. He began chanting incantations toward Lin Ping. Moments later, a blazing fireball coalesced in his hand, which he hurled violently at Lin Ping. Lin Ping dodged. Facing attacks from all sides, he gradually began to struggle. He was forced back step by step. Finally, he was backed into a corner by a tree trunk. Lin Ping, where do you think you're running? Zhao Biao shouted triumphantly. Lin Ping's gaze remained unwavering. Clutching the purple lightning dagger, he retorted coldly, Zhao Biao, I'm not running. Come and get me if you've got the guts. Zhao Biao's face darkened. He dared not approach. Xiaomei suddenly darted forward like a ghostly apparition, appearing in an instant. You're cornered now, what's the point of talking big? Xiaomei's relentless attacks irritated Lin Ping, like a persistent fly buzzing around him. Several arrows whistled through the air. Wang Difu's marksmanship was deadly accurate. Combined with Xiaomei's relentless harassment, Lin Ping found himself trapped, unable to break free. Whoosh! A fireball attack came hurtling toward him. The ground erupted, igniting nearby tree trunks. Lin Ping narrowly avoided having his face scorched. He whipped his head around to look at Jiang Tai. Under his gaze, Jiang Tai hurriedly stood up straight, shifting his eyes elsewhere to pretend he hadn't been the one to act. Lin Ping now noticed a thick branch protruding from the spot where the trunk had been struck. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, grabbed the branch, and swung himself toward the rear of the crowd surrounding him. What? This move caught both Xiaomei and Wang Difu completely off guard. After landing, he swiftly fled toward the distance. He's escaping. Stop him, quick! Wang Difu shouted. After all this effort, if Lin Ping got away, there was no way they could catch him again. If Lin Ping exposed Zhao Biao's assassination attempt during the college entrance exam, Zhao Biao might face ridicule over his exam eligibility. Then, who knows? The Wang family might end up just as disgraced as the Zhao family. Thud! Lin Ping had just stood up on the tree trunk. Before he could catch his breath, an arrow whistled through the air from behind. Luckily, Lin Ping had turned his head, otherwise, it would have pierced the back of his skull. What a vicious shot! Lin Ping saw Wang Difu sprinting forward, firing arrows as he ran. Wang Difu was determined to block Lin Ping's escape route, each arrow aimed to kill. On the ground, the lone remaining berserker class trainee charged forward, eyes bloodshot, brandishing his greatsword and bellowing, "Don't run! Get down!" Lin Ping frowned, pressing himself against a thick tree trunk to dodge the arrows. I can't let them pin me down. Otherwise, once Xiao Biao and the others catch up, there'll be no chance left. Whoosh! 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 Lin Ping flickered his body, dodging the arrows arriving from behind. Simultaneously, he planted his feet firmly, using the tree trunk as leverage to leap toward the berserker. By now, he had formulated his plan, take them down one by one. The berserker, seeing Lin Ping charging toward him, was overjoyed. As a meat shield, the berserker's role was to draw attacks. He immediately raised his greatsword and swung it down at Lin Ping. Mid-air, Lin Ping twisted to evade the blade, thrusting his purple lightning dagger directly at the berserker's wrist. But the berserker had thick health bars and was clad in heavy armor. The dagger pierced his flesh, but the pain only fueled the berserker's fury. He roared with rage and swung his sword with even greater force. Lin Ping seized the moment, kicking him square in the chest and sending him crashing to the ground. Paralyzed by the toxin, the berserker's movements became stiff and jerky. Just as Lin Ping prepared to finish him off, Wang Diffuse Feather's arrow struck again. You just won't let go. Lin Ping abandoned his final strike and dodged once more. This back-and-forth exchange, though it didn't inflict any serious injury on Lin Ping, slowed him down considerably. Damn it, Zhao Biao and the others are catching up. Lin Ping's heart raced with anxiety. Just then, Zhao Biao's voice echoed from nearby. Lin Ping, I told you to get lost, you son of a. Lin Ping spun to leap away again. Suddenly, he noticed a steep slope ahead. Screw it. Steeling himself, Lin Ping slid straight down the steep slope. The pursuers behind him reached the foot of the slope and halted. Wang Diffuse stood his ground, frowning as he stared down below. Chase him. Zhao Biao shouted. Wang Diffuse frowned. This place seemed to be Zone D. Zone D? Everyone's footsteps halted involuntarily. This was practically the heart of the dungeon. Who would have thought Lin Ping dared jump into the central zone? The monsters here were all level 22 or higher, and he might even alert the big boss. Even their own party wouldn't dare enter lightly. What do we do? Should we chase him? One of the followers asked. Chase him. Catch him. Zhao Biao shouted excitedly. Wang Diffuse heard Zhao Biao's words and shook his head firmly. No way. This is D-zone of the dungeon. It's far too dangerous. I'm logging out. Zhao Biao flew into a rage, stomping so hard the ground rumbled. Wang Diffuse, you coward. I'll add another 300,000 to the bounty, are you in or not? Wang Diffuse remained unmoved. This wasn't about money anymore, it was about saving his life. Wang Diffuse was a smart man who wouldn't risk his life lightly. He turned to leave. Just then, Lin Ping suddenly poked his head out from the steep slope, holding a poison-tipped crossbow. He fired an arrow upward. The arrow flew with blinding speed. The lone berserker remaining in Wang Diffuse's group couldn't dodge in time and was struck in the back. In an instant, the poison spread through his body. He screamed in agony as he collapsed to the ground, his face turning pitch black, clearly suffering from severe poisoning. Lin Ping. Seeing this, Wang Diffuse spun around, drew his bow, and prepared to attack Lin Ping. But Lin Ping had already taken cover. Wang Diffuse's face darkened as he stepped onto the slope. The female thief, Xiao Mei, hurriedly warned, Captain, don't be rash. That's Zone D. Wang Diffuse's eyes were clear as he shook his head. I'm not taking a risk. Xiao Mei, can't you see? Lin Ping is about to counterattack. Wang Diffuse had seen through it. Lin Ping's current actions were a provocation. If they retreated now, Lin Ping would pursue them, trapping them in a bait-and-switch tactic. Lin Ping was a thief, hunting was his specialty. Retreating was unwise. The only option now was to face him head-on. Chapter 24, Human Shield. Wang Diffuse. Wang Diffuse turned to Zhao Biao and said, Brother Biao, you need to lend me 2 men to go down with me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I can handle Lin Ping. The 2 berserker-class teammates he'd brought along were both critically wounded. He was borrowing them out of sheer desperation. Truthfully, Wang Diffuse wasn't entirely keen on the idea his own men worked together seamlessly. Zhao Biao readily agreed. He nodded generously and casually pointed at 2 of his henchmen. You two, go with Wang Diffuse. The 2 henchmen looked terrified. One of them protested, Brother Biao, that's District D down there. It's way too dangerous. Zhao Biao glared at him. What are you afraid of? Just catch Lin Ping, and I'll give each of you 50 grand. Add the bounty after success, and it'll be enough for you to live it up. If that's not enough, I'll get you jobs at my company. Got it, Brother Biao. Let's do this, brothers. Driven by the generous reward, the 2 henchmen gritted their teeth and agreed. Wang Diffuse shouted again, Jiang Tai, you come with me too. Jiang Tai hesitated. But remembering Zhao Biao's promise, he finally nodded and followed Wang Diffuse's group. The group descended the steep slope. Upon reaching the edge of the grassy area, Wang Diffuse halted and bellowed, Lin Ping, come out. Stop hiding. There was no movement in the grass. Wang Diffuse gripped his longbow tightly as he scanned the area. Lin Ping, you can't escape. If you don't come out, I'll force you out. Wang Diffuse shouted again. A gust of wind swept through, sending the grass swaying wildly. 2 new warriors who had just joined the party huddled together, shivering with fear. Wang Defa watched their state with a look of disdain. With Lin Ping nowhere to be seen, everyone was on edge. Jiang Tai grew tense and whispered, Brother Fa, could Lin Ping have escaped? Wang Diffuse frowned. Impossible. He must be nearby. Just as everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit, Lin Ping's voice suddenly rang out from behind them, You bunch of jerks, you actually dared to come down. Everyone spun around in alarm. There stood Lin Ping, dagger in hand, launching an attack without a word. Xiao Mei reacted swiftly, charging forward first to grapple with Lin Ping. Wang Defu seized the moment, drew his bow, aimed at Lin Ping, and fired. Simultaneously, he barked orders at the two soldiers. You two, charge together. Hold him down and don't give him a chance to attack. The two soldiers steeled themselves and charged forward, but their coordination with Wang Defu and Xiao Mei was clearly lacking. They couldn't keep up with Xiao Mei's rhythm. They were also intimidated by Lin Ping, having suffered a heavy defeat earlier. They hadn't even gotten a chance to beat him up yet. Compared to Wang Defu's own team, they were utterly insignificant. Lin Ping moved with agile precision. He swiftly dodged Wang Defu's arrows, then sidestepped again, effortlessly slipping through the gap in the two warriors' attacks to regain his stance. At that moment, one warrior-class trainee hadn't turned around. Kicked in the lower back, he crashed face first into the sand, his mouth filling with dirt. Xiao Mei now faced Lin Ping alone, and the pressure on her instantly intensified. Rogues are fast, but in the end, it all comes down to level. Seizing the moment, Lin Ping unleashed a powerful punch that slammed into Xiao Mei's stomach, sending her reeling backward. Xiao Mei screamed and flew backward at lightning speed. Xiao Mei! Wang Defu cried out in alarm. The situation, which had been entirely in their favor, instantly reversed. Wang Defu's face darkened. Lin Ping sneered coldly, just with a bunch of you lecherous perverts, you think I stand a chance? Wang Defu gritted his teeth, everyone, don't panic. Attack! But by now, their morale had taken a severe blow. Facing Lin Ping, fear gripped their hearts. Seeing their disarray, Lin Ping seized the moment, drawing his thunder exposure hammer and smashing it violently into the ground. Boom! The ground instantly shattered as lightning erupted, sending grass, rocks, and dirt flying everywhere. The immense shockwave knocked Wang Defu and his men off balance. They scrambled backward to evade the blast. Seeing this, Zhang Tai hastily cast Fireball spell in an attempt to turn the tide. He was quite skilled with Fireball, having specialized in the path of the Fire Mage. The Fireball hurtled toward Lin Ping's location. Regardless of whether it hit or not, he immediately turned and followed Wang Defu as they fled. The falling Fireball exploded instantly, igniting patches of raging flames. The flames began spreading through the grass, forming abstract walls of fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flames twisted and contorted, completely blocking Lin Ping's path. Well done, Zhang Tai. We can't stay here any longer, let's go. Wang Defu praised Zhang Tai. A hint of pride flashed across Zhang Tai's face. He'd only intended to play a minor role, yet unexpectedly turned the tide. Just look at that, how would the squad survive without him, the Fire Mage? Blocking me? Lin Ping sneered coldly. He charged straight through the wall of fire. Wang Defu's eyes widened. This guy is terrifying. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, Lin Ping passed through the wall of fire. His clothes were singed by the flames, but his movements remained ferocious. Die! Lin Ping roared, lunging once more toward Wang Defu and his companions. With Lin Ping's level-enhanced agility, the thief moved like a phantom. Wang Defu and his men, terrified by Lin Ping's reckless fury, scrambled backward. With no rogue to block their path and no berserker to engage in close combat, only Wang Defu and Zhang Tai remained two ranged attackers with pitifully low defenses. Brother Fa, I gotta go. My mom's waiting at home for my graduation feast. Zhang Tai pleaded pitifully. Don't retreat. Charge together. If we start running, we'll be completely at their mercy. You two warriors, get up quickly. Wang Defu tried to steady the situation. Zhang Tai and the two warrior trainees sent by Zhao Biao ignored Wang Defu's shouts entirely, fleeing swiftly without looking back. Cowards! Seeing this, Wang Defu cursed inwardly but could do nothing. He could only fire a few arrows desperately to block Lin Ping's advance. However, these arrows proved utterly ineffective against Lin Ping's speed. Lin Ping charged forward, thrusting the purple lightning dagger in his hand toward Wang Defu. Ha! Xiao Mei burst out from the nearby bushes. She blocked Lin Ping's strike with her dagger. Wang Defu seized the moment to pull a scroll from his robe, his one-time shield scroll meant to save his life. He activated it swiftly. Pop! A transparent shield instantly enveloped him. Xiao Mei, get out of here first. Lin Ping, come on! Wang Defu suddenly shouted. Though it was a one-time shield lasting only half an hour, it was sufficient for the current situation. Xiao Mei knew she was no match for Lin Ping and quickly retreated. Only Wang Defu remained standing in place, firing arrows with his bow. Lin Ping charged forward, thrusting his purple lightning dagger at the shield, yet it only caused a slight ripple. This shield is impressive. Lin Ping remarked appreciatively, casually knocking Wang Defu's bow out of his hands. Wang Defu glared at Lin Ping like a fighting cock, utterly helpless. Chapter 25, Total Chaos. Though the shield offered defense, it couldn't grant Wang Defu any offensive capability. Seeing this, Lin Ping grew even more reckless. He sheathed the purple Thunder Dagger, adopted a boxer stance with arms raised, stomped his feet, and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Wang Defu. Each strike slammed heavily against the shield, producing dull thuds. Inside the shield, Wang Defu was tossed about violently, nearly vomiting from the impact. Lin Ping, wait until I get a weapon before you fight me. Wang Defu shouted, utterly unable to endure it. During the barrage, he felt like he was spinning inside a space capsule. He couldn't hold on any longer. You think this is a game? When you were hunting me down just now, you pulled out all the stops. If I let you off easy now, my name isn't Lin. Lin Ping sneered coldly as his attacks grew fiercer. More ripples began appearing on the shield as the half-hour mark approached. Wang Defu's face turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead. As Lin Ping and Wang Defu locked in a stalemate, the forest suddenly shook violently. Leaves rustled frantically. Lin Ping immediately turned to look. Immediately after, a herd of massive level 22 two-horned deer charged out. 3 meters tall, with enormous hooves. As they charged, their hooves pounded the ground, sending tremors through the earth. Seeing this, Lin Ping and Wang Defu both paled and turned to flee. What's going on? So many level 22 monsters rioting? Lin Ping shouted. How should I know? Wang Defu wasn't lagging behind either. The two-headed antlered deer moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in just a few strides. It's over, there's no escape. Wang Defu exclaimed in terror. Seeing the situation turn dire, Lin Ping suddenly had an idea and turned to Wang Defu. What are you doing? Wang Defu screamed as Lin Ping grabbed him. He then hoisted Wang Defa above his head and crouched down in a sunken pit. Lin Ping, what are you doing? Put me down. Wang Defu screamed in terror. He stared fixedly at the charging two-horned stag. Thud. 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 The two-headed stag charged forward. Wang Defu's body was trampled. Though shielded, he couldn't withstand the relentless stomping of so many hooves. Soon, his body began to shake violently and a strong urge to vomit surged up his throat. Just then, the lead deer charged past. There was a brief pause, and Wang Defu breathed a sigh of relief. But Lin Ping used Wang Defu as a stepping stone, stomping hard and using the momentum to leap onto a large tree. Ah! Ah! With Lin Ping's foot planted squarely on his stomach, Wang Defu could hold it in no longer. He vomited a mouthful of last night's dinner. Perched in the tree, Lin Ping sniffed the air, finding it rather pungent. The two-horned deer behind charged forward again, giving Wang Defu an impromptu massage. Looking down at the chaotic scene below, the two-horned deer trampled past Wang Defu, with the more mischievous ones repeatedly goring him with their antlers. Wang Defu rolled around on the ground trying to dodge, looking utterly miserable. Lin Ping, save me! Wang Defu cried out in despair. Lin Ping, however, crossed his arms and watched coldly. You've got a shield, right? What's a big guy like you afraid of? You're the strongest. You can do it. Go for it. Finally, they trampled past him. Wang Defu lay sprawled on the ground, staring up at the sky with utter despair. His clothes were caked in mud and vomit, a sight of utter misery. Lin Ping jumped down from the tree. Seeing Wang Defu's pitiful state, he couldn't help but chuckle. Well, isn't this the mighty Wang Defu? Playing dead on the ground? Hearing this, Wang Defu instantly leaped up and charged toward Lin Ping. Lin Ping, I'll fight you to the death. But before he could reach Lin Ping, the ground shook violently once more. Lin Ping's expression darkened. He turned to see the herd of two-horned deer charging back toward them. No! Lin Ping cursed under his breath, abandoning Wang Defu and turning to flee. Wang Defu was also startled by this sudden turn of events. Forgetting his intent to fight Lin Ping, he scrambled to grab a nearby tree and scrambled up its trunk. Just then, Wang Defu's shield expired with a pop. Wang Defu's heart clenched in terror. The two-horned deer grew ever closer. Wang Defu's legs trembled violently. As an archer class, his defenses were weak. If dragged into the herd, he was as good as dead. Wang Defu clung desperately to the trunk, but his nerves gave way, sending him tumbling down. Ah! Wang Defu screamed in terror. A hand reached out and grabbed him tightly. It was Lin Ping. He was pulled up and set onto a branch above. Still shaken, Wang Defu gasped for breath, taking a long while to recover. Hesitating, he whispered, "Thanks." Lin Ping patted him on the shoulder and gestured toward the perimeter of the two-horned antelope. Wang Defu followed the direction of his finger and saw a massive, jet-black ghost lion slowly approaching. Its body was covered in black scales, its face resembling a ghostly grimace radiating intense malevolence. It moved with astonishing speed, and wherever it passed, the two-horned deer scattered in fear. Level 30. Is this the big boss? Wang Defu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lin Ping frowned as he analyzed, probably not. If the big boss appeared, it wouldn't have such a weak aura, and the two-horned deer wouldn't be so calm. Wang Defu's voice trembled. What the hell is going on? Lin Ping shook his head. No clue. Let's observe first. Don't make any rash moves. As they spoke, the black jade ghost lion suddenly accelerated and instantly devoured a two-horned stag. Lin Ping's expression grew even more grave as he thought to himself, this dungeon is getting more and more complicated. Extra help would be good. I need to put Wang Defu to use. Lin Ping looked at Wang Defu and said earnestly, Wang Defu, let's team up. We'll venture into the deepest core of this dungeon. We might uncover why these monsters are acting so strangely. Wang Defu shook his head repeatedly, his face filled with terror. No way. It's too dangerous. That's the deepest core area. Going there is suicide. Lin Ping pointed at the chaotic horde of monsters below and retorted, look at them acting so strangely. Don't you want to know what's really going on? What if there's treasure there? This is a rare opportunity. Fortune favors the bold, it benefits us both. Think about it, are you in or not? Wang Defu hesitated. Lin Ping's words had indeed stirred his interest. Lin Ping pressed on, besides, staying here isn't a solution. Sooner or later, these monsters will find us. Why not take the initiative and find another way out? Wang Defu gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll take the risk too. Just as they prepared to move, hordes of high-level monsters began rampaging through the dungeon. Many examinees were injured, and some even died instantly. Unable to bear the terrifying scene, candidates began exiting the exam dungeon en masse. Principal Feng Qing quickly learned of the situation within the dungeon. The students were filled with terror. Chapter 26, The Ice Soul Centipede Boss. What on earth is happening? Feng Qing's face darkened. First, find a way to control the situation. We can't let more students get hurt. Report this to the mayor for handling. The teachers were equally anxious, but unfortunately, they couldn't easily enter the dungeon and disrupt the exam. Feng Qing paced outside the instance, rubbing his hands. Lin Ping hadn't emerged yet. What had become of him? Inside the college entrance exam dungeon, Lin Ping stood atop a tree trunk, gazing down at the thicket ahead. The mangrove forest was eerily quiet, as if the area had emptied after the previous wave of monsters fled. This wasn't even the core area. Yet so many unusually high-level monsters appeared here. Could this eerie silence mean a hidden boss lurked nearby? Wang Defu shielded his eyes with his hand to peer through the foliage. His gaze swept the forest, finding nothing amiss. He muttered in confusion, is someone messing with this instance? How come there's not a single monster? Lin Ping leaned against a tree trunk, watching Wang Defu. Wang Defu felt a chill. Why are you looking at me? We become acquainted through battle this time. Your strength commands my respect, Wang Defu. From now on, we're good friends. So, you can't screw me over. Wang Defu finally stated his true purpose. Agreed. Lin Ping extended his hand. Wang Defu, delighted, immediately reached out his own palm for a friendship handshake. As their palms met, Wang Defu felt the warmth and broadness of Lin Ping's hand. Lin Ping smiled warmly. As good friends, you'll do me a favor. Wang Defu's heart skipped a beat. The next moment, Lin Ping exerted force and tossed Wang Defu aside without hesitation. Wang Defu's face contorted as he tumbled through the air. A close-up showed his skin stretched taut against his bones from the air pressure. If Lin Ping had his household register, Wang Defu would curse every single person listed from first to last. Lin Ping, you bastard. With his final curse, Wang Defu slammed into the bushes ahead with a thud. Lin Ping planted his foot firmly on the tree trunk. Branches shook violently, but he stood as steady as a mountain. Wang Defu had gone way too far earlier. To put it bluntly, if Lin Ping hadn't risked his life to reach District D, they probably would have killed him by now. Now that he was trying to make amends, he had to show some sincerity. Scouting ahead was precisely Wang Defu's role. Lin Ping only befriends those who are equally capable. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Wang Defu had vanished. Where he'd been flung, something seemed to be stirring. At that moment, Wang Defu crawled out from a pile of grass, strands of it still tangled in his hair. Lin Ping, you're truly vicious. Wang Defu slowly pulled himself up, leaning against a tree. As an archer, his defense was already weak. Combined with being trampled by the two-horned stag earlier, even his shield was pushed to its absolute limit. Lin Ping's throw nearly shattered him completely. Just as he was about to protest, Lin Ping hesitated not a moment. Grabbing a branch, he swung himself up and sprinted swiftly off in another direction. Wang Defu? Furious, he scrambled to his feet and yelled at Lin Ping's retreating back, Lin Ping, you think you can run? Wait till I get out of here, I'll sue your academy. Before he could finish, something felt off. A chill crept up his spine, as if an icy cave had opened behind him. He instinctively turned his head. Not far from where he had fallen, a massive eye slowly opened. It was a level 49 ice soul centipede, its body stretching dozens of meters long, its hard carapace glinting with a cold, icy light. And it possessed a venom effect. Its venom was highly corrosive, capable of instantly dissolving prey into a pool of blood. Its speed was terrifying, excelling in ambushes in the shadows, a truly dreaded presence in dungeons. Wang Defu saw the thick health bar and level displayed above the ice soul centipede's head, and his legs instantly went weak with fear. He was only level 18 facing a level 49 monster. He was nothing but a baby. Holy crap, how am I supposed to fight this? In sheer terror, Wang Defu pushed past his limits, his body surging with renewed power. He had to be full or die. Meanwhile, the ice soul centipede had fully emerged from the mangrove forest. Its eyes were now larger than a human's, and its body stretched over 100 meters in length. Now its massive body arched menacingly, its gaze fixed and unyielding. From the crevices between its white scales, icy breath spread, freezing the surrounding ground and vegetation. Crackle, 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 crackle. Ice crystals relentlessly surged forward. Wang Difio let out a low growl and charged forward. His speed now exceeded his usual capacity by 200%. Watching from afar, Lin Ping sucked in a sharp breath of astonishment, a level 49 monster. No wonder the creatures here have all gone berserk. Scratch, 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 scratch. Wang Difio sprinted past Lin Ping like the wind, casting a resentful glance back over his shoulder as he left looking every bit like a heartbroken wife abandoned by her husband. After all, the Ice Soul Centipede was hot on his heels, leaving a trail of frost crystals in its wake. Anything could be frozen solid. The double-horned deer that had been frozen solid in an instant just moments ago were a prime example. Now, colliding with the Ice Soul Centipede's massive body, they shattered into fragments. Who would have thought Wang Difio could run this fast with his latent potential unleashed? Even a thief couldn't match this speed. Lin Ping dared not linger. He followed Wang Difio out of the thicket. As soon as they emerged from the thicket, the herd of two-horned deer that had been gathered together scattered in a panic. They fled in all directions without purpose. Not far away, the black jade ghost lion abandoned its prey, fleeing in terror to a distant area. From all directions, cries of alarm and wails of agony echoed incessantly. The entire instance seemed plunged into chaos, filled with panicked figures fleeing and terrifying monsters. The Ice Soul Centipede's actions had disrupted the entire dungeon's dynamics. Lin Ping scanned his surroundings and spotted a tall rock formation. He hid behind the boulder to observe the forest. His racing heart began to steady. Wang Difio was still sprinting at full speed, already entering Zone B. What the hell is going on in this dungeon? Why did the monsters suddenly go berserk? Lin Ping couldn't comprehend it. Under normal circumstances, each zone in the dungeon had fixed monsters, arranged from low to high difficulty to allow testers to gradually level up. Finally, they would reach the boss zone, surround and kill the boss, and compete for the first kill. This was the established pattern. Now that pattern was shattered, and even the boss had broken free. Meanwhile, the Ice Soul Centipede continued its rampage, forming ice crystals that sealed everything in its path, freezing everything solid. Wang Difio? Lin Ping had no time to spare for him. Lin Ping observed the monsters running wildly once more. He noticed that the monsters, which had originally traveled in packs, were now scattered and running wildly due to the Ice Soul Centipede's appearance. Many had wandered alone into unfamiliar areas. This scene sparked an idea in his mind. Chapter 27, Leveling Up in the Chaos. Monsters that had gathered together would trigger a beast tide when hunted. Now, encountering suitable monsters allowed direct hunting, greatly increasing safety. Monster riots were a nightmare for some exam participants. But viewed from another angle, they presented a tremendous opportunity. Seize this moment to gain experience by slaying monsters. Lin Ping's eyes flashed with resolve. He leapt out from his hiding spot. Arg! A howl erupted from the grass ahead. Lin Ping spotted a lone level 20 giant claw wolf. Taking advantage of the chaos distracting the giant claw wolves around it, Lin Ping leapt forward, thrusting his purple lightning dagger precisely into the center of the wolf's neck. Wah! The giant claw wolf took massive damage from the poison and physical wound, its health plummeting instantly. It soon fell silent. Ding! You have hunted the giant claw wolf +1. Gained experience points +500. The system notification sounded. Lin Ping swiftly gathered the experience and left the area. He successfully hunted several more monsters above level 20. During the hunt, Lin Ping unexpectedly discovered that monsters near the Ice Soul Centipede had their movement speed reduced by 30%, with their attack and defense stats also decreasing to varying degrees. This too? Lin Ping was overjoyed. He no longer focused on hunting low-level monsters. Instead, he ventured closer to the area surrounding the Ice Soul Centipede, seeking out higher-level monsters to hunt. The Ice Soul Centipede's chaotic movements upon awakening immediately drove the monsters into the open. Lin Ping spotted a level 25 flame bear. Due to its proximity to the Ice Soul Centipede, the bear's movements had noticeably slowed. Under normal circumstances, Lin Ping wouldn't provoke it. After all, he was only a level 22 rogue. Without teammates to assist, it was far too risky. But now, with the fire bear's stats reduced by 30%, it was the perfect opportunity to test his luck. Lin Ping charged forward. Before starting his charge, he fired a poisonous thunderbolt from his short crossbow. As he closed in, he unleashed the thunder exposure hammer. Boom! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Electricity and brute force intertwined, instantly wiping out most of the golden bear's health bar. Roar! The flame bear was stunned by the combo. Before it could react, Lin Ping drove the purple lightning dagger straight through its heart. The flame bear roared in fury. Its massive bear paw, blazing with fire, attacked Lin Ping. The massive bear paw slammed down with deafening booms, instantly scorching the ground into a charred, blackened patch. The power was immense. However, due to the influence of the Ice Soul Centipede, its elemental effects were significantly diminished. Moreover, ice counters fire attributes. The current flame bear is just a raging beast. The damage from its elemental properties is completely negligible. Lin Ping dodged the fire bear's massive claw. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he inflicts sustained bleeding, gradually depleting its health bar. The final blow from the poisonous thunder crossbow takes down the flame bear. Ding! You have hunted the flame bear +1. Gained experience points +900. Ding! Your level has increased. Rewarded with 300 level up EXP. Awesome! Lin Ping felt the surge of power coursing through his body as his level rose. He had now reached level 23. Afterward, Lin Ping relentlessly hunted high-level monsters in the area surrounding the Ice Soul Centipede, his experience points skyrocketing. After relentless harvesting and combat, Lin Ping had now leveled up to 26. Keep going. Lin Ping's fighting spirit soared even higher. Wiping away sweat, Lin Ping surveyed the scattered monsters and the Ice Soul Centipede emitting frigid air. How could this be breaking the dungeon rules? The Ice Soul Centipede was his ultimate cheat code. Just as Lin Ping was feeling satisfied, the Ice Soul Centipede suddenly whipped around and charged straight toward his position. Lin Ping's eyes widened in shock as he spun and fled. But the Ice Soul Centipede was incredibly fast, and no matter how hard Lin Ping tried, he couldn't shake it off. Just then, Lin Ping spotted Zhao Biao and his group. Zhao Biao had just reunited with Zhang Tai and the other two. Each of them looked pale, terrified by the chaotic situation and desperate to escape. Cousin, this is hopeless. That Lin Ping is too dangerous. The dungeon's in chaos now. I've seen tons of academy students running out. At this point, grades don't matter anymore. We need to save our own skins. Zhang Tai pleaded. The two warrior class characters beside him, originally borrowed by Wang Defu to deal with Lin Ping, nodded like chickens pecking at grain. After enduring Lin Ping's beating and facing the monster's threats, they had no desire to stay any longer. Seeing the dwindling morale, Zhao Biao seethed with rage. Damn it! That thunder exposure hammer is still on Lin Ping. I won't rest until I get it back. And he ruined my cousin's family. This can't be left unsettled. I won't leave until I finish him off. Everyone thought he'd lost his mind. Woo woo woo. 3 long-nosed elephants charged forward at breakneck speed, their towering forms forcing everyone to scatter and dodge. Zhao Biao narrowly avoided being trampled. Fear flashed across his face. Zhang Tai watched the situation unfold from the sidelines. He immediately urged Zhao Biao, Brother Biao, dealing with Lin Ping is trivial. Your safety comes first. Wait until he exits the instance to handle him. Besides, he might be surrounded by monsters inside and could even be dead by now. His words lacked conviction. As a rogue, Lin Ping actually thrived better in dungeons than they did. And now Lin Ping was already level 22. How could they possibly compete with him? Killing Lin Ping? They were dreaming. They didn't even know Lin Ping had consumed the Ice Soul Centipede's buff, boosting his level to 26. Otherwise, they'd be even more shocked. Their levels have risen too, but only to 20. The lowest is only level 19. Surviving to the end in this chaotic dungeon is nearly impossible at that level. Wang Defu appeared at that moment. Zhao Biao spotted him and blurted out, "Hey, Wang Defu. Did you kill Lin Ping?" Wang Defu glanced at Zhao Biao as if he were an idiot. "No. Young Master Zhao, I'm out of here. Lin Ping is beyond my capabilities. I'm taking my people and leaving. You deal with this mess yourself." Xiao Mei. After Wang Defu shouted, the rogue Xiao Mei, who had been waiting for him, along with 2 other injured berserker students, stepped forward and ran off with Wang Defu. Zhao Biao clenched his fists in rage, roaring, "Coward! You worthless piece of trash, bragging about your cunning. Pa! You quit! We can handle this ourselves." Zhang Tai and the other henchmen exchanged glances, sharing a bitter smile. Zhao Biao was mad as hell and refused to budge. They, however, valued their own lives. How could they enjoy the good life outside if they died? Meanwhile, Lin Ping deliberately lured the Ice Soul Centipede toward Zhao Biao and his group to shake it off. The colossal Ice Soul Centipede swept through the air with a biting chill, closing in rapidly. Lin Ping leapt repeatedly. Just as it was about to reach Zhao Biao and the others, he suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Zhao Biao, you bastard! Where?" Zhao Biao looked up in shock, only to see the Ice Soul Centipede charging toward them like a train, its 100-meter-long body crashing through the air. Ice crystals flew wildly along its path, freezing everything in its wake, living and dead alike. Chapter 28, The Great Holy Light Technique descends. Wait! Lin Ping, you damn old silver coin! Run! Zhao Biao spun around and sprinted away. He abandoned Zhang Tai and the others without a second thought. They weren't fools, seeing the Ice Soul Centipede's massive form and that massive health bar above its head, staying meant certain death. Zhao Biao stumbled over something. Someone must have tripped him and crashed face first into the mud. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The Ice Soul Centipede didn't pause for a second. Its massive body transformed into a moving iceberg, leaving a trail of frost and flying ice crystals in its wake. Amidst the chaos, Lin Ping took cover behind a large tree. Watching Zhao Biao and his men scramble for their lives, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This diversion tactic had worked perfectly. Zhang Tai glanced back and saw Zhao Biao still scrambling on the ground. He immediately turned around to help him up. "Brother Biao, get up!" Zhang Tai tugged anxiously. Fortunately, with that tug, Zhao Biao scrambled to his feet and took off running. Just then, the ice soul centipede closed in, its frigid aura seeping into everyone's heels. Ice crystals formed on their soles. "It's over. I'm done for." Zhao Biao despaired. Buzz! A blinding light descended from the sky, enveloping the ice soul centipede. The light separated everyone. The shockwave sent Zhao Biao and the others flying, screaming as they slammed into nearby trees or landed in ditches. When the light faded, the ice soul centipede was curled up within a hexagram array. Great holy light technique. Zhang Tai, who had fled with Zhao Biao, stared blankly ahead. Though a fire mage, he recognized the source of that blinding white light. "Brother Biao, it's one of the school's teachers who intervened. The great holy light spell means someone from the Zhang family has stepped in. We're saved." Zhang Tai was visibly excited. Zhang Ruoming slowly emerged from the radiance. Her white gown was adorned with floral motifs, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Holding a staff, she stood bathed in holy light, radiating sacred nobility. At that moment, she resembled an angel incarnate descended from the heavens. That light, that radiance, was her wings. "I did it!" Her voice was ethereal and composed. Though maintaining composure, she could barely suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Zhao Biao stared at Zhang Ruoming in utter astonishment, exclaiming, "Zhang Ruoming? You actually possess such power." Lin Ping beside them was equally astonished. His gaze swept over the several trainees accompanying Zhang Ruoming, silently sizing them up. These trainees were all level 20 or above, with Zhang Ruoming reaching a staggering level 22. Lin Ping could tell at a glance that they, like himself, had taken advantage of the ice soul centipede's rampage to grind nearby monsters, rapidly boosting their strength. Zhang Ruoming seemed to have emerged as their leader. At that moment, Wang Defu arrived with his men, along with students from other academies in the city, all rushing over in haste. Zhang Ruoming surveyed the group and declared, "I've temporarily restrained it with a divine light scroll, but it only lasts 20 minutes. We must finish it within that time." Lin Ping was astonished. As the heir to a lineage of holy light mages, Zhang Ruoming possessed such a scroll, one that was incredibly expensive on the market. She hadn't used it even during previous crises, perhaps she'd been too frightened then. Regardless, its deployment now was perfectly timed. Otherwise, Zhao Biao and the others would be finished. Lin Ping didn't care about their fate. The crucial point was that the ice soul centipede was now restrained. After being bombarded by the great holy light spell, its health bar was down to 80%. With their numbers, they might just pull off an unexpected victory, like taking down this dungeon's big boss. A level 49 boss? Just imagine how rich the rewards would be. Just thinking about it made Lin Ping feel a little excited. He immediately activated his camouflage skill and slipped into the vicinity of the crowd. Wang Defu listened nearby, scanning the crowd for Lin Ping's figure, but he couldn't spot him anywhere. Meanwhile, Lin Ping had already slipped into stealth mode. He lurked in the shadows. Zhang Ruoming began directing the others, "Warriors, attack freely. The holy light spell has put the ice soul centipede into a semi-dormant state. It only has a 3% chance of waking up. Mages, use your spells to attack. Archers, come stand beside the mages." Zhang Ruoming had become the undisputed center of attention on the battlefield. After demonstrating her prowess, everyone followed her orders. Zhang Tai and Zhao Biao were both preparing. "We're actually attacking a level 49 monster? Holy crap, just thinking about it is insane." Zhang Tai's voice trembled. He was only level 19, a huge gap. Under normal circumstances, the ice soul centipede could swat him dead with a single blow. No attack needed. Zhao Biao, forgetting his earlier embarrassment, drew his dagger and edged closer. "Damn it! If Lin Ping hadn't stolen my thunder exposure hammer, I'd be showing off my strength right here. Once I kill this ice soul centipede and get that big level up, I'll make you pay." Furious thoughts surged through Zhao Biao's mind. Zhang Tai rubbed his hands together, flames flickering like a torch. Zhang Ruoming raised her staff like a command flag and barked, "Attack!" The group immediately targeted the ice soul centipede, launching a coordinated assault. Fireball spell. Zhang Tai hurled several fireballs, suddenly feeling emboldened. He even stood at the very front, frantically casting spells. Zhao Biao bellowed, "Swing your axes, everyone!" He swung his short sword, hacking furiously at the ice soul centipede. A barrage of skills and weapons struck the ice soul centipede. Its scales glowed brightly before shattering, and its health bar steadily diminished. Lin Ping watched the ice soul centipede's health bar drop noticeably. Yet its massive health pool made their attacks seem almost comical. Still, the steady decline offered hope of defeating it provided it didn't regain consciousness. The party's low levels prevented them from directly depleting its health bar. If it regained consciousness, they'd be finished by the ice soul centipede. Yet, experiencing this rare situation where a monster offered no resistance for the first time, everyone fought with unprecedented vigor. Meanwhile, Lin Ping, cloaked in stealth, seized the opportunity to sneak close to the ice soul centipede. He unleashed the Flying Dragon Cloud hand skill to steal from it. Ding! You have used Flying Dragon Cloud probe on the Ice Soul Centipede. Ding! Theft successful. Acquired Ice Battle Armor Red, Strength plus 60, Defense plus 100. 5% chance to reflect damage. Scaling with level, up to 10% damage reflection. Red gear. Lin Ping was overjoyed. He never expected to steal red gear on his first try. Level 49 monsters were fierce indeed. Just as he was reveling in the thrill of his successful loot grab, Lin Ping suddenly sensed danger. He spun around to find Wang Diffu's teammate, Xiaomei, creeping up on him. Lin Ping was stunned. Only then did he realize that while focusing on observing the Ice Soul Centipede, he'd overlooked the fact that Xiaomei in his party was a thief class. Getting too close made it easy for players of the same class to detect each other. And Xiaomei was already level 21. Though still below his level 26, she could detect his presence. Chapter 29, Awakening the Ice Soul Centipede. Rogue skills were all pretty much the same. Without a word, Xiaomei swung her poison dagger at Lin Ping. Lin Ping scrambled back several steps, dodging the poison dagger strike. Lin Ping, don't run! Xiaomei shouted angrily. Her voice was barely audible amidst the shouts of the others attacking the Ice Soul Centipede. But the students who had been attacking rapidly all stopped. Where is Lin Ping? Zhao Biao reacted sharply to that name. Lin Ping snorted coldly. Xiaomei, what are you trying to do? Lin Ping's here. Get out of the way. Some academy students, terrified, recalled the fear from earlier when they tried to kill Lin Ping for the bounty only to be killed by him instead. Xiaomei screamed, he's here. As she spoke, Xiaomei swung her poison dagger again. Lin Ping dodged, but his gaze fixed on the others nearby. At that moment, Zhao Biao and his men also noticed the commotion and shouted, Zhang Tai, take him down. Zhang Tai hesitated but decided it was better to follow Zhao Biao's orders. After all, there were plenty of people here. He could strike once and then hide behind them. Lin Ping probably wouldn't have time to come after him for revenge. Fireball barrage. Zhang Tai shouted, hurling a barrage of fireballs toward Lin Ping. Kill him, and I'll personally add another 300,000 to the original bounty. Zhao Biao, consumed by hatred for Lin Ping, shouted this promise. Money moves mountains. Nearby exam students all charged toward Lin Ping. Zhang Ruoming cried out in panic, hey, you guys fight the monsters first. They're almost dead. But everyone was already charging toward Lin Ping for the bounty. Zhang Ruoming's panic was useless. No one turns down money. Zhang Ruoming's face flushed crimson with anxiety. Her hair even stuck to her nose as she forgot to take it down. Her pale fingers clenched the staff tightly, then lashed out at the Ice Soul Centipede in a fit of frustration, dealing a mere sliver of damage. Lin Ping stared in shock at the crowd ahead. He never expected to be so hated. He sidestepped Xiaomei, attempting to re-enter stealth mode to evade pursuit. Xiaomei, however, clung tightly to his heels. Her disguise couldn't shield him instantly. If she couldn't strike him, she'd still cling to him relentlessly. She wouldn't give Lin Ping the slightest chance to escape. Xiaomei knew this was her only chance to wear Lin Ping down to death. It was rare to have so many people gathered here. Lin Ping sensed danger. After parrying Xiaomei's dagger with his purple lightning dagger, he countered with a punch. Xiaomei was knocked back. Just then, Wang Diffu grabbed her arm. Stop fighting. Back off. Wang Diffu's words stunned Xiaomei. They had clearly been about to take Lin Ping down earlier. Now that they'd found him, they weren't moving? What was going on? Wang Diffu stared intently at Lin Ping. Only he knew the true potential within Lin Ping. Xiaomei charges fast, but she might take even more damage from the rebound. Wang Diffu had previously underestimated Lin Ping and paid the price. Now he was proceeding with caution. At that moment, Zhao Biao charged forward from the rear of the group. He roared with fury, raising his dagger to strike at Lin Ping. Lin Ping erupted with fury. He kicked Zhao Biao flying as he closed in, stomped on his chest, and roared, who else is coming? Zhang Tai immediately halted. Zhao Biao lay on the ground, still urging defiantly, get him. Kill him. My promise still stands. Fight. Some couldn't resist the tension and began their assault. Warrior class attacks, followed by archer class and mage class. Zhang Tai secretly fired a few more fireballs. They were barely noticeable amidst everyone else's attacks, but at least he had attacked. When the bounty was divided, he deserved his share. Seeing the others ignore Zhao Biao's attacks, Lin Ping leapt suddenly, landing swiftly atop the Ice Soul Centipede. He drew his purple lightning short crossbow and unleashed a barrage of shots at the creature. Whoosh! 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 The poisonous bolts created ripples as they struck. The Ice Soul Centipede's health bar plummeted once more. However, this action unexpectedly hastened the end of the Holy Light spell's binding duration. With a distinct crack, the Holy Light spell's binding array on the Ice Soul Centipede was completely dispelled. The colossal body of the Ice Soul Centipede convulsed violently, crimson light flaring in its eyes. Realizing what had happened, it went berserk. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As its mandibles clashed, a thick, frigid column of cold air erupted from its mouth. Damn it! Lin Ping silently cursed and leapt away from the Ice Soul Centipede. The Ice Soul Centipede, already enraged for unknown reasons, had been restrained and beaten earlier. Now awakened, it immediately entered a berserk state. Its massive jaws snapped open, spewing ice crystals as its colossal body charged madly toward the pursuing crowd. Those who had been intent on hunting Lin Ping down moments ago were instantly stunned by this sudden turn of events. Holy, run! Zhang Tai screamed, turning and running without hesitation. The others immediately followed suit, scrambling to flee. But the Ice Soul Centipede's massive size allowed it to close the distance with terrifying speed. Its razor-sharp claws struck down, instantly sending several people flying. Their bodies flashed with various shield colors, indicating the shields shattered at the last moment. Lin Ping watched the scene with lingering fear, realizing he'd acted impulsively. He saw Zhang Ruomeng desperately trying to salvage the situation, shouting near the group, "Everyone, don't panic. Regroup and attack." But who could listen to her when they were facing a level 49 berserk boss monster? The Ice Soul Centipede rampaged, sweeping out a chill that froze everything in its path. Zhao Biao seized the moment Lin Ping leaped back to scramble to his feet. He intended to charge at Lin Ping again, but the Ice Soul Centipede locked onto him. Everyone else was running. Standing still made him a sitting duck. "Ah! Save me!" Zhao Bao realized his predicament and let out a terrified scream. Zhang Tai tried to rescue him, but the Ice Soul Centipede's frigid aura restricted the space ahead. His fire spell was instantly blocked by the frigid air, the flames rapidly shrinking. Finally, they flickered like candle flames. What good was such pathetic firepower? Seeing no one coming to his aid, Zhao Tai shouted hoarsely until his voice cracked, "Whoever saves me gets 1,000,000. At that critical moment, Wang Difu hurled a ring emitting an eerie glow, which snugly encircled the Ice Soul Centipede's neck. The shattered crystal ring. Capable of freely shrinking and expanding. It's almost red-grade quality, no cheap item. Young Master Zhao, I paid a hefty price to save you. Wang Difu remarked calmly, his movements elegant and composed far more so than the others. The Ice Soul Centipede thrashed violently, its immense strength threatening to snap the ring. Wang Difu declared, "This gear only lasts 5 minutes. Forget about Lin Ping for now. Everyone, attack. Its health bar is nearly gone. Take turns finishing it off, or none of us will escape." Wang Difu's words ignited the fighting spirit within the group. Zhang Ruomeng had been frantically directing the fight, but Wang Difu now took command. Wang Difu casually added to Zhao Biao, "Young Master Zhao, when you go back to the Zhao family for the money, remember to make good on it." Zhao Biao nodded repeatedly, his mind elsewhere. All he could think about was swiftly defeating this Ice Soul Centipede and saving his own life. Had he not been so preoccupied with the stolen Crimson Thunder Hammer when facing Lin Ping, he wouldn't have mustered such courage. Facing the Ice Soul Centipede's assault was where his true nature emerged. As for Lin Ping now? He'd been cast completely aside. Chapter 30, Ambition and Decision. Seeing she couldn't seize command, Zhang Ruomeng followed Wang Difu's orders and attacked alongside the others. Resentment still flickered across her face. She felt Wang Difu was stealing her thunder. "Mages, concentrate your firepower on the Ice Soul Centipede's eye sockets." Wang Difu bellowed. The mages unleashed spells, flames, water arrows, and wooden spikes, all hurtling toward the Ice Soul Centipede. The health bar dropped again. "Warriors, target its lower body. Now!" The warriors charged toward the Ice Soul Centipede. Outside the instance, Feng Hokai stood with his hands behind his back, his expression grave as he watched the monitoring screens. Injured trainees staggered out of the instance at irregular intervals. Circles of ripples formed at the exit. Feng Hokai watched each trainee leaving the instance intently. This was already the 6th group to exit. The Gokao dungeon was of utmost importance, determining whether one could gain admission to prestigious universities like Peking or Tsinghua, or at the very least, top-tier institutions like 211 or 985 universities. Withdrawing meant abandoning their future prospects. No student would ever quit unless the situation was utterly brutal. The crucial point was that all the withdrawing students bore injuries, indicating they'd been forced out by danger. The dungeon situation was extremely complex. Feng Hotsai's heart burned with anxiety. The outcomes of the Gokao dungeon also impact his performance as the local mayor. Producing a student admitted to Peking or Tsinghua, or securing a top national ranking, would significantly boost his political achievements. Nowadays, officials nationwide must pass evaluations to advance, and those who fail risk demotion. But the students trapped in the dungeon now faced mortal danger. He had just witnessed a critically injured student being carried out, already beyond saving. Deaths also demanded accountability. Feng Hokai, driven by ambition, would never lightly order the halt of the Gokao. Yet as casualties mounted, failing to deliver outstanding results would leave him unable to justify himself. He might even be forced to resign in disgrace. This was the scenario Feng Hokai could never accept. Principal Feng Qing approached with a look of urgency, wiping sweat from his brow. In his hand was the freshly compiled casualty report: 30 students injured, 7 examinees dead, and 40 others suffering varying degrees of minor injuries. This had already exceeded the absolute maximum casualty threshold permitted for the college entrance exam simulation. If this continued, he, as principal, would be held accountable. The principals of the other academies were waiting as well. Such casualties meant they would bear responsibility, but the final decision rested with Feng Hokai. Feng Qing had been chosen as the representative to report to Feng Hokai and, if necessary, persuade him to terminate the exam simulation and report the situation to the government. At least then, they wouldn't have to bear the responsibility. Seeing Feng Hokai's expression, Feng Qing took a deep breath. He immediately stood at attention and cautiously inquired, "Mayor, given the current situation, should we terminate the college entrance exam simulation? If this continues, the students will be in grave danger." Feng Hokai didn't respond immediately. Instead, he abruptly demanded, "Show me the rankings." Feng Qing was taken aback and hastily waved his hands. The proctor in charge of statistics nearby dashed out and quickly returned with a tablet. Feng Hokai's gaze swept across the screen. When he saw Lin Ping's name ranked first, along with his level displayed as 26, his eyes widened in shock. "Level 26? That's incredibly fast!" Feng Hokai exclaimed in disbelief. When he left, Lin Ping's level had been significantly lower. How could this have happened in just half a day? The rankings, however, remained as steady as an old dog still firmly in first place. But it was 3 grades ahead of the runner-up, frighteningly powerful. Principal Feng Qing leaned in and sucked in a sharp breath of astonishment. How could Lin Ping have improved so rapidly? As the principal, Feng Qing had been deeply impressed by Lin Ping. He had burst onto the scene as a dark horse to claim first place in the graduation dungeon, which was how Feng Qing had introduced him to Feng Hokai. Who would have thought he'd be just as formidable in the college entrance exam dungeon? Such outstanding results made Feng Qing hesitate. Lin Ping was a student from his academy. If the college entrance exam dungeon were terminated, all rankings would be invalidated. But if it continued, who knew what casualties might occur? Feng Hokai had already made up his mind. He declared decisively, "Principal Feng, we won't terminate the exam dungeon yet. Lin Ping has reached level 26 in the Gaokao dungeon. At this rate, he could very well hit level 30 by the end. That would place him among the top 3 nationally. We must cherish such exceptional talent and not dishearten our examinees." Feng Hokai spoke in officialese. But his meaning was clear, he refused to abandon Lin Ping's achievements. Principal Feng Qing voiced his concern, "But the situation inside the instance is so chaotic right now. What if another accident happens?" Feng Hokai glanced toward the instance portal, where several proctors were monitoring the situation and the city guard stood ready to rush in at any moment. Feng Hokai took a deep breath. "With me here, I'll do my utmost to control the situation. Notify the medical team to stand by for immediate rescue. We must trust these students' potential and ability to handle themselves." Seeing Feng Hokai's resolute stance, Principal Feng Qing nodded and went to make the necessary arrangements. Inside the instance, Lin Ping watched the Ice Soul Centipede under relentless attack, silently calculating the perfect moment to unleash his Flying Dragon Cloud probing palm once more. Seizing an opening, he struck swiftly. Ding! You have used Flying Dragon Cloud reaching hand on the Ice Soul Centipede. Ding! Steal successful. Obtained Wind Shadow Belt White, defense plus 10, stamina plus 5. Lin Ping was disappointed and dissatisfied with the outcome. He continued casting skills, but his luck held out. Several consecutive attempts only yielded white tier equipment. Just then, the Ice Soul Centipede suddenly twisted its body, sweeping its 100-meter-long form across the area. The immense whipping force sent everyone nearby flying back. Crack! 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 Ice crystals rapidly spread outward, covering the area within dozens of meters. A vast frozen wasteland emerged. Ouch! Zhao Biao slipped and fell. The Ice Soul Centipede's 1,000 legs moved like steel rods piercing the ground, instantly forming a crater. One of its sharp legs pierced directly in front of his legs, nearly crippling him for life. A cold laugh dripped from Zhao Biao's forehead. His face drained of color, turning deathly pale. But before he could react, another sharp leg lunged toward him. Seeing this, he scrambled away, rolling and crawling in panic, daring not to linger. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhang Tai and the others unleashed spells upon the Ice Soul Centipede. Amidst the rippling waves, the creature's health bar steadily diminished. Lin Ping unleashed several poisonous thunderbolts from his short crossbow. His participation significantly reduced the health bar. Combined with the attribute-stealing effect of Flying Dragon Cloud probing hand, the Ice Soul Centipede's stamina and defense were steadily declining. This created a golden opportunity for everyone. Not a single one of these people was decent, including that Zhang Ruomeng framing Lin Luyan and mocking him relentlessly. Chapter 31, Intercept and claim the first kill. Whether these people live or die doesn't concern him, but if he can claim the experience for slaying the Ice Soul Centipede in the end, that would be absolutely delightful. His stats were skyrocketing during this period. Almost there. Give it everything you've got and we'll finish it off. Wang Defu watched the Ice Soul Centipede's health bar dwindle, but the immobilization effect was about to wear off. Then they'd face the fury of a level 49 Ice Soul Centipede. This was their last chance. Wang Defu didn't want to lose his gear, and crucially, the Ice Soul Centipede's health bar was already at rock bottom. The continuous harassment had made the probability of it killing them incredibly high. With so many people attacking together, the combined effect of dozens of players was terrifying. It was rare that everyone had united as one front because of Lin Ping. A wave of ambition surged in Wang Defu's eyes. He would wait until the very last sliver of the boss's health remained, then finish it off. At that moment, his level would skyrocket to at least 29, guaranteeing him admission to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Just thinking about it sent shivers of excitement down his spine. Holy light! Zhang Ruoming cast her spell near the crowd. The warriors, who had been wounded and demoralized, instantly perked up, their wounds healing at an accelerated rate. Zhang Tai and the other elemental mages unleashed their signature attacks, Spiked Assault, Fire Explosion, and Grassland Trap. Warriors and archers each fulfilled their roles. Ironically, it was the rogue, Xiaomei, whose combat effectiveness was diminished. She could only unleash her true potential while hidden. This was precisely why rogues were often overlooked under normal circumstances, their utility was rather limited. Wang Defu valued the team composition when recruiting her, otherwise, it truly would be a useless class. At this moment, Xiaomei fixed her gaze intently on Lin Ping. She was the best tailor around, and Wang Defu was deeply concerned about Lin Ping's old silver coin business. This time, he was taking on the boss, and absolutely no mishaps could be allowed. Xiaomei just needed to keep Lin Ping occupied so he couldn't cause trouble. Once they secured the first kill, Wang Defu would become the city's brightest rising star. The clan's rise to prominence would be just around the corner. Spotting Xiaomei stealthily approaching, Lin Ping simply materialized from nearby bushes and addressed her, "Hey, let's chat." Xiaomei wore her hair in a ponytail, clad in black form-fitting light armor with 2 poison daggers sheathed at her hips. Her figure looked pretty impressive. Hearing Lin Ping speak, she immediately grew wary. "Talk about what?" Lin Ping pointed at Wang Defu, who was focused on attacking the Ice Soul Centipede. "How did you two meet?" Xiaomei shot him a cold glare. "None of your business." Lin Ping pressed, "Just asking, you two aren't a couple, are you?" To his surprise, this perfectly normal question sent Xiaomei into a rage. "Couple my ass. I don't like men." With that, she hurled a handful of poison-tipped throwing knives at Lin Ping. "Why are you flipping out so fast? What's wrong with asking if you're a couple? Are you a lesbian or something?" As soon as Lin Ping finished speaking, Xiaomei spun around and charged forward. 2 short knives slashed horizontally at lightning speed. This hit a nerve. Lin Ping stared at Xiaomei in shock, never expecting to get caught in the middle of their drama. Earlier, seeing Xiaomei obediently following Wang De's orders within the group, he'd assumed their relationship was improper. Little did he know there'd be such a shocking twist. Lin Ping leapt backward, rolling to evade the dagger attack. But this only provoked Xiaomei to lunge at him with full force, intent on finishing him off. Lin Ping's abilities now surpassed Xiaomei's. After easily evading the attack, he swiftly retreated. Before he knew it, he was near the battlefield. Arg! The Ice Soul Centipede roared, charging violently toward Wang Defu's squad. But the restraints around its neck prevented it from attacking with full force. Wang De's temples were drenched in sweat. This time, he'd brought out his absolute trump card. No matter what, he had to take down this massive boss. As the creature's health dwindled to a sliver, his eyes widened in silent delight. The moment of miracles has arrived. "Your daddy's here." Lin Ping deftly sidestepped, causing Xiaomei to lose her balance and lunge forward. This lunge perfectly blocked Wang Defu's line of sight and attack path. Seizing this critical moment, Lin Ping unleashed his most devastating combo, Thunder Exposure Hammer plus Poison Lightning Crossbow plus Purple Lightning Dagger. Every single piece of his most powerful equipment was unleashed at once. Every single one struck the heart of the Ice Soul Centipede before him. The blinding light made everyone on the scene unable to open their eyes. Wang Defu grabbed Xiaomei's arm, trying to pull her back, but saw the intense light mixed with lightning engulf the Ice Soul Centipede ahead. "No!" Wang Defu's voice echoed, filled with anguish and despair. Tears streamed down his cheeks, instantly creating the classic Urkong meme face. The colossal body of the Ice Soul Centipede plummeted straight down from the sky, crashing onto the ground. Pop! A puff of steam erupted, followed by a massive snow crater forming beneath the Ice Soul Centipede's head. Everything that should have been its heart had vanished without a trace. Ding! You landed a critical hit on the Ice Soul Centipede. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the Ice Soul Centipede. Acquired, Mystic Ice Cloud Spear Orange, Strength plus 200, Defense plus 300, 50% chance to be immune to ice elemental attacks. The notification echoed in Lin Ping's mind as he stood frozen in shock. Success! It felt almost unreal. Massive experience points flooded in, propelling his level straight up to 31. Ding! Your level has increased. Reward, 5000 EXP. Wow! Lin Ping felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the others attacking the Ice Soul Centipede were stunned. They'd all been hoping to snag the first kill for the experience at the last moment. Even if they didn't get it, they figured they could at least leech some experience off Wang Defu's first kill. But they never imagined Lin Ping would steal the first kill at the very end. Holy crap! What the hell just happened? Lin Ping, you bastard! The barrage of curses was utterly vile. How could they not be furious? Everyone had worked their asses off, sweating and taking damage, only for Lin Ping, who'd been standing nearby watching the whole show, to reap the rewards. How could anyone feel balanced about that? Wang Defu's face turned ashen with rage. He nearly collapsed. Tears streamed down his cheeks, splattering dust as they hit the ground. He had given so much. He'd worked tirelessly to coordinate the attack. He even sacrificed precious gear, only to have his hard-earned reward snatched away by Lin Ping. In the end, it was all for nothing. He gained nothing. Lin Ping, you bastard. You! Wang Defu roared in fury. A man of such refinement, yet he's cursing like a sailor. The real Lin Ping had never heard him curse before. Even when he was screwed over, he never used such vile language. Chapter 32, A Heartless Assassination. Lin Ping understood Wang Defu's feelings completely. He smiled and said, "Thanks to Wang Defu and everyone's help, I got the first kill. Earlier, you all teamed up to hunt me down for the black market bounty. Now that I've secured the first kill, I'll let bygones be bygones. Once I get my admission letter from Peking University, you all better show up so I can treat you as a thank you." Killing the heart. Never seen anything like it, reaping the benefits while rubbing salt in the wound. Everyone sacrificed, but Lin Ping didn't. But he was telling the truth, they really had been after Lin Ping for the black market bounty. No matter how much we've lost, could it possibly be worse than Zhao Biao and Wang Defu's situation? One rushed to deliver gear, the other rushed to deliver the first kill. Absolutely despicable. Plus, this time everyone got some experience from the monster hunt, many hit level 22 or higher. College is in the bag. As for Zhang Ruoming, Xiaomei, Zhao Biao, and the others, they all leveled up to 26 or higher. Solid candidates for top-tier universities like 211 and 985 institutions. Even though Wang Defu lost the first kill, he still got extra rewards, a set of white gear and experience points, successfully leveling up to 28. It may not be a perfect win-win, but at least everyone got a piece of the pie. The boss was slain, and the Gaokao dungeon finally concluded. Feng Hokai and Feng Qing stood nervously at the dungeon exit, staring at the large screen displaying the rankings. Suddenly, Lin Ping's rank shot up like a rocket to the top spot, level 31. Feng Hokai gasped at the sight of that rank. Feng Qing froze in place. Level 31, holy crap. Nationally, students who surpass level 30 in the college entrance exams are among the absolute elite. Lin Ping was a surefire admission candidate for Tsinghua or Peking University, and could even compete for the title of national top scorer. Nearby proctors monitoring the rankings also gasped in astonishment. In all their years of teaching, they'd never seen a 30-level existence before. This is astonishing. It completely defies belief. Lin Ping is about to rewrite history. The teachers murmured among themselves. Excellent. Excellent. Lin Ping is bringing honor to you, Dean Feng, and your entire academy. Ha ha ha. Feng Hokai exclaimed joyfully, his voice booming like thunder. This was a prodigy rarely seen in the nation's history. Feng Hokai had taken a gamble by not clearing the exam room of candidates beforehand, and unexpectedly, he'd won the Grand Slam. The casualties among the students? That was nothing. A level 31 candidate? Absolutely astonishing. With such talent emerging under Feng Hokai's jurisdiction, the prospects for further advancement were now bright indeed. After all, this was a major achievement. At the same time, students from the college entrance exam dungeon began emerging from the exit. Feng Hokai immediately spotted Lin Ping in the crowd. His demeanor was calm and composed, yet his overwhelming superiority over the other examinees commanded universal respect. Standing alone in the crowd, no one walked beside him. Wang Defu hurriedly led his team away. Though his ranking was decent this time, it fell short of expectations. His face darkened with frustration. Zhao Biao vanished without a trace, slipping away with his head down. Lin Ping, come here. Feng Qing called out to Lin Ping. He smiled warmly at Lin Ping, as tenderly as if he were looking at his own child. No, even more affectionately than his own son. Lin Ping had brought honor to the academy. His name would be written into the school annals. Principal. Lin Ping greeted him. Feng Qing smiled and said, "The mayor wishes to see you. You're quite something, kid. You've impressed me twice in a row. Perhaps the profession of thievery could flourish under your hands." "Thank you for your praise, Principal." Lin Ping gave a slight bow. Feng Qing then led him to Feng Hokai's side. Feng Hokai's office near the dungeon contained an executive chair and tea service. Steam still rose from the teacups, dancing in the breeze wafting through the open window. Feng Hokai didn't sit down, instead pacing the room with his hands behind his back. His secretary stood nearby clutching the teapot, not daring to utter a word. Feng Hokai was far from calm. Were it not for his position demanding discretion, he would have rushed to greet Lin Ping at the door long ago. Knock knock knock. Footsteps echoed. The secretary immediately alerted him, "Mayor, they're here." Feng Hokai turned to see Feng Qing and Lin Ping entering through the doorway. "Mayor, I've brought Lin Ping," Feng Qing said with a smile. Feng Hokai promptly invited Lin Ping to sit down. "My goodness, Lin Ping, you've truly surprised me. You actually defeated the dungeon boss this time. To be honest, it's infuriating a bug in our dungeon caused the sequence to go haywire and triggered the boss to go berserk. Thankfully, you managed to take it down in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fong Hokai had already learned about the incident in the dungeon. The dungeon contained special detection arrays that could analyze monster movements and dungeon structures afterward to uncover the cause. This college entrance exam was incredibly nerve-wracking. Before Fong Ho could speak, Lin Ping volunteered, "That's exactly right. And Mayor, Principal, the Zhao family actually put a bounty on my head in the dungeon. That posed a huge threat to me. I almost didn't make it back." Lin Ping laid it all out on the table. A man who doesn't seek revenge isn't a gentleman. The Zhao and Wang families were offering bounties for his life on the black market. If Lin Ping had kept this quiet, he'd be a complete fool. Even if he hadn't met Fong Hokai today, he would have found another chance to speak up. Now was the perfect moment, revealing it would give the Zhao family a taste of their own medicine. Sure enough, Fong Hokai trembled with rage upon hearing it. His face instantly turned ashen. What? The Zhao family dares to be so brazen. Lin Ping, you're our city's prized asset. How dare they do this? This is outrageous. Fong Hokai spun around and barked at his secretary, "Organize a team immediately. Investigate the Zhao family directly. And round up those Wang family remnants in the suburbs to show no mercy." "Yes, Mayor. I'll handle it immediately." The secretary witnessed Fong Hokai lose his temper for the first time. This was serious. He thought to himself, the Zhao family must be fools too. The Wang family had already been sealed off, clearly signaling Fong Hokai's intent to bring them down. The Zhaos, who were on par with the Wangs, still didn't know when to back off. Their fury was entirely self-inflicted. With Fong Hochai's secretary personally involved, disaster struck the Zhao family immediately. That very day, all their business channels were shut down. A full-scale investigation launched into false advertising, financial fraud, and tax evasion. Everything was scrutinized. Even if there were no issues, they'd find some, and the Zhao family was far from clean to begin with. The Zhao family collapsed with a thunderous crash. As for Lin Ping's side, seeing Fong Hokai take action on his behalf brought Lin Ping immense satisfaction. Without the system, meeting Fong Hokai would have been impossible. But now, riding the wave of his stellar college entrance exam results, Fong Hokai was eager to use him as a showcase. Lin Ping boldly stated, "Mayor, I have one small request. Has the business license I applied for been approved?" Fong Hokai laughed heartily and replied without hesitation, "No problem. It's been ready for ages. I'll have someone bring it over immediately." Chapter 33, Overwhelmed with Joy. "Ah, no need." Lin Ping politely declined, but Fong Hokai wouldn't hear of it. He insisted until the business license was delivered before allowing Lin Ping to leave. After thanking Fong Hokai, Lin Ping took his leave and headed to his sister's tofu shop. The familiar tofu shop sign came into view. Finally home. A wave of emotion washed over Lin Ping. Without the system, he would most likely have dropped out of school to help his sister run this tofu shop. His sister might have married someone she didn't particularly like, used the money to help him find a wife, and then spent the rest of her life raising 2 children. Returning to the family shop, he found his sister, Lin Luyan, busy selling tofu. "Little brother, did you finish your exams?" Seeing Lin Ping return, Lin Luyan was instantly filled with joy. She flicked off the tofu residue, wiped her fair fingers, and smoothed them over the white cloth. "Come inside quickly. How did your exam go?" Lin Luyan asked the moment Lin Ping stepped inside. As the eldest sister acting as a mother, Lin Luyan had raised Lin Ping by selling tofu, worrying about every little detail. Especially when it came to the crucial college entrance exams, she was even more concerned. Lin Ping made a sour face. "Sis, I've got news for you. I won't be able to get into a regular university." "Huh?" Lin Luyan's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Surprise, disappointment, and finally heartache flashed in her eyes. She ruffled Lin Ping's hair and said, "It's okay, little brother. If you can't get in, you can't get in. Does my tofu shop mean you'll go hungry? Wait until summer break, get familiar with things, and help your sister out. Maybe the business license we applied for will come through. We could open a shop and live happily ever after. We could even find you a good wife." Lin Luyan was still thinking about finding him a wife. Lin Ping chuckled. "What are you laughing at, you little rascal?" Lin Luyan crossed her arms, glaring at Lin Ping with feigned reproach. Only then did Lin Ping rub his face, pressing down on Lin Luyan's shoulders as he said, "I was just teasing you, silly sis. I got first place on the college entrance exam. My character's level is now 31. Lin Luyan froze in place. She stood frozen in shock. First kill of the boss. Top scores. Level 31. Even without knowing the exact scoring or admission criteria, she knew this information meant he was undoubtedly an admitted student at Peking or Tsinghua. Lin Luyan's eyes gradually regained their sparkle as she looked at Lin Ping with excitement. Just as Lin Ping waited for her praise, Lin Luyan suddenly crouched down, hugged her arms, and burst into tears. "Sis." Lin Ping was at a loss for words. Her sobs were quiet but filled with heartache. All these years, how much hardship had she endured to raise this younger brother? Later, upon learning he'd awakened as a thief, a profession with no future, she'd thrown herself into work, desperate to give him a decent life. No one knew the pain and injustice she had endured along the way. Hearing now that her brother had excelled so remarkably, defeating so many top-tier class trainees, the pent-up frustration in her heart found an outlet at last. If her brother could get into a good university, she could finally face their deceased parents with dignity. Lin Ping handed Lin Luyan a tissue. "Sis, isn't it a good thing I got such high scores? Stop crying." Lin Luyan wiped her tears, her face wet with sorrow. "Later, come with me to burn incense for Mom and Dad. We'll burn some paper offerings and tell them everything. So they can rest in peace too." "Got it. Sis, close the door first," Lin Ping said. "Close the shop? It's almost noon, prime time for selling tofu." Lin Luyan said reluctantly, "Wait a little longer." Lin Ping had no choice but to obey his sister's request. He smiled as he helped serve customers, quickly selling all the tofu before closing the shop. The front part of the tofu shop was the storefront, while the back was where the siblings lived. There was also a large shed used as a storage room and warehouse. They had used up all the soybeans and hadn't restocked yet. "Sis, have you finished dismantling those white gear pieces?" Lin Ping asked, glancing around. Lin Luyan was busy sweeping and leveling the ground, clearing out the shed. Without looking up, she replied, "There's still more than half left." Lin Ping urged, "Then you need to speed up." Lin Luyan looked up in confusion, surprised. "Why the rush? We don't even have the business license yet." Lin Ping burst out laughing. He pulled the business license phone Hokai had given him from his pocket and waved it in front of Lin Luyan. Then he said, "Sis, look at this." Lin Luyan's eyes widened instantly. "How did you get a license?" "I aced the exam. When I asked about the promised license that hadn't been issued yet, the mayor just handed it to me. With this, we can open a shop legally and fairly." At the same time, Lin Ping dumped all the white equipment from his backpack onto the ground. Instantly, the greenhouse was piled high with all kinds of gear, creating quite a spectacular sight. "You got all this?" Lin Luyan was stunned, and now she was doubly shocked. After the graduation dungeon, Lin Ping had told her he'd use his decomposition master abilities to open an equipment shop. He'd even given her a huge batch of white gear back then. She never imagined he'd bring back another pile twice as much as before. All of this was Lin Ping's haul from the college entrance exam dungeon. Lin Ping pointed at the gear scattered on the ground and declared, "Sis, we're opening an equipment shop. Your decomposer profession is perfect for practice. Level it up, then we'll upgrade the shop. Before you know it, you could become a high-level decomposer. Trust me, breaking down gear is way more profitable than selling tofu." Lin Luyan snapped out of her daze. She knew gear was worth more than tofu, but since tofu ingredients were easy to come by and she was used to it, she hadn't really thought much of it. She never imagined Lin Ping would acquire this much. At her current profession level, it would take years to disassemble it all. Put another way, she could live comfortably for years without worrying about food or drink. After all, in this era of universal professions, equipment materials were highly sought after. As long as she had the materials, there would always be buyers. At the same time, dismantling gear boosted her proficiency, accumulated experience, and leveled her up. The experience gained from dismantling gear is on a whole different level compared to dismantling soybeans. And with Lin Ping the rogue supplying gear non-stop from behind the scenes, there's no shortage of practice gear, okay? Lin Luyan hesitated, saying, "Brother, do you really think I can handle this?" Lin Ping replied confidently, "Sis, you gotta trust me. We can make this gear shop a success. With all this equipment and your dismantling skills, we'll make a killing." Lin Luyan looked at the shed filled with gear, then at the confident Lin Ping. She gritted her teeth and nodded. "All right, little brother. I'll listen to you. I'll close the tofu shop tomorrow." For Lin Luyan, shutting down the familiar tofu shop required tremendous courage. Lin Ping reassured her, "Sis, don't worry. I've got a solid shot at getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. My future prospects are wide open, but I'll need your support too. We need to hurry and deconstruct this gear. Sell it for cash." Chapter 34, Recouping the Investment. In truth, Lin Ping was covering his tracks. He'd stolen quite a few students' gear in the dungeon. Aside from Zhao Biao's Thunder Exposure Hammer, he hadn't used any of the rest. Once disposed of, even if everyone knew the truth, there'd be no evidence left. As for Zhao Biao, he was currently preoccupied with dealing with Feng Ho's investigation and wouldn't have time to come after him. Lin Luyan listened to Lin Ping's words. At this moment, she too felt a flicker of temptation. After all, running the tofu shop was merely a means to make ends meet. Some customers genuinely came to buy tofu, but others were clearly there for the taste of tofu. If Lin Luyan's decomposition mastery skill could find a better outlet, why bother struggling to run a tofu shop? "Brother, where would be a good spot to open this equipment shop?" Lin Luyan pondered aloud, her thoughts drifting. She was beginning to shift her perspective. Seeing this, Lin Ping burst out laughing. "Sis, let's put that aside for now. I'm starving, let's grab a bite to eat." As he spoke, Lin Ping rubbed his stomach. Hearing Lin Ping's words, Lin Luyan finally slapped her forehead with her palm. Oh dear, look how busy Big Sis has been. I was so preoccupied with the shop. Come on, I'll take you out for barbecue. Lin Ping laughed alone, teasing her, then I'll eat my fill. Do you think the money you made selling tofu today will cover it? Lin Luyan playfully tapped his forehead with her knuckles. Not hard, not painful. Come on. If you have the guts to bankrupt your sister, I'll be impressed. If I don't make enough today, I'll make up for it tomorrow. You're not leaving the table until you're stuffed. Got it. With Sis saying that, I'll eat my fill. Lin Ping laughed heartily as he and Lin Luyan closed the door and headed to the barbecue shop. As Lin Luyan linked arms with Lin Ping, she suddenly noticed how much more muscular her once skinny little brother's arms had become. Glancing at his eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to her own, she couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. She had raised Lin Ping since childhood, more mother than sister. Watching him grow into this capable young man, she felt immense pride. She hoped her brother would only get better and better, destined for greatness. Upon arriving, Lin Ping and Lin Luyan chose a table and sat down. To celebrate, Lin Luyan had deliberately chosen a high-end barbecue restaurant. All-you-can-eat buffet. This place is great, sis. You really splurged on the venue. I bet the per-person price is crazy expensive. Lin Ping sighed. He couldn't recall ever visiting such a high-end establishment before. Usually, when he got hungry, he'd grab some snacks and drinks at a roadside barbecue stall. That was already considered a pretty nice experience. Lin Luyan laughed. Silly brother, today is such an important day. How could we just go to a street stall and eat freely? I bought a two-person set menu, all you can eat. They even have king crab here. Let's eat our money's worth. She placed her hand over her mouth and whispered softly. Lin Ping immediately gave her a knowing grin, playing alone. Just as they were about to dig in, he spotted Xiaomei walking in with another girl. Xiaomei still had that cool demeanor, wearing a tight leather jacket and her hair in a ponytail. Her fair face was flawless, accentuated by black eyeliner, and she clutched a helmet adorned with a red lightning bolt. A full-on biker chick look. Her eyes darted over sharply. When she spotted Lin Ping, she seemed slightly surprised, but immediately lifted her chin and walked past him toward the front seats. She was taking care of the girl she'd brought along, letting her sit down first before going to get the ingredients. Lin Ping happened to be heading to the food area too. Spotting Xiaomei, he smiled and greeted her. Hey, what a coincidence. You're eating here too? Is that your bestie? Xiaomei shot him a haughty glare. None of your business. Recalling the exam, the two had clashed fiercely in the testing hall. Back then, Xiaomei had followed Wang Defu's orders and held back, only going all out after being pushed to the limit. She and Lin Ping were both thieves, which made Lin Ping feel a certain kinship with her. After all, 8 out of 10 rogues had no future. Only a handful ever reached a decent level. Xiaomei and Lin Ping were among that select few. Lin Ping felt a kind of mutual admiration for her. Now that the exams were over, the events of the Gaokao dungeon had faded into oblivion. At least Lin Ping hadn't lost anything. Wang Defu had lost his shirt. Then there's Zhao Biao, who dug his own grave. The entire Wang family, along with the Zhao family, vanished from the city. Lin Ping looked at the girl and chuckled. She's pretty, but I don't think she's as beautiful as you. Xiaomei's eyes instantly darkened, and she shot Lin Ping a fierce glare. That look was fierce enough that if Lin Ping kept talking, she might just start shooting poison darts at him. Noticing this, Lin Ping changed the subject. Hey, your college entrance exam dungeon level can reach 211 now. Impressive. Xiaomei shook her ponytail to keep it from tucking into her collar. Then she said, of course, but I can't compare to you, the pre-admitted student at Peking University in Beijing. Lin Ping nodded. His admission to Peking University was as good as guaranteed. But Wang Defu did well too. He hit the admission cutoff. What about Wang Defu? He should have passed the Qingbei cutoff too. You guys are a team. Isn't he going to treat you teammates to a celebration? Lin Ping picked up 2 king crabs and placed them on a tray. It was all you can eat anyway, might as well eat it. King crabs sold in supermarkets cost hundreds or even thousands of yuan each. Xiaomei glanced at his tray, took 2 for herself, and said, Wang Defu signed me up for the Iron Blood summer camp. He'll be leaving soon. He's already checked in. I've got some things to wrap up here, then I'll be off too. Lin Ping was about to ask what those things were. Just then, Lin Luyan called from across the room. Lin Ping, hurry over. The beef's done grilling, come eat. Lin Ping waved at Xiaomei. I'll head over now, my sister's calling me. Xiaomei nodded, watching Lin Ping's retreating figure with a complex expression, her thoughts unclear. She then took the ingredients she'd gathered over to the girl. Meanwhile, Lin Ping sat down across from Lin Luyan. No sooner had he sat down than Lin Luyan picked up a piece of grilled meat and placed it in his bowl, smiling as she said, Hey, little brother, I saw you chatting quite well with that girl. Is she your classmate? Lin Ping quickly denied it. Sis, she's not my classmate. We just know each other casually. He didn't mention the events that had occurred in the dungeon. After all, if Lin Luyan knew the circumstances back then, she'd worry too much. But Lin Luyan just smiled and said, Little brother, that girl seems pretty nice. You better make the most of it. Now that Lin Ping had made something of himself, getting into Qingbei University in the capital, his future success was practically guaranteed. At the very least, he'd be better off than he was now. Moreover, after hearing Lin Ping's plan to use his decomposer skill to break down white-tier gear, she'd already experimented with creating quite a few items recently, which were incredibly popular on the market. They practically sold out the moment she listed them, earning far more than selling tofu. If she hadn't believed tofu was more reliable, she would have shut down her shop to focus solely on equipment decomposition. Chapter 35, The Summer Camp Invitation. Her only worry now was her brother's future. Having a wife to share his life with would surely be for the best. She knew she would grow old before him. Lin Luyan was particularly concerned about her younger brother's lifelong matters. Seeing Lin Luyan about to launch into her persuasive speech, Lin Ping sighed helplessly and said with a wry smile, "Sis, stop worrying about things you can't control. I'm not interested in men." Xiaomei acts like a guy in the dungeon, and she gets disgusted just talking about men. That kind of personality might work for a friend, but forget about being a girlfriend. Their preferences were simply irreconcilable. Unaware of this, Lin Luyan insisted, "Silly boy, just give it a shot. Haven't you heard the saying, a good woman fears a persistent suitor?" Her words carried a hint of reproach. Lin Luyan was straightforward by nature, and over the years, she'd grown resilient. She believed that with effort, nothing was impossible. Lin Ping sighed helplessly. Not wanting to dwell on it, he urged, "Sis, let's not talk about this. Eat up quickly, then we'll head back." He didn't want to continue this topic, it was best to wrap it up quickly. Otherwise, if she kept nagging, he wouldn't even feel like eating. The king crab was perfectly grilled. The crab legs were tender and succulent, a real delicacy. Lin Luyan finally stopped talking. She handed a crab leg to Lin Ping first, then took one for herself, and they began eating together. The grilled meat sizzled on the grill pan. Lin Ping flipped the slices, sprinkled seasoning, and passed them to Lin Luyan. Lin Luyan ate, praising her brother's cooking skills. She even remarked that whoever married him would be a lucky woman, leaving Lin Ping both amused and exasperated. Lin Ping replied, "Sis, eat as much as you like. We're here to get our money's worth." "Right. Come on, little brother, have some too." Lin Luyan patted her belly and prepared to dig in. Where was the graceful demeanor of a tofu beauty now? The siblings ate until they could barely walk straight before finally stopping. "I can't eat another bite, my stomach's about to burst." Lin Luyan pushed herself up from the table, its surface littered with their feast, small plates piled high. Lin Ping wasn't far behind, though he rarely indulged in his favorite grilled meats. This time, however, he let loose without restraint, eating until he was stuffed to the gills. Back home, Lin Luyan brushed her teeth and fell asleep quickly. Lin Ping stepped out of the bathroom after his shower when he suddenly heard Lin Luyan talking in her sleep. "Little brother, we've made it big. Sis has done our parents proud." Hearing this, Lin Ping smiled at first, then felt a pang of heartache. Raising him to adulthood hadn't been easy for his sister. He tiptoed into her room and tucked the quilt around her, careful not to wake her. Though he wasn't the original owner, the memories had merged. His feelings for this sister were profoundly real. After their parents passed away, it was his sister who shouldered the responsibility of raising him. To fund his education, she worked day and night making and delivering tofu, scrimping and saving without complaint. Now, with the system's assistance, it was time for Lin Ping to give his sister a life of happiness, fulfilling the original host's unfinished wish. Lin Ping returned to his room, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Luyan began busily contacting workers to renovate the tofu shop. Lin Ping had considered relocating, but Lin Luyan had grown attached to the little shop. Besides, they lived right here, and the street-facing shop was perfectly adequate. Lin Ping didn't object, since Lin Luyan was handling everything anyway. Lin Ping stood by, watching her energetically direct the workers as they dismantled the tofu shop, clearing out tables and everything else. The storefront consisted of 2 units. They planned to install a glass entrance door and mount the equipment shop sign that would be sufficient. Just then, Lin Ping's phone rang. Seeing it was Principal Feng Qing calling, he answered only to be told to come to the school. "Sis, I'm heading to school." Lin Ping gave his sister a quick goodbye and hurried out the door. Entering the principal's office, he saw Feng Qing smiling broadly as she handed him an admission letter. Lin Ping was stunned. "Principal, an admission letter from Qingbei University? Isn't this a bit early?" Feng Qing explained with a smile, "This is an internal special approval. Your grades are so outstanding that you've been directly admitted to Qingbei University." Lin Ping took the letter, his heart brimming with joy. Though he'd been prepared for this, nothing could compare to the feeling of holding the letter in his hands. Before he could recover from his excitement, Feng Qing continued, "The colleges in our Jiangcheng and the neighboring cities of Qingcheng and Yangcheng have organized a summer camp. I'd like you to attend." Lin Ping was taken aback again. "Huh? Principal, why is there suddenly a summer camp now?" Feng Qing gestured for him to calm down. Then he explained, "This summer camp is designed to expose outstanding students to cutting-edge knowledge early on and to promote exchange among students from different cities. I think this is a great opportunity for you. It will help you better adapt to new environments and challenges before entering university. He emphasized the word challenges with particular emphasis. Lin Ping knew it wasn't going to be easy. But Feng Qing was looking out for him, he wouldn't set him up for failure. Lin Ping nodded. Principal, I'm willing to participate. Feng Qing replied with satisfaction, good. Then go prepare. We'll depart the day after tomorrow. I'll notify you when the time comes. Lin Ping stepped out of the office. When he arrived home, Lin Luyan was discussing the shop renovation plan with the workers. Noticing his return, Lin Luyan paused and asked, "What did the principal want with you, little brother?" Lin Ping held up the envelope in his hand and smiled. "Sis, I got my acceptance letter from Qingbei University. Look." "Really?" Lin Luyan happily approached, wiping her hands before taking the letter. The exquisitely crafted letter showcased the university's prestige. On the cover, a sword and magic circle emblem declared it the nation's most prestigious institution. Lin Luyan examined it repeatedly, reluctant to put it down. Her eyes brimmed with pride. "Oh my, this is wonderful. I'll put it away safely for you so it doesn't get lost." "Sis, the principal also arranged for me to attend a summer camp," Lin Ping said with a smile. Lin Luyan froze. "When is this summer camp?" "In 3 days. Lin Ping replied. "Then don't rush to handle the shop matters. Take these days to rest and recharge. Make sure to bring plenty of money so you won't skimp on food at the camp." Lin Luyan chattered on with her reminders. Lin Ping couldn't help but smile wryly. He shook his head and said, "Sis, the summer camp covers all meals and lodging. Plus, they don't allow buying things privately. It's jointly organized by the government, it's very official. Don't worry about me." Lin Luyan finally relaxed. On the day of departure, Lin Luyan packed several sets of clothes into his backpack. The school bus arrived to pick them up. Before Lin Ping boarded, Lin Luyan reminded him, "Take care of yourself at camp and get along well with your classmates." Lin Luyan was just like any mother who couldn't stop worrying about her child. Her words echoed those of many mothers. Lin Ping replied, "Got it, sis. Head back now." The air conditioning blew cool air through the bus. Lin Ping spotted Zhang Ruomeng. She sat alone in one of the double seats, wearing a white dress. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, swaying gently in the breeze flowing through the bus. Chapter 36, The Chaotic Dungeon. Her fair skin was visible now, radiating an angelic purity. Her very presence radiated an air of elegance, captivating the gaze of all who saw her. Such an image, elegant yet distant, no wonder she had no classmates around her. Lin Ping harbored no fondness for this woman. She was fundamentally arrogant, yet her character was flawed. She spoke recklessly. He still harbored resentment over Zhang Ruomeng's false accusations against Lin Luyan. Scanning the room, Lin Ping found no available seats. The only available seat was next to Zhang Ruomeng. After a moment's hesitation, he sat down beside her with a reluctant expression. But he leaned away, half his body turned away from her, his back deliberately facing Zhang Ruomeng. Zhang Ruomeng spotted Lin Ping first. First came surprise, then understanding. As a member of the Zhang family, Zhang Ruomeng had learned that this summer camp was organized by 3 cities for exchange purposes, but more importantly, to cultivate future combat systems. It was government-sponsored, carrying immense prestige. Lin Ping's participation must have been arranged by the school, otherwise, how could someone from a commoner family attend such a camp? She knew she'd misunderstood Lin Luyan back in the college entrance exam scenario, but her pride had prevented her from apologizing. During that scenario, Lin Ping had even saved her. She'd intended to say something, but now seeing Lin Ping with his back to her, with 2 seats separating them, her heart immediately sank with discomfort. Is it that I'm hard to face, or do I have some kind of body odor? Why are you turning your back on me like this? Zhang Ruomeng felt her cheeks flush with irritation, wanting to say something. But then she thought it would seem too deliberate, like she was desperately trying to talk to Lin Ping, so she held her tongue. She resolved to ignore him completely once they arrived at summer camp. Lin Ping sat in his seat with his eyes closed, saying little. Outside the window stretched the highway. Unlike the city, this suburban area was fraught with danger. The city was built in a relatively stable space, but out here in the wilds, there were many unstable factors. Spatial rifts could appear at any moment. The slightest carelessness could lead to being swallowed whole. Along the way, strange structures and sections of mountainside would suddenly appear. All were products of spatial rifts merging with reality. Where 2 spaces overlapped, objects from the other dimension would manifest their forms unpredictable. Sometimes it was a European-style building, other times a section of lake or even rocks or even swampland. Chaos reigns here, resources are scarce, and only strength speaks. The powerful secure more resources and more stable territories to live in, while the weak are forced to wander, dwelling near the rifts. The Wang family was driven to the outskirts, no wonder they're so desperate they'd sacrifice everything, even dragging the Zhao family into it, just to put a bounty on Lin Ping's head. The environment here was worlds apart from the city. Zhang Ruomeng clenched her fingers so tightly her knuckles turned white, her anger simmering all the way. Lin Ping's attitude made her feel disrespected. He wouldn't even glance at the scenery outside the car. After nearly half a day, the car slowed to a stop, its tires squealing softly as they braked. Lin Ping stood up and got out of the car with the other students. Zhang Ruoming, still fuming, followed the group in a line. They had arrived at a flat expanse of land. Yet the sight ahead made everyone gasp in astonishment, drawing sharp breaths. This was the Tri-City Junction where Jiangcheng, Yangcheng, and Qingqing met. Half was a ruinous urban wasteland of crumbling walls and shattered ruins. Some abandoned buildings were reduced to skeletal frames, while others had cracked walls, clear evidence of having endured a terrifying force. Broken bricks and shattered glass littered the ground. The other half was enveloped in a mysterious pale red glow, like a thin mist that constantly flowed and shifted. Beyond the half of the rainforest glowing crimson, the red light signaled another unknown space beyond. From the outside, it was impossible to discern what lay within. Lin Ping scrutinized the scene. The edges of the glow were indistinct and faintly trembling, as if it were still devouring the surrounding space. Wow, is this the Chaos Dungeon? This looks so cool. I heard Chaos instances connect to different countries, and the monsters inside are way stronger. A knowledgeable student whispered in awe. Lin Ping was slightly surprised by the murmurs. It was the first time he'd heard the term Chaos Dungeon. Come to think of it, before inheriting his current body, he'd been nothing more than a lowly thief with no prospects whatsoever. Bullied at school and marginalized outside, how could he have paid attention to changes beyond the city walls? Barring any accidents, he'd likely have ended up making tofu with his sister in Jiangcheng, living an uneventful life until old age, or perhaps not even that long. Chaotic instances were unpredictable, spawning powerful monsters at random intervals. Yet they also held immense opportunities. Some had obtained legendary gear within them, while others rose to become elite national-level figures after training there. This is precisely why the three cities jointly established the Chaotic Dungeon summer camp. The driver pulled away. At that moment, Lin Ping noticed several more buses had just arrived. Strangers disembarked from them. They must be students from the other two nearby cities. A short-haired woman carrying a folder approached, dressed in a crisp, form-fitting chiffon top, jeans, and short leather boots. She held a folder in her hand. Two individuals dressed in National City Guard uniforms followed behind her. Everyone instinctively stopped chatting and fell into formation, watching the short-haired woman in front. She stood poised, opened her folder, and announced, "Students, my name is Zhang Hong. This is our summer camp location. I will now take attendance, after which we will enter the campgrounds to rest and prepare. Li He. Present." After finishing roll call, Zhang Hong announced, "Students, this summer camp aims to expose you to real combat scenarios early on and enhance your capabilities. The chaotic dungeon before us is the closest simulation to national combat operations and the most perilous challenge you can currently face. Monsters inside vary in level, and the terrain is treacherous. One moment it may be calm, the next you could face overwhelming danger. But at the same time, this is an excellent opportunity for you to obtain valuable equipment and enhance your strength." Zhang Hong briefly outlined the summer camp's dungeon conditions. Lin Ping and the others remained fully focused, listening intently to Zhang Hong's introduction. Without prior knowledge of the Chaos Dungeon, entering could mean never returning. Knowing more couldn't hurt. Everyone stared intently at Zhang Hong, afraid to miss any crucial details. "Alright, that's all I have to say. Prepare yourselves mentally. Now, we'll enter the camp, assign you accommodations, and distribute your ID badges." With that, Zhang Hong led the group into the camp. The camp's dormitories were wooden structures arranged in several rows. Each cabin entrance bore a numbered sign, with no distinction by city, only separate areas for men and women. Simple defensive structures and rune traps encircled the perimeter of the camp. Chapter 37, Conflict at the Summer Camp. This was to prevent attacks by the Wanderers. Rangers were fierce individuals roaming the outskirts. Though not weak themselves, they were barred from entering the city due to crimes or other reasons. They survived by plundering resources. With numerous camps in the outskirts and abundant resources, the rewards are substantial when successful. Of course, under normal circumstances, no one would risk attacking. Those who crave more will meet their end faster. Upon arrival, someone came to distribute identification tags. Everyone began searching for their dormitories. When Lin Ping entered his room, he unexpectedly found Wang Defu. Wang Defu stood there, his face twisted with rage. He was facing off against a burly student from Qingcheng who specialized in the Berserker class. Wang Defu stood only around 5 feet 7 inches, a frail-looking archer. The Berserker towered over him, easily reaching 1.9 meters. Such height was uncommon, and standing before Wang Defu, he resembled an adult towering over a child. He glared at Wang Defu and declared forcefully, "Kid, don't think you're hot stuff just because you've made a name for yourself in Jiangcheng. In front of me, you're nothing, got it?" Wang Defu seethed with anger. He glared at the burly Berserker from Qingcheng and shouted, "Who do you think you are? Acting all tough like you think I'm scared of you? Hey, what are you doing? Let go." The Berserker grabbed Wang Defu by the collar and hoisted him up like a little chicken. Wang Defu's legs dangled wildly as he was hauled outside the dormitory with one hand. Who do you think you are, challenging me? The berserker snorted coldly, then swung his arm, flinging Wang Defu out with a single toss. Wang Defu fell to the ground, his clean clothes covered in dust. He was a man of considerable pride. This was the first time he'd ever been treated like this. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. But the disparity in size and strength between them was simply too great. Close combat was not his forte. Just then, Lin Ping happened to walk over. Wang Defu! Lin Ping exclaimed in surprise. He remembered this guy well, the one he'd thoroughly screwed over. He had heard Xiaomei mention earlier that Wang Defa had arrived at the summer camp, but he never imagined they would meet under such circumstances. Seeing him now was quite unexpected. Wang Defu's face twisted into deep embarrassment upon seeing Lin Ping. The sight of his disheveled state made him feel utterly humiliated. Lin Ping, you actually came? Wang Defu forced himself to stay calm, casually brushing off dust to hide his embarrassment. Unfortunately, the entire sequence of him crashing to the ground had been witnessed. It was nothing more than a futile attempt to hide the truth. Lin Ping glanced at the room number tag in his hand and chuckled lightly. Wang Defu, this is my dorm room. Are you staying here too? We're roommates now. What's going on? Wang Defu gritted his teeth, fuming. That bastard bullied me, forcing me to obey his orders or else he'd beat me up. If the summer camp rules didn't forbid killing, I'd make him pay. His eyes grew cold as he spoke. He clearly harbored murderous intent, but his physical strength couldn't match the others. For now, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and endure the humiliation. The berserker student from Qingcheng stepped forward, hands on hips, glaring at Lin Ping with arrogance. You're from Jiangcheng too? This dorm is under my command, Lu Kuei. Do exactly what you're told. If you start complaining, you'll end up like Wang Defu. This was a threat. Lin Ping's gaze shifted to the berserker, yet he showed no fear. This dorm isn't yours alone. Is your dad the mayor? The berserker student, Lu Kuei, crossed his arms and declared forcefully, I'm the boss here, period. You weaklings from Jiangcheng, if you've got the guts, fight me. Beat me, and I'll let you off. Lin Ping looked at him, maintaining his composure for now. Fighting is a last resort. Since this was assigned, we should follow the rules. Are you trying to break them? Lu Kuei scoffed. Did studying make you stupid? Strength is the rule. Come on, hit me. Lin Ping lunged forward, smashing into his nose. The movement was swift and explosive. Lu Kuei hadn't seen it coming. The next moment, excruciating pain shot through him. Lu Kuei let out a wail, clutching his nose as he stumbled backward. Lin Ping stepped forward, seized his arm, and executed a shoulder throw. Though Lin Ping was slimmer than Lu Kuei, standing at 1.8 meters tall, he used the momentum to slam Lu Kuei hard onto the ground ahead. Wang Defu stood frozen outside the barracks, stunned. He never expected Lin Ping to attack so suddenly and with such ferocity. The berserker class had just surpassed level 27. Without using skills or creating distance, it was invincible in close combat. Lin Ping had flipped him over frighteningly strong. Even at level 31, Lin Ping was astonishing. A berserker's weight and strength were simply incomparable to a rogue class. Now Lin Ping drew the purple lightning dagger, aiming it at the berserker student's throat. You better not get cocky, or I'll slice your little brother up and feed him to the dogs. As he spoke, he gave the blade a downward flick. Lu Kuei immediately flinched, nodding obediently. We're all classmates at summer camp. Why resort to knives? Ha! A forced smile stretched across Lu Kuei's face. Facing the blade, he knew when to back down. Lin Ping didn't press the issue, standing up. He toyed with the purple lightning dagger in his hand before tucking it back into his backpack. Lu Kuei scrambled to his feet, the scene still replaying in his mind. Lin Ping's gaze had been icy cold. If he hadn't bowed his head and admitted his mistake, Lin Ping might not have dared to kill him, but his underlings certainly wouldn't have been spared. This man was terrifying. Wang Defu, you may enter now. Lin Ping said with a smile. He had returned to his usual self, leaving Wang Defu with a sense of unreality. This guy was ruthless when he wanted to be, yet seemed perfectly reasonable otherwise. Wang Defu rubbed his neck, where the collar had left painful red marks. Entering the barracks, he saw 3 beds and a desk. The furnishings were simple, but since it was a summer camp, one couldn't expect much. Lin Ping knew this trip was for training. While he was aware of the dangers lurking in the chaotic dungeon, it was still a great opportunity. Leveling up was secondary. What truly excited him was the chance to snag some decent gear. He couldn't help but think about those who'd managed to get legendary equipment. Such items were incredibly rare even back home. With legendary gear as support, he might not become the absolute top-tier professional, but he'd at least be a first-rate powerhouse. This prospect still stirred Lin Ping's heart. Wang Defu sat down. His bedsheets were disheveled, scattered with crumpled tissues. Noticing Lin Ping's questioning gaze, he quickly tossed the crumpled paper into the trash and smoothed out the sheets. That tissue? Lu Kuei threw it here. And he deliberately crumpled the sheets too, all because he's from Iron Blood Academy, the strongest academy in Qingcheng. Their reputation's been rotten for ages, arrogant and petty. Chapter 38, An Unusual Summer Camp. He paused before adding, I suspect after suffering such a loss, Lu Kuei might be stirring trouble in the dungeon. Lu Kuei hadn't entered yet, no doubt off looking for reinforcements, but Lin Ping wasn't worried. Patting Wang Difu on the shoulder, he said, what's there to fear? We're an unbeatable team in the dungeon. Worst case, we team up to take them down inside. Wang Difu recalled being used as a shield by Lin Ping in the dungeon, trampled by a two-headed stag. He couldn't help but shudder. He waved his hands. I'd rather not partner with you. I'll find someone else. Lin Ping insisted, that won't do. We work together seamlessly. Teaming up makes us absolutely unbeatable. Wang Difu resisted fiercely, immediately retorting, I've got Xiao Mei. I don't need you. Besides, we're not even close. He'd made his position crystal clear. Lin Ping shrugged indifferently and sat down on the bed next to him. Beds and bedding were provided here. Lin Ping appreciated this. Wang Difu didn't linger in the barracks. Seeing Lin Ping lie down to rest, he immediately left. Lin Ping, however, was now pondering the summer camp. What exactly was the situation like in the dungeon? Beep beep beep. A whistle sounded outside. Wang Difu hurried into the barracks and addressed Lin Ping immediately. We need to get out there for assembly. I reckon we're about to head into the dungeon for trials. Grab everything you need, don't get caught unprepared. Lin Ping sat up on his bed. Wang Difu busied himself packing without saying much. Once Wang Difu was ready, Lin Ping walked out of the barracks alongside him. Zhao Kuei hadn't shown up the entire time. As soon as they stepped outside the barracks, Lin Ping saw many students already gathered there. They all looked utterly bewildered. At the very front of the formation stood several individuals who appeared to be teachers. Among them was the short-haired teacher they had seen when they first arrived. Now, at the very front, stood a man with a crew cut. You are all the top students from various academies. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Tianming from Qingqing Ironblood Academy. You are about to enter the dungeon for your first training session. Everyone, get ready. After he finished speaking, all the students couldn't help but glance at each other and start whispering. No way. We haven't even eaten yet. We're supposed to go into the dungeon right after arriving? Are they kidding? They didn't even tell us what's inside. Could it be even more dangerous than the college entrance exam dungeon? As the students below murmured among themselves, Wang Tianming, standing at the very front, raised his arm and waved it. Quiet. This trial run will only take place in the outskirts, giving you a chance to familiarize yourselves with the summer camp environment. You're here for training that closely mimics real combat. On the battlefield, you won't be fed and rested before fighting. Anything can happen. Don't apply your school mindset to this summer camp. Alright, let's move out. As Li Tianming finished speaking, he swept his arm wide. The instructors behind him immediately stepped aside, creating a clear passage. Lin Ping saw an open portal at the end of the passage ahead. Similar to the Gaokao dungeon. Rippling patterns like water waves flickered across its surface. What lay beyond? No one knew. But judging by the environment they traversed so far, it was certain to be far more dangerous than the college entrance exam dungeon. Students, upon entering the dungeon, you will be randomly assigned. Each of you will receive a wristband to determine your starting position. The wristband will mark a central location. You must navigate through the dungeon monsters along the way to reach the center to pass. Only then will you receive your lunch for today. Li Tianming's voice echoed from the tunnel's edge. Guided by the teachers nearby, everyone lined up at the portal's entrance. Each person was given a wristband. Just reaching a location? That sounds way too easy, whispered one of the participating students. Students selected for this summer camp training were all top performers in their respective city school districts. Some had even already been admitted to prestigious universities like Peking University and Tsinghua University in the capital. They were supremely confident in their abilities, viewing the dangers within as mere trifles. However, a few students showed signs of worry, moving cautiously as they entered the portal. Summer camps attract all sorts of people, yet Lin Ping remained remarkably composed. As a rogue equipped with a cheat system, he navigated the dungeon with ease. Compared to fragile classes like mages or archers, his survival rate was significantly higher. Just then, Li Tianming spoke up again. The experience you gain from hunting inside will determine what you get to eat for lunch. So those who can should hunt as many monsters as possible. By the time he finished speaking, everyone had reached the edge of the dungeon portal. Caught off guard, some students tried to stop, but the crowd behind them pushed them forward, involuntarily shoving them into the rippling portal. Immediately, cries of alarm erupted. A look of triumph clearly spread across Li Tianming's face. The teachers nearby said little, but each shook their heads silently. Li Tianming had clearly done this on purpose. He was messing with the students' minds at the last moment, but this was also one of the training exercises for the summer camp. Students with weak mental resilience would be useless in the future when faced with real emergencies. The summer camp aimed to address these inherent weaknesses by providing practical experience. Exposing them to real-world scenarios quickly isn't without its benefits. As transparent ripples spread outward from the portal, students from various colleges stepped inside one after another. As soon as he entered, Lin Ping spotted Zhang Ruomeng. She wore a white long dress, her black hair flowing slightly with each step, giving her an ethereal aura. Several boys nearby couldn't help but fix their gazes on her. Were it not for the teachers supervising this summer camp trial, they would have struck up conversations long ago. Zhang Ruomeng seemed accustomed to this attention. Her gaze remained fixed straight ahead as she walked directly toward the portal. Only when she neared it did her eyes linger briefly on Lin Ping. Lin Ping couldn't tell what that glance meant, and the next second, he stepped into the instance. A flash of light erupted as he suddenly found himself stepping into thin air. Oh no! Chapter 39, An Unexpected Encounter with Zhang Ruomeng. He frantically spun around and flung a thin rope to the side. Only then did he realize he'd been teleported to the edge of a cliff. If he hadn't grabbed a protruding rock with the rope in time, he would have plummeted to his death. No sooner had he stabilized himself than a piercing scream echoed from nearby. Perhaps some summer camp students hadn't noticed the terrain and had fallen below. Lin Ping scrambled up the cliff face, clutching the rocks as he climbed. From the top, he could see a lush forest stretching out before him. White clouds lingered amidst the trees, completely obscuring the terrain and environment below. It was impossible to discern what lay hidden within. As Lin Ping surveyed the scene, a dark shadow suddenly flashed overhead. Lin Ping swiftly activated his camouflage skill, retreating behind a nearby rock. He could now see a pterosaur-like creature with enormous wings spread wide, circling around a nearby mountain peak before finally landing in a patch of trees. In a fleeting glance, Lin Ping noticed the number 67 displayed prominently above the creature's head. Instantly, his guard snapped up. This instance seemed far more formidable than the Gaokao instance. Had that pterosaur-like creature collided with him just now, he likely would have met his end right there. Staying in the open was clearly not the best choice. Lin Ping quickly moved away. Reaching the forest's edge, he didn't remove his camouflage spell but instead moved forward cautiously. Suddenly, a level 25 wild boar monster burst out of the trees. Its head was crowned with sturdy, sharp quills, its massive tusks were terrifying, and its eyes glowed blood red. Frenzied Boar King. Lin Ping was utterly shocked by the creature's appearance. A level 25 Berserk Boar King was essentially a major boss even in ordinary dungeons. Yet here, it seemed to appear casually. Lin Ping wasn't about to let it go. A level 25 monster meant a hefty experience reward. He immediately drew his poison-tipped crossbow, aimed directly at the raging Boar King ahead, and pulled the trigger. As the bolt flew, the emerald poison coating the tip instantly pierced the Berserk Boar King's neck. In the next instant, the colossal force pierced through the beast, causing its health bar to plummet by more than half. Lin Ping swiftly ducked and charged forward, plunging the purple lightning dagger deep into its heart to finish the monster. Ding! You have hunted down the raging Boar King. Gained 900 EXP. Ding! You have obtained the Bone Shield, a white tier equipment piece that provides 300 physical defense. Strength plus 60. The system notification sounded. Lin Ping sheathed the purple lightning dagger and strode forward swiftly. He no longer cared about the meager experience from hunting the raging Boar King. Besides, the reward from the kill was just ordinary white gear. He'd stash it in his backpack for now, then have his sister disassemble it into materials back home. Selling those materials would net him a tidy profit. The sounds of combat echoed through the forest. Other students who had entered the instance had already encountered monsters. If he hadn't approached, remaining stealthy within the woods, a sudden flash of white light erupted, followed by the tree trunk violently trembling. Lin Ping hadn't intended to approach, but the trunk collapsed with a crash after trembling right where he had been standing. Lin Ping immediately leaped onto a nearby branch and landed atop a large tree. There, he spotted a familiar figure. Zhang Ruomeng? Lin Ping was quite surprised to encounter her so soon after entering the instance. The white light flickering from Zhang Ruomeng's staff clearly indicated an increase in its power. Lin Ping gripped the branch, hesitating to leap down just yet. He saw a rhino-like monster lying face down before Zhang Ruomeng, its level displayed as 23. Its health bar was nearly depleted. He never imagined that Zhang Ruomeng, a mage, had single-handedly taken down the rhino monster. And considering Zhang Ruomeng herself was barely over level 26, it was astonishing that a mage could achieve such a feat. Though perhaps she was equipped with some high-quality gear. Just as Lin Ping was marveling at this, several figures emerged from the nearby woods. They wore green uniforms. One of them held a bow and arrows, while the others carried hammers or knives. That's quite the move. The group that had just emerged immediately exclaimed in admiration. Leading the group was a man sporting a trendy hairstyle. Beside him, Lin Ping recognized Zheng Kuei, the very person who had lectured him upon arriving at the summer camp. Judging by the situation, they were all students from Ironblood Academy. As they approached, they formed a C-shaped formation, subtly encircling Zhang Ruomeng at the very center. What do you want? Zhang Ruomeng's expression darkened as she stared at the group ahead. The leader immediately waved his hand and smiled. No need to be nervous. Let me introduce myself, Li Huishan from Qingqing Ironblood Academy. Seeing you hunt monsters alone must be tough. Why not let us all lend a hand? After he finished speaking, the other students following him all laughed in unison. Zhang Ruoming instantly retreated cautiously. Raising her staff high, she addressed the group ahead, "This monster is mine to hunt. If you want to kill monsters, find somewhere else." When they first entered the dungeon, Li Tianming had made it clear that the experience points from monster kills would determine how lavish their lunch would be. These Ironblood Academy students clearly intended to reap the rewards without effort, stealing the monster killing experience that rightfully belonged to Zhang Ruoming. Zhang Ruoming naturally refused. But just then, Li Huishan waved his hand. Zhang Kuei, who was right beside him, immediately stepped forward wielding his battle axe. Zhang Kuei was a berserker. Clad in heavy armor and wielding his massive battle axe, he looked incredibly imposing even standing still. His shadow completely engulfed Zhang Ruoming. "Haha, don't force my hand." Zhang Kuei advanced slowly, a mocking grin on his face. At that very moment, Zhang Ruoming suddenly pointed her staff forward, light spear technique. A spear of condensed white light instantly shot toward Zhang Kuei. Startled, he instinctively raised his axe to block. The blinding light exploded, and the sheer force of the impact sent him reeling backward, nearly crashing to the ground. This scene left the Ironblood Academy students surrounding them utterly astonished. For a mage to repel a berserker in close combat was truly astonishing. At that moment, he was furious. He had intended to use the berserker class's imposing presence to intimidate Zhang Ruoming. He'd hoped she'd leave quickly, ceding the monster's experience. But he never expected to be attacked. Chapter 40, forced to reveal himself. "Zhang Kuei, are you even capable?" A student from Ironblood Academy taunted from behind. Zhang Kuei's face flushed with embarrassment. Furious, he swung his battle axe toward Zhang Ruoming. "You're asking for it, aren't you? Don't blame me." With that, Zhang Kuei immediately lowered his head and swung his battle axe down toward Zhang Ruoming. As the axe's gleam approached, Zhang Ruoming's eyes widened slightly, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly. She had indeed managed to slay that rhino monster alone thanks to the superior equipment her family had provided. But he'd paid a price for it. Just as he was about to finish off the rhino monster and claim the experience, several Ironblood Academy students suddenly appeared, intent on stealing his gains. How could he possibly accept that? She hadn't anticipated their reaction being so fierce. Mages were inherently at a disadvantage when facing berserker classes. In this critical moment, Zhang Ruoming could only resort to Holy Light. Holy Shield. Zhang Ruoming's voice rang out as a transparent, glowing shield materialized before her. The next instant, the axe struck the shield with a resounding thud, its immense force causing the Holy Light shield to tremble violently under the impact. Had Zhang Ruoming not reacted swiftly, that single blow might have shattered the entire shield. Crouching on a branch, Lin Ping watched Zhang Ruoming being hacked by the axe and let out a cold sneer. She's always been so arrogant and accusing others. She had slandered my sister as a mistress. Seeing her bullied now, Lin Ping felt nothing but satisfaction. Help her? Don't even joke about it. At that moment, Zhang Ruoming was also retreating in fright. The Holy Light shield could only block a single attack. If the opponent attacked again, she might not be able to withstand it. Besides, there were several Ironblood Academy students. She was completely alone. Escaping was his priority now. Continuing the fight might get him injured. These guys might not dare kill her inside this instance, but if she was left here gravely wounded and encountered high-level monsters, she could still be killed. Then there'd be no way to argue her case. Damn it! Zhang Kuei watched helplessly as his attack failed to breach the Holy Light shield. He immediately charged forward again, battle axe raised. A berserker's greatest strength was raw power. Unless Zhang Ruoming attacked from a distance while a berserker protected her. Or perhaps someone like Lin Ping, whose robe-like agility made him impossible for Zhang Kuei to pin down. Otherwise, a mage facing a berserker's assault at close range would inevitably be worn down and defeated. Zhang Ruoming hurriedly retreated backward, his Holy Light shield's glow fading. The ripples ceased to ripple, and cracks even began to appear on its surface. Seeing this, Zhang Kuei attacked with even greater fervor, swinging his battle axe relentlessly to form powerful hammer blows. He aimed to shatter that Holy Light shield outright. Boss, isn't it a bit unfair to treat the students from Jiangqing like this? A student from Ironblood Academy watching nearby asked Li Huishan. Li Huishan merely chuckled softly and shook his head. They're not ganging up on him, it's one-on-one combat. No one can say it's wrong. Besides, Zhang Kuei won't go all out, I've already instructed him. You guys should take this chance to grab that rhino monster's experience. After Li Huishan finished speaking, the few followers beside him nodded in agreement. They stepped forward, ready to finish off the rhino monster. Just then, the rhino monster staggered back to its feet, shaking its head. It was barely hanging on, a single charge from the berserker would finish it off. Lin Ping, crouched atop the tree, couldn't possibly let such a golden opportunity slip away. Flying Dragon Cloud reaching hand. Lin Ping struck immediately. Ding! You have cast Flying Dragon Cloud hand on the ironclad rhino. Ding! Steal successful. Acquired iron armor, white equipment, strength plus 30, blocks 300 damage. Ding! You have gained the iron armored rhino's attributes. Spirit plus 2. Strength plus 15. Stamina plus 10. Li Huitian's henchmen were just about to charge forward and take down the ironclad rhinoceros. Suddenly, the ironclad rhinoceros collapsed with a roar, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that blanketed the men's faces, leaving them covered in grime. Phew! Each of them spat out sand. They waved their hands frantically to clear the dust from their eyes. Just then, they realized the rhino monster they had been about to harvest was already dead. What the hell? Exclaimed a student from Ironblood Academy in astonishment. Just moments ago, they had seen the rhino monster with only a sliver of health remaining, and no one had made a move. The rhino monster's sudden death at this moment was utterly illogical. Li Huitian's expression darkened instantly. He extended his hand, and a black staff materialized in his grasp, whirlwind. His incantation unleashed a whirlwind that instantly swept out, enveloping the area near where the iron-armored rhino had fallen. Trees swayed violently, leaves swirled through the air. The air currents surged with the force of a Category 10 typhoon. Lin Ping had intended to sneak away with the loot, but never expected the opponent to unleash the gale spell. Li Huitian was a wind elemental mage. After the wind swept through, even the great trees began swaying violently. Unable to stay upright, Lin Ping leapt down from the tree. Someone's there. A tall, lanky student standing beside Li Huitian called out. Simultaneously, he drew a longbow from his back, aimed at Lin Ping's location, and fired an arrow on the spot. Hush! The arrowhead sliced through the air, heading straight for Lin Ping. Just as it was about to strike, Lin Ping spun around. Immediately after, the berserker-class student below, his hair and face covered in dust, charged forward. The weapon in his hand swung swiftly toward Lin Ping's landing spot. If he dared to step down, they would cripple his legs. What a ruthless move! Mid-air, Lin Ping executed a rabbit-leaping eagle maneuver, spinning instantly to draw his purple thunder short crossbow. Without hesitation, he aimed at the berserker students below and pulled the trigger. Several poison-tipped bolts struck their bodies. Crossbow bolts. Get out of the way! The berserker students below shouted and scattered quickly. Two failed to dodge, struck instantly. They writhed on the ground, screaming in agony. These were poison bolts beyond the physical damage, the toxin would continue to corrode their flesh. As their screams echoed, Lin Ping rolled to the ground. By sheer coincidence, he landed right beside Zhang Ruomeng. At that moment, Zhang Ruomeng's holy light shield was stretched to its absolute limit. A maniacal grin spread across Zhang Kuei's face. With his final strike, he slammed the axe in his hand against the surface of the holy light shield. With a sharp crack, the shield shattered into a shower of light particles. Zhang Ruomeng gasped in shock. She dodged to the side, landing right in Lin Ping's arms. Chapter 41, One person takes down the entire squad. At that moment, Xiang Yu was filled with emotion. Zhang Ruomeng's floating strands of hair brushed past Lin Ping's nose, carrying the lingering scent of shampoo. Zhang Ruomeng now saw Lin Ping. The moment she saw him, a deep blush instantly spread across her face. She had never been this close to a boy before, let alone in such an intimate posture. Before she could steady herself, Lin Ping reached out and shoved her. Zhang Ruomeng let out a soft cry as she toppled backward onto the ground. Her white dress was now stained with dust from the ground and scattered bits of withered leaves. Lin Ping, you. Zhang Ruomeng rolled twice on the ground before getting up, dazed, her cheeks still flushed. She'd expected to land in Lin Ping's arms at the very least, he'd help her up. Zhang Ruomeng pushed Lin Ping away with a stance that refused to let him take advantage, maintaining her cold, aloof princess persona. But she hadn't expected Lin Ping to beat her to it, doing exactly what she had intended to do. At that moment, Lin Ping remained utterly composed. Could you move out of the way when you dodge instead of deliberately crashing into people? Do you just love getting so close? Lin Ping scolded her without holding back. Zhang Ruomeng's face instantly flushed bright red. Not from embarrassment, but from sheer frustration. Damn it! Damn Lin Ping! She's a girl, for heaven's sake, and he treats her like this. At the same time, Lin Ping stood with his hands on his hips, facing forward. At that moment, Zhang Kuei also spotted her. The moment he saw Lin Ping, he instinctively took 2 steps back, panic evident on his face. He recalled the scene at the summer camp dormitory where Lin Ping had held a dagger to his carotid artery. Her hand had been so swift back then. Had he not ducked in time, she might have severed his artery. The terror was still vivid in his mind, making him deeply wary of Lin Ping. At that moment, Li Huishan approached. His eyes held a dark glint. You're the one who stole my experience points. The other Ironblood Academy students gathered around as well. Their expressions were hostile, especially those who had been attacked by Lin Ping, each glared with hatred. Lin Ping spread his hands in an open gesture of admission. What do you mean your experience? This monster was clearly hunted by our academy student, Zhang Ruomeng. No matter what, it's not for you, a student from another city and another academy, to claim. Lin Ping spoke with righteous indignation. Li Huishan's expression darkened further across from him. Well spoken, lad. But you stole our team's experience first. You won't walk away without an explanation for today's incident. The archer standing behind him drew his bowstring taut once more. An arrow was already drawn back, poised to fly the moment Li Huishan gave the command. Lin Ping glanced at his opponent, who stood with hands on hips, utterly unconcerned. He lifted his chin, his tousled hair swaying slightly with the movement, radiating a carefree confidence. Go ahead and try. The words were delivered with unyielding force, leaving no room for retreat. Fine. Break his limbs, but don't kill him. Li Huishan ordered. Zhang Kuei slowly moved closer and whispered, this kid's a thief. He's quite skilled, we need to be careful. Hearing Zhang Kuei's warning, Li Huishan instead threw his head back and burst into laughter. A rogue class? Just the lowest tier trash class. What could he possibly do? Let's get started. As soon as Li Huishan gave the order, the other Ironblood Academy students rushed forward, with the Berserker class students leading the charge. Zhang Kuei kept his wits about him. He didn't charge at the very front, instead positioning himself toward the rear edge of the formation. The Berserkers, wielding battle axes and heavy swords, closed in on Lin Ping. Weapons swung, preparing to surround him from multiple angles. Seeing this, Lin Ping didn't hesitate. He pulled the thunder exposure hammer straight from his backpack. Facing the Berserkers who had just charged up to him, he slammed it down hard onto the ground. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, and the light waves generated by the thunder exposure hammer spread outward in all directions. As the lightning surged forth, it transformed into several slender tentacles. They instantly coiled around the charging Berserker students, crackling with sparks as they unleashed devastating destructive force. The Berserker students' armor became the perfect conductor. Sizzle! 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 High-voltage electricity danced around them, instantly freezing the Berserkers in place. Hair stood on end across every face. Terror washed over their faces. The next instant, a powerful shockwave hurled them backward, slamming them into the surrounding thickets. A series of cracking sounds echoed as numerous trees collapsed in that instant. Broken branches crashed down onto the Berserker students. Screams filled the air. The Ironblood Academy students preparing for a phased assault were stunned. Before they could react, Lin Ping suddenly activated his camouflage skill. In his invisible state, he swiftly closed the distance. The purple lightning dagger thrust toward Li Huitian's body. Li Huitian saw this. He scrambled to dodge to the side, raising his staff to cast a wind shield before him. The shield instantly blocked Lin Ping's charge. The purple lightning dagger struck the wind shield and was blocked, though the shield shattered instantly. This clearly demonstrated the significant gap between wind mages and holy light mages. At the very least, Ruoming's holy light shield could withstand several strikes from the Berserker student before shattering. Although Li Huitian was higher level, his shield lasted much shorter, likely due to Lin Ping wielding a higher quality weapon. More significantly, however, was the disparity in elemental attributes. Among mage classes, holy light mages belonged to the high-tier category. Li Huitian's pupils contracted sharply. She hadn't expected his wind shield to shatter in an instant. Whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air from the side. The archer accompanying Li Huitian unleashed a shot, aiming at Lin Ping from close range. At such close range, even a moment's delay meant certain impalement. Lin Ping ducked and spun away to the side. Then, thrusting both hands forward, he flipped the purple lightning dagger in his palms once before plunging it toward the archer behind him. The archer recoiled in shock, like a girl who'd stepped on a bug, yelping and jumping back so violently he nearly dropped his longbow. This brief moment granted Li Huitian a sliver of reaction time. He swiftly cast his spell. Wind blades. Two crescent-shaped wind blades swiftly materialized from the edges of his staff, crisscrossing as they sliced toward Lin Ping's position. In a flash of light, the ground exploded into a massive gash. Immediately afterward, the entire wind blade began to expand and detonate, causing secondary damage. The area where Lin Ping stood was completely engulfed. Li Huitian took 2 steps back, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. This should finally hurt, he said with a smile. But instantly, he felt a chill against his neck as a dagger pressed against the edge of his carotid artery. Under the purple glow, he sensed a chilling intent to kill. Chapter 42, Threat Successful. It seems I'm the stronger one after all. Lin Ping's calm voice rang out. Li Huitian's body froze instantly, his ears twitching involuntarily. You actually dodged it? At that moment, fear nearly overwhelmed him. How could someone evade his wind blade attack? Such speed was far beyond what he had anticipated. Lin Ping sneered coldly. This was all thanks to the crimson-hued Yunlei boots he had obtained. At the same time, everyone else stared wide-eyed at the spot where Lin Ping stood, or more precisely, at the purple lightning dagger now pressed against Li Huitian's throat. At such close range, there was no doubt that a single strike could sever Li Huitian's major artery. Clang! Zhang Kuei's battle axe slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground, sending vibrations through the air. He scrambled to pick it up. The others reacted similarly. The battle seemed to halt in an instant, restoring silence. Zhang Ruomeng stared at Lin Ping in utter shock. She never imagined he could be so formidable. to subdue Li Huitian in such a short time. The archer who had been aiming at the landing spot of the wind blade, ready to fire an arrow as Lin Ping charged out, instinctively turned their bows toward him. "Let go of my boss." Facing the threat, Lin Ping sneered coldly, pressing the blade closer until it sank a fraction into the skin. "N2. Put it down." Li Huitian suddenly shouted, sweat beading on his forehead. Lin Ping's purple lightning dagger was poisoned. A single cut would mean instant poisoning. Death could come swiftly. The archer obeyed immediately, lowering his longbow and glaring at Lin Ping. "Don't do anything rash." At that moment, the berserkers Lin Ping had knocked down. Some still lay on the ground, others only half risen. Seeing Li Huitian restrained, they all froze in place, not daring to move. Lin Ping let out a cold laugh. Indeed, to catch the thief, first catch the king. He turned to the restrained Li Huitian before him and said, "Li Huitian, you're quite arrogant, aren't you?" Li Huitian immediately retorted, "The combat prowess of Iron Blood Academy students is formidable. Even if you take me hostage, you won't escape our encirclement. There's nothing to discuss." Lin Ping applied slight pressure with the dagger in his hand, and blood immediately began to flow from Li Huitian's neck. "I hate being threatened." The pain shot through him, nearly scaring Li Huitian to death. If the blade had pierced deep enough to draw blood, he would have been poisoned. Even though it was only a superficial cut, he had no way of knowing if the poison had entered his system. He dared not gamble and quickly said, "Don't be rash. We can talk this out." Lin Ping slapped his cheek. "Have your men back off. Grab your ears and get down on your knees." Li Huitian had no choice. His life was in Lin Ping's hands. He could only shout at his men, "Do as he says. Move out now." No one dared defy Li Huitian's orders. Slowly retreating, they crouched down at nearby edges, pinching their ears. The entire squad looked utterly ridiculous. Zhang Ruoming felt an urge to laugh at the scene, but she held it back. Yet she couldn't suppress the twitch at the corner of her mouth. Lin Ping, holding Li Huitian hostage, declared, "I, Lin Ping, keep my word. I'll let you go. Remember to bow your head whenever you see me in the future." With that, he shoved Li Huitian forward and vanished into the distance. Zhang Ruomeng. She had thought Lin Ping would take Li Huitian with him after threatening him like that. But he just ran off like that. Seeing Li Huitian still frozen in shock, she urgently called out, "Lin Ping, wait for me." Then, abandoning all ladylike decorum, she took off in pursuit. No way. Li Huitian's expression was still fresh in her mind. If she stayed, she'd surely be the target of his rage. She had to get out of there now. After being shoved by Lin Ping, Li Huitian stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, several Berserker class students ahead reacted quickly and caught him. But his face was dark and stormy. "Boss, are you okay?" And Tu and Zhao Kuei hurried over, asking with concern. "Damn it!" Li Huitian spat venomously. "I'm fine. Mark my words, remember that Lin Ping from Jiangchang. Today's humiliation, I, Li Huitian, will exact double revenge for." And Tu frowned and cautioned, "Boss, that Lin Ping is seriously dangerous. He's not someone to mess with." Zhao Kuei chimed in, his voice low and submissive, "Yeah, if we mess with him, he might make us suffer even worse." Li Huitian stared at his two underlings in shock. He was furious inside. He'd been humiliated by Lin Ping here, and not only did his two henchmen refuse to back him up, they were actually scared stiff. What a bunch of cowards. Li Hui glared at Zhao Kuei and N2, fuming. "Enough about that. Our goal is to rack up high points. We can't let this setback make us chicken out. That ironclad rhino was just a low-level Karami. To get good results in this dungeon, we need to hunt high-level monsters." And Tu and Zhao Kuei exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Zhao Kuei scratched his head. "Boss, we don't even know where the monsters are." At that moment, Li Huitian pulled a map from his pocket. "Don't ask me where I got this. It marks the distribution areas for most monsters in the dungeon." The group immediately gathered around in excitement. Li Huitian unfolded the map and explained, "It shows an Echo Valley where a powerful two-headed lion resides. It's high level. If we can hunt it down, our points will skyrocket." Zhao Kuei hesitated, a hint of fear in his voice. "Boss, that two-headed lion sounds tough. Are we really up for this? With this many people and such high-quality gear? With me here, what's there to fear?" Li Huitian glared at him, and Zhao Kuei fell silent. Later, Li Huitian declared, "We'll rest up first, replenish our stamina, tend to our wounds, then set out again." "Lin Ping, stop right there!" Zhang Ruomeng shouted loudly. Hearing his name, Lin Ping frowned and paused slightly, replying coldly, "What?" He didn't have a high opinion of this woman. "Falsely accusing my sister, she can't tell right from wrong." Zhang Ruomeng finally caught up, her face flushed and her hair damp with sweat. Biting her lip, she hesitated briefly before speaking. "I think we could team up. We could watch each other's backs in this dungeon." This was a decision she'd made after careful consideration. Her recent experience had made her realize how difficult it was for a mage to go it alone. With Lin Ping, a high-level rogue, at least her safety would be assured. She could focus on consistent damage output and work more efficiently. After all, while rogues generally lacked raw offensive power, their agility and stealth made them ideal for distracting enemies. Lin Ping suddenly burst into laughter. Zhang Ruomeng froze, unsure of his meaning. Just as she was about to ask, Lin Ping spoke up, "You're a high and mighty young miss. How could a lowly commoner like me possibly be worthy of teaming up with you?" The words carried a clear, deliberate edge of mockery. Zhang Ruomeng's face flushed crimson with anger. She stamped her foot and shouted, "Lin Ping, don't push it too far. I genuinely wanted to team up with you. How could you say something like that?" Chapter 43, Chance Encounter with Wang Difu. Zhang Ruomeng swore she truly had no ulterior motives. But Lin Ping's words were infuriating. Lin Ping shot her a cold glance before turning away, ignoring her completely as he hurried onward. Zhang Ruomeng instinctively wanted to follow, but stopped after taking one step. Gritting her teeth, she thought, "He's just a stinking thief. I'm a proper holy light mage. I wouldn't dream of teaming up with you." Just then, a sudden cry erupted from the forest ahead. "Help! Someone help me!" Lin Ping halted and looked ahead. A figure stumbled and scrambled toward them, looking utterly disheveled. Grass blades and twigs snagged on his clothes with a tearing sound as he ran, closely pursued by a massive, fiery red-haired, bristling-maned fireclaw monkey. The level 29 badge above its head and its thick health bar made the pressure feel overwhelming. The fireclaw monkey was a fire attribute monster by nature, fiercely aggressive and possessing formidable attack power. During the chase, one could see the fiery clawed fire monkey's sharp claws tearing through the air with blinding speed, its low, menacing growls echoing from its mouth. Lin Ping couldn't help but gasp in surprise when he spotted that figure. "Wang Difu? Lin Ping, save me!" Wang Difu cried out the moment he spotted him. His voice rose sharply, as if he'd spotted a lifeline. Zhang Ruomeng also recognized him as Wang Difu, who had participated in the college entrance exam dungeon with them. Several scratch marks were visible on his body. His hair bore scorched marks. The fiery clawed monkey moved with blinding speed. In the open terrain, it closed the distance in mere strides, closing in on Wang Difu from behind. Just as the blazing clawfire monkey was about to pounce on Wang Difu, Zhang Ruomeng drew her staff. A soft glow instantly blossomed, forming a protective barrier that enveloped Wang Difu. Boom! The blazing clawfire monkey charged from behind but couldn't tear through the shield. It did, however, temporarily prevent Wang Difu from suffering severe injury. Wang Difu seized the chance to run over to Zhang Ruomeng and Lin Ping. Lin Ping noticed Wang Difu still clutched his bow, though the arrows were gone. As the fiery claw monkey closed in, he drew the purple thunder short crossbow from his backpack and unleashed a volley of shots. Whoosh! 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 Several poisoned bolts flew out. The bolts struck the fire claw monkey, several hitting its body. The poison and excruciating pain spread through its body, sending the fire monkey into a frenzied rage. It let out a piercing scream, then charged forward at breakneck speed. Lin Ping increased his attack intensity, successfully drawing its aggro. The fierce clawfire monkey abandoned Wang Difu and lunged toward Lin Ping instead. Lin Ping dodged with a swift sidestep. Facing the fire monkey's assault, the purple lightning dagger in his hand was poised to strike. Zhang Ruomeng saw Lin Ping struggle and hesitated to intervene, yet instinctively unleashed Holy Light Spear upon the blazing clawfire monkey ahead. Beams of light erupted, providing support for Lin Ping. Arg! The fiery monkey's claws flashed forward. Burning light radiated from its claws. Any wound inflicted would ignite, causing severe burns or even immediate combustion. Combined with the damage bonus from his level 29 ability, the damage dealt was exceptionally high. Relying on his high agility, Lin Ping swiftly fired several poisonous bolts from his short crossbow before sidestepping dangerously close to the blazing clawfire monkey. In that instant, the fireclaw monkey's entire body erupted in roaring flames. Whoosh! The flames shot skyward, their intense heat threatening to consume everything around them. Lin Ping broke out in a cold sweat. The flames had shot so high, they nearly scorched him. The next moment, the blazing clawfire monkey twisted its body, lashing its tail toward Lin Ping. This move sealed off both his advance and retreat. Just then, a holy light spell descended in the nick of time. Accompanied by a blinding flash, it instantly dispersed the flames surrounding Lin Ping. Lin Ping smoothly sidestepped through the fiery zone. Afterward, Lin Ping turned back in surprise, looking toward where Zhang Ruomeng stood. There she stood, utterly focused, casting holy light spells to support him. A brief surge of emotion washed over Lin Ping, but there was no time for lingering thoughts. Seizing the moment when the flaming clawfire monkey was momentarily distracted by the holy light spell, he made a swift decision. He thrust the purple lightning dagger in his palm forward with a fierce thrust, driving it precisely into the heart of the blazing clawfire monkey. Squeak! 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 The fire monkey let out a piercing, agonized roar. As if subjected to torture. Lin Ping gripped the handle tightly, refusing to let go. By now, the dagger's venom had already spread throughout its body. With its heart damaged, the fire monkey's health bar began to plummet rapidly. It's dropping. Awesome, Lin Ping. Finish him off. Wang Difu cheered nearby, clapping his hands. Lin Ping had pulled off a masterstroke. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. Moments ago, he'd been hunted down by this fiery-clawed monkey, nearly killed. Now, slaying it was his revenge. Lin Ping drew the purple lightning dagger and fired several more poison-tipped bolts from his short crossbow. The fiery-clawed monkey was utterly helpless. Its movements slowed under the toxin's influence, unable even to turn before its life finally faded away. Thud! The fiery monkey's body collapsed, its health bar drained dry. Ding! You have successfully defeated the flaming clawfire monkey, gaining 1000 EXP. 1 flame crystal core, a red material usable for crafting equipment. Lin Ping was quite surprised he hadn't expected such unexpected loot from defeating a monster. Wang Difu, seeing the blazing clawfire monkey dead, rushed over quickly. Staring at the dead beast, he cursed, "That damn thing nearly killed me. Thank goodness you guys were nearby, or I'd be dead meat today." As he spoke, he spat in the direction of the fiery monkey's corpse. He also gained a portion of the experience points. As long as you participated in the hunt, the first slayer got 70% of the experience, while the rest split the remaining 30%. The experience points gained at this moment were quite substantial. Simultaneously, their wristbands automatically added points. Lin Ping glanced at Wang Difu with a faint smile. "You're lucky to have run into me. Remember when I asked you to team up earlier and you refused? What do you say now?" Wang Difu remained silent. He was still haunted by the last time Lin Ping had tricked him and absolutely refused to go through that experience again. Zhang Ruomeng stowed her staff and approached as well. She first examined the dead Fireclaw monkey and said, "Stop talking for now. Let's get to a safe spot. This might attract other monsters." Wang Difu examined his wounds, pulling out bandages and potions to heal himself. He sighed wryly, "My luck really is rock bottom. I just entered this dungeon and ran into such a formidable foe." Lin Ping snapped, "Hurry up and bandage yourself. If you don't join the party, don't expect me to help you if danger strikes later." Wang Difu dared not reply, but muttered under his breath, "You bastard, couldn't you show a little compassion? I'm injured here, and you're rushing me." But he knew the dungeon was fraught with danger, so he quickly tended to his wound and used a healing potion. Once he was done, Wang Difu asked, "Lin Ping, have you seen Xiaomei?" Chapter 44, Wang Difu's Hidden Agenda. Hearing Wang Difu's question, Lin Ping shook his head. "You mean teaming up with Xiaomei? You haven't seen her?" Wang Difu's face flushed instantly. He hadn't refused Lin Ping's team invitation out of fear of being scammed, but never expected to run into her in the dungeon. Lin Ping had even helped take down the fierce clawfire monkey. Wang Difu certainly wouldn't admit he'd deceived Lin Ping earlier. He curled his hand into a fist, placed it over his mouth, and cleared his throat twice. First masking his inner panic, he then spoke. "We had agreed to team up, but when we entered the dungeon, we were randomly split up, so we didn't see each other." The explanation seemed plausible enough, but Lin Ping shot him a skeptical look. To avoid revealing his lie, Wang Difu hurriedly pressed on. "I know a spot with high-level monsters. If we go together and team up to attack, we'll definitely get high points." As he spoke, a calculating gleam flashed in his eyes. Lin Ping immediately caught the look and spoke up. "What else are you hiding from me? Spill it now, or else when I find out the truth, you'll be in for it." Wang Difu's eyes visibly darted around in panic. Before he could speak, Zhang Ruomeng, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward and spoke up. "From what I understand, this summer camp dungeon not only ties accommodation quality to points earned, but there's also a bonus reward this time." After speaking, her gaze shifted to Wang Difu, the implication clear, this guy was hiding something. Lin Ping immediately turned his gaze toward Wang Difu, who could no longer keep up the pretense. He spread his hands in a gesture of goodwill and smiled. "Truthfully, I was worried that knowing this might make you too excited and affect your performance. That's why I didn't tell you everything. Passing the summer camp instance does indeed grant better rewards based on accumulated points. I heard it's orange gear." Orange gear? Even Lin Ping was taken aback. The highest tier gear he'd ever looted from monsters was merely red equipment. He never imagined the rewards alone would be this generous. "What are we waiting for? Let's get moving." Lin Ping's blood was boiling. If he could get that orange gear, his combat power would skyrocket. Wang Difu wasted no time either, quickly gathering his things to prepare for departure. But at that moment, Zhang Ruomeng stood rooted to the spot. Wang Difu looked at her in surprise. "Why aren't you coming?" Zhang Ruomeng was still holding a grudge over Lin Ping's earlier refusal to join his party. Now, she deliberately played hard to get with Lin Ping. Lifting her chin haughtily, she declared, "Lin Ping doesn't want to team up with me, so I'm not going to bother joining your little party either." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Difu grew anxious. "Zhang Ruomeng, your holy light spell is incredibly powerful. If you join our team, our monster killing speed and success rate will skyrocket. Don't listen to Lin Ping's nonsense, okay?" Wang Difu genuinely wanted Zhang Ruomeng to join the team. He always believed in teamwork. Back in the Gaokao dungeon, he'd led his own team through monster hunts. His results had been top tier. If it weren't for encountering that freak Lin Ping, he would have undoubtedly ranked first on the Gaokao leaderboard. By choosing the archer class, Wang Difu intended to position himself in a safe spot. His ranged attacks would let the berserkers handle the danger. He saw himself as a competent leader. Now, with an archer like him in the party, plus Lin Ping, that elusive rogue, and Zhang Ruoming, the holy light mage, even monsters too tough for any one of them alone could be taken down together. Other City Academy students also participated in this summer camp. Going solo here was disadvantageous. Only by teaming up could they increase their chances of survival. But Zhang Ruoming was fiercely proud. Instead, she put on airs, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Ping. Surely he must realize the importance of keeping a vow by now? He must apologize. If he didn't apologize today, she wouldn't join the team. Let them fret in frustration. Wang Difu turned his gaze toward Lin Ping. With his sharp mind, he could tell Zhang Ruoming's resistance was clearly because of Lin Ping. He tugged discreetly at Lin Ping's sleeve and whispered, "What's going on? You're both students from the same academy. If there's a misunderstanding between you, just talk it out. Why don't you, Lin Ping, go apologize to Ruoming?" Though Wang Difu didn't know the details, he understood that reasoning with women was futile. In this situation, it was most advantageous to lower his head slightly and let a holy light mage join the team. However, after he finished speaking, Lin Ping remained utterly cold. He withdrew the purple lightning dagger and said indifferently, "If she doesn't want to team up, then don't let her join. Whatever." With that, he walked straight ahead, leaving Zhang Ruoming stunned. She had been hoping Lin Ping would apologize to her. But he actually turned and walked away? She's a girl, you know. What's the harm in apologizing? Besides, you were the one who refused to team up in the first place. At that moment, Zhang Ruoming felt both furious and anxious. She couldn't help but stomp her cute little feet. Wang Difu was even more anxious than her. Blocking the team from fighting monsters was a surefire way to win. He absolutely wouldn't pass up the chance to have a holy light mage join the party. Seeing Lin Ping had already left and couldn't be persuaded, he turned to Zhang Ruoming with a smile, trying to persuade her. "Look, Lin Ping's just stubborn like that. Don't pay him any mind. Later, I'll help you get that first kill. Who knows, maybe we'll even take down a big boss." "You think so?" Despite Wang Difu's persuasion, Zhang Ruoming remained stubbornly angry. Still, she understood Wang Difu's words made perfect sense. Earlier, when she had wandered through this dungeon alone, she had nearly encountered danger. High-level monsters were beyond her ability to handle alone. Low-level monsters yielded few points, and she constantly faced the risk of having her loot stolen. Joining a party was not only highly advantageous but also the most sensible choice. Wang Difu's words provided her with a way out. Zhang Ruoming snorted coldly. "Teaming up is fine, but I'm not helping him. If danger comes, he can handle it himself." Her lips curled involuntarily as she spoke, revealing her deep frustration. Wang Difu clapped his hands sharply. "That's exactly how it should be. Let him taste the misery of being without a mage. Maybe it'll knock some of that cockiness out of him." After the last sentence, he lowered his voice and whispered, "Truth be told, I can't stand his arrogant attitude either, but what can we do? He's incredibly powerful." Hearing Wang Difu's words, Zhang Ruoming couldn't help but admit he was right. Chapter 45, Journey to Echo Valley. Lin Ping was truly formidable in battle. Even against a berserker class, he could easily gain the upper hand. She couldn't fathom how he trained. Or perhaps he was just exceptionally gifted. Wang Difu's interruption had slightly eased the anger in Zhang Ruoming's heart. She followed Wang Difu as they caught up to Lin Ping's footsteps. Wang Difu, Lin Ping, and Zhang Ruoming headed toward the direction of Shangshui Valley. Along the way, they encountered several summer camp students engaged in combat. The monsters in this dungeon were indeed significantly more powerful. And the fights were far from easy. Just along this route, they witnessed several trainees participating in the instance battle being severely wounded during combat with the monsters. A glow lit up on their wristbands, and they promptly exited the instance. Lin Ping examined the bracelet on his wrist. This device seemed to function like a mobile teleportation array. It automatically detected the wearer's vital signs. Once it detected a life-threatening situation, it would automatically activate the teleportation array to exit the dungeon and return to the outside. Medical stations must have been set up throughout the summer camp to provide emergency treatment for injured trainees and prevent their deaths. This process naturally weeded out weaker trainees, leaving the dungeon feeling much more spacious. The outline of a valley appeared ahead. This place is called Echo Valley. It's home to two-headed lions, most of which are over level 40. And within Echo Valley lurks a major boss, the Thunderfire two-headed lion. Its level soars as high as 68. Wang Difu stood at the valley's edge, explaining as he gazed ahead. Hearing his words, Lin Ping and Zhang Ruoming were both taken aback. The ultimate boss they had fought during the college entrance exam was only level 49. They never imagined the boss in this dungeon would be so incredibly high level. "Doesn't that mean it'll be incredibly difficult for us to hunt monsters? Even the weakest ones here are level 40, Zhang Ruoming voiced her deep concern. Lin Ping frowned too. Even with his high-quality gear, fighting level 40 monsters would be a real challenge. Wang Defu waved his hand dismissively. We can hunt on the outskirts. With the three of us working together to surround and kill them, we should be able to quickly level up to 30. Of course, Lin Ping, your level will be higher. Wang Defu added with a hint of deep envy and jealousy. Lin Ping had already reached level 31 during his college entrance exams. Such achievements and talent were enviable to the point of being painful. If he leveled up further in the summer camp dungeon now, it was hard to imagine just how high Lin Ping would ultimately reach. Before meeting Lin Ping, FA had thought himself a genius. But after witnessing Lin Ping's terrifying prowess, he realized just how insignificant he truly was. That's why he adopted a humble demeanor around Lin Ping, a far cry from how he treated others. Lin Ping nodded. He tacitly approved of Wang Defu's current strategy. To reach higher levels, one naturally had to pay a certain price. Rewards and dangers went hand in hand. This was something Lin Ping understood very well. Besides, he had another source of confidence. That was the bracelet each person wore. If they truly faced mortal danger, the bracelet could instantly teleport them out of the dungeon. At worst, they'd lose their eligibility for points. The threat to their lives was virtually non-existent. Zhang Ruoming also agreed to Wang Defu's proposal. As a mage, she desperately needed teammates to support her. After finalizing their plan, Wang Defu swiftly drew several rough lines on the ground. First, he marked their current location, then estimated the range of the monster's activities ahead. After a brief explanation, they set off. The task of scouting fell to Lin Ping. Using camouflage, Lin Ping slowly approached the edge of Echo Valley while invisible. There, he spotted several wolf-headed reindeer wandering about. They were currently locked in combat, heads lowered. Their level indicators above their heads read 36, with thick health bars. Taking on such monsters alone would likely take Lin Ping a while. After all, judging by their appearance, their attack power wasn't particularly strong. They were primarily herbivores. As Lin Ping watched two wolf-headed reindeer battle, a massive figure suddenly burst from the nearby grass. The grass here was incredibly dense, with each blade standing as tall as a small tree in the real world. Standing within them, Lin Ping had no need to worry about being spotted. Yet as the colossal figure lunged out, it towered a head above the surrounding grass. It bore two lion-like heads, its back covered in scaly armor, and its claws were razor-sharp. The moment it charged, it swung its claws, slamming into one of the wolf-headed reindeer beside it. One blow sent the wolf-headed reindeer crashing to the ground. Then both lion heads snapped down simultaneously, crunching through the creature in 2 bites. The remaining wolf-headed reindeer scattered in a panic, fleeing the area without hesitation. Lin Ping inwardly gasped in awe. While the two-headed lion ate, Lin Ping took a closer look. Beyond its massive size, its level was exceptionally high, a level 40 emblem paired with an extremely long health bar. This made Lin Ping realize hunting the two-headed lion would be incredibly difficult. Lin Ping stood up and slowly moved to the side, beginning to scan the nearby grassy areas. Earlier, when the two-headed lion had suddenly leaped out of the grass, it had sent a chill down his spine. If more two-headed lions lurked hidden in the grass, even a surprise attack by his party Wang Defu, Zhao Ruoming, and himself might not be enough to withstand them. Fortunately, after scanning the area, he found no hidden dangers within the grass. Aside from a few low-level herbivores, the rest of the area was empty. Lin Ping immediately turned and sprinted back toward Wang Defu and the others' hiding spot. Now the two-headed lion was isolated. If the three of them launched a surprise attack and unleashed another round of ultimate skills, they could wipe out half its health. Then, by slowly wearing it down and coordinating their attacks, they should be able to take down this two-headed lion. As soon as Lin Ping arrived, Wang Defu sprang to his feet, urgently asking, "How's it going?" Lin Ping gave him an okay sign. "A two-headed lion is eating. It's a good time to attack." Lin Ping briefly described his discovery. Wang Defu's eyes lit up. He swiftly drew his longbow from his back. He swiftly nocked an arrow. Then he waved his hand and said, "No time to waste, let's go. Zhang Ruoming, get your holy light spear ready. When I launch the attack, Lin Ping, you charge out immediately and unleash your most powerful move on that two-headed lion." Wang Defu swiftly outlined the plan for everyone. Lin Ping instructed them to prepare their camouflage skills once more to blend into the grassy interior. Soon, they approached the vicinity of the two-headed lion. The two-headed lion tore a chunk of flesh from the reindeer and swallowed it whole. At that very moment, Lin Ping planted his foot hard against the ground. He pulled the thunder exposure hammer from his backpack. With a roar, he charged down from above and smashed it right at the junction of the two-headed lion's neck. Chapter 46, Joining Forces to Slay the Two-Headed Lion. Whoosh! One of the two-headed lion's heads was struck by Lin Ping's thunder exposure hammer. It let out a mournful howl. Its massive body shook violently, and it was now clearly visible that its health bar had instantly halved. This sudden attack sent shockwaves through its system. The remaining head whipped around to face Lin Ping. Its vicious gaze fixed intently on Lin Ping's direction. Deeply wary of the thunder exposure hammer in his hand, it let out a low, menacing growl as a warning. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The lightning flashes fell and finally dissipated. Lin Ping stared at his weapon in delight. It seemed the attack had just triggered a critical hit effect. Otherwise, it wouldn't have instantly wiped out half the double-headed lion's health bar. Wang Defu and Zhang Ruomeng, watching from afar, stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them. Lin Ping's weapon is incredibly powerful. Wang Defu exclaimed, eyes wide. At that moment, Zhang Ruomeng also widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment, her gaze filled with disbelief. Clearly, she hadn't expected Lin Ping's explosive power to be this formidable. Look! That two-headed lion is attacking again. Wang Defu drew his longbow. Let's charge! Zhang Ruomeng nodded. The colossal double-headed lion lifted its massive body and charged toward Lin Ping at breakneck speed. It let out a low, menacing roar, determined to tear this human who dared to challenge it to shreds to satisfy its rage. As it charged, faint wisps of water vapor trailed behind it. Clearly a water attribute monster. Lin Ping instantly sensed the two-headed lion's fury and, without hesitation, quickly created distance. He drew his poison-tipped crossbow from his backpack and fired with a sharp crack. He then retreated, aiming at the other head of the two-headed lion. The two-headed lion charged toward Lin Ping almost instantly, its speed surprising even him. Lin Ping fired several poison darts, which the beast absorbed. Its health bar dipped slightly, but it remained standing. Lin Ping then switched to his purple lightning dagger, closing in for melee combat against the two-headed lion. The purple lightning dagger flashed with purple sparks in Lin Ping's hand, its blade coated with concentrated venom. The two-headed lion's strength was overwhelming. Its claw slammed down toward Lin Ping with overwhelming force. The instant the blow landed, Lin Ping felt immense force surge through the point of impact. His body was sent flying. A flash of light erupted from his body, followed by the system's notification sound. Ding! Shell pattern armor destroyed and deactivated. A white-tier piece of equipment had actually been destroyed in the clash. Lin Ping was stunned, but at least he had withstood the two-headed lion's attack. He scrambled to his feet, cursing under his breath. Where the hell are Wang Defu and Zhang Ruomeng? If they don't show up soon, I'm gonna get beaten to death. Just then, Wang Defu and Zhang Ruomeng finally arrived. Wang Defu swiftly drew his longbow, firing arrow after arrow at the two-headed lion. With steady aim, each arrow struck its mark precisely. Blood-red glows appeared as the double-headed lion's body was struck, its health bar steadily depleting. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruomeng stood beside Wang Defu, maintaining a safe distance from the two-headed lion, and began chanting to unleash her holy light spell. Whoosh! 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 3 massive beams of light erupted, instantly forming light spears that shot toward the two-headed lion. The holy light spell dealt heavy damage, further depleting the two-headed lion's health bar. However, this also triggered the two-headed lion's fury. It reared its head violently and charged ferociously toward Wang Defu and Zhang Ruomeng. Meanwhile, Lin Ping caught up. Seeing Wang Defu and Zhang Ruomeng receive reinforcements, he relaxed. Just as the two-headed lion was about to reach Wang Defu, Lin Ping caught up. He leapt high into the air, landing with perfect precision on the two-headed lion's back. He raised the purple lightning dagger high and thrust it fiercely toward its neck. The dagger's razor-sharp blade pierced through the two-headed lion's scales, driving deep into its main artery. Simultaneously, the two-headed lion's health bar plummeted to 0. Ding! Congratulations on your first kill. Reward, 2000 EXP. Acquired Thunder Roar Bell Purple Equipment, plus 500 Strength plus 30 Sonic Effect. Lin Ping's heart leapt with joy. He could feel his level experience surge significantly from this reward. He was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through again. The Thunder Roar Bell's attributes were exceptionally rare, especially the Sonic Wave affected might prove unexpectedly powerful in combat. Over at Wang Defu and Zhang Ruomeng's location, they watched as the two-headed lion collapsed, with Lin Ping standing atop its head. Wang Defu had been terrified, fearing the beast would charge him and leave him gravely wounded, near death. But thankfully, Lin Ping had intervened. Seeing Lin Ping successfully take down the two-headed lion, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Lin Ping, you're incredible. You actually took down that two-headed lion outright." Zhang Ruomeng stood at a distance. Though she had avoided direct attack by staying far away. Nor had she directly participated in the final kill, but witnessing Lin Ping's performance left her inwardly stunned. She had harbored some resentment toward Lin Ping's earlier coldness, but now she had to admit that his strength was truly remarkable. This was their first true team effort. Although Lin Ping had stood out in the college entrance exam dungeon, Zhang Ruomeng had been skeptical, suspecting he'd snatched the big boss's experience through a last-minute ambush. Now, in this head-on battle, she witnessed firsthand how decisively Lin Ping struck. He took the brunt of the attacks while still seizing opportunities to deal finishing blows. While she and Wang Defu attacked, he skillfully finished off the two-headed lion. This was a level 40 monster. Even though they'd lost some health battling the wolf-headed reindeer during the hunt, taking it down now was a pleasant surprise. The highest level among them was merely Lin Ping's 32. He had been level 31 before, but leveled up to 32 after defeating the monster. This was absolutely a case of killing a monster far above their level enough to shock anyone who heard about it. Lin Ping leaped down from the double-headed lion's corpse, sheathing his purple lightning dagger. Instead of immediately showing off his reward, he said to Wang Difu and Zhang Ruomeng, "Let's hurry and check if there's any other useful loot." Wang Difu and Zhang Ruomeng quickly moved forward, and the three began searching around the two-headed lion's corpse. They found some white-tier equipment drops. While not as valuable as the Thunder Roar Bell Lin Ping had obtained, it was still enough to satisfy Wang Difu and Zhang Ruomeng. Who would have thought the two-headed lion would drop so much loot? 5 pieces in total. Lin Ping took one piece and said, "You two split the rest. My backpack is already packed to the brim." Wang Difu didn't hesitate at all. Zhang Ruomeng glanced at Lin Ping and tucked away her share as well. She silently reassessed Lin Ping. "Seems my previous judgment of him was biased. Maybe I should team up with him." Meanwhile, Wang Difu calculated silently, Lin Ping is growing stronger. If I can build a good relationship with him, he could be a valuable ally when I go to university in the capital. Yes, I must put past grievances aside. Outside the instance. In the summer camp dungeon's real-time monitoring room, several teachers stood watching the dungeon's progress. Chapter 47, Who could possibly be that powerful? A massive floating light screen dominated the front. Displayed prominently was the instance's map. It turned out they had already mapped its terrain and monster composition. Red and green dots dotted the screen. Red represented monsters, while green indicated the summer camp students who had entered the instance for their trials. Each dot tracked a student's movements. Lu Tianming's gaze swept rapidly across the screen. His hands crossed over his chest as he nodded frequently. This year's summer camp students are all fierce. Their pace was relentless. Suddenly, a light began to flicker violently. Immediately afterward, a student's figure appeared outside the dungeon. Medical personnel, already on standby, swiftly ran over. With practiced movements, they laid the injured flat, checked vital signs, and administered emergency treatment. The entire process unfolded with seamless efficiency. "Which batch is this?" asked a teacher standing beside Lu Tianming. He was somewhat older, wearing black-rimmed glasses, but his expression was stern. He clearly held a position of authority. He was the head of the summer camp instructors here. "Director Zhang Mu, this is the 4th batch of students from the dungeon," a female teacher said. She was in charge of registration. Zhang Mu remained silent, while teacher Lu Tianming and the other instructors exchanged glances. It was unclear whether the big shot was satisfied or dissatisfied. Just then, Zhang Mu spoke up. "I heard that among the students participating in this summer camp, there's one from Jiangcheng named Lin Ping. His Gaokao dungeon level is 31. Zhang Mu suddenly interjected. Everyone froze. The female teacher from earlier reacted first, immediately confirming, "That's correct, Director Zhang Mu. It's him. He hasn't appeared outside the dungeon yet." Zhang Mu nodded and said, "Continue your work. Keep a close eye on the situation inside." Just then, the female teacher's finger suddenly pointed at a section of the light screen. "Look! Someone has breached Echo Valley." Her voice carried extreme astonishment. Echo Valley? Everyone's attention was drawn to the screen. Under their focused gaze, 3 light points were moving toward the Echo Valley area. They were moving very fast. Their smooth trajectories were clearly visible. These students are incredibly bold. The monsters in Echo Valley are all high level. They're pushing their limits. Another male teacher exclaimed in astonishment. The 2 teachers standing beside him nodded in agreement, both filled with a mix of admiration and concern. Young people are so impulsive rushing into Echo Valley like that. Don't they know it's the territory of the two-headed lion? Just then, they spotted a cluster of red light points, a sign of monsters. The light faded, replaced by 3 green points encircling the lone red one. Finally, the red light vanished. They're hunting the two-headed lion. The female teacher exclaimed in surprise, her voice rising sharply. It was obvious the 3 lights had a clear purpose, moving almost in a straight line. Zhang Modu was stunned. How long did it take them? The female teacher quickly pulled out her device to check, then exclaimed with a look of shock, 17 minutes. What? The students participating in this summer camp had an average registered level of 24, with the strongest being Lin Ping at level 31. And the weakest monsters here are level 40. Even in a team, they only took 17 minutes? This isn't monster hunting, it's mowing down grass. Teacher Lu Tianming's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. A surge of excitement welled up inside him, and he immediately said, "Principal, I might know who these 3 are. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but the leader is actually my nephew Li Huitian." The teacher beside him chimed in immediately. "Truly, a tiger teacher has no dog disciples. Li Huitian studied under teacher Lu Tianming, right? Ah, this is exactly the kind of promising talent we need." The surrounding teachers chuckled heartily. Zhang Mu's gaze lingered on the screen for a moment. His expression carried a hint of disapproval, and he seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Tianming's performance. After all, jumping around so enthusiastically hardly seemed like something a teacher should do. He turned to Lu Tianming, his tone probing. "Teacher Lu, it seems your nephew Li Huitian has great potential. Completing the hunt in such a short time is truly impressive." Lu Tianming's heart leapt with joy. Jiang Mu's praise meant Li Huitian would surely be under close scrutiny from now on. All the teachers present knew how high-ranking Jiang Mu was. This summer camp was less about training students and more about scouting talent. This was Jiang Mu's first time participating in the summer camp, and all three cities attached great importance to it. Incidentally, this was precisely why Feng Qing had hoped Lin Ping could join this summer camp. Now, receiving Jiang Mu's praise, Lu Tianming maintained a modest facade as he said, "Director Jiang Mu, you flatter him. Li Huitian shows some talent, but he still needs more time to hone his skills. I think he's too impulsive, though his courage is commendable." His apparent modesty was actually a way to elevate Li Huitian's excellence. Lu Tianming felt a quiet satisfaction. It seems the map I gave him played a crucial role. Still, the boy is a bit reckless, barely entering Echo Valley. But getting noticed by Director Jiang Mu is certainly a positive outcome. Jiang Mu remained silent, turning to the female instructor who had just spoken. "Teacher Zhou Yao, can you see the participants' names?" Lu Tianming froze. "What, still don't believe me?" The teacher named Zhou Yao nodded, operated the equipment to check, then furrowed her brow slightly. "Director, we can't confirm the exact identities of these three students yet. We can only determine their levels." "Oh?" Jiang Mu stepped closer. Zhou Yao pointed at the flickering green dots on the screen and continued, "These three dots represent levels 32, 27, and 28 respectively." "Such high levels?" Jiang Mu was slightly surprised. His gaze returned to the green dots on the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. A male instructor observing nearby remarked, "Director, judging by the levels, it seems more likely to be Lin Ping. He appears to have formed a three-person squad to enter Echo Valley." That explained it. But now, everyone's gaze turned uniformly toward Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming's expression immediately changed. He felt like he was being roasted over a fire, utterly uncomfortable. "Well, I may have miscalculated. Lin Ping is quite impressive after all. He had the highest exam scores in the college entrance exam dungeon across all three cities." Lu Tianming immediately backtracked. Not a word about how he'd just been praising his own nephew. Several teachers silently gave him a thumbs up. When it came to thick skin, Lu Tianming was undoubtedly the champion. At that moment, Zhou Yao smiled and remarked, "Director, it seems this Lin Ping truly lives up to his reputation. He's got a bold and daring spirit." Jiang Mu nodded, his voice tinged with satisfaction. "I'd heard rumors about Lin Ping before, but I never imagined he'd be so exceptional. He was the first to lead a group into the Echo Valley, a place no one dared explore, and even hunted down a level 42-headed lion. That's unprecedented in the history of our summer camps." Chapter 48, What You Think About Comes True. A hint of worry still lingered in Jiang Mu's expression. But the monsters in Echo Valley are all high level. They only managed to kill one by luck. If they've stirred up a pack of two-headed lions inside, things could get very bad. That was indeed a cause for concern. Jiang Mu asked again, "Is there any way to temporarily halt their progress into Echo Valley?" Echo Valley was not a location students were supposed to explore. The purpose of this summer camp trial was to gauge the true capabilities of the participating students. But attempting Echo Valley was simply too ambitious. Zhou Yao tapped her tablet a few times and replied, "Director, I'm afraid that's not possible. For this summer camp instance, we've only mapped the terrain. We have no means to block the students' actions." After she finished speaking, Jiang Mu sighed softly. He had hoped to pull the students who had entered Echo Valley out, preventing any accidents. Lu Tianming spoke up at this moment. "Though Echo Valley is dangerous, if their lives are truly threatened, they'll be automatically teleported outside the instance. We've equipped enough medics to provide timely treatment, which should prevent fatalities." Hearing Lu Tianming's words, Jiang Mu nodded slightly. Inside the instance, Lin Ping, Zhang Ruomeng, and Wang Difu slowly approached the depths of Echo Valley. After hunting a two-headed lion outside the valley, everyone gained a significant amount of experience. As they drew nearer to the heart of Echo Valley, traces of the two-headed lions grew increasingly frequent. Their activity marks littered the ground and slopes. "Look! 3 double-headed lions up ahead." Wang Difu suddenly pointed his finger toward a hillside ahead. Upon hearing his words, Lin Ping and Zhang Ruomeng both stopped in their tracks and looked ahead. There, on the hillside, they could see the two-headed lions, their eyes lazily scanning the surroundings. This was their territory. And they were of a high rank. Ordinary hunters dared not venture in lightly. Humans who ventured in had to seriously consider whether they dared to brave the Echo Valley. If any monsters in the dungeon were living the good life, it was undoubtedly these two-headed lions dwelling in Echo Valley. Lin Ping glanced at them and shook his head immediately. "No way. The two-headed lions are too densely packed here. Hunting them directly would trigger uncontrollable consequences." Wang Difu, filled with frustration, slammed his fist on the ground beside him. "It's such a waste to lose all that experience." Seeing his dejected look, Lin Ping tossed him 2 health potions. Originally, they'd come just to grab some decent experience points and leave. Little did they expect this guy would get so hooked. If he were to point out their current situation right now, both of you lack sufficient ranged attack and defense, and I, as a rogue, also lack defense. This kind of team needs a berserker class. Besides, none of us are very high level. If we were to ambush them, a coordinated attack might still have a chance. Lin Ping laid out their current predicament, leaving Wang Difu feeling utterly dejected. Just then, Zhang Ruoming suddenly stood up. Lin Ping frowned involuntarily. Zhang Ruoming, what are you doing? If you want a court disaster, I'm leaving the party immediately. Lin Ping shot her a cold stare. This woman, relying on her privileged background, had actually slandered his sister as a mistress. If it weren't for the special circumstances, who would even want to team up with her? But Zhang Ruoming didn't attack just yet. Instead, she pointed outside Echo Valley and said, "Look, a group of people are coming over there." Lin Ping and Wang Difu had been so preoccupied with discussing their immediate predicament and strategizing how to evade the two-headed lion's hunt. They hadn't anticipated others entering from outside Echo Valley. Does anyone else have a map? Lin Ping chuckled at this. Of course. If I could buy one, why couldn't others? It's not like it's some rare treasure. With the right connections, anyone can get one. Wang Difu spoke with such nonchalance that Lin Ping felt like punching him twice. If Lin Ping had those connections, he might sound just as nonchalant. Zhang Ruoming spoke up then. What should we do now? She was at a loss too. Originally, she'd wanted to team up to hunt the two-headed lion for good points. But now, realizing Echo Valley's interior was so complex. Beyond the initial success at the valley entrance, they'd gained nothing. We should hide first. Now isn't the best time to attack. Lin Ping pointed toward the nearby woods. Wang Difu and Zhang Ruoming nodded in agreement as they stood up. Lin Ping leapt onto a large tree first. Impressed by your agility? You picked on me, the archer, because I can't climb trees. If Xiaomei were here, you wouldn't get to show off. Wang Difu felt Lin Ping was flaunting his abilities. But he muttered these words under his breath, afraid Lin Ping might hear. If Lin Ping got stubborn and left him behind, then he'd be left with nothing but tears. In this dungeon, as an archer, his defenses were simply too weak. Unlike mages, archers needed to keep their distance and stay in a completely safe zone to unleash their full power. Unlike mages, who could instantly cast spells to launch attacks if skilled enough, at least ensuring some self-preservation. Now he had to rely on Lin Ping to draw the monster's attention in the dungeon. While everyone else hid, Lin Ping stood atop the treetops. From his elevated vantage point, he could clearly see the group that had just passed by. Leading the group was none other than Li Huitian, the man he'd met once before. What a small world. Lin Ping sneered coldly upon recognizing the man. He never expected that after their brief encounter, the man would now appear in Echo Valley. Lin Ping glanced at the several berserker classes in the group. Compared to the makeshift squad he shared with Wang Difu and Zhang Ruoming, Li Huitian's group boasted remarkably diverse class compositions. Several berserker students marched at the very front. Behind them were archers and mages. As they advanced, the formation spread out with meticulous precision. Seeing their formation, Lin Ping wasn't stupid. He understood they were specifically heading for Echo Valley. If that was the case, then he might as well take advantage of them. Lin Ping leapt down from the tree trunk. Wang Difu, who had just sat down to drink water, nearly choked in fright. Lin Ping, what the hell? Could you not be so sudden? Wang Difu rubbed his chest and screwed the lid back onto his canteen. Lin Ping glanced at the luxury brand logo on Wang Difu's water bottle and couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Rich people always go for these flashy, useless things. But she didn't say much. Instead, she pointed toward the outside and said, "A monster hunting squad's arrived outside. The leader is Li Huitian." Chapter 49, The Mantis Stalking the Cicada Plan. Wang Difu remained unmoved, but Zhang Ruoming abruptly stood up. Her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise and resentment. Earlier, it was Li Huitian who had snatched the monster she was about to hunt. Had Lin Ping not intervened in time, she herself would likely have suffered severe injuries. Now, upon hearing Li Huitian's group had arrived, her first thought was, are these people coming to snatch things again? Her pale fingers gripped the staff tightly. Zhang Ruoming gritted her teeth and declared, this time, I won't let them succeed again. Wang Difu looked utterly bewildered. He stood up and asked, what's going on here, you two? Do you actually know the people from that squad outside? Why not introduce everyone so we can team up to hunt the two-headed lion here? It'd be safer that way. Hearing him speak, Lin Ping immediately spread his hands. Sure, you can be the cannon fodder. When these monsters kill you, the people in the back can come over and reap the rewards. Wang Difu's eyes widened instantly. Why should I? They're dreaming. Lin Ping nodded and said, you're not entirely stupid. These people were already trying to steal the monster Zhang Ruoming was about to kill. They're not exactly good people. Just then, Zhang Ruoming walked over and recounted her ordeal. After hearing her story, Wang Difu was furious. They're born scum. Stealing other people's kills, how could they do something like that? He spoke with palpable fury. But Lin Ping was utterly speechless. During the college entrance exam dungeon run, Wang Difu had relied on his hunting squad to pull off plenty of such heists. Now he was pointing fingers at others? He really had no self-awareness. Lin Ping looked at Wang Defu and said, "They're coming to fight over the double-headed lion's experience points. We need to discuss how to handle this together." Wang Defu tucked away his luxury water bottle. He held up a finger and declared, "I think using them as bait to deal with those two-headed lions and reduce the danger for us is the best strategy right now. Truly the wisest student in the Gaokao dungeon." Lin Ping agreed with his strategy. "That's exactly what I was thinking. Their team is exceptionally well equipped, they even have 3 berserkers. Even if they encounter a two-headed lion, they can hold out for a while. Then we can sneak in for the kill, minimizing our own casualties." Wang Defu immediately extended his hand, clenching it into a fist to bump Lin Ping's. Their eyes met with the silent understanding of kindred spirits. Zhang Ruoming smiled at the sight of them. Though their plan was rather shady, it was still a good solution, and besides, it would avenge her. Thinking of Li Huitian, who had previously stolen her monster experience, the prospect of her now stealing his experience filled her with a sense of vengeful satisfaction. Wang Defu promptly began assigning roles for the plan. After a moment's thought, he proposed that Lin Ping go ahead to scout the situation. Once she and Zhang Ruoming confirmed it was safe, they would strike from the shadows. Lin Ping stepped out of the woods once more. By then, Li Huitian's group had already reached the outskirts of Echo Valley. "Boss, look. There's a two-headed lion carcass over here." A berserker in Li Huitian's group called out. Upon hearing the shout, Li Huitian frowned and walked forward. Sure enough, he spotted a slain two-headed lion lying on the ground. "Someone beat us to it. We can't fall too far behind. Let's hurry into Echo Valley." Li Huitian waved his hand decisively, and the students in his party immediately quickened their pace. Zhao Kuwei couldn't help but glance at the double-headed lion's corpse lying on the ground. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from it, yet he couldn't recall where he had encountered it before. Soon, the entire group had entered Echo Valley. "Boss, look. 2 lone two-headed lions up ahead." A lithe figure leapt onto a rock ahead to scout and reported. This was the archer, and 2. "Send someone to lure the two-headed lion away. The rest of you get ready, we'll surround and take down the remaining one together." Li Huitian swiftly assigned the task. "I'll go." Until leapt down from the rock, shouldering his longbow as he walked toward the location of the two-headed lions. Once he reached a safe spot, he drew his bowstring and fired. With a whistling sound, the crossbow bolt struck one of the two-headed lions. The two-headed lion's health bar dipped slightly. Yet its massive health pool remained largely unaffected. However, this strike enraged it. Roar! The two-headed lion charged forward at breakneck speed, targeting N2, the one who had just fired the arrow. Seeing it charging, N2 didn't even look back as he sprinted into the forest. Only the other two-headed lion remained behind, lying on the ground and scratching its neck relentlessly with its hind legs. With 2 heads, the division of attention proved unfair, and the 2 lion heads exchanged a couple of snarls. But they stopped immediately. Li Huitian waved his hand, and the berserkers gathered around him. "Listen up. You must block its first wave of attacks." Zhao Kuei, gripping his battle axe, nodded repeatedly. "Boss, don't worry. We'll hold the line." Li Huitian raised his black staff. After a brief preparation, he formed a wind blade several meters wide that shot forward. It swiftly struck the two-headed lion, which sat leisurely on the ground. The wind blade exploded. One of the two-headed lion's heads was struck instantly, its health bar above its head dipping slightly. This strike was merely meant to draw its attention. Sure enough, the two-headed lion was drawn in, letting out a furious roar as both lion heads began to bellow. Zhao Kuei seized the moment, leaping out with 2 berserkers and striking his battle axe against a nearby rock. "Come on, you beast!" Accompanying his shout, the other 2 berserkers also pounded their armor with all their might, creating a deafening clamor. The enraged two-headed lion spotted its targets and immediately reared its massive body. Its claws pounded the ground as it closed the distance in mere breaths. Both massive lion heads raised their gaping jaws, filled with razor-sharp teeth, and lunged forward to bite down. Zhao Kuei and the other 2 berserkers rushed forward, with one shield-bearing warrior taking the lead. The battle commenced. A smile spread across Lin Ping's face. Now wasn't the optimal moment for a sneak attack. He had to wait until this group had whittled the two-headed lion down to its lowest health before making his move. He crouched safely atop a treetop, observing the battle below. At that moment, Lin Ping saw N2, who had served as bait earlier, return. Aside from a few small branches caught in his clothing, he appeared completely unharmed. He approached Li Huitian, who spread his arms wide as vast amounts of wind energy gathered behind him. The other mage and the archer also prepared to strike. They were waiting for Zhao Kuei and the others to withstand the first wave of attacks before unleashing their full power. Lin Ping rubbed his hands together. The show was about to begin. Chapter 50, Snagging the First Kill. Boom! A massive collision sent the frontline berserker warrior flying. Li Huitian immediately unleashed his wind blade assault, the whistling blade slashing the ground ahead. As it shattered, the ground exploded into a massive crater. Energy ripples surged across the two-headed lion's body, causing it to stagger violently. Its health bar dropped by more than half. While the Berserker warrior's earlier attack contributed, Li Huitian's wind blades delivered the decisive blow with their immense explosive force. Seeing Li Huitian strike, N2 swiftly launched his feathers. They pierced straight through the two-headed lion's outer defenses, inflicting continuous damage. Lin Ping observed that this longbow was quite effective. It must have attribute bonuses, otherwise it wouldn't have a sustained effect. Just as Li Huitian and the others were locked in fierce combat with the two-headed lion, Lin Ping quietly returned to Wang Defu and Zhang Ruoming's hiding spot. The timing is right. Li Huitian and the others are locked in a fierce battle with the two-headed lion. We're ready to move. Lin Ping whispered, keeping his voice low. Wang Defu smiled. Li Huitian probably never imagined that while he was hunting the cicada, we were waiting in ambush like the sparrow behind him. Lin Ping waved his hand. Enough talk. Let's go. Wang Defu and Zhang Ruoming nodded, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Especially Zhang Ruoming. Given her personality and past experiences, she'd never participated in a monster hunting operation before. Now, getting to do this with Lin Ping and Wang Defu had her feeling a little nervous. The trio cautiously approached the battlefield. Lin Ping led the way at the front. A rogue's role was to scout ahead. This isn't to say it's worthless, but because rogues react quickly and possess stronger perception than other classes. Their reconnaissance skills proved particularly useful in dungeons. Only perception-focused mage classes could rival them. By now, Zhao Kuei and the other berserkers were showing signs of exhaustion, and the two-headed lion's health had been depleted by more than half. Li Huitian had to administer several rounds of potions just to stabilize the situation. Prepare. Lin Ping gripped his weapon tightly. Zhang Ruoming's staff glowed with light, while Wang Defu drew his bowstring taut, poised to strike. Ah! One of the berserkers Li Huitian brought was sent flying. The two-headed lions were notoriously temperamental. As the original inhabitants of Echo Valley, they lived a life of unrivaled dominance. The hurled berserker crashed heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Li Huitian's face darkened as he swung his staff again, sending several wind blades whistling toward the two-headed lion. Though fierce, the two-headed lion couldn't withstand such concentrated fire, sustaining numerous new wounds. Antu's feathers continued to fly like arrows. Whistling through the air, they struck the two-headed lion, sending crimson ripples across its hide and significantly depleting its health bar. Zhao Kuei and the other berserkers rallied once more. They downed potions in one gulp, eyes wide, charging headlong at the two-headed lion. You beast, die! Zhao Kuei roared, swinging his battle axe down with all his might. By now, the two-headed lion's health was nearly depleted. Li Huitian's eyes flashed with excitement as he shouted, push harder. It's almost done for. At that moment, his spells were beginning to falter. The main reason was sheer excitement. It had taken so much time and consumed a large quantity of potions for the team members. Potions weren't something just anyone could afford. Had the Li family not been one of Qingqing's premier clans, they simply wouldn't have been able to procure such quantities. Now his efforts were paying off. Once they hunted down this two-headed lion and he secured the first kill, his points ranking would likely skyrocket to the top. Hunt down a few weaker monsters, and first place in the summer camp would be a sure thing. Li Huitian shouted, everyone step back. Let me take the first kill on this two-headed lion. His voice trembled with excitement. Even as he walked, the corners of his eyes twitched, as if he could already see himself crowned the summer camp champion, the glorious moment when all the students would erupt with envy and admiration. His excitement was so intense that the staff in his hand trembled from the force of his grip. Zhao Kuei and N2 heard his shout and quickly stepped aside, clearing a path for him. Envy filled everyone's eyes. First kill. Grab the most experience points and claim the glory of the first kill. Too bad I'm not a descendant of the Li family. Taking their benefits, I can only play support and hand over the glory. No resentment here, this is knowing when to bow to necessity. Li Huitian strode forward with triumph in his step, ready to unleash the spell he prepared long ago to deliver the final blow to the two-headed lion. Ha! First kill secured. His heart raced wildly, and in that instant, all other emotions faded away. As he imagined claiming the first kill, he immediately struck. At that instant, Lin Ping burst forward. Lin Ping used camouflage to sneak closer. He crouched in nearby bushes, waiting for his chance. Just as Li Huitian was about to strike, he unleashed the poisonous thunder crossbow in his hand without hesitation. A purple beam shot out instantly. It struck the two-headed lion instantly. With a dull thud, the two-headed lion's health bar emptied instantly, its massive form collapsing to the ground. This strike arrived precisely 1 second before Li Huitian's wind blade slash. Li Huitian froze. His eyes widened, and it took a full 10 seconds for him to process what had happened. He whipped his head around, snarling at the nearby teammates. Who the hell dared steal my first kill? He roared, his eyes red with rage. After spending so many potions and so much time, to have the first kill snatched away, no one could stand that. Zhang Kuei and N2, standing beside him, stared blankly at Li Huitian. They hadn't even moved just now. Look! That two-headed lion has poison on it. N2 had keen observation skills. Upon hearing N2's words, Li Huitian instantly pictured Lin Ping in his mind. It must be that bastard Lin Ping. He used a poison dagger before, this time he might have poison arrows too. Li Huitian shouted furiously. Search! Find him! His team members wasted no time, immediately scattering to search the area for Lin Ping's trail. He can't have gone far. We'll find him if we search thoroughly. Li Huitian's eyes blazed with fury. His rage was about to explode. At that moment, a notification sounded in Lin Ping's mind. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of a level 42 headed lion. Reward 2000 EXP. Ding! You have obtained an item, Lion's Fang Dagger Red Equipment. Strength plus 100. Inflicts Shadow Double Kill effect upon attack. Grants 5% lifesteal, scaling up to 10% at max level. Seeing the reward, Lin Ping immediately felt overjoyed. Though it was an orange tier, this Lion's Fang Dagger suited his rogue playstyle perfectly and it had 5% lifesteal. This was Lin Ping's favorite. Behind him, Li Huitian's men scattered to search for Lin Ping. Lin Ping had already regrouped with Wang Defu and Zhang Ruomeng. Let's go. We finished looting the monster's experience. It's time to leave. Lin Ping called out and Wang Defu and Zhang Ruomeng nodded in agreement, following suit. The two were delighted. This time, Lin Ping secured the first kill. As his teammates, they also received some experience points, not much, but it was free. Chapter 51, Growing Steadily. What if we keep hunting inside Echo Valley? We could get a lot more experience. Wang Defu said, his voice brimming with eagerness. With the Huitian crew acting as bait and meat shields, snatching the spoils felt incredibly satisfying. No effort required, experience gained effortlessly. This kind of experience was something Wang Defu had never encountered before. Getting something for nothing was addictive. Wang Defu now wanted to replicate what Lin Ping had just done. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ping shook his head gently. That won't work. Li Huitian isn't stupid. He's probably already figured out I was the one who snatched the first kill. We can't stay here. We've gained a lot of experience now. Let's move forward and meet at the central point. Lin Ping's reasoning made perfect sense. Even though Wang Defu desperately wanted to try again, relying solely on his archery skills, it was utterly impossible to gain the same level of experience as Lin Ping in this dungeon. And sending him alone to face Li Huitian's squad was asking too much. He might get caught and beaten senseless. Getting injured would be one thing, but the shame would be spread all over Jiangcheng. Though Wang Defu excelled at strategizing, the entire team's resolve ultimately rested with Lin Ping. Zhang Ruomeng glanced at Lin Ping and only now felt she was beginning to understand him. His previous actions in dungeons had painted him as an opportunist. His behavior in this summer camp dungeon seemed consistent with that image. Yet, only by joining the team did she realize Lin Ping wasn't what she had assumed. While he did occasionally favor shortcuts, he didn't truly rely on them. When action was required, he was decisive and efficient, never hesitating. Even when faced with a favorable situation, he could analyze the pros and cons and halt the operation promptly. This single quality alone was enough to make people look at him with newfound respect. Enjoying the fruits of one's labor is easy enough, but resisting temptation while doing so? That's not something just anyone can manage. Check over there too. Zhao Kuei's voice rang out from nearby. Lin Ping glanced in that direction, waved his hand, and departed the area with Wang Defu and Zhang Ruomeng. After they departed, Li Huitian's squad arrived at the same spot. Boss, look, there are signs someone was here. And two pointed toward the ground with a keen gaze. At that moment, several footprints appeared on the ground. 3 people. Li Huitian's eyes flashed with intense fury. His fingers clenched so tightly they cracked, revealing the depth of his rage. The first kill, for which they had paid such a heavy price, had been snatched away. Now they couldn't even find the people. Don't lose heart, boss. We'll hunt it down again. This time we'll definitely get the experience. Zhao Kuei urged from the side. As he spoke, he made a fist, as if to encourage Li Huitian. Hearing this, Li Huitian felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. After all, their team was mostly in their 20s, while the monsters they faced were level 40. The massive level gap was only being bridged by the potions in his backpack. Without potions, given their team's average level, it would be impossible to take down the 2-headed lion. Even if they're loaded, potions aren't just plain water for him to guzzle down. Originally, he had planned to hunt only one 2-headed lion, gain the first kill experience, and then leave for the rendezvous point. But due to the unexpected turn of events, his remaining potions were running low. He couldn't afford another round of consumption. Zhao Kuei's words were like rubbing salt in the wound. Li Huitian immediately smacked his helmet several times, making a thudding sound. You're out of your mind. Now, follow me forward and hunt monsters that aren't too high level. We have to catch up on points no matter what. Zhao Kuei, now on the receiving end of the blows, felt frustrated, unsure exactly what he'd said wrong. And Tu and the others didn't intercede. After watching Li Huitian make his decision, he finally spoke up. I recall the map marks several higher-level monsters near Echo Valley, though they're relatively docile. If we pool the experience gained from killing them, we can catch up. Upon hearing this, Li Huitian immediately nodded. His most pressing concern now was catching up on points. Reaching first place was now out of reach, so he set his sights on second. With his team's current strength, facing less formidable monsters wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Let's move faster. Li Huitian led his team forward. The monsters near Echo Valley weren't particularly high level, with most hovering around level 20. Wang Difu paused beneath a large tree to observe. Lin Ping were almost at the rendezvous point. Lin Ping walked up from behind and looked ahead, spotting a dark structure in the vicinity. Judging by the distance, it was no more than 10 kilometers away. This area is close to the core zone, but the monsters aren't as strong as those in Echo Valley. I'd say the strongest ones are only around level 30. Let's not push further forward. We'll hunt here and grind for experience. Lin Ping suggested. Wang Difu agreed wholeheartedly. Earlier, Lin Ping had secured the first kills on both two-headed beasts. He and Zhang Ruoming hadn't gained much experience yet, so hunting some lower-level monsters now could help secure their ranking. Sounds good. I spotted 2 rock boars about 700 meters to the left. Let's head over. Lin Ping led the way. As a rogue, he moved swiftly and served as the scout during combat. Upon reaching the location Wang Difu had indicated, Lin Ping spotted 2 boars standing in the clearing, their bodies resembling solid rock. They kept their heads down, using their extremely long tusks to dig through the soil, searching for tree roots or grass roots to eat. The level indicator above their heads read 35. Their health bars appeared perfectly normal, showing no unusual changes. As Lin Ping observed, 2 long-eared creatures with white fur ran over. They were likely just passing through. But the moment they stepped into the clearing, they caught the attention of 2 rock boars. The boars immediately charged toward them, grunting and snorting. A single charge killed the long-eared creatures, and the boars opened their mouths to swallow them whole. The long-eared creatures were over level 20. Seeing the rock boar's violent nature and omnivorous diet, they seemed to eat anything. He remained unperturbed. If he could take down a level 42-headed lion, what was a mere level 30-something creature? Lin Ping returned to inform Wang Difu and Zhang Ruoming of the situation here. Wang Difu rubbed his hands together eagerly. This was his main battlefield, he had to make a good impression. As for Lin Ping, he didn't want to overstep again. He'd let his teammates gain experience so everyone could develop evenly. Chapter 52, Sharing Experience with Teammates. Hold on, I'll go first. Lin Ping glanced at Wang Difu and Zhang Ruoming before instructing them. Both nodded. After getting closer for a look, Wang Difu saw that the 2 rock boars hadn't noticed any movement around them. He returned and pointed to the open area they had just vacated. The area is wide open. When you strike, make as much noise as possible. That way, the 2 rock boars won't focus their attention on the sides. Then Zhang Ruoming will cast Holy Light to immobilize them. Meanwhile, I'll use my artifact to take out one of the rock boars first. Wang Difu's tactical plan was complete, and Lin Ping found it sound. Zhang Ruoming also agreed. The 3 began moving toward the clearing. Lin Ping instantly darted forward using his camouflage skill. Clutching the purple lightning dagger, he drew near the rock boars. Both creatures visibly grew agitated. This reaction surprised Lin Ping. He hadn't expected creatures at just over level 30 to possess premonition abilities. He hadn't experienced this effect when using camouflage to approach the 2-headed lion earlier. The rock boars stood back to back, their bloodshot eyes darting around while their snouts twitched as if searching for enemies. But Lin Ping's camouflage was flawless, he remained completely invisible. Even if they sensed something, they couldn't possibly detect Lin Ping at this moment. Once he closed to a safe distance, Lin Ping abruptly pulled the trigger. The poison-tipped crossbow instantly fired several streaks of greenish-purple light. The poison-coated crossbow bolts instantly pierced the bodies of the 2 primitive boars. However, due to their thick hide, only 2 bolts found their mark this time. Squeak! 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 The rock boars, startled by the pain. They turned and bolted away. Seeing the capture slipping away, Wang Difu's voice rang out. Wind Chaser Arrow. An arrow imbued with wind magic instantly pursued them, striking one rock boar in the back of the neck. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoming began casting Holy Light. 2 pure white beams split from the center of the staff in her hands, encircling the 2 rock boars attempting to flee. Beneath the white light, the 2 rock boars tried to charge out, but the shield merely shuddered without breaking. Beads of sweat formed on Zhang Ruoming's forehead. Her fair complexion flushed crimson from overexerting her abilities. Zhang Ruoming was already a strikingly beautiful girl, and now, with the 2 blushes on her cheeks, she looked even more captivating. But no one had eyes for such beauty now. Watching the rock boars shake relentlessly, Lin Ping knew there was no time to waste. He grabbed his poison-tipped crossbow and instantly fired several bolts. The bolts pierced the bodies of the 2 rock boars without pause, their toxins steadily draining their health. The health bars above the rock boars' heads had already been depleted by half. At the same time, Wang Difu launched his own volley of arrows. Whoosh! 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 A relentless barrage of arrows streaked through the air like 9 stars aligning in the sky. They flew in succession, entering the vicinity of the two rockboars before charging past them. Red flashes erupted from the rockboars' bodies. Each flash caused their health bars to plummet significantly. Soon, the rockboars' health bars were nearly depleted. Lin Ping charged toward one of the primitive boars, thrusting his purple lightning dagger into its body multiple times. Amidst its wails, the delayed boar's latent power erupted, instantly shattering the confinement formed by the holy light spell. Stop them! Wang Defu stared in shock at the two freed rockboars charging forward. Their health bars were now nearly depleted. With just a little more effort, he could finish them off and gain massive experience. These were over level 30 monsters. If he could take down two more, his level would definitely reach 29. With good luck, he might even break through the 30-level barrier. How could he possibly pass up such a golden opportunity? Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoming was desperately channeling all her mana. Yet the restraining shield formed by holy light was still slowly cracking, visible fissures appearing on its surface. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Ruoming reached into her backpack and pulled out a vial of blue potion. After swallowing it in one gulp, her mana rapidly recovered, allowing her to mend the fissures in the shield. The two rockboars, finding no path to charge forward, suddenly turned and collided toward Lin Ping. Lin Ping was speechless at the strange actions of these two. Why choose him of all people? Lin Ping looked up, a cold smile in his eyes. He raised his poison-tipped crossbow. Just as he was about to fire, Wang Defu's shout rang out, "Lin Ping, let me handle this." Looking up, Lin Ping saw Wang Defu holding a longbow drawn to its full moon shape, a red glowing arrow knocked upon it. As Wang Defu released, the arrow tore through the air like a bolt of lightning, instantly reaching the first rockboar. Wang Defu's powerful strike unleashed tremendous explosive force. The arrowhead instantly pierced through the rockboar's body armor. The next second, a grunt echoed as the boar's neck was pierced clean through. Its health bar atop its head began flashing rapidly at the same moment. Damn it, still not dead. Wang Defu cursed furiously as he rushed up from behind. Just then, the holy light shield enveloping the rockboar vanished. Zhang Ruoming mustered her last ounce of strength and tapped the rockboar with the pierced neck. Though its power had weakened, the primal boar's life now hung by the thinnest thread. This holy light spell proved to be the final straw that broke the camel's back, ending its life. Zhang Ruoming secured the first kill. Wang Defu stood frozen in place, his eyes dazed and filled with rage. Zhang Ruoming, what the hell are you doing? Stealing my kill? Can't you see I was about to finish it off? Wang Defu snapped angrily. If Zhang Ruoming weren't a woman, he would have charged at her already. Zhang Ruoming's face flushed slightly. I didn't mean to. But when the shield broke, I instinctively hit him once. I didn't expect him to go down with just that one hit. Her explanation clearly didn't satisfy Wang Defu. Just then, the level above Zhang Ruoming's head increased by 1, reaching level 28. She actually leveled up? Wang Defu felt even more bitter inside. Look at you, such a wimp. Hurry up and finish off that other rockboar. I'll support you. Lin Ping's voice came from the side. He thrust his purple lightning dagger into the rockboar's belly and kicked it over with one swift motion. The health bar above the rockboar's head was now less than 1,000 full. Wang Defu's eyes lit up instantly, and he charged forward without hesitation. Only Zhang Ruoming remained, her gaze complex as she looked at Lin Ping. Chapter 53, Ranked First, Hatred at Maximum. Who would have thought that Lin Ping, whom she had once looked down upon, would lead her on a monster hunting expedition she had never dared to imagine before? Level 20 plus taking on level 40 monsters? And with just 3 people? Under normal circumstances, you'd need dozens of similarly leveled players, plus a tank to absorb the damage. It was simply too risky to even attempt. Lin Ping had completely defied all expectations. We did it! Wang Defu's cheer snapped Zhang Ruoming back to her senses. She glanced back toward Wang Defu's direction. The level above her head instantly changed to level 29. Everyone was overjoyed. Lin Ping stood under a tree, picking his nose as he said, "Alright, let's keep going." For our lunch. Wang Defu nodded vigorously. Right. For our lunch, and to show those folks in Qingqing just how formidable Jiangcheng is. After shouting their declaration, Wang Defu and Lin Ping walked forward together. As for Zhang Ruoming, she quietly followed behind. She no longer resisted teaming up with Lin Ping. If her previous request for partnership had been driven by the desire for better hunting results, this time she was completely captivated by Lin Ping's personal charm. Some distance away, hidden in the bushes, Li Huitian and his squad were emerging. Damn it, if I ever see him again, I'll kill him. Li Huitian cursed under his breath, still bitter over Lin Ping snatching the kill from him. Although they had earned some experience points during the hunt for the two-headed lion after all, they had participated in the kill. But the first kill bonus was incredibly tempting. Zhao Kuei chimed in beside him. Boss, we've taken down quite a few monsters now and gathered enough experience. I think we should head to the assembly point soon, or we'll miss lunch. As soon as Zhao Kuei finished speaking, several berserker trainees nearby nodded in agreement. Nothing was more important than a full stomach. All you think about is eating. Damn it! Li Huitian flared up at Zhao Kuei's words. And two approached and whispered, "Boss, everyone really is exhausted. Why don't we just pick up the pace?" He was smart enough not to say anything that would anger Li Huitian. Instead, he appealed from the perspective of the entire team. Though Li Huitian was angry himself, he knew that continuing to fight monsters under these circumstances would only sap everyone's morale. He relented. "Everyone, pick up the pace. We should reach the rendezvous point as soon as possible." And two urged in Li Huitian's stead. At that moment, everyone cheered immediately. This training camp was merely an experience for them. Gaining a little capital or experience was enough to make them very happy. Li Huitian was different. He had prepared thoroughly this time. He intended to emerge as the strongest participant in the training camp. Such a setback on the very first day dealt a heavy blow to his confidence. Fortunately, aside from the failed hunt for the two-headed lion, the subsequent monster-slaying operations went smoothly. The group pressed forward, reaching the central gathering point of the dungeon. When Li Huitian finally arrived at the rendezvous point, he spotted a figure he'd been longing to see. Lin Ping. The moment he spotted Lin Ping, Li Huitian stormed over, his face twisted with fury. "What are you doing? This is the dungeon gathering point you want to start a fight? Believe me, I'll report you on the spot." Wang Defu suddenly stepped forward and shouted. After Wang Defa stepped forward, Li Huitian instinctively halted his advance. It wasn't fear that stopped him, but the weight of the words themselves. This summer camp training trial had strict rules, combat was permitted during monster hunts, and even looting was allowed. However, once reaching the assembly point, it became a designated rest area where physical altercations were strictly forbidden. Anyone reported or caught would be immediately expelled from the camp. This summer camp, jointly hosted by 3 cities, carried official endorsement. Outstanding performance here could secure advantages at prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua. Even if admission to Qingbei University isn't secured, preferential treatment at other universities is guaranteed. No participant would willingly give up this summer camp training opportunity. When confronted by Wang Defu's gaze, Li Huitian could only jab him several times with his finger. Then he pointed his finger toward Lin Ping's face. "Just wait. I'll make you pay for this someday." Lin Ping gave a faint smile, spreading his hands wide in a gesture of indifference. As for Wang Defu, he fully displayed the composure expected of a family scion. Empty threats won't work. If you've got the guts, prove it with real strength. See? As he spoke, Wang Defu tapped his own forehead with his finger. Upon seeing his level, Li Huitian's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. Wang Defu's level was 29. Li Huitian, however, was only level 28 on par with Zhang Ruomeng. As for Lin Ping's level, just seeing it made his blood boil. He'd already reached level 33. How long had it even been? While others were lucky to gain 1 or 2 levels, Lin Ping had jumped straight up 3 levels. The key point is that Li Huitian brought an entire team with him, fully equipped, yet still couldn't match the results of the makeshift squad the other side threw together on the fly. To say he wasn't frustrated would be a lie. Just then, a teacher walked into the instance gathering point. She had short hair, wore a denim jacket, and held a tablet in her hand. This was none other than Zhou Yao, who had spoken with Jiang Mu earlier. As the teacher responsible for compiling student information, she swiftly tapped her tablet, pulling up all the student records. Inside the instance, she finally confirmed that the trio at the Return Valley were indeed Lin Ping, Wang Defu, and Zhang Ruomeng. Everyone performed exceptionally well this time. Zhou Yao began with a standard opening remark. Then she looked toward Lin Ping, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. A rogue class. Such a high level was extremely rare in Zhou Yao's career. Fortunately, he managed to contain his surprise as he addressed the trainees below. Everyone's results have been tallied. Based on performance and experience points earned, the top spot goes to Lin Ping, a rogue. Currently level 33, with a total of 1,165 points. The announcement sent a wave of gasps through the crowd. Though this was the instance gathering point, the area was vast, and not all students had noticed Lin Ping. It wasn't until his name and profession were revealed that they were stunned by Lin Ping's existence. Not only was he a rogue the lowest tier class, but he was also level 33. This was beyond everyone's comprehension. To them, it was more implausible than a rooster laying eggs. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Li Huitian glared fiercely at Lin Ping. If you hadn't stolen the kill on the twin-headed lion, how could you have earned these points and reached this level? Dream on. But he also knew that the first kill alone couldn't have earned Lin Ping that many points. Chapter 54, The Perks of First Place. He recalled the dead two-headed lion he'd seen on the outskirts of Echo Valley. He was certain Lin Ping had killed that one too. But there were only 3 of them. Such hunting efficiency was terrifying. Li Huitian imagined the same scenario for himself and knew he couldn't possibly achieve such results like Lin Ping. 3 people weren't even a fully equipped monster hunting team. 2 of them were ranged attackers with extremely low defense. With that setup, just gaining experience in rated monster hunts would be impressive. Attacking a level 42-headed lion head-on? Don't they value their lives? Yet the proof was right before his eyes. Lin Ping is easily the strongest top student I've ever seen. Yeah, taking down a two-headed lion with just 3 people is seriously impressive. Looks like we'll have to learn from him going forward. Students from various colleges murmured among themselves below. Just then, Zhou Yao clapped her hands and announced, "Everyone, it's now lunchtime. Based on your points, 17 trainees won't be able to receive the premium lunch. However, plain rice will be provided for you to serve yourselves. The rest of you will receive lunches of varying tiers based on your point rankings." After making the announcement, Zhou Yao tapped a few times on her tablet. Then, she pressed the button on her wristband downward. Her entire figure vanished into the dungeon. Simultaneously, some impatient students began pressing the switches on their wristbands. They all exited the instance. Li Huitian glanced once more in the direction of Lin Ping, snorted, and then followed the others out of the instance. There was no point in saying anything now. He could only wait for the next time. If they met again, he would make Lin Ping pay. Summer camp had only just begun. "Let's head out too," Wang Defu said with a smile as he looked at Lin Ping. Though his ranking was slightly lower than Lin Ping's, he still placed within the top 20. Compared to the others, his lunch was definitely more substantial. The same applied to Zhang Ruomeng. She couldn't help but glance over at Lin Ping's direction a couple more times. If she could team up with Lin Ping throughout the summer camp, it would be a huge boost to her improvement. Lin Ping, however, did not look at Zhang Ruomeng at that moment. After pressing the switch on his wristband, his eyes flashed and he instantly appeared outside the instance. A designated instructor was already waiting there. After seeing everyone emerge, he clapped his hands and announced, "Alright, everyone line up to get your meals. The cafeteria is in the large building marked with signs right in the center of the camp." With that, he led the group forward, and Lin Ping followed along with the others. Just then, Wang Defo whispered, "Strange, I haven't seen Xiaomei anywhere." Lin Ping was equally surprised. He had run into Xiaomei earlier while dining with his sister in the restaurant. She had mentioned that Wang Defu had invited him to join the summer camp, yet he hadn't encountered her at all during the entire dungeon run. Moreover, when everyone gathered at the meeting point, her figure was nowhere to be seen. They had already arrived at the cafeteria. Inside, 2 rows of food service windows were visible. Photos of the meals hung above the windows. However, the windows weren't serving meals yet, as each table already had a portion of food laid out. Near the entrance, all the portions were plain white rice with no side dishes. Moving further in, the selection of dishes became more abundant. At the very back table, there were only individual chairs, each laden with an array of delicacies: roast chicken, Peking duck, grilled fish, and even hairy crabs. So many delicious things. Wang Defu's eyes lit up. He wasn't unfamiliar with fine cuisine, but after battling monsters in the dungeon for so long, his stomach was growling. At this moment, even the slightest hint of savory aroma wafting from the table would have felt like a feast. This table undoubtedly belonged to Lin Ping. All the students knew that the moment they entered, everyone's eyes had turned to Lin Ping. The expressions in their eyes were incredibly complex. Especially those students who could only afford plain rice, their eyes practically burned with envy. Who could blame them? Lin Ping's points were so high, he'd left the second-place finisher in the dust. If it were just a difference of 10 or so points, everyone could accept it. With hard work, they could still reach the top spot. But the gap was simply too vast, leaving everyone utterly demoralized. Noticing the attention, Lin Ping didn't seem particularly nervous. He simply slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled leisurely to the farthest table. Then he sat down. He grabbed a chicken drumstick and took a big bite. It must be said that the food at this summer camp was quite tasty. It seemed they'd hired an experienced chef. Li Huitian clenched his teeth tightly. He shot a look of pure envy at Lin Ping, seated at the farthest table. Damn it all. That seat was clearly meant for him, yet now Lin Ping was sitting there. As a proud young master from a prestigious family, how could he possibly accept this? Everyone, take your seats in the designated areas according to your points. Zhou Yao walked in, holding a tablet, and addressed the trainees at the front. Only then did everyone begin selecting seats based on their previous scores. Lines were drawn on the floor, each marked with the corresponding score range. The top 20 students all belonged to the second zone. After taking their seats, everyone began eating, though many trainees still occasionally glanced up enviously toward the tables at the very back. The tables were laden with food. After taking a few bites, Lin Ping realized he couldn't finish it all. He raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I have a lot of food here. Can I share it with others?" Zhou Yao nodded, her short hair swaying slightly with the movement. At that moment, the trainee who had been sitting at the very edge eating plain white rice immediately lit up with surprise. They had only enough to eat plain rice, but if Lin Ping were to share his food, surely he'd at least give them a piece of meat? Meanwhile, the trainees seated in slightly less favorable positions gazed at the few strips of meat on the tray in front of them, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, Lin Ping stood up and looked at Wang Defu. "Come over and eat with us." Wang Defu couldn't help but rise, still holding his tray in hand. As part of the second tier, their meals were relatively plentiful, but they paled in comparison to Lin Ping's first-place portion. Moreover, as the young master of his family, the food served to the second tier simply didn't suit his taste. Now that Lin Ping had invited him, he was instantly thrilled. Lin Ping, I'm so glad I made friends with you. You're a true friend. Wang Difu happily grabbed his chair and ran over to Lin Ping's table. Just as he sat down, he suddenly seemed to remember something and waved at Zhang Ruomeng, who was also seated in the second tier. Ruomeng, come over. Let's all enjoy this delicious meal together. Wang Difu's intelligence was quite sharp. He could still consider Zhang Ruomeng at a moment like this. Chapter 55, Jealousy and Lousy Teammates. It must be said that Wang Difu was a very clever person. After all, Zhang Ruomeng came from a prominent family in Zhangcheng. There was no harm in befriending her, especially since this was merely a case of borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. After calling out the others, he turned to Lin Ping with a smile. Forgot to mention Zhang Ruomeng's teaming up with us to fight monsters. She'll be joining us for dinner too. No problem, right? Seeing her smile, Lin Ping nodded but replied coolly. Next time, don't take it upon yourself. Otherwise, you'll come off as overly shrewd. Hearing this, Wang Difu's expression tightened and he offered an awkward smile. He hadn't consulted Lin Ping beforehand, assuming that since so many people were watching. Plus, since Zhang Ruomeng was a monster hunting teammate, Lin Ping probably wouldn't mind. He hadn't expected Lin Ping to be so blunt, leaving him unable to retort and feeling his face burn. After all, he'd used Lin Ping's reward to sell his own friendship. No matter how you looked at it, it felt shady. Hearing her name called, Zhang Ruomeng hesitated, biting her lip as she stole a glance toward Lin Ping. The conversation between Lin Ping and Wang Difu hadn't been particularly loud. Lin Ping didn't want to strain his relationship with Wang Difu too much. Though shrewd, Wang Difu was still relatively trustworthy compared to hostile figures like Li Huitian. Plus, he worked incredibly hard in the dungeon. Zhang Ruomeng hadn't heard Lin Ping's earlier words. She was observing him only to confirm whether he had genuinely extended the invitation. A slight conflict now stirred within her heart. She had long since figured out that the whole affair with Lin Luyan being the other woman was just a misunderstanding. She just hadn't found the right moment to apologize. Her status was also a barrier. If not for the summer camp, she wouldn't have crossed paths with Lin Ping at all. But she figured they'd likely interact more in the future. She'd find a chance to apologize then. Lin Ping didn't look up, slowly eating his chicken drumstick. Seeing that Zhang Ruomeng showed no sign of getting up, Wang Difu stepped forward and waved his hand. Come on, hurry up. If you wait too long, the food will get cold and won't taste as good. These hairy crabs are freshly caught and they're packed with roe. After he finished speaking, Zhang Ruomeng couldn't help but salivate. She'd been hungry all morning. She truly missed good food. The summer camp had strict rules. She couldn't just eat whatever she wanted like at home. Plus, the seats she'd just occupied were all occupied by boys. Watching those rough boys piling food onto their plates, she honestly felt a bit reluctant to eat with them. Come on. Let me help you move your chair. Wang Difu eagerly carried Zhang Ruomeng's chair to the table at the very back. Whether intentionally or not, the chair ended up right next to Lin Ping. Seeing Wang Difu had moved the chairs, Zhang Ruomeng half-heartedly followed him over. As she sat down lightly, she noticed Lin Ping had just tossed a chicken bone onto the nearby plate. A strange feeling welled up inside her at that moment. She felt cautious and insecure around Lin Ping. Even now. He was just an ordinary commoner, after all. Why did she feel so self-conscious eating in front of him? Wang Difu, however, had no such qualms. He grabbed a hairy crab, cracked open the shell, and dug out the crab meat to eat. Seeing this, Zhang Ruomeng's stomach began to rumble softly. Unable to resist, she picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of sashimi. Even when hungry, she ate with grace, displaying impeccable family manners. The dishes on the table were enough to feed 4 or 5 people, but now there were only the 3 of them. They could eat without restraint. Though Zhang Ruomeng ate in small bites, her pace gradually quickened. Li Huitian, seated in the second-class section, watched the scene unfold with a darkening expression. Boss, don't worry. Next time, we'll work hard and get first-class seats. Then we'll make that kid Lin Ping jealous. Zhao Kuei chimed in at that moment. In Li Huitian's squad, only Zhao Kuei and N2 were sitting with him in second-class seats. The rest of the members, having accumulated fewer points, had all ended up in third-class seating. This stark disparity was unbearable for Li Huitian. Hearing Zhao Kuei's words now made his face burn with embarrassment. This wasn't comfort at all. It was like plunging another knife into his already wounded heart. Eat your food. Can't you shut up? Li Huitian snapped angrily. He shoveled down a couple of bites just to fill his stomach. He was so angry he couldn't stomach the food. As for N2, he was smarter and keenly sensed Li Huitian's foul mood, so he kept quiet. Wang Difu was thoroughly satisfied with the midday meal. Even Zhang Ruomeng couldn't resist gently rubbing her stomach after finishing. Her once flat stomach now showed a slight bulge. When no one was looking, she even let out a quiet little burp. Her cheeks flushed crimson. How embarrassing. A young lady from a distinguished family eating like this. If father found out, he'd surely scold her and make her palms strike the floor. But it felt so satisfying. Wang Difu stretched lazily. Seeing the leftover food on the table, he couldn't help but sigh with regret. What a shame to waste all this food. He shook his head, unable to eat another bite. Otherwise, he could have polished off every last crumb. Lin Ping wiped his mouth with a napkin, stood up, and headed toward the door. If anyone wants some, help themselves. What? Seriously? The trainees sitting at the outer tables, who had been eating plain white rice, immediately lit up with delight. They never expected to snag some tasty treats. Their mouths had grown utterly bland from eating plain rice alone. Having such hearty food to accompany it now filled them with immense delight. I want the chicken wing bone. I've been eyeing it for ages. There's still 2 pieces of meat on it. I'll take that half fish head. That duck neck is such a delicacy, it's a waste to leave it on the plate. Outside, the crowd swarmed toward the tables at the very back. Lin Ping stepped aside to let them all pass. A few quick-witted ones even nodded to Lin Ping. Thanks, Lin Ping, you're a real good guy. If you ever need anything in the dungeon, just give us a shout, they'll help you out. Lin Ping remained non-committal. The fact that these people could sit at the door eating free rice already spoke volumes about their abilities. Having them help would be like dragging a bunch of dead weight along. Zhao Kuwei stood up at that moment. Earlier while eating, he'd noticed Lin Ping toss a crab with little roe aside on the plate. He'd been eyeing it for ages. How could such a delicacy be wasted? Sit down. Seeing Zhao Kuwei's expression, Li Huiqi trembled with rage. Zhao Kuwei was a member of his squad, and he harbored deep resentment toward Lin Ping. Chapter 56, Harvest Tally. Lin Ping had snatched his hard-earned victory, and it was already surprising he hadn't started a fight on the spot. Now Zhao Kuwei was humiliating himself by scavenging leftovers. The fury boiled within him. If he'd had a knife in hand, he could have sliced Zhao Kuwei's head off in one swift stroke. Under Li Huitian's scolding, Zhao Kuwei let out a regretful "oh" and sat back down. And two placed a pair of chopsticks holding garlic stems stir-fried with pork into his bowl. Second-class seats may not be as good as first class, but you still get meat, vegetables, and drinks. Be content. Just eat your meal quietly and go back. Hearing this, Zhao Kuwei stole a glance at Li Huitian's expression. Seeing the deep displeasure in his eyes, Zhao Kuwei dared not say another word. He immediately ate his meal, though his eyes kept stealing glances at the discarded hairy crab. The crab lay near the tray piled with food scraps, which everyone assumed had been eaten. If he could snatch it for a little treat, that would be nice. But Zhao Kuwei was disappointed. The crab was quickly spotted, sparking a scramble before vanishing into the trainees' mouths. Did they starve in their past lives? Fighting over such a tiny bit of roe. Zhao Kuwei couldn't help but curse under his breath, seething with resentment. I'm full. Let's go. Li Huitian shivered all over and walked away with his hands behind his back. And two followed suit, patting Zhao Kuwei's shoulder as he departed. Zhao Kuwei reluctantly got up and followed them out of the restaurant. Lin Ping and Wang Difu returned to their dormitory and lay back on their beds with satisfaction. Suddenly, someone appeared at the door. Xiao Mei. Upon seeing the person's appearance, Wang Difu immediately sat up in bed. Lin Ping also stared at Xiao Mei in surprise. Wang Difu blurted out involuntarily, Xiao Mei, where were you earlier? I couldn't find you in the dungeon either. Xiao Mei raised her arm. Lin Ping only then noticed the cast on her arm. Right after entering the dungeon, I got bitten by a wild boar monster. Then another monster hunting squad attacked me. After getting injured, I left the dungeon. Luckily, the system here lets you exit automatically when injured. We'll redeem ourselves next time. Xiao Mei said with a hint of reluctance, her arm swaying slightly as she spoke. So that's what happened. No wonder I didn't see Xiao Mei in the dungeon. Lin Ping nodded and gestured for Xiao Mei to come in and sit down. Don't worry, Xiao Mei. Next time you enter the dungeon, tell me which monster hunting squad dared treat you like that. We'll get revenge. Wang De declared angrily. This attitude made Lin Ping wonder if there was more than friendship between him and Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei nodded, clenching her fists. That's exactly what I had in mind. I just came from the medical room and heard Lin Ping got first place in points. If we team up, I'd be getting the better end of the deal. Xiao Mei had a rather boyish personality. To put it plainly, she could easily be mistaken for a guy without any issues. She held a favorable impression of Lin Ping. During the previous Gaokao dungeon run, their entire team had been dominated by him. Even her own prideful rogue skills hadn't gained an edge against him. She acknowledged his strength. Besides, that incident was water under the bridge. Now no irreconcilable conflicts remained between them. Now that they're at summer camp, if they were to team up, their chances of success would be much higher. The final decision, however, depended on Lin Ping's stance. Wang Difu couldn't help but look at Lin Ping. Though he was the scion of a prominent family and possessed considerable pride himself, he had been thoroughly impressed by Lin Ping. If they formed a team now, Lin Ping would be the core member. Lin Ping welcomed the idea. After all, she shared his profession and he didn't dislike Xiao Mei. In fact, he felt a certain special interest toward her. After all, the lesbian community remained quite mysterious to him. Lin Ping had no idea how women. Just then, Xiaomei suddenly spoke up, I know 2 warrior trainees. Want them? Wang Difu immediately turned to look at Lin Ping. Lin Ping nodded. Absolutely. We're short on tanks right now. With a tank, I dare to go straight into Echo Valley and hunt the 2-headed lion head-on. Wang Difu wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Ping's words. However, he cautiously furrowed his brow and said, I trust you and myself, of course. But what about this warrior's level? Without any team coordination, having him join might actually hinder us. That wouldn't be good. Compared to Lin Ping's straightforwardness, Wang Difu weighed more factors. Xiaomei sat with her legs crossed on the chair, nodding. You'll see for yourself when the time comes. They're all trainees who've never been in a team before and were eliminated in the first round of the dungeon trials. The situation was obvious without needing to be spelled out. A genuine team-based monster hunting squad wouldn't get wiped out in the first round unless they were stubborn enough to deliberately challenge the big boss in Echo Valley. The warrior who caught Xiaomei's eye must be quite skilled, and Lin Ping found himself intrigued. Wang Difu, you and Xiaomei go take a look. Give her a thorough check. Lin Ping said calmly. Wang Difu was exceptionally sharp and possessed excellent judgment. If he approved, then these 2 warriors were definitely worth recruiting. Wang Difu didn't object. He stood up, brushed the dust off his sleeves, and said, alright, I'll take Xiaomei over to meet these 2 warriors right away. Xiaomei stood up as well. They followed behind him, heading out together. After they left, Lin Ping propped his arms behind his head and stared at the ceiling of the barracks. The barracks here were hastily constructed from logs, with small gaps still visible in the ceiling. Only now did Lin Ping truly relax. His experiences battling monsters in dungeons had steadily boosted his confidence. Now that he had reached level 33, even if he entered Qingbei University in the capital, he would still be among the top tier. Of course, this strength only compared to the freshmen. Among the upperclassmen, there were undoubtedly more accomplished individuals. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Ping. Class, Rogue. Level, 33 2010 70,000. Strength, 528. Agility, 420 plus 5%. Spirit, 230. Constitution, 195. Aura, Radiant Blue Sage's Blessing. Skills, Steal, Disguise. Talent, none. Hidden skill, Flying Dragon Cloud Reaching Hand. Equipment, Venomous Thunder Crossbow, Cloud Thunder Boots Red Gear Scalable, Violet Lightning Dagger, Ice Pattern Battle Armor Red Gear Scalable, Thunder Exposure Hammer Red Gear Scalable, Lion's Fang Dagger Orange Gear Scalable. The current growth rate is quite impressive. The only issue is that I have too much gear. The primary weapons, the Venom Thunder Short Crossbow and Purple Thunder Dagger, are both a bit underwhelming. Recalling the earlier battle with the 2-headed lion, it took dozens of attacks just to chip away at its health. If he wanted to keep improving, this gear clearly wouldn't cut it. Lin Ping kept the red and orange gear, stowing the rest in his backpack. Chapter 57, Assassination? After sorting through everything, only the Cloud Thunder Boots, Ice Pattern Battle Armor, Exposure Hammer, and Lion Tooth Dagger remained. Proceed with synthesis? The system prompt suddenly appeared. Lin Ping was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected synthesis to be possible. Truth be told, he couldn't bear to part with the Poison Thunder Short Crossbow and Purple Thunder Dagger. Both had grown with him since the beginning. Lin Ping was sentimental by nature and felt a deep attachment to these items. He immediately clicked to confirm. Equipment fusion in progress, randomly selecting player equipment for auxiliary fusion. The system prompted again. I noticed the white gear that had been tucked away in the corners of my backpack begin to glow. The system initiated the fusion process on its own, sparing him the trouble of searching through his inventory. It automatically selected suitable gear to fuse with the items he wished to keep. A brand new piece of gear would be generated. Estimated time required, 2 hours. Player, please wait. Seeing the estimated time, Lin Ping found staying in the barracks boring and decided to go out. No sooner had he stepped outside than Zhao Kuei approached. Upon seeing Lin Ping, Zhao Kuei visibly flinched with fear. After a moment's hesitation, he feigned composure and approached Lin Ping. Though physically larger than Lin Ping, his aura was noticeably weaker. Even as he tried to appear composed, he couldn't help but seem timid in Lin Ping's presence. Looking for a fight? Lin Ping said, glancing sideways at Zhao Kuei beside him. Zhao Kuei hastily shook his hands like a rattle. I came to grab something. I just asked teacher Tianming for permission to transfer to another barracks. At that moment, Zhao Kuei looked at Lin Ping with genuine fear, worried he might suddenly attack. It wasn't that he feared Lin Ping's strength, but rather that Lin Ping was a rogue far more agile than him. Going one-on-one would be disadvantageous, unless Lin Ping chose to fight him head-on. If Lin Ping did that, he'd be a fool. Seeing Zhao Kuei prepare to move out, Lin Ping said nothing. The two had already developed a grudge against each other in the dungeon. Staying together felt unnatural, and conflict could erupt at any moment. Lin Ping wasn't afraid of Zhao Kuei himself, but he feared Zhao Kuei might use underhanded tactics during the process to make him suffer losses in the dungeon. Regrets would be too late. Hurry up, I need to lock the door. Lin Ping stood aside as Zhao Kuei immediately bent down and entered the barracks. He grabbed his bedding, rolled it into a bundle, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and dashed out. Midway, he turned back to grab his toothbrush cup. Watching Zhao Kuei hurry away, Lin Ping locked the door. From this vantage point, he could see the barracks stood on an empty plot. Nearby lay half a city district, where scattered trainees still strolled about. This place had long been abandoned. Nowadays, all cities chose to build in areas with relatively stable spatial fluctuations. The suburbs stretched about 10 miles around the urban core, where spatial fluctuations were relatively less intense. It had become a haven for many wandering professionals. They established small towns there as shelters. Dungeon instances, however, were situated within spatial fluctuation zones. Here, numerous instances merged with the real world. Each city controls a certain number of dungeons. These are then centrally allocated by the capital's high command to ensure balanced development of professions across all cities. These cities, once destroyed by spatial fluctuations, became forgotten places. Within them lie ancient structures. They made for quite the sightseeing experience. Lin Ping slowly made his way to the city center, where several skyscrapers stood amidst the ruins. The glass above had long since shattered. Occasionally, birds could be seen darting in and out. Weeds had overgrown the inner city. Small animals could be glimpsed moving among them. This place had been completely abandoned to nature. Whoosh! A tall patch of grass nearby stirred. Lin Ping turned just in time to see several cold gleams suddenly darting out. His reflexes were quick. He braced himself against the ground and executed a hawk-like roll to dodge the attack. Thud! 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 Several sharp-tipped darts landed on the concrete slab behind him, piercing 3 feet deep into the surface. Lin Ping was utterly astonished by the sight. He glanced back toward the grassy area, but there was no one left. Hiding behind the concrete slab, Lin Ping waited for a long while, confirming there was no danger before slowly emerging. He examined the holes left by the darts and reached out to pull them out. Just then, a whistle suddenly sounded. The summer camp was about to assemble. Lin Ping frowned and temporarily abandoned his attempt to pull out the dart. Arriving at the center of the campground, he saw that the campers had already begun gathering. Lin Ping scanned the crowd and spotted Li Huitian approaching with several members of his squad. He carefully scanned the group, spotting Zhao Kuei and Tu, and several other teammates who had fought monsters in the dungeon. Lin Ping had strongly suspected Li Huitian of being the one who had secretly shot the dart. However, judging by his appearance, he seemed to have just come from the barracks area, which was quite a distance from the ruined city district where they had been earlier. It would have been difficult to make a quick round trip in time. Moreover, Li Huitian's demeanor suggested he hadn't left the barracks at all. Could it be that after winning first place, someone jealous of him tried to assassinate him? Human nature is unpredictable. You never know if such an extreme trainee might actually exist. It's just winning first place, it shouldn't warrant such extreme measures. He didn't kill anyone or set fires. Lin Ping felt a bit uneasy inside. Lin Ping! A shout came from behind him. Lin Ping turned to see Wang Difu, Zhang Ruomeng, and Xiaomei approaching together. Behind the trio followed 2 towering figures, one bearded, the other visibly younger. They were both clad in armor. Lin Ping focused his attention on the bearded warrior class student. All the students entering the summer camp were very young. The average age was only 18, yet this warrior class student appeared to be in his 20s. His beard, especially the one on his chin, was particularly striking. "Where've you been? I didn't see you back at the barracks," Wang Difu asked as soon as he saw Lin Ping. Lin Ping didn't mention the assassination attempt, only saying he'd gone out for a run. Wang Difu didn't press further. Instead, he turned to the 2 soldiers beside him and said, "This is Lin Ping. He took first place in the first dungeon trial of this summer camp and he's also our team captain." After the introduction, the attitudes of the 2 warrior trainees toward Lin Ping visibly shifted. "My name is Zhang Kuang. Jiang Shan." Lin Ping nodded in acknowledgement as they introduced themselves. The bearded trainee was indeed named Zhang Kuang, a name that suited him perfectly. Even those few tufts of beard were enough to live up to the name. Perhaps sensing Lin Ping's puzzled gaze, Zhang Kuang burst into laughter, pointing at himself and declaring, "People always think I look ancient, but it's just that I age quickly. I'm only 18 this year, still a kid." After he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 58, The Cheesy Team Name. Jiang Shan looked young but had a steady demeanor. He nodded at Lin Ping and said, "I'm a year older than him. Berserker class, level 27. Lin Ping nodded. He found both of their personalities quite likable. His gaze swept over the few people ahead. The party now included a mage, an archer, and a berserker. With him and Xiaomei as the 2 rogues, they perfectly met the requirements for a party. "Alright, from now on we're a monster hunting squad," Lin Ping declared. His tone carried a certain swagger from being a bullied commoner boy. To the leader of a monster hunting squad in just over a fortnight, his growth was nothing short of remarkable. Wang Difu suggested, "Now that the team's formed, we need a killer name. Something that makes people think, wow, these guys are awesome, the moment they hear it." I say we go with Mad Bull. Zhang Kuang blurted out first. No sooner had he finished than Xiaomei rolled her eyes beside him, crossing her arms over her chest. That's so lame. Green Demon sounds way better. To her surprise, everyone unanimously gave her the thumbs down. That name was even lame compared to Mad Bull. Lin Ping, you decide, Wang Defu said, turning to him with full respect for his opinion. Lin Ping looked around at everyone before finally saying, Warhammer. That name sounds more solid. The entire group of Berserker trainees nodded in unison. They were quite fond of this name. As for Wang Defu and Xiaomei, they weren't too thrilled. Zhang Ruoming, however, frowned so deeply her eyebrows nearly touched her forehead. She wanted something more elegant for the squad name like the Halo Squad or the Elf Squad. But Lin Ping was the team leader, and since he'd made the call, there was nothing more to say. The squad's name was settled, Warhammer. Warhammer Squad, formed. We'll make a name for ourselves across the nation and smash the world to pieces. Zhang Kuang spread his muscular arms wide and bellowed. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Ping said, everyone, assemble. Let's see what we need to do. Everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, trainees from other summer camps also began gathering toward the central area. We just finished eating. What do we have to do? Who knows? Let's see. Could it be they're handing out rewards? The campers were all speculating about the purpose of this gathering. Just then, a man approached. With a sturdy build and a crew cut, it was none other than Zhang Tianming, the same man Lin Ping and the others had encountered upon arriving at the summer camp. Zhang Tianming held a piece of paper in his hand. He stepped onto the elevated platform and addressed the summer camp participants below. You have all passed the trial run. I now welcome you all to officially join the summer camp. After his words, a buzz of murmurs rippled through the crowd below. They had already participated in a dungeon trial mission, yet it wasn't until now that they were officially considered part of the summer camp. Lin Ping couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion upon hearing Zhang Tianming's words. Although his own journey through the dungeon had been relatively smooth, he had still encountered some incidents along the way, experiencing the dangers lurking within. Had he not ultimately relied on Li Huitian and the others? He likely wouldn't have achieved such good results, which spoke volumes about the dungeon's difficulty. Yet now, Zhang Tianming's tone implied that the previous dungeon was nothing special. That meant the upcoming training sessions at summer camp would likely be even more brutal. What kind of activities do you think the summer camp will have next? Wang Defu's voice drifted over from the side. As a young master from a prominent family, Wang Defu approached issues with greater depth. He automatically filtered out the flowery rhetoric and intimidating statements about truly joining the summer camp. Zhang Tianming clearly intended to initiate the second wave of trials. Lin Ping kept his hands in his pockets, watching Zhang Tianming speak eloquently on the high platform as he shook his head slightly. He didn't know for certain, but he could guess that life wasn't going to be easy from here on out. After all, they'd been dragged into trials immediately upon arriving at summer camp and on an empty stomach at that. After completing the dungeon, meals would be rationed based on points earned. It served as both a warning shot to all the trainees and a way to gauge their capabilities. Now that the initial assessment was complete, the real measures targeting all trainees would begin. Zhang Tianming glanced down at the trainees below, satisfied with their reactions. Then he spoke up. Your hellish life begins now. Remember this, every breath you take from this moment onward will be the most precious thing you crave in the days ahead. The trainees below erupted into another wave of heated discussion. This terrifying description made everyone sense that the training they were about to undergo would be absolutely brutal. Now, Instructor Zhou Yao will announce the rules. Zhang Tianming stepped aside after speaking, and at that moment, Zhou Yao slowly walked forward holding a tablet computer. She lifted her head, her gaze sweeping over the trainees standing before her. Whether intentionally or not, her gaze lingered on Lin Ping's face for several seconds before shifting away. Hey, Teacher Zhou Yao seems to have a thing for you, Lin Ping. Wang Defu whispered with a sly grin as he leaned closer to Lin Ping. Hearing this, Lin Ping immediately tossed 2 sanitary balls at him. What nonsense! Does someone glancing at you mean they're interested in you? Lin Ping couldn't fathom Wang Defu's twisted logic. But Wang Defu was thick-skinned enough ignored, he showed little embarrassment. What do you think Teacher Zhou Yao will announce as the rules? Wang Defu asked again. Let's just stay in the dungeon again. That would be way too cruel. Zhang Shan spoke up. Zhang Kuang, standing nearby, couldn't help but widen his eyes at this remark. It's so dangerous inside the dungeon. Living there, we might get torn apart by the monsters at any moment. Wang Defu interjected. Alright, enough joking around. Let's hear what Teacher Zhou Yao has to say first. Just then, Zhou Yao's voice came through the speakers. Trainees, we will now proceed with the first phase of the summer camp activities. It is crucial to understand that our summer camp is divided into 3 distinct phases. Each phase presents varying levels of difficulty. Failure to meet the requirements will result in immediate elimination and return to your home province. Of course, those who persevere to the end and secure one of the top 3 positions will receive exceptionally generous rewards. Zhou Yao's final words caused the trainees below to involuntarily widen their eyes. They didn't know what these generous rewards entailed, but this was a summer camp jointly hosted by 3 cities. If they called it generous, it had to be something special. Excitement began to stir within them. Some capable trainees began itching to get started. Chapter 59, Rallying Once More. Preparing to unleash their full potential in the upcoming activities. However, some clever ones had already started forming teams. After experiencing the dungeon once, they knew just how perilous it was. They faced not only monsters, but also every other student in the entire summer camp. A significant portion of those injured and forced out of the dungeon had been harmed by fellow trainees. They had no choice but to leave, and they did file complaints with the instructors. But their complaints were simply ignored. The primary purpose of this summer camp activity is to enhance the students' abilities. Compared to the Gaokao dungeon, the rules here are more lenient. In other words, even if bullied by fellow campers, no assistance would be provided. Forming alliances was the best strategy at this point. Those who went it alone rarely survived to the end. Most trainees have started spontaneously forming teams. Those trainees who already had their own monster hunting squads remained remarkably calm at this moment. Take Li Huitian, for instance, the one who'd been tricked by Lin Ping and his crew. At this moment, Li Huitian's face radiated with a confident glow. His team had been fully assembled before arriving at the summer camp. They had undergone intensive training. The members worked together seamlessly. Unlike other teams cobbled together at the last minute, his squad could coordinate effortlessly. Don't underestimate the importance of coordination. Without thorough practice, it's impossible to achieve. Many newly formed squads might be flustered and disorganized. For instance, those accustomed to solo play often struggle to coordinate with teammates during monster hunts, ultimately slowing down the entire group's pace. Of course, once they've gained experience and assigned roles reasonably, it shouldn't be a problem. Li Huitian lifted his chin as he looked up at Zhou Yao on the high platform. With the experience from last time in the dungeon, this time they were sure to get a good ranking. The thought of being relegated to the second tier and having to eat food he disliked made anger well up inside him. His eyes instinctively scanned the team for Lin Ping's figure. When he saw Lin Ping chatting and laughing with Wang Difu and the others, the flames in his eyes flared up uncontrollably. Especially when he saw Zhang Ruomeng standing beside Lin Ping, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at him. Jealousy burned fiercely within him, and he clenched his fists involuntarily. Damn it, if I don't take you down this time, I'll write my name backwards. Just then, Zhou Yao spoke again. The first stage trial is very simple. Once everyone is ready, enter the instance. All points will be reset to 0. Then, within the designated area of the instance, hunt down enough monsters within the allotted time. As Yao finished speaking, the expressions of the trainees below shifted involuntarily. They had expected something far more challenging. But it turned out to be nothing more than hunting enough monsters within the allotted time. How incredibly straightforward. Even those reluctant to team up with others let out a sigh of relief. After all, hunting enough monsters within the time limit was something they could accomplish solo. Even if they fell short, they wouldn't be too far behind. Besides, if they teamed up, they'd have to divide the spoils among the entire group. That would be a huge hassle. If a team was unlucky and killed fewer monsters, the share per person might actually be less than what they could get by going solo. That's way too easy. Zhang Kuang muttered while picking his nose beside him. He fit the berserker class perfectly after all. His mind worked simply, just charge in headfirst. Strategy and tactics? He couldn't care less. Lin Ping, however, realized that if this was the case, the team should quickly locate and hunt the highest level monsters. Before he could speak, a voice suddenly rang out. It was Zhang Ruomeng. I think if the trial event starts soon, we should find the highest level monster within range. That way, we can grab the high points right away. Even if the lower level monsters get snatched up later, we won't end up at the bottom. Lin Ping glanced over at Zhang Ruomeng, surprised she could think so meticulously. Wang Difu rubbed his chin and chimed in. Exactly. Hunting high-level monsters first lets us grab top scores. Plus, our team's overall strength is solid. Xiaomei and Lin Ping, you two can scout and pinpoint those high-level monsters right away. With just a few words, the plan was finalized. Meanwhile, nearby trainees were still fretting over forming teams. Those without teams felt a mix of relief and anxiety. After all, unlike the initial phase where they had to follow a set path to the assembly point, they could now freely hunt monsters along the way to gain experience points. Compared to the earlier days of walking along a fixed path to the assembly point while hunting monsters for experience points, this offered much. Meanwhile, some of those who had just formed teams were considering leaving. Teaming up meant splitting experience points with others, whereas soloing meant keeping all the loot from defeated monsters. After crunching the numbers, some stronger trainees refused to be the suckers. Zhou Yao stood at the front, observing the trainees' reactions, and couldn't help but shake her head slightly. Team-based monster hunting is the most fundamental operation. Without teams, monster hunting efficiency in dungeons plummets. Moreover, the core purpose of this summer camp activity was to cultivate teamwork among the trainees. Yet from the very start, this activity had shattered their previously sound principles. Still, she chose not to say much. Sometimes, choice itself is a form of training. Failing to seize the opportunity only proves one's lack of competence. They'll be weeded out eventually. Once everyone had reached a conclusion, Zhou Yao stepped forward and clapped her hands. Alright, quiet down, everyone. The rules have been explained. We'll begin after a half-day break. As soon as Zhou Yao finished speaking, the trainees below began to leave in small groups. Those training alone hurried away. Lin Ping and his group also dispersed and headed off. Lin Ping, wanna grab a bite nearby? Wang Difu spoke up at that moment. He walked alongside Zheng Kuang and Zhang Shan, with Xiaomei also in their group. Lin Ping shook his head, but immediately recalled the encounter in the urban ruins after their meal. Someone might be plotting an assassination. Don't wander too far. Be careful, there might be some ruthless individuals among the trainees who'd resort to underhanded tactics. Lin Ping offered this friendly warning, speaking from his own experience. However, Wang Difu was extremely confident. Their team consisted of 2 berserkers, himself as an archer, and a rogue. This setup would be more than sufficient even for tackling monsters in a dungeon. What if they encountered danger in the ruins? So what? Wang Difu waved his hand dismissively, signaling his departure. They headed toward the outskirts of the camp. As for Zhang Ruoming at that moment, she glanced over at Lin Ping, instinctively wanting to speak to apologize for the earlier misunderstanding involving Lin Luyan. Chapter 60, Crafting New Gear. But before the words could leave her mouth, Lin Ping had already turned and walked toward his own barracks. Zhang Ruoming couldn't help but sigh. Feeling awkward about pursuing him to discuss it, she could only return to her own quarters for now. Lin Ping opened the door and sat down on his bed. As he recalled the assassination attempt in the city ruins, his mind couldn't quite settle. He never imagined assassination attempts would occur even at the summer camp. Lin Ping had intended to inform the camp instructors, but then reconsidered. If someone dared to strike here, they certainly wouldn't fear exposure. Moreover, he had no evidence. This matter could only be addressed if it happened again, allowing him to catch them red-handed. Only then could he inform the camp instructors. Otherwise, it would just lead to another round of buck passing, and it might not even achieve anything. Just as he lay down, a notification sounded in his mind. Synthesis complete. Poison bolt crossbow plus frenzy claw longbow synthesized into poison blast pistol red equipment. Strength plus 300, plus 5% persistent bleeding effect, plus 20% secondary explosion chance. Thundercloud boots plus swift walking shoes, synthesized into winged battle boots red equipment. Agility plus 10%, short range teleportation 124H. Ice war armor plus light armor, synthesized into cloud flow war armor red equipment. Strength plus 10%, resists 1600 physical damage. Thunder exposure hammer plus Mars gun, combined to create storm battle axe red equipment. Strength plus 1000, plus 10% critical chance. Lion's Fang dagger plus purple lightning dagger, synthesize into lightning blade red equipment. Strength plus 600, plus 10% penetration effect. Lin Ping involuntarily shot upright from his reclining position. The system had indicated the synthesis would take 2 hours, yet it had completed so swiftly. Seeing the synthesized gear, a distinct smile spread across his lips. All of them had become red equipment. Moreover, after synthesis, these items had been upgraded into entirely new weapons. Both defense and attack power have received significant enhancements. This meant that if he encountered high-level monsters in dungeons, his ability to protect himself and even turn the tables would increase significantly. At this thought, Lin Ping clenched his fists in excitement and rose from lying on the bed frame. If only Wang Defa were here, Lin Ping would have dragged him onto the dance floor. He paced back and forth twice to process the flood of information. The thrill of acquiring new gear dispelled his earlier assassination fears. He reasoned that even if someone intended to kill him, they'd never dare strike here at the summer camp. This summer camp was jointly hosted by 3 cities, a matter of prestige. If any participant were assassinated here, the 3 cities would unite in a counter-terrorism operation. By then, even the heavens themselves would tremble in fear. No one in their right mind would commit such a shocking act. A sudden thought struck him as he materialized the sleek, stylish lightning blade in his hand. Compared to the earlier purple dagger, this lightning blade looked far more dazzling. Beyond its more comfortable grip, layers of lightning-like radiance shimmered across its surface. The light flickered. One could imagine that if struck by it, the power boost would absolutely give the opponent a taste of their own medicine. With a certain chance of penetration, even high-level armor couldn't block the blade strike. He thought about it, feeling quite excited. He then drew the Storm War Axe, forged by fusing the Thunder Exposure Hammer and the Spark Gun. The moment it appeared in the barracks, a violent gust of air surged through the room. The air swirled violently, crackling with faint lightning. With a casual swing, it cleaved a nearby wooden table clean in two. Lin Ping couldn't help but marvel at this display. He never imagined this equipment would be so powerful. Compared to the lightning blade, if used in a direct attack, even a monster like the double-headed lion wouldn't stand a chance. A few swift swings would be enough to completely obliterate it. Though somewhat exaggerated, this storm axe truly felt incredibly satisfying. Lin Ping pulled out several other pieces of equipment. The Venom Blaster. Its design resembled a flintlock pistol, and it felt more compact and lightweight in hand than the previous short crossbow. However, after synthesis, its power increased several-fold. It also possessed a hidden secondary explosion effect, though it triggered only occasionally, if it happened at a critical moment. No one could withstand it. As for the armor, it couldn't be tested just yet, but it was bound to be impressive. Lin Ping examined the newly synthesized gear, growing more satisfied with each glance. I'm really looking forward to this dungeon run. Lin Ping looked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Wang Defu had already returned with the group, a look of relaxation spreading across his face. I told you, Lin Ping, your worries were unnecessary. We didn't encounter any danger along the way. There were even some summer campers nearby, and everything went smoothly. After Wang Defu finished speaking, Lin Ping nodded in agreement. Arguing about potential dangers now was pointless anyway. Lin Ping had already experienced it and remained vigilant. If trouble did come, Wang Defu would be asking for it if he got himself killed after all, he'd been warned. Wang Defu suddenly noticed the table in the room, split cleanly in two. He walked over, picked it up, and examined it, exclaiming in surprise. What's going on? Did you cut this table in half? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Ping looked up and declared with righteous indignation. What do you mean I cut it? Did you see me do it? It's clearly defective. Take it outside and get the summer camp staff to replace it. Wang Defu. At that very moment, in one of the summer camp's more solidly built and aesthetically pleasing cabins, Jiang Mu sat in a soft chair, sipping tea gently. Zhang Tianming, Zhou Yao, and several other camp instructors stood nearby. They all looked at Jiang Mu seated at the table, not daring to utter a word. Jiang Mu finished every last drop of tea in his cup before pausing. Earlier, he had accidentally swallowed a few tea leaves while drinking, but he didn't waste them. He gently chewed them before swallowing them into his stomach. Zhang Tianming now reported to him. Director, all the trainees have been assigned. When would you like to begin the first trial activity? Jiang Mu didn't respond immediately. Suddenly, he asked. What's the current status of that Lin Ping? The moment these words left his lips, everyone present paused slightly. None had expected him to inquire about Lin Ping at this juncture. Fortunately, Zhou Yao reacted quickly. She answered directly. According to intelligence gathered at the camp, Lin Ping is currently teaming up with several students from Tongqing City Academy. The team has been formed and is named the Warhammer Squad. After uttering those words, she couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl upward. After all, the name sounded a bit too cheesy. Chapter 61, Phase 1 activities commence. The other teachers all shared knowing smiles. Youthful student days were always nostalgic. They too had harbored such adolescent fantasies at that age. Jiang Mu nodded. But now he remarked with a touch of emotion, knowing to team up and fight monsters in a dungeon, he doesn't seem like a complete fool after all. We should keep a close eye on him. Though the matter was now settled, Zhang Tianming felt a slight pang of unease. He had intended to recommend Li Huitian. But Li Huitian's performance had been utterly lackluster, overshadowed by Lin Ping, a mere civilian-born trainee who'd stolen all the spotlight. But in front of Director Jiang, he dared not say much. Otherwise, if he incurred dissatisfaction, his teaching career would be over. The director's position was not something he could casually defy. Besides, trying to outsmart Director Jiang might backfire, potentially harming Li Huitian instead. Then let's commence the first phase of activities. I'll observe how these youngsters handle themselves. Jiang Mu stood up with his hands behind his back, gazing toward the campground outside. All the teachers present immediately stood at attention and responded loudly. Beep beep beep. The sound of a whistle echoed outside the barracks. All the trainees began converging toward the center of the summer camp. Why are we assembling again? Let's go check it out. By the time Lin Ping and Wang De arrived, the area was already packed with people. As they approached, Zhang Ruomeng, Xiao Mei, and Zhang Shan Zhengquang also arrived. They quickly gathered together. Looks like the event is about to start. Zhang Shan remarked, gazing ahead. Zhang Tianming and the others were already positioned at the front of the group, flanked by several other teachers. Li Huitian stood out prominently within the group, surrounded by a crowd of people. As the scion of a prominent family, resources were no shortage for him. Those seeking favorable conditions naturally sought to ingratiate themselves with him. It could be said that no one in this summer camp dared to meet his gaze without a friendly smile. Indeed, being able to gather around him was considered quite an honor. In contrast, Lin Ping's area was rather quiet. But Lin Ping paid it no mind. Wang Defu beside him couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, that kid Huitian sure knows how to work it everywhere he goes, he's surrounded by admirers. Wonder if he'll still be so cocky once we hit the dungeon? Zhong Kuang burst into laughter. With us around, what's he got to be cocky about? We'll beat him to a pulp. The remark drew a collective chuckle from the group. At that moment, everyone stood at attention as Zhang Tianming began his speech. Everyone, you've rested well. Now it's time to enter the first phase of the dungeon trial. Remember, this time is different from last time. If you step outside the designated dungeon boundaries, the trial ends immediately. Your bracelets will teleport you back, and the same applies if you encounter major danger. After explaining the rules in advance, Zhang Tianming paused before continuing. Now, follow the instructor's guidance into the dungeon. I wish you all a smooth trial and an excellent ranking. As soon as he finished speaking, a summer camp instructor approached and led everyone toward the dungeon entrance. At the edge of the dungeon, other camp instructors were already waiting to guide them in. A portal, constantly rippling with waves, appeared ahead. Several staff members were adjusting the equipment. After giving an OK gesture, the instructor leading the group turned to address the students beside him. Now, form a line to enter. Once you reach the center of the instance, you'll still be randomly assigned. Agree on a meeting point beforehand. Note, although this is a designated monster hunting area, the creatures here are far more aggressive. The slightest misstep could lead to serious injury. The instructor delivered this warning in advance. After he finished speaking, the trainees' expressions varied. Some clenched their fists, eager to begin, while others looked more concerned. After all, at this point, no one knew what lay within the dungeon. Their apprehension toward the unknown was understandable. Zhang Quan cracked his knuckles loudly. He shook his head and declared, "Everyone, wait for me to gather the group before we start clearing. I'm going in first." With that, he followed the group to the portal and quickly vanished into the ripples. The other trainees began entering the instance. Lin Ping didn't linger either. He addressed the group, "Be cautious once inside. Don't engage monsters immediately. Stay together and act as a unit." Wang Defu, Zhang Ruoming, Xiao Mei, and the remaining Jiangshan all nodded in agreement. They began moving toward the portal, joining the main group as they entered the dungeon. Lin Ping felt a slight wariness as he touched the door. Zhang Tianming had already warned them that this instance was different from previous ones. The monsters inside were far more aggressive. If they accidentally stumbled upon a high-level monster, they'd be in for a world of trouble. Taking a deep breath, he readied himself. Wang Defu and Zhang Ruoming had already stepped inside ahead of him. Only then did Lin Ping begin to move. A flash of light. Lin Ping opened his eyes and immediately went on high alert. The lightning blade was raised in his palm, facing forward. He found himself in a vast expanse of yellow sand, with numerous stone pillars formed from piled-up yellow earth appearing ahead. This environment was completely different from when he had entered the instance before. Moreover, in this barren wasteland, aside from the stone pillars, there were scarcely any trees to be found. Puff, puff. Heavy breathing echoed from behind him. Lin Ping instinctively spun around to find two glowing red eyes staring straight at him. Lin Ping leapt back swiftly, just as a long tongue whipped past the spot he had been standing. He scrambled onto a stone pillar and looked down, only to discover a giant lizard lurking below. Its head was covered in spiked scales. Had he not reacted quickly just now, he would have been swallowed whole? The thought still sent a chill down his spine. Lin Ping swiftly scanned the surroundings with his electric blade. Within a range of several hundred meters, he could now make out three enormous lizards. The level indicator above their heads read 27. Seeing this, Lin Ping breathed a slight sigh of relief. Level 27 monsters posed no real threat to him. Just then, the stone pillar beneath his feet began to tremble. Looking down, he saw the desert lizard that had attacked him earlier scrambling up the pillar. As it climbed upward, two fiery red eyes fixed on him, as if it wouldn't rest until it had bitten him to death. Simultaneously, the other desert lizards Lin Ping had spotted also scrambled toward him. Their massive bodies created tremors with every step. Some stone pillars along the way even collapsed under the impact of their massive bodies. No way! Watching these desert lizards move, Lin Ping recalled Zhang Tianming's earlier warning that the monsters here were particularly ferocious. But he hadn't expected them to be this ferocious. They hadn't provoked them at all, yet they were all attacking. Chapter 62, The Power of New Gear. As Lin Ping observed, the desert lizard opened its massive jaws, its colossal body smashing through a nearby small stone pillar. Then it swung its claws down toward the spot where Lin Ping stood. The sharp claws sliced through the air with a whistling sound as they descended. Sensing the imminent danger, Lin Ping leapt backward to evade. Crouching atop a nearby stone pillar, he simultaneously saw two desert lizards swiftly crawling toward his position in a crisscross pattern. Are they prepared to fight to the death? Lin Ping retreated rapidly. Just as he was about to leave the area, one of the desert lizards suddenly opened its mouth wide, spewing a torrent of corrosive liquid. Sizzle! The stone pillar where the liquid landed immediately began to emit white smoke. Seeing this, Lin Ping felt a jolt of shock. He spun around and leaped off the stone pillar. With a swift motion, he thrust his electric blade into the top of one desert lizard's head. Instantly, a gaping hole opened in the desert lizard's skull. The health bar instantly dropped by 1/6. Electricity surged through it, instantly weighing down the desert lizard's body and slowing its movements. Lin Ping swiftly tapped its head with his foot. As he leapt into the air, he thrust the blade forward again. Finding his rhythm, Lin Ping immediately charged toward another desert lizard. The electric blade sliced through, causing the sand lizard's thick health bar to drop significantly. Seeing the promising results, Lin Ping immediately accelerated. Relying on his agile movements, he kept the desert lizards from even touching him. He darted back and forth between the two desert lizards. At this level, both his character's stats and equipment provided formidable attack power. Facing two desert lizards, he only suffered constant blood loss. The final strike pierced the neck of the left desert lizard. As its health bar emptied, the creature collapsed instantly. Killed desert lizard plus 700 EXP. The system notification sounded, and Lin Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He examined the lightning blade in his hand, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Had he been using the purple lightning dagger, it would have taken several strikes to kill it. But the lightning blade's single burst of power matched the effect of multiple strikes from the purple lightning dagger. Crucially, the lightning blade possessed piercing effects. Even the thick desert-type hide couldn't withstand it. With the experience gained, Lin Ping's combat pace quickened. Besides, the remaining desert lizard's health bar was already critically low. It collapsed before Lin Ping in no time. After dealing with the two monsters, Lin Ping stood atop an intact stone pillar nearby and scanned the area ahead. Everyone had already scattered. Unable to locate his squad for the moment, Lin Ping decided to solo for a bit. As the thought crossed his mind, several more desert lizards crawled out from the nearby sand. They appeared to be level 27 as well. Lin Ping immediately let out a cold laugh and leaped down from the stone pillar. This time, he switched his equipment. He used the poison blast pistol. One shot to the soul, blowing half the skull off the desert lizard at the front. The venom blaster's normal attack only dealt 300 damage. This must have been a critical hit. The critical hit rate was impressive, such devastating power on its very first use. Killed desert lizard plus 700 EXP. The notification sound rang out again. Lin Ping immediately began clearing out the desert lizards charging toward him. Killed desert lizard plus 700 EXP. Killed desert lizard plus 700 EXP. Soon, the ground was littered with corpses. Only 20 minutes had passed, yet Lin Ping's level had already risen to 34. Quick, lure them over here. A voice suddenly rang out nearby. Hearing the command, Lin Ping charged forward without hesitation. As he rounded a sandy slope, he saw Wang Difu directing his team members to lure two desert lizards. Zhang Ruoming hid behind a nearby mound. Xiaomei had already charged forward, her poison-tipped dagger repeatedly striking the desert lizards, each hit draining 100 HP. The dagger proved effective, but it was no match for Lin Ping's current equipment. Just then, Lin Ping saw a desert lizard slowly emerge from behind Zhang Ruoming. The area is dotted with stone pillars and earthen mounds, making concealment incredibly easy. Moreover, desert lizards can alter their body color to blend with their surroundings. If one were to suppress their aura and crawl out quietly, it would be incredibly difficult for the average person to detect. Just as the desert lizard opened its gaping jaws to swallow Zhang Ruoming whole, Lin Ping immediately turned and leaped to Xiaomei's side. He couldn't stand Zhang Ruoming, a petty person who casually framed others like that. The team formation was mainly brokered by Wang Difu. Otherwise, Lin Ping would never have agreed to team up with Zhang Ruoming. As for whether Zhang Ruoming would be bitten to death by the desert lizard, that was not his concern. She only had herself to blame for failing to observe her surroundings. Lin Ping suddenly appeared and leaped onto the back of the desert lizard. At level 27, the creature sprawled across the ground, nearly as large as a small car. Xiaomei had just used her rogue speed to stab a bloody wound in its neck, but the health bar hadn't dropped much. Wang Difu was about to fire a few arrows to finish it off. But then he saw Lin Ping land atop the desert lizard's head. He couldn't help but lower his longbow and clench his fist. Lin Ping, you're finally here. Ha! Let's get this show on the road. Wang Difu shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, the tanks Zhang Kuang and Zhang Shan quickly closed in. The two berserkers charged forward toward the desert lizard, blocking it from safe range. Unable to harm Wang Difu and Zhang Ruoming, who were attacking from a distance, Wang Difu drew his bow once more, preparing to fire at the desert lizard at Lin Ping's feet. Simultaneously, he turned to signal Zhang Ruoming to unleash Holy Light Spear. Just as he turned, he saw a massive figure looming behind Zhang Ruoming. He immediately shouted, "Zhang Ruoming, get out of the way." With that, he released his fingers. The arrow, originally aimed at the desert lizard beneath Lin Ping's feet, changed course and shot toward the space behind Zhang Ruoming. Arg! The desert lizard let out a cry of pain as a burst of red light erupted from its body. The health bar above its head rapidly flickered, decreasing by a small amount. Zhang Ruoming finally snapped out of her daze. Panicked, she dashed out from her hiding spot. But in her panic, she failed to notice the rocks on the ground and stumbled, falling flat on her face. Ouch! Dust covered Zhang Ruoming's white dress. His face stung from the stones scraping against it during the fall. As she scrambled to her feet, a wave of tears welled up in her eyes, her throat tightening. Then she saw Lin Ping standing ahead, locked in combat with a desert lizard. The direction Lin Ping had just leaped from flashed through his mind. Lin Ping had clearly jumped from the side. He must have seen the danger moments ago. Why hadn't he warned him? Chapter 63, Solo Run. Zhang Ruoming instinctively wanted to explode in anger, but then she remembered how she had falsely accused Lin Luyan earlier. Perhaps that was precisely why Lin Ping treated him this way. Ultimately, she was the one who had done wrong. Zhang Ruoming suppressed her hurt feelings. Her pride kicked in now, forcing her to endure the pain in her knees. She raised her staff, facing backward. The desert lizard, enraged moments ago, hurled a holy light cage. Trapped within, the lizard furiously slammed against the cage's surface, the holy light cage unable to halt its frenzied thrashing. Hurry! This spell only lasts 10 seconds. Zhang Ruoming shouted from the side. Immediately, several arrows were fired in rapid succession, but the rate of damage dealt couldn't keep up with the cage's collapse. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Kuang and Zhang Shan strained to hold the desert lizard at bay. Their health bars above their heads steadily diminished with each collision. Their levels were not much different from the desert lizards, giving them a relative advantage but only relative. They could only ensure they wouldn't fall before the lizard did. But there were 4 or 5 desert lizards attacking here. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed overhead. Zhang Shan looked up to see Lin Ping wielding a peculiar hand cannon. In a burst of light, the desert lizard that had been frantically resisting collapsed to the ground. Everyone gained experience. Zhang Shan couldn't help but raise his weapon and laugh wildly. We took one down. Wang Difu couldn't help but pump his fist in celebration. Lin Ping, come help us. Lin Ping glanced at the wounded desert lizard. He addressed Zhang Kuang and Zhang Shan beside him directly. You two go help. Leave this to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Kuang and Zhang Shan both widened their eyes in disbelief. Are you sure you can handle it? There are still 3 or 4 of them here. Zhang Shan spoke up. As for Zhang Kuang, he simply obeyed Lin Ping's orders without question. Unwilling to overthink it, he already charged forward with his greatsword, targeting the desert lizard attacking Zhang Ruoming. Everyone back up. I'll handle this. With a shout, Zhang Kuang's heavy sword struck the desert lizard's head. After losing some health, the lizard immediately lowered its head and swiped Zhang Kuang away with a claw. With a thunderous crash, he slammed into a nearby stone pillar. The impact crushed the stone pillar, causing it to collapse. Zhang Kuang scrambled up from the dust, brushed himself off as if nothing had happened, and charged forward again with fierce determination. Lin Ping signaled Zhang Shan to come assist. Zhang Shan glanced at the situation, gritted his teeth, and sprinted over. At this point, trusting Lin Ping was his only option. Leaving Zhang Kuang alone to face the desert lizard's attacks would drain his health bar to critical levels in no time. They weren't fighting a single desert lizard now, they were facing a horde. They had to preserve their health. No room for surprises in battle. Xiaomei leapt to Lin Ping's side, her eyes widening in surprise at the gear in his hands. Red gear? The markings on the Venom Blaster made Xiaomei envious. While most players used basic gear, and even white gear was extremely rare, Lin Ping was wielding red gear. As fellow rogues, Xiaomei and Lin Ping shared similar stats and abilities. Xiaomei was confident that if she had the Poison Blast bracers, her combat effectiveness would definitely rise to a whole new level. But this gear wasn't hers. Lin Ping glanced over at Xiaomei and nodded. Under her admiring gaze, he fired several bullets that struck the desert lizard on the side. Just a few bullets sent the desert lizard's health bar plummeting to half. Its power was terrifying. At this moment, even Xiaomei felt a pang of jealousy. Why wasn't such an excellent piece of equipment in her hands? Lin Ping recalled his venomous blast beast pet and drew the lightning blade once more. One slash down. With its piercing effect, the attack landed 100% on the desert lizard's body. As the attack power erupted, a massive electric current surged from the wound, spreading throughout its entire body. The desert lizard's body stiffened, and its health bar above its head plummeted rapidly. Xiaomei's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Another red tier equipment piece? If the poison exploding pistol had already shocked her, then the lightning blade now in his hands practically made her want to snatch it away. Compared to ranged weapons, he preferred close-quarters combat tools like daggers. The lightning blade came with built-in piercing effects and an added electric shock effect. With this weapon in hand, she dared to solo a desert lizard. Where on earth did Lin Ping get all this amazing gear? If she could get her hands on it, Xiaomei would give up everything she had. Lin Ping wielded the lightning blade, dispatching the desert lizard in mere moments. Killed desert lizard plus 300 EXP. Although Lin Ping secured the first kill, he still had to share the experience with his teammates. It wasn't as much as when he soloed before. However, the sheer number of desert lizards here meant sustained farming would yield substantial gains. The diluted experience points were easily offset by the sheer volume. Xiaomei was practically trailing behind Lin Ping like a sidekick. At first, she tried her best to support him using her own abilities, but after seeing Lin Ping pull out red gear one after another, after swiftly clearing the desert lizard's health bar, she completely lost interest in the fight. Is this even fun anymore? There's no challenge at all. Xiaomei cast a detached glance at Lin Ping, yet inside, she seethed with envy. At that moment, Lin Ping was completely immersed in his own monster-killing routine. His lightning blade swung rapidly. The health bar steadily diminished amidst the flickering lightning. A level 27 desert lizard posed little threat to Lin Ping. Even without his gear, soloing it wouldn't be a problem. At most, he'd lose a tiny bit of health. But now, with the red gear's boost, the lizard's threat level dropped to 0. It was essentially just taking damage passively. Wang Difu swiftly fired an arrow, its tip piercing deep into the desert lizard's eye socket. With a burst of force, Wang Defa drained the last shred of health from the desert lizard. With a thunderous crash, the desert lizard collapsed onto the sand. Zhang Shan also sat down, exhausted from the intense effort he and Zhang Kuang had just expended. As the meat shields, they had to fight the desert lizard on the front lines. They absorbed all the damage. Thankfully, it was all over now. Zhang Ruoming cast 2 holy light spells on them, restoring their stamina and energy as their health bars slowly began to rise. Wang Difu spun his longbow in his hands twice. We took down those desert lizards in under 10 minutes. Our monster killing speed is impressive. Now let's check on Lin Ping and Xiao Mei. Those desert lizards must be giving them a hard time. Wang Difu finished speaking with a cocky grin, immediately standing up and patting his armor. Chapter 64, Shocked Teammates. Right. I almost forgot. Let's hurry over. Zhang Shan and I can tank another wave. Zhang Shan also stood up at that moment. Just as they were about to rush over to provide backup, they all froze in shock. The desert lizards that had been ferociously attacking moments ago were now all sprawled on the ground. Their health bars above their heads had been completely depleted. Glancing again, they noticed their experience points had increased, something they hadn't noticed during the battle. How did they do that? This doesn't feel real. Could the monsters have hidden skills that cast illusions? Zhang Kuang and Zhang Shan stared at the scene before them, their weapons clattering to the ground. All their strength had been drained. They thought they'd finally get to prove themselves, only to see 2 lowly rogues take down desert lizards that had resisted their attacks for ages. It was a massive blow to their confidence. Killed desert lizard plus 300 EXP. The system notification sounded again as Lin Ping leapt down from the fallen desert lizard's head. Clapping his hands, he noticed Wang Difu, Zhang Ruomen, Zhang Kuang, and Zhang Shan had all gathered nearby. You guys finished already? That was fast. Lin Ping asked the group. He'd expected it to take them 10 to 20 minutes to finish the kill. By then, he figured he'd have taken care of all the monsters here and maybe even shown off a bit. But he never expected them to be so fast. They arrived before he could even finish off the last desert lizard. To Wang Difu and the others, that voice sounded incredibly grating. What do you mean, so fast? How fast could they possibly be compared to you? It took all of them working together to take down a single desert lizard, yet Lin Ping, with only Xiao Mei assisting him, had managed to eliminate 4 or 5 desert lizards. Such combat prowess was off the charts. Zhang Ruoming's beautiful eyes fluttered slightly. Her mind echoed the image of Lin Ping when she first met him, a frail, skinny thief. He'd been utterly inconspicuous in class, constantly bullied by others. Lin Ping had undergone a complete transformation. Wang Lu, who had been beaten into submission before, used to beat him up every single day. If Wang Lu dared to come near now? Standing there, Lin Ping probably wouldn't even need to lift a finger to take him down. Without her realizing it, Lin Ping had already pushed her into his protection and without a hint of mercy. She hesitated, wondering if she should apologize to Lin Ping and explain about Lin Luyan. But with outsiders present, she couldn't bring herself to lose face. Lin Ping, are you a thief or some kind of hidden warrior class? Zhang Shan sat on the ground, sounding somewhat disheartened. He felt Lin Ping was more warrior-like than he was. At that moment, Lin Ping merely smiled faintly. Of course I'm a rogue, the real deal. We've cleared most of the monsters in this area. Let's check out another zone. As he finished speaking, Lin Ping pointed toward a nearby area where the faint roars of monsters could be heard. Other trainees must have started farming monsters too. Wang Difu shook his head. I was right. Since the monsters here are all cleared, let's push on to another area. Zhang Shan and Zhang Kuang both stood up. As berserkers, their recovery speed was quite fast. After all, they needed to act as tanks. If their strength recovered too slowly, it would only waste time. They had chosen armor with faster health regeneration when selecting gear, and now each gripped their weapons as they moved forward. I'll scout ahead first. Lin Ping said before immediately leaping forward and using his camouflage spell, vanishing from sight. Xiao Mei stayed close to Wang Difu. Wang Difu praised her. Xiao Mei, I never realized you were this capable before. You actually killed so many monsters alongside Lin Ping. Hearing this, Xiao Mei's expression turned peculiar. I didn't kill the desert lizards with him. He killed them all by himself. At first, Wang Difu didn't understand what Xiao Mei meant. But his eyes widened instantly as he stared at her in shock. No way. Are you sure? Just one person? And a rogue class? How could he be that strong? Not only Wang Difu, but even Zhang Shan and Zhang Kuang beside him couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Are you kidding me? If Lin Ping is that strong, what's the point of having warriors? Yeah, I seriously doubt he could solo a dungeon. It's not suspicion, it's certainty that he has that kind of skill. Xiao Mei delivered the final verdict. Her words left the two warriors exchanging stunned glances, their morale instantly plummeting. After all this time, it turned out they were the ones holding Lin Ping back. They had been so proud, thinking that at least every member of this team served a purpose. Zhang Ruoming was utterly stunned. Witnessing Lin Ping dispatch the desert lizard had left him deeply shaken. But it was still within acceptable limits after all. Rogues moved quickly and could dodge the desert lizard's attacks. With good gear and 2 support mages clearing the monsters quickly, it should have been manageable. Moreover, earlier on, these desert lizards had been held back for a while by the 2 warrior classes, losing some health in the process. Wang Defuse arrows had inflicted significant damage. Yet now, to hear that Lin Ping had single-handedly challenged several desert lizards and turned the tables on them? The impact of this news was immense. Zhang Ruoming instantly felt like a complete failure. She was the strongest Holy Light Mage class. Yet she still needed teammates to take down desert lizards. The stark contrast instantly made her class seem utterly useless. Which class was truly Trash Rogue or Holy Light Mage? Everyone's eyes spoke volumes of speechlessness. The incident had silenced the entire group. Even Zhang Quang, who had chattered nonstop throughout the journey, now walked slowly along the ground, clutching his weapon like a well-behaved child. Lin Ping arrived at an earthen slope. Upon reaching the spot, he saw several people below the slope surrounding and attacking a sawtooth crocodile. The level indicator above the sawtooth crocodile's head read level 28. Under the assault of these individuals, its health bar had dwindled to its final moments. Seeing this, Lin Ping had no intention of intervening. At his current level, a mere level 28 monster was hardly worth his attention. What piqued his interest far more was the sheer number of monsters in this area, over 20. The first phase dungeon quest for the summer camp was confined to a circular area. It was divided into 6 distinct zones. The levels also ascended from low to high, with the weakest being level 25, which they hadn't encountered yet. The area where Lin Ping and his group were located started directly at level 27. This particular zone featured level 28 monsters, with the next stage being level 29, and so on, all the way up to the 6th zone. One zone contained level 30 monsters, which presented a considerable challenge for most summer camp participants. Chapter 65, The Unlucky Li Huitian. After assessing the situation here, Lin Ping prepared to head back. Just then, he spotted Li Huitian's team. Li Huitian led his squad. They were hunting level 28 giant-toothed crocodiles in another area. Determined to turn the tide quickly, Li Huitian pushed the pace relentlessly, sparing no expense. Berserker trainees charged the front lines, while ranged attackers, mages and archers provided support from the rear. It was a standard formation. As the berserker's health bar dropped during the fight, Li Huitian immediately tossed over a bottle of intermediate red potion. Once their health bar refilled, they plunged back into the fray. A single mid-grade red potion cost 20,000 yuan. During the time Lin Ping had been observing, 2 or 3 had already been used. He really is loaded. Lin Luyan could barely earn that much selling tofu in a whole month. Truly, the young masters of great families treat gold like dirt. Lin Ping watched Li Huitian ahead, loudly directing his team to launch an attack, a cold smile flickering in his eyes. Better to meet than to miss. Having encountered Lin Ping, he wouldn't let Li Huitian off easy. He drew his poison-tipped pistol. Aiming directly at Li Huitian, he pulled the trigger. The pistol's effective range was far greater than that of the previous crossbow. Lin Ping didn't need to get close, this distance was perfect for aiming. Li Huitian's face twisted in fury. The level 28 sawtooth crocodile ahead had been whittled down to just a sliver of health. It looked like it could be taken down within the next 2 minutes. And 2 continuously drew back the bowstring, firing arrows toward the front. Watching the sawtooth crocodile, its health bar now at the very bottom, he grinned and said, "Boss, it's your turn to shine." Li Huitian immediately laughed, raising his staff. The boss always saves the best for last. He intended to end this sawtooth crocodile's life with his most spectacular move, securing the first kill and moving on to the next battle. To secure a high ranking in this dungeon event, he'd gone so far as to leverage Zhang Tianming's connections at summer camp to procure a large supply of red potions. And they were all mid-tier potions. But this time, he was determined to spend whatever it took to claim first place and steal the spotlight from Lin Ping. The berserker trainees holding the front line all took a slight step back. With only a sliver of health left, any non-level 1 rookie could finish this monster off with a single skill. Li Huitian raised his staff, gathering wind edge at its tip. Though minimal effort would suffice to finish the monster, Li Huitian opted for a grand finale. It would look more spectacular and impressive. Just as the massive wind blade was about to materialize, the level 28 sawtooth crocodile suddenly collapsed to the ground. Killed sawtooth crocodile plus 900 EXP. The system notification sounded, and Lin Ping turned and walked away. There was no point in lingering now, but snagging a monster kill put him in a good mood. Li Huitian, however, froze in place. The massive wind blade spinning above his head failed to unleash after several seconds, instantly dissipating into thin air. Who the hell did that? Li Huitian clenched his fists in rage, scanning his surroundings. He'd been planning to put on a show, only to have the monster snatched away. This was a major embarrassment. And Tu immediately leapt onto a stone pillar to survey the area, but found nothing. Boss, the enemy must be an archer. Only an archer could hit from that distance. Hearing in Tu's words, Li Huitian slammed his fist into the nearby stone pillar. Blood seeped from his knuckles. But he forced himself to endure, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Find him! I'm going to kill him today!" Several team members, hearing his words, wasted no time and dashed off in a hurry. Li Huitian was seething with rage right now. It was best not to provoke him or get too close. Otherwise, one wrong word could instantly make you his punching bag. Outside the instance, Zhang Mu took a sip of tea and placed the glass thermos on the table. "How's the raid going? It's been over an hour now, you should have some results by now." Zhou Yao immediately approached with a tablet, smiling as she spoke. "Director, you're right. According to the analysis from the instance, most trainees have already entered the 3rd zone, and some have even started reaching the 4th zone. We estimate they'll be able to enter the 5th and 6th zones by this afternoon." Zhang Mu nodded. He asked with interest, "Which team is moving so fast?" Before Zhou Yao could answer, Zhang Tianming chimed in. "It's Li Huitian's squad. They're quite capable. When they arrived at the summer camp for the preliminary trials, Lin Ping beat them to first place, and they've been pretty fired up about it ever since. This time, they're determined to prove themselves and have already charged straight into the 4th zone." Zhang Mu couldn't help but glance up at Zhang Tianming, his brow slightly furrowed. "You seem pretty concerned about Li Huitian. Did you take something from him?" Zhang Tianming hastily waved his hands. How could he admit to having connections with Li Huitian now? He absolutely had to make Zhang Mu understand that this was Li Huitian's own ability. Leading a team into the 4th zone proved he was truly formidable. If he could gain attention, his future prospects would be limitless. As his uncle, Zhang Tianming could only go so far. He dared not even consider breaking the rules. Though this summer camp couldn't compare to the college entrance exam dungeon, it was jointly hosted by 3 cities. Fairness and impartiality were non-negotiable. Besides, Director Zhang Mu was overseeing proceedings here. If he dared show favoritism, immediate dismissal would be the least of his worries. He might even be banished to the outskirts of the city. Of course, helping Li Huitian purchase red potions at the summer camp didn't technically break the rules. Purchasing gear during trials was permitted, though unfair to poorer trainees. Reality was just that harsh. When battling monsters outside, having a red potion, the outcome could be vastly different compared to a battle fought without the support of a red potion. Seeing Zhang Tianming nearly scared out of his wits, Zhang Mu said no more. He didn't care much for Zhang Tianming, the guy was way too calculating. He dared to reveal every little scheme. What did he take him for? No need to guess, Li Huitian must be connected to Zhang Tianming too. But external assistance was limited during the summer camp trials. If one could fight their way to the top ranks on their own strength, that would prove them a talent. Zhou Yao tapped the tablet screen, revealing scattered points of light appearing within the designated zones. The first 2 zones had more participants, but numbers dwindled starting from the 3rd zone. Only a dozen or so points of light moved within the 4th zone. If teams were assigned, there could be at most 3 teams. The 5th and 6th zones were completely empty. Chapter 66, Following Lin Ping is so awesome. I wonder who these 3 squads are. Zhang Mu stroked his chin as he spoke. Zhang Tianming was brimming with confidence, certain that Li Huitian's team would emerge victorious. Inside the dungeon at that moment, Wang Difu stood near a thick stone pillar, his longbow held horizontally before him. Zhang Quang stood beside him. He gripped his greatsword tightly, scanning the surroundings vigilantly for any sudden monster appearances. "Looks like someone's fighting monsters up ahead. Wonder which team it is," Zhang Quang remarked, observing the dust cloud ahead. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, his expression shifted slightly. "Hey, do you think Lin Ping might have been attacked by monsters?" Xiao Mei and Wang Difu both burst into laughter at Zhang Quang's words. "You really underestimate Lin Ping. He's so skilled, these monsters might not even get close to him." Xiao Mei stood with her hands on her hips, chuckling lightly. Wang Difu nodded and chuckled. "Exactly, Zhang Quang. You've seen Lin Ping's strength firsthand. He soloed so many desert lizards. How could these ordinary monsters possibly threaten him?" Zhang Quang scratched his head. I'm just worried. After all, the monsters in this dungeon aren't weak either. What if something unexpected happens?" Xiao Mei adjusted her ponytail and said, "Lin Ping is way stronger than us. We should worry more about ourselves. Who knows when we'll run into a powerful monster? Then we'll need Lin Ping to save us." Just moments ago, Xiao Mei had fought monsters alongside Lin Ping and witnessed him wielding red gear to slaughter them. It was like slicing through butter. "Xiao Mei wouldn't mention this." Wang Difu chuckled. "Alright, stop fretting. Let's hurry up and catch up. Otherwise, Lin Ping will start complaining about how slow we are again." Just as they were about to set off, Lin Ping suddenly returned from a nearby path. Wang Difu and the others stared at him in astonishment. Lin Ping, why are you back so soon? How's the front? Wang Difu asked, holding his longbow. Lin Ping smiled and said, don't worry, it's safe. I saw Li Huitian and his group fighting monsters, so I snatched one from them. Wang Difu burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha! That's impressive. That'll give Li Huitian a run for his money. Zhang Ruoming felt pleased upon hearing Lin Ping's words. She recalled the scene when they first entered the summer camp dungeon and were ambushed by Li Huitian and his group, and her anger flared up again. But she bit her lip and said nothing. She could sense Lin Ping's dislike toward her. Saying thanks now would only make things awkward if he didn't reciprocate. Jiang Shan frowned and asked, Lin Ping, what should we do now? Keep moving forward or change direction? Lin Ping thought for a moment before replying, we should stick to the original plan and head to the next area. Li Huitian and his crew will definitely come looking for trouble. We need to be ready. Xiao Mei nodded firmly. We can't be afraid of them. If they dare show up, we'll take them on. Her cool expression gave everyone confidence. Zheng Kuang swung his greatsword and declared, let them taste my blade, it's been thirsting for blood. The group pressed on toward the next area. Suddenly, a massive figure burst out from the nearby bushes. Level 29 Sawtooth Crocodile. Its eyes blazing crimson, the Sawtooth Crocodile launched a surprise attack, causing the air ahead to shudder. Zhang Kuang, who was approaching, turned just in time to see it lash its tail violently, sending him flying backward. He slammed into a nearby tree trunk, bouncing back with a muffled groan. His health bar immediately dipped significantly. Enemy spotted. Jiang Shan reacted with lightning speed, raising his greatsword and charging forward. He swung his blade viciously at the Sawtooth Crocodile. However, the Sawtooth Crocodile's hide was incredibly tough, and Jiang Shan's attack didn't inflict significant damage. Engage. Don't just stand there. Wang Difu bellowed, swiftly drawing his longbow and firing an arrow at the Sawtooth Crocodile. Zhang Ruoming swiftly raised her staff and cast Holy Light. A soft glow enveloped the group, granting them a slight boost in defense. The Sawtooth Crocodile lunged forward, only to be dodged. Instantly struck by a Holy Light spear, it was enraged. It turned and charged straight at Zhang Ruoming. Seeing this, Xiao Mei lunged forward, thrusting her poison-tipped dagger at the Sawtooth Crocodile. But the blow only chipped away a tiny bit of its health bar, the effect barely noticeable. Just as the Sawtooth Crocodile was about to pounce on Zhang Ruoming, Lin Ping drew his poison blast pistol and pulled the trigger, aiming directly at the beast. With a loud bang, the bullet struck the Sawtooth Crocodile. The powerful impact halted its body. Immediately, the bullet detonated, releasing a cloud of poisonous mist. The Sawtooth Crocodile let out a pained cry as its health bar rapidly depleted. 5% continuous bleeding, 20% critical hit. As the Sawtooth Crocodile's health bar steadily diminished, it finally collapsed with a thud under the persistent damage of the toxic mist. Killed Sawtooth Crocodile plus 400 EXP. The notification chimed. Lin Ping stood as the massive body of the Sawtooth Crocodile sprawled across the ground, kicking up dust. Xiao Mei's eyes widened in astonishment. She stared at the crocodile's corpse, then shifted her gaze to the poison blast pistol in Lin Ping's hand, utterly stunned. Recalling the battle moments ago, her poison-coated dagger had barely made a dent in the Sawtooth Crocodile. Yet Lin Ping's venom blast gun had delivered a single shot that dealt a fatal blow to this ferocious beast. That's incredible. Xiao Mei couldn't help but exclaim. She walked over to the Sawtooth Crocodile and examined the wound on its body. The spot where the poison blast pistol had struck was charred black, still slowly releasing a cloud of toxic mist. Xiao Mei thought to herself, if only I had a weapon like that, my combat effectiveness in this dungeon would skyrocket. Wang Difu looked at Lin Ping and said, Lin Ping, your gear is absolutely unstoppable. Everyone's experience points increased to varying degrees. The shock in Wang Difu's heart was hard to calm. He had heard tales of Lin Ping soloing desert lizards before, but without witnessing it firsthand, the impact had been muted. Now, witnessing Lin Ping effortlessly dispatch the ferocious Sawtooth Crocodile with his venom blaster, he truly grasped the sheer power of Lin Ping's combat prowess. Lin Ping, your strength is beyond belief. Having you on our team is like striking gold. Wang Difu exclaimed. He stared at the poison blast bracer in Lin Ping's hand. The crimson gear was dazzlingly conspicuous. Wang Difu felt a twinge of envy. Everyone else was also sharing in the experience point gains. Zhang Kuang couldn't hold back his laughter. This is too awesome. Leveling up with Lin Ping is like riding a rocket. Let's keep moving forward, kill more monsters, and level up sooner. Zhang Kuang shouted. His mind was simple. He just found this rapid leveling sensation utterly exhilarating, itching to charge straight into a monster horde and slaughter them all. Chapter 67, Zone 4 Boss. Alright, let's pick up the pace. Lin Ping said. Now that he was the backbone of the team, no one objected. They pressed on toward the core of the zone. Soon they reached the heart of Zone 4. Here stood a massive earthen mound, completely devoid of vegetation. As the group approached the mound, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Their expressions changed. The commotion suggested they'd encountered a large creature. Berserker, prepare. Swear oath and activate shield. Xiaomei, Lin Ping, you two wait for your chance. Wang Defu raised his bow and arrow, aiming as he shouted. Boom! A massive figure slowly crawled out from the earthen slope. To everyone's shock, it was a level 31 sawtooth crocodile. The sawtooth crocodiles here were all level 29, but this one was level 30. This sawtooth crocodile was far larger than any they'd encountered before, its scales thick and ridged. A mini-boss? Xiaomei exclaimed in surprise. Her eyes widened, lashes fluttering as she stared intently at the massive sawtooth crocodile, a slight unease stirring within her. She could sense this monster was far more powerful than any they'd faced before, definitely not something they could handle easily. Wang Defu also frowned, his hand tightening around his longbow. A faint glow appeared at the arrowhead, ready to unleash devastating power at the trigger. Everyone, be careful. This monster is no easy foe, he murmured. Zhang Kuang, however, showed no fear. Wielding his greatsword, he shouted, what's there to fear? With Lin Ping here, we just get the job done. Ah! His roar sent his own morale soaring. Zhang Ruoming's eyes narrowed with tension. Standing at the rear of the group, she raised her staff and cast 2 holy light blessings on the 2 berserkers ahead, granting them small shields that lasted 10 seconds. Gazing at the massive sawtooth crocodile, unease stirred within her. This was their first encounter with a boss in this area. Roar! The level 31 sawtooth crocodile let out a furious roar, its red eyes glaring viciously at the group ahead. Then its massive body crouched low, charging forward with blinding speed. Without a moment's delay. Holy crap! Immediately, Jiang Shan and the others charged forward, one on each side, swords raised. Just as the sawtooth crocodile arrived, it raised its sharp claws and brought them crashing down. Whoosh! The claws whistled through the air with a piercing shriek. Like a giant scythe slicing through the air, the claw drew a crackling sound before crashing down on the creature ahead. Clang! Fortunately, the holy light blessing Zhang Ruoming had cast on Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan earlier took effect. At the critical moment, the thin shield acted like a transparent barrier, blocking the saw-toothed crocodile's claw attack. The collision between shield and claw unleashed a tremendous shockwave, sparking tiny flashes of light between them. The blow was blocked, but the immense force of the impact sent Zhang Kuang and even Jiang Shan staggering backward. Deep footprints gouged into the ground beneath their feet, nearly causing them to sink in. Huff, huff, huff. Zhang Kuang gasped for breath. The armor on both him and Jiang Shan showed damage, with the front chestplate even bearing deep gouges from the claws. The sheer force was unimaginable. Zhang Kuang's eyes widened in utter shock. This sawtooth crocodile was incredibly powerful. If not for the holy light blessing moments ago, his armor would have been shattered. Both Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan, positioned at the front, felt their hearts pounding violently. This thing is way too fierce. Jiang Shan couldn't help but exclaim. He was slightly better off than Zhang Kuang, but he'd still taken a significant hit. The sawtooth crocodile opened its massive jaws wide, its claws kicking up clouds of sand as it lunged forward. Seeing the situation, Zhang Kuang roared furiously, raising his greatsword to smash down on the sawtooth crocodile. His eyes widened, muscles straining until his armor creaked. The greatsword descended with a whistling wind, striking the sawtooth crocodile's body. Yet it only left a shallow scratch on its scales. Its health bar barely dipped. The drop in health was almost negligible, barely visible without close inspection. Zhang Kuang watched the result of his attack, his confidence plummeting from feeling invincible to utter shock. That's it for a peak strike? They were only 2 levels apart, how could its defense be this strong? Jiang Shan circled around to the sawtooth crocodile's rear, raising his greatsword to strike at its leg. Clang! The heavy sword emitted a dull clang. Jiang Shan felt as if his arm had nearly been knocked flying, the sword's recoil sending it swinging high into the air. Blood-red ripples appeared on the sawtooth crocodile's body, yet its health bar barely dipped. The skin on its legs was incredibly tough, sustaining almost no damage. Jiang Shan stared in utter astonishment. Wang Defu aimed his longbow at the sawtooth crocodile, drawing the bowstring taut to a full moon. Charging. Armor-piercing arrow. His gaze remained composed as his fingers released the arrow, which shot forth with a faint glow from the bowstring. Thud. The arrowhead pierced a short distance through the sawtooth crocodile's body. But such damage was utterly insignificant to the massive sawtooth crocodile. The wound healed almost instantly, though the health bar above its head showed a slight dip, relatively speaking, that is. Xiaomei flashed onto the sawtooth crocodile's head, clenching her teeth as she gripped her poison-coated dagger tightly. She thrust it forward, but the sawtooth crocodile's scales were too hard. Her poisoned dagger proved less effective than the arrow's armor-piercing damage. Let me handle it, Xiaomei. Lin Ping's voice rang out as he raised his poison-tipped flintlock, aimed at the sawtooth crocodile, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet from the poison-exploding flintlock shot toward the sawtooth crocodile. The bullet exploded, clouding the air ahead. The poison blast pistol carried toxins and had armor-piercing effects. The red equipment fired, causing the sawtooth crocodile's health bar to drop slightly. Unfortunately, Lin Ping stared at the sawtooth crocodile's thick health bar and sighed. Truly worthy of a boss, that health bar was terrifyingly thick. Zhang Kuang was sent flying again by the sawtooth crocodile's claw, his body crashing like a cannonball into a nearby stone pillar. Boom! The pillar shook violently from the impact, sending fragments of stone cascading down. Zhang Kuang felt a wave of excruciating pain wash over him as his health bar instantly dropped by a third. He was buried alive beneath the fallen debris. Only Jiang Shan remained ahead. The sawtooth crocodile's massive claws slammed Jiang Shan to the ground. He struggled relentlessly but couldn't break free. The sawtooth crocodile opened its massive jaws and bit Jiang Shan twice. Each bite reduced his armor defense by a quarter while his health plummeted rapidly. Jiang Shan's health bar instantly dropped to half. Wang Diffuse arrows flew one after another, continuously dealing damage to the sawtooth crocodile. Each arrow that struck the sawtooth crocodile caused its health to plummet relentlessly. Zhang Ruomeng stood behind, enveloped in light, her hair flying wildly, eyes ablaze as she entered a state of intense focus. Chapter 68, Rubbing Salt in the Wound. Zhang Ruomeng continuously unleashed holy light spears, coordinating with Wang Diffuse attacks. Simultaneously, she cast Holy Light Cage, temporarily trapping the sawtooth crocodile. By now, the sawtooth crocodile's health bar had been slowly whittled down to half. But Jiang Shan's situation was extremely perilous. The sawtooth crocodile could wipe him out at any moment. Although critically injured players would be teleported out of the instance, the team would lose a vital tank. Moreover, Jiang Shan would lose his match results. Xiaomei stabbed a few daggers, feeling a bit down. She had thought her high agility as a rogue would let her dodge attacks and deal damage quickly, but relying solely on her poisoned daggers couldn't generate significant damage. Slowly chipping away at the boss might ultimately exhaust the entire team. The boss had dungeon buffs, doubling its health and defense compared to regular mobs. Despite being a level 31 monster, it was incredibly tough to take down. Lin Ping, get moving. If you don't act now, none of us can hold out much longer. Xiaomei looked at Lin Ping standing not far away. Lin Ping holstered his poison grenade pistol. He hadn't intended to intervene, wanting everyone to gain some experience first. But now it seemed inevitable he had to step in, or Jiang Shan would be eliminated first. He charged from the side. He swiftly pulled the Storm War Axe from his backpack. The moment the Storm Axe appeared, it emitted a crackling, zapping sound of electrical explosions as he charged forward with it. Lin Ping raised the Storm Axe high, aiming directly for the sawtooth crocodile's head. What? He's charging head-on? That's a level 31 mini-boss. Xiaomei's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Lin Ping, her expression utterly incredulous. She never imagined Lin Ping would be so bold as to directly challenge such a powerful monster head-on. Lin Ping's speed was blindingly fast, propelling him swiftly to the sawtooth crocodile's front. The moment he drew near, he leapt high into the air. His Storm War Axe, crackling with powerful electricity, came crashing down on the sawtooth crocodile. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Boom! Electricity surged wildly across the sawtooth crocodile's body, while the impact force from the Storm War Axe coalesced into a massive blade of light. The axe struck the sawtooth crocodile squarely on the neck. The hard scales couldn't withstand the immense force and shattered instantly. 16,080. Everyone gasped in shock as the health bar plummeted. That single strike from the Storm Axe had wiped out 99% of the sawtooth crocodile's remaining health. That single strike equaled half a day's worth of combined effort from the entire group. Is this even human? The team members were all stunned. Zhang Kuang struggled to crawl out from the rubble. Seeing the devastating effect of Lin Ping's attack, his eyes widened in utter shock. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Lin Ping is way too strong. I just got beaten so badly by this monster, and he's already this powerful? My greatsword feels like a toy compared to his Storm War Axe. Zhang Kuang kicked aside a nearby rock and stood up, gripping his greatsword. Barbarian charge. Spotting Jiang Shan pinned beneath the beast, Zhang Kuang immediately lowered his head and charged toward the sawtooth crocodile's jaws, sword raised. Boom! The sawtooth crocodile's body lurched backward from the impact. Jiang Shan seized the chance and wriggled free from the sawtooth crocodile's claws. Lin Ping, you're my damn hero. Ha, Zhang Kuang, and I couldn't handle this monster alone, but you turned the tide the moment you stepped in. I thought we were done for this time. Jiang Shan ran excitedly to the side, shouting. His delight was palpable. He then pulled out a bottle of red potion and downed it, restoring his health to 85%. Wang Diffuse's eyes widened in shock. He'd forgotten to aim his longbow, which slammed into the nearby ground with a whoosh, exploding and dealing 3,600 damage. That Storm Axe is insane. I've been shooting arrows for ages, and it's still no match for Lin Ping's single swing. Where did he even get that weapon? Wang Diffuse glared at Lin Ping with envy. This guy always pulled out the best gear at the most crucial moments, making him green with jealousy. Xiaomei stood nearby, watching Lin Ping with a mix of envy and helplessness. How could there be such a huge gap between two thieves? He was just a commoner student. Yet his gear outshone even hers, a young lady from a noble family that rivaled the Wangdefas in wealth. Just how many powerful pieces of gear does that Lin Ping have? That Storm War Axe is way too powerful. My poison-coated dagger is nothing compared to it. And it's a warrior's weapon. That's way too cross-class. Xiaomei bit her lip, her eyes brimming with quiet resentment. How could there be such a gap between rogues? If only I had such a powerful weapon, I could definitely land critical hits on both bosses and minions. Poof. In the end, Xiaomei could only console herself. Standing at the back, Zhang Ruoming was also stunned by Lin Ping's attack. Watching him, the complex emotions churning within her grew even more intense. She recalled her previous attitude toward Lin Ping, already filled with regret. But she couldn't bring herself to apologize, leaving their relationship lukewarm. Lin Ping's performance was so strong his future prospects were undoubtedly bright. After all, the mayor himself had shown personal interest. If the Zhang family could cultivate this connection, future gains were certain, and her father would be delighted to see their relationship deepen. But whether Lin Ping would forgive her remained uncertain. Never mind. That could wait until they exited the instance. Zhang Ruoming gripped her staff tightly, her slender fingers clenching slightly as her emotions surged. I got the first kill. Wang Defu shouted, charging forward with excitement. His longbow clenched in his hands, he could almost see the glory of the first kill beckoning him. Lin Ping, however, shook his head slightly, a smile playing on his lips. The Storm Axe's power wasn't limited to what they'd seen earlier, it also had a 10% critical strike chance. Just as Wang Defu charged to the sawtooth crocodile's side, the already mortally wounded boss's health bar suddenly emptied. Its massive body collapsed, nearly crushing Wang Defu beneath it. Lin Ping watched the fallen sawtooth crocodile, a satisfied smile curving his lips. That critical hit effect was seriously impressive, wiping out nearly half its health with a single swing. Pretty damn strong. Wang Defu froze in shock, staring at the fallen sawtooth crocodile, his face frozen in disbelief. He had thought he'd snatched the first kill, but in the end, Lin Ping had taken it. Old 6. Wang Defu shot a resentful glance at Lin Ping standing nearby. Can we even fight monsters properly anymore? Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan couldn't resist rubbing salt in the wound when they saw Wang Defu's expression. Ha! Wang Defu, your speed is way too slow. You were aiming for the first kill, but Lin Ping snatched it right from you. Zhang Kuang roared with laughter, his greatsword swaying in his grasp. Jiang Shan chimed in with a teasing tone, yeah, Wang Defu. You looked pretty cool charging out there, but too bad you didn't get the first kill. Wang Defu was frustrated. Cut the cold remarks, will you? How was I supposed to know Lin Ping's gear was that powerful? Besides, I've already turned on him. Chapter 69, A Decent Reward. Wang Defu still cared about his pride. Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan sensed when to stop and fell silent. Just then, the system notification sounded. First kill achieved, experience points plus 10,000. Bonus reward, Blood Abyss map plus 1, Shield Latin Psi. Lin Ping felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the notification. These rewards were all extremely valuable items, especially the Blood Abyss map, a hidden dungeon. Clearing it might yield even greater rewards. The Shield Latin Psi was a red-tier equipment piece. The shield bore a face with chin resting on a fist, emitting a faint glow. Daily damage immunity effect, ignoring level and attributes. Strength plus 300. Lin Ping was utterly thrilled. This was essentially buying himself an extra life. And with one use per day, what if he encountered a terrifying boss in a dungeon? Just go all out. Lin Ping, you're too strong. Are you leaving anyone else a chance? Xiaomei exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Ping, her heart brimming with envy. Both were rogue classes, yet despite starting at a lower level in the Gokao dungeon, he ended up overtaking everyone to claim first place citywide and ranked among the top nationally. Now he'd even left her far behind, swiftly taking down powerful bosses like the sawtooth crocodile. Xiaomei felt utterly inadequate compared to such rapid growth. Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan also gathered around, staring at the sawtooth crocodile's corpse on the ground and murmuring in admiration. Lin Ping and his party took a brief rest inside the dungeon to replenish their health and mana bars. Everyone present except Lin Ping had prepared red potions and blue potions. Their recovery was relatively swift. Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan inspected their greatswords for battle damage. Fortunately, their gear was still serviceable, just a few minor nicks. They'd head back to the equipment shop to get materials for repairs. But the gear shop's inventory is hit or miss might get ripped off. Jiang Shan wiped the blade, noticing a flaw the size of a fingernail, a bit heartbreaking. If you need gear, I know a shop with fair prices and quality materials. Lin Ping sat cross-legged on a rock. Zhang Kuang looked up in surprise. Really? If you recommend it, I trust it. Jiang Shan chimed in, yeah. Where is it? Lin Ping smiled. Jiangchang, Luyan Equipment Shop. Zhang Ruoming immediately turned to look. Surprise flashed in her eyes. The name alone revealed it was Lin Luyan's shop. Wasn't Lin Luyan a tofu seller? How did she end up running an equipment shop? She opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Jiang Shan and Zhang Kuang, however, were like they'd found treasure. Even though we're not in Jiangcheng, if the quality's really good, we'll go there. Zhang Kuang even slapped his thigh and exclaimed, last time I bought materials from some old crook, he tried to rip me off with scraps. Almost ruined my greatsword. Talk about a bitter pill to swallow. Zhang Shan nodded in deep agreement. The equipment shop business was too murky for ordinary folks to handle. Xiaomei sat cross-legged on a fallen tree trunk, hugging her knees. Her eyes kept darting toward Lin Ping. Lin Ping sensed something and looked over, only to see Xiaomei turn her head away. This puzzled Lin Ping. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? Can a lesbian go straight? Outside the instance. Zhou Yao sat at the monitoring console, studying the instance data on her tablet. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Director, the minor boss in Zone 4 has been defeated. Zhou Yao exclaimed urgently. Zhang Mu heard her shout and walked over with his hands behind his back. He looked at the data on the tablet, his face equally surprised. These students are quite capable. Zhang Mu nodded with a smile. This minor boss has exceptionally strong stats, exceeding the normal data for a level 31 monster. It should be roughly equivalent to a level 40 plus monster. What? Zhou Yao and Zhang Tianming stared at Zhang Mu in shock. Over level 40? That's practically on par with Echo Valley's two-headed lion. What kind of team is this strong? Zhang Tianming's eyes lit up and a smile spread across his face. He thought to himself, it must be Li Huitian's team. No other group could possibly have that kind of strength. This time, Li Huitian had used his connections to stockpile tons of potions. Combined with his team's high-level gear and elite, high-level classes, they were unmatched in the dungeon. Director, I'm certain it's Li Huitian's team. They're incredibly strong and have consistently excelled throughout the summer camp. I think he's driven by a desire to prove himself after being beaten by Lin Ping last time. He's determined to show his worth this round. Zhang Tianming hurriedly added. His face radiated confidence, as if he were already certain Li Huitian's team had defeated the minor boss. Zhang Mu glanced at Zhang Tianming and shook his head slightly. We can't confirm which team it is yet. Don't jump to conclusions. But regardless of which team it was, defeating such a powerful monster deserves praise. Zhang Mu's tone was calm. Zhang Tianming was baffled. Was he dismissing his claim or hinting at something else? The higher-ups' minds are truly unfathomable. Inside the dungeon, Lin Ping and his team had finished resting and pressed forward. Li Huitian led his squad on a relentless hunt through the dungeon, having just taken down 3 sawtooth crocodiles. Though the person who stole the first kill was despicable, he strongly suspected it was Lin Ping. He regretted not having evidence to prove it. Li Huitian vented all his fury on the monsters in Zone 4. He led his monster hunting squad all the way to the core area, taking down 6 more sawtooth crocodiles along the way. Over a dozen had fallen to their squad by then. Li Huitian stood triumphantly on a sawtooth crocodile's head, his face beaming with satisfaction. These monsters are nothing special. Li Huitian declared loudly, radiating arrogance. His followers gathered around, congratulating him. You're amazing, boss. Those 3 sawtooth crocodiles were no match for you. That's right, boss. With you leading us, we'll definitely get the best results in this summer camp dungeon run. Beating Lin Ping? No problem. And Tu said with a smile, his face beaming with joy. What's that, Lin Ping? He's not even worth a penny compared to our boss. Zhao Kuei declared loudly, his face brimming with disdain, seemingly simple-minded yet shrewd. Exactly. No one can match the boss's strength. His previous rankings were just luck. And Tu chimed in. Li Huitian listened to these words, his confidence growing stronger. He believed his team was the strongest, unmatched by any other. These monsters are way too weak. We need some higher-level ones to make it worthwhile. Li Huitian said, running his fingers through his hair. Boss, I've checked it out. This place is divided into 6 zones. Starting from Zone 4 upwards, each zone has a mini-boss, and there's a hidden final boss at the end with incredibly rich rewards. The core area of this zone should have a mini-boss. Li Huitian perked up at Tu's words. The boss rewards are definitely mine. Come on, let's keep grinding monsters. Let everyone see that we're the real deal. Li Huitian patted his chest emphatically, making a thump-thump sound. Chapter 70, Steel-Armored Mad Bull. With a sweeping gesture, he led the team forward. Everyone remained on high alert. After all, a boss lurked in the core zone. Before long, they reached the core area and saw the slain level 31 boss. Li Huitian and the others froze in shock, their faces frozen in disbelief. The boss has been killed? Li Huitian's eyes widened. Someone stepped forward to inspect the area, noticing the battle scars left behind. Boss, the battle here was intense. Looks like the team that took down this boss just left. Li Huitian stood beside the slain level 31 boss, his face darkening to a terrifying shade of gloom. He never imagined that the boss he'd been so eager to take down would be snatched away by someone else. Who the hell stole my boss? Li Huitian roared. And Tu frowned, scrutinizing the surrounding traces. Suddenly, he spotted the lingering glow of holy light on the ground. Boss, this holy light spell. I recall someone in Lin Ping's team from Jiangcheng who knows holy light. Could it be Lin Ping and his crew? Tu said. Upon hearing this, Li Huitian's fingers cracked loudly as if he were crushing bones. Lin Ping. Him again. How dare he steal my boss? Li Huitian growled through gritted teeth. His hatred for Lin Ping deepened further. Boss, let's chase after them. We can't let them get away like this. Untu urged. Li Huitian nodded and said, pursue them. We must find them and make them pay for stealing my boss. With that, he led his team in pursuit of the direction Lin Ping and the others had departed. Meanwhile, Lin Ping and his group had already reached the 5th zone and started battling the monsters there. The monster zone for level 29. Moo. A steel-armored berserker bull suddenly charged out from ahead. Naturally ferocious, it possessed a certain critical strike bonus. Wang Difu stood in the center of the party, longbow in hand. Watch out, this monster can land critical hits. Everyone else wore expressions of caution, except for Lin Ping, who remained relatively calm. Xiao Mei, you handle reconnaissance. Notify everyone if the monster approaches. Zhang Quan, you and Jiang Shan hold the front line against its attacks. Zhang Ruoming, you stay in the rear buffing everyone but protect yourself. Lin Ping, you wait for your chance to strike and deal damage to the monster as the situation allows. Wang Difu commanded. Ah! Zhang Quan and Jiang Shan charged forward, weapons raised. The steel armor Mad Bull's hooves dug into the ground as it charged forward, enraged and intent on slaughtering everyone in sight. Xiao Mei watched the steel armor Mad Bull charge, then flipped onto its back and attacked with her poison-coated dagger. The effect, however, was poor. The steel armor Mad Bull possessed a berserk attribute, granting it partial damage immunity. Lin Ping made a hand gesture and the toxic blast pistol from his backpack appeared in his hand. The poison blast pistol's bullet fired, exploding into a toxic mist that enveloped the monster's entire body, causing its health bar to drop. Meanwhile, the lightning blade, charged with powerful electricity, sliced through the monster, causing it to lose health with each strike. Xiao Mei watched Lin Ping's performance from the sidelines, filled with envy. The gap between her and Lin Ping was growing wider and wider. It was like everyone went out for a bike ride together, only to discover he was riding a Harley while she was stuck on a Fiege. Lin Ping is just too amazing. If only I had weapons as powerful as his. Xiao Mei murmured to herself. Get out of the way. A loud shout rang out. Xiao Mei looked up to see the steel armor Mad Bull, which had just been surrounded by everyone, charging toward her with bloodshot eyes. As the Mad Bull closed in, Xiao Mei executed a backward somersault. Her ponytail whipped through the air. The moment she landed, the steel armor Mad Bull's charge hit the ground again, now locked onto Xiao Mei. Seeing this, Xiao Mei clenched her teeth and sprinted backward. Simultaneously, she flung several poison darts. The steel armor Mad Bull's health bar dropped rapidly, yet it didn't halt its forward momentum. Just as it was about to collide with someone, a figure let down from above at breakneck speed. Lin Ping stood directly in front of Xiao Mei. The poison exploding pistol fired repeatedly, detonating on the steel armor berserker's face. Bang! 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 The explosive sounds echoed as toxic mist spread, rapidly depleting the berserker bull's health bar to its final sliver. Unfortunately, by this point, it was already upon them. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Xiao Mei pressed her hand against Lin Ping's shoulder, her eyes widening to their fullest. Lin Ping abruptly drew the storm axe from his backpack. Go! The storm axe slammed into the ground, exploding with a thunderous boom that cracked the earth into a series of rolling craters. 1,350. The storm axe landed a critical hit. The shockwaves from the explosion rapidly spread forward, instantly engulfing the steel-armored Mad Bull that had just charged to the front. The powerful shockwave instantly drained its health bar, sending it crashing to the ground. Experience points appeared above everyone's heads. We got it. Wang Difu approached, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. They had thought surrounding the steel armor berserker bull would be a breeze, but they hadn't accounted for its berserk effect. In its berserk state, it could reduce damage taken by 20% and increase its attack power by 15%. If Lin Ping hadn't finished it off with the storm axe at the last moment, Xiao Mei would likely have suffered severe injuries by now. Lin Ping, you're something else. Wang Difu came over and slapped Lin Ping on the shoulder. A smile spread across his face as Lin Ping stowed the storm axe back into his backpack. It's all part of the learning process. Just be more careful next time. Glancing at Xiao Mei, who seemed hesitant to speak, Lin Ping waved her off. No need to thank me. Just be nicer in the future. What part of my attitude was bad? Xiao Mei instinctively retorted, prompting both Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan to burst into laughter. Lin Ping had already started walking forward again. Xiao Mei crossed her arms over her chest. Though her face still bore an icy, unapproachable expression, a hint of softness flickered in her eyes. Her personality was outwardly cold but inwardly warm, and her orientation differed from that of ordinary girls. She had an innate resistance to boys. If it weren't for Wang Difu, who had grown up with her, they wouldn't have teamed up. As for Lin Ping, he was the first person she felt she could truly trust. Click-clack. What was that sound? Wang Difu abruptly halted. As an archer, his ears were exceptionally sharp. Now that he stood still, he could see the branches ahead shaking violently. Immediately afterward, a massive figure burst forth, another steel armor Mad Bull. Everyone, prepare to engage them in the same formation as before. Wang Difu shouted, urging everyone to prepare. Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan each gripped their heavy swords, ready to charge forward at the first opportunity. Xiaomei gripped her poison-coated dagger tightly. Just as everyone was ready, several more massive figures burst from the bushes ahead, all steel armor mad bulls. Their immense forms cast shadows that engulfed the frontline fighters. They're all monsters. Chapter 71, Herds of Mad Bulls. Upon seeing the situation ahead, Zhang Kuang and the group couldn't help but stare in shock, his eyes wide. Even a single steel armor mad bull had them struggling to handle it. Now there were several. This was no easy task to handle. Let's avoid the brunt of their attack for now. Retreat! Wang Difu shouted upon seeing the situation before them. Just as everyone prepared to withdraw, the sound of charging footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. The herd of steel-armored mad bulls was closing in. What's going on? Lin Ping spoke up. All the monsters in this area possess the berserk trait, but unlike the previous ones, they aren't confined to fixed territories. This introduces a lot of uncertainty. Everyone nodded in agreement. It seemed these zones weren't static after all. Lin Ping scanned his surroundings. There were still over 10 seconds left. The summer camp trial was no joke. The difficulty here kept escalating. Even for him, it wouldn't be easy to perform under the onslaught of swarming monsters. At the same time, outside the instance, Jiang Mu took a sip of tea and said with a smile, some teams should have reached the 5th zone by now, right? Zhou Yao replied from beside him, tablet in hand. Director, you're truly prescient. Teams have already reached the 5th zone. The steel armor berserker bull has begun entering its berserk state. If we don't handle this properly, the entire squad could be wiped out. Hearing Zhou Yao's words, Jiang Mu nodded slightly. The division into these 6 zones was a plan he had personally overseen. The progressively increasing difficulty had been carefully considered. Teams that could overcome these zones would prove exceptionally strong, but those unable to endure such intensity would inevitably be eliminated. Though not a formal exam, the summer camp trials served as rigorous training. Rules governed this place. Those unable to survive within them could not advance to the next stage. Jiang Mu also has another mission, to seek out outstanding talent to join the National Destiny Project. This was his hidden storyline, and now was the selection process. Similar selection officers like him are scattered throughout the nation. I believe Li Huitian's team will pass. Their squad composition is the most rigorous, and their tank quality is exceptionally strong. Zhang Tianming spoke up at this moment. His words caused Jiang Mu, seated nearby, to furrow his brow slightly. Zhang Tianming had been deliberately trying to make a strong impression about Li Huitian. But to Jiang Mu, this only earned his disdain. In his eyes, only strength mattered. Pulling strings or using connections was unacceptable. Jiang Mu said indifferently, let's wait and see the results. Perhaps this team does have the strength you claim. With that, he waved his hand. Zhou Yao, who had been reporting, withdrew. Seeing Jiang Mu's lack of interest, Zhang Tianming also hurriedly stepped back. Once outside the barracks, Zhou Yao pulled Zhang Tianming aside and warned him. Don't ever mention Li Huitian's team in front of the commander again. Even I could tell he was annoyed by what you said. Hearing Zhou Yao's words, Zhang Tianming felt a pang of regret. He hadn't noticed the problem himself. He had been considering promoting Li Huitian, but now he knew he had to rein himself in. He couldn't risk backfiring and making things worse. But I'm telling the truth. I know Li Huitian's capabilities better than anyone. His team has ample resources, and with their pre-planned equipment they even have 2 mages. He's probably the only one who can make it through this challenge. Zhang Tianming remained steadfast in his conviction. Zhou Yao, holding her tablet nearby, murmured softly, you've forgotten about another strong contender in the summer camp, Lin Ping. At that mention, Lin Ping's image flashed through Zhang Tianming's mind. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He harbored no deep grudge against Lin Ping. Seeing him perform well at the summer camp brought him satisfaction as the trial instructor. After all, if Lin Ping achieved results, it could count as part of his own contribution. But encountering a prodigy like Lin Ping, could Li Huitian achieve good results in the trials? For now, he could only pray that the final outcome would align with his expectations. Inside the dungeon at that moment, Lin Ping drew his storm war axe and swung it down with lightning speed. A steel armor berserker bull charging toward him was instantly knocked flying, its health bar above its head plummeting by more than half. He unleashed his full power, and the impact force generated by the storm axe was immense. One swing dealt over 999 damage. By the second swing, the damage had already surpassed 1,000 points. His overwhelming combat prowess stunned his teammates, who stared wide-eyed. Holy crap, I'm too strong. One swing takes out half their health bar. Who can withstand that? Zhang Kuang stared in disbelief at Jiang Shan ahead, but at that moment, he patted his shoulder and said, snap out of it. Send Lin Ping to tank the damage. What kind of berserker class are we if we don't? With that, he charged forward wielding his heavy sword. A 4-legged berserker bull just reached the front was instantly sliced away by a flash of steel. 520. The damage wasn't significant. The steel armor berserker bull's health bar dipped slightly. It immediately charged back, accompanied by several other steel armor berserker bulls that had joined the fray. As they charged, smoke rose from the ground beneath their hooves. Trees along the path were flattened underfoot, creating a scene of extreme peril. Whoosh! An arrow shot out, embedding itself in the head of the lead steel armor mad bull. But upon reaching the bull, the arrow was deflected off its head, causing the health bar above its head to drop once more. Damn it! The monsters here have such strong defenses. I'll have to reallocate my attribute points later. Wang Difu was a steady and cautious individual. He always planned ahead meticulously. Coming to the training camp this time, his top priority was ensuring his own safety. When allocating stat points, he deliberately boosted his agility. Had he invested those agility points into attack power instead, that steel-armored mad bull might have fallen right then. Lin Ping performed steadily. To say he lacked highlights would be an understatement. He was terrifyingly strong right now. Wielding his storm axe, he stood alone at the forefront of the charging herd of steel armor mad bulls. As the thunderous impact erupted beside him, Lin Ping swung his axe once more, felling another steel armor berserker. You achieved the first kill plus 560 EXP. The system notification sounded. Although Lin Ping had personally slain the steel-armored mad bull, the entire squad would share the experience points. As the first to kill, he received a slightly larger share. Experience bars grew above everyone's heads, their spirits lifted by Lin Ping's combat prowess. Watch my heavy sword strike. Zheng Kuang roared beside him, swinging his heavy sword to cleave the head of a steel-armored mad bull that had just charged forward. Chapter 72, The Bittersweet Taste of Victory. The steel-armored berserker bull's head flashed with light under the critical hit. Its health bar dipped slightly. Berserkers weren't known for overwhelming attack power. They focused on balanced development, prioritizing defense as frontline tanks. Melee fighters, however, had a bit of everything. Overall, the main damage output still came from archers and mages. Holy Light Spear! Zhang Ruoming's crisp voice rang out. Instantly, 3 points of light appeared midair, coalescing into a spear that plummeted from the sky. With a thunderous crash, they slammed into the steel-armored berserker bull ahead. Amidst the explosion, a flash of bloodlight flickered across the mad bull's body, and its health bar above its head dropped by a small segment. The damage Zhang Ruoming inflicted with her Holy Light spell surpassed that of the berserker. She then cast Holy Light Blessing on Zhang Kuang and Zhang Shan. Their combat power instantly increased by 5%, and their status also rose by 10%. Though lasting only a dozen seconds, this was a rare boost for the two berserkers. Zhang Shan swung his blade again, shaving off another chunk of the steel armor mad bull's health bar. Holy crap, a critical hit! Zhang Shan couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise, never expecting a critical hit to land amidst his relentless assault. The major equipment he wielded was purchased from home, possessing a critical strike effect, though its probability was extremely low, a mere 1%. Now, with the blessing of Holy Light, it actually landed a critical hit, truly a delightful surprise. Zhang Shan seized the moment to land a few more strikes, steadily chipping away at the health bar. Wang Difu then fired several arrows in quick succession. The steel armor berserker bull was blocked by two berserkers again, unable to close in. Its health bar was steadily whittled away. Xiaomei, standing nearby, swiftly drew her poison-coated dagger. With a nimble flip, she landed beside the steel-armored berserker bull. The moment she landed, the dagger plunged into the steel armor berserker bull's body. Several rapid strikes caused the health bar above the steel armor berserker bull's head to plummet. Zhang Ruomon unleashed another Holy Light Spear. This strike landed squarely on the steel armor berserker bull's head, causing it to collapse instantly. Zhang Ruoming secured the first kill experience, while everyone's experience bars above their heads also increased. A smile immediately spread across Zhang Ruoming's face. Nice work, Ruoming. Wang Difu gave Zhang Ruoming a thumbs up. Without Zhang Ruoming providing both support and offense, taking down this steel-armored berserker bull would have required a tremendous effort. Now, the two berserkers had taken down a steel armor berserker bull without even drinking a single red potion. Overall, their combat experience and team coordination had improved tremendously. Otherwise, when they first entered the summer camp, they might not have been able to execute such a smooth offensive. Beads of sweat glistened on Zhang Ruoming's forehead. Yet she felt immense satisfaction. Having long been overshadowed by Lin Ping's brilliance as a mage, she, as a Holy Light mage, possessed her own pride. She refused to be overshadowed. Now, she had finally achieved a result she could be proud of. Just then, Zhang Kuang let out a shout, "Holy!" Everyone turned to look beside them, just as Lin Ping thrust his electric blade into the belly of a steel armor mad bull. The steel armor berserker bull's health bar was already nearly depleted, and this final blow instantly killed it on the spot. The health bar above its head vanished, and simultaneously, everyone's experience points surged rapidly. But that wasn't the most important part. What mattered was that 3 or 4 steel armor mad bulls now lay sprawled haphazardly around Lin Ping. These were enraged monsters. In berserk mode, their combat power increased by 10%. Even if Wang Difu and the others attacked together, they could barely hold their ground. Trying to take one on alone? Forget it. They had barely managed to kill one steel-armored Mad Bull, only to turn around and find Lin Ping had already taken down several times that number. This crushing disparity was unbearably painful. Lin Ping, are you even human? You must be using cheats. Wang Defu shouted, his voice thick with bitter envy. Lin Ping heard his words and sneered coldly, if you can't do it yourself, don't project onto others. Lin Ping's expression turned stern as he issued a warning to Wang Defu. He did indeed have a cheat program, but this was something he couldn't reveal to outsiders. His stern expression sent a chill down Wang Defu and the others' spines. It seemed Lin Ping didn't appreciate such jokes. Wang Defu, born into a prominent family and possessing exceptional emotional intelligence, quickly shifted the bow in his hands and said, "Good thing we took care of that shoulder armor Mad Bull here. I have a feeling the minor bosses in this area will be tougher." Wang Defu steered the conversation toward the minor bosses, which they had already sensed upon arriving. The areas beyond were similar to Zone 4, likely hiding bosses. Perhaps Zone 6 held a major boss. Even the 5th zone was proving extremely difficult now. Continuing like this, who knew what kind of situation they'd face? The pressure was mounting on everyone, but Lin Ping's earlier performance had given them confidence. Taking down 3 or 4 steel armor Mad Bulls solo? That kind of strength is absolutely insane. Now everyone was brimming with confidence. Li Huitian crouched behind a large tree, facing 2 steel-armored Mad Bulls grazing with their heads lowered. He gave Zhao Kai a subtle nod, and Zhao Kai immediately dashed out. As he dashed forward, the heavy sword in his hand swiftly swung down toward the steel armor Mad Bull. A blinding flash erupted, covering the armored Mad Bull's body in a vast expanse of crimson. Simultaneously, the critical hit effect manifested. The steel armor Mad Bull's health bar dropped significantly. Li Huitian shouted, "Triple wind blades!" He raised his staff, and the air instantly condensed into 3 crescent-shaped wind blades. Linking end to end, they charged toward the steel-armored Mad Bull, which had just been grazing. Boom! 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 Following the massive explosions, the steel armor Mad Bull's health bar dropped significantly. Another mage in the party launched an attack of fire mage whose blazing explosion struck the front Mad Bull. Combined with the earlier wind blades, the health bar dropped by more than half. But at that moment, the steel-armored Mad Bull snapped out of it and went berserk. Moo! Lowering its head, the steel-armored Berserker Bull charged straight toward the group. Zhao Kai was the first to be knocked flying. His massive, armored body slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Fortunately, 2 berserkers burst out from beside him, using their shields to block the steel armor berserker's charge. After the collision, it was blocked from the attack line. Li Huitian once again channeled his wind blades. Standing beside him, and 2 had already drawn 3 arrows. With a swift release, the 3 arrowheads swiftly struck the steel-armored berserker bull that had just taken damage. Hurry, we can't hold out much longer. The shield-wielding berserker trainee was holding off another steel armor berserker. But against the fully intact steel armor berserker bull's defense, he was struggling to hold on. Chapter 73, the contrast is striking. Thud. 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 Amidst the clashes, the health bar above his head rapidly depleted. As it neared depletion, he swiftly pulled out a red potion and downed it. His health bar surged back up, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, Zhao Kai charged over just then. With 2 berserkers fighting back together, they could stabilize the situation somewhat, but it wouldn't last long. Seeing this, Li Huitian shouted and continued unleashing his wind blade attacks. The steel armor berserker Minotaur's health bar rapidly diminished, finally reaching its last sliver. And 2 wisely stepped aside, and the other mage ceased his attacks. Li Huitian roared as a massive wind blade, formed from blinding light, plummeted from the sky, striking the steel-armored berserker bull in front. Boom! The wind blade exploded, engulfing the entire steel-armored berserker bull. Its last shred of health was completely obliterated. We got it! Everyone roared in triumph. Li Huitian clenched his fist and struck a powerful pose. He strode forward, intending to plant his foot on the steel-armored Mad Bull's carcass for a triumphant pose. Suddenly, the sound of cracking branches echoed from the nearby woods. Turning his head, he saw over a dozen steel armor Mad Bulls. They charged toward them, kicking up dust. Holy crap, run! Li Huitian barked the order instantly, turning and sprinting forward. Even while running, he didn't forget to cast a wind speed spell on himself. Dust swirled in his wake as he ran, but the commotion behind him sent a chill down his spine. With Li Huitian already fleeing, the monster hunting squad naturally retreated as well. Zhao Kai immediately moved away from the steel armor berserker bull that had been resisting him. He sprinted after Li Huitian, and the other berserker hurriedly followed. However, the berserker who resisted was already in perfect condition. Moreover, the steel armor berserker bull he was resisting was still in perfect condition. As he charged forward, he was trampled under the beast's hooves. A wretched scream echoed as his armor dented and crumpled, his own health bar rapidly depleting. The next second, a flash of light erupted, and he vanished from the instance. Outside the instance, Zhang Tianming stood at the exit with his hands in his pockets, surveying the area. One by one, injured summer camp students began emerging from the dungeon exit. Their faces bore varying degrees of terror. It was terrifying. The monsters inside were so tough to fight. And we haven't even encountered the area boss yet. If we had, we probably wouldn't have made it out today. If I'd known, I never would have come to this summer camp. It's a damn hellhole. The trainees who'd left the dungeon due to injuries were all seething with resentment. They were all complaining about how ridiculously tough this dungeon was. Zhang Tianming clapped his hands and addressed the trainees emerging ahead. Don't blame the dungeon's difficulty for your own lack of strength. We may have escaped, but have you considered that many more trainees are still persevering inside? Why haven't they come out? Take Li Huitian's team, for example. Not a single member of their entire monster hunting squad has withdrawn. Does that prove the dungeon is too strong? His few words silenced the escaped trainees, who hung their heads in silence. Seeing this, Zhang Tianming nodded with satisfaction. These trainees were typical. They complained when danger arose instead of thinking about how to maximize monster kills for experience. Li Huitian, on the other hand, did it right. His team composition was solid and he had plenty of potions stocked up. If anyone in his team had quit, Li Huitian would have considered himself a complete failure. Just as he basked in his satisfaction, the portal ahead rippled once more. Trainees who had entered the instance began running out. Zhang Tianming was about to lecture them. But upon seeing the person's face, he was immediately struck by surprise. He realized this person was actually Li Huitian's teammate. How did you get out? Zhang Tianming blurted out. The teammate flung his armor to the ground. The monster was too powerful. And Li Huitian and the others abandoned me and ran off. The dents and damage visible on the armor spoke volumes about how perilous the battle had been. The teammate's words instantly made Zhang Tianming's face flush with embarrassment. The campers he'd just scolded were standing nearby. He'd just accused others of not trying hard enough, yet not a single member of Li Huitian's team had dropped out. Yet now, a severely injured camper had run out and directly called out Li Huitian's underhanded tactics. Abandoning teammates when danger struck. Turns out he's not all that impressive after all. The instructor is playing favorites too, huh? The other campers nearby all shot Zhang Tianming strange looks. Zhang Tianming clenched his teeth, unable to do anything about it. The truth was staring him in the face, and he could only endure the awkwardness. Medical instructor, come over and treat them all. Li Huitian chose to ignore the trainees' disdainful glances. Ignoring it meant the incident never happened, a classic ostrich mentality. After watching the trainees being led away, Zhang Tianming's face still bore a look of intense indignation. Glancing at the rippling portal, he felt no desire to linger here any longer. If any more trainees from Li Huitian's team appeared, he'd likely die of embarrassment. At the same time, he inwardly sighed at how dangerously high the risk level in this fifth zone had become. But this was the intensity level set by Director Jiang Mu, and he had no authority to interfere. He could only hope the remaining team members would hold out. Li Huitian didn't stop running until he reached a completely safe zone. Hearing no sounds in this area, he let out a long breath. Alright, let's rest for a bit and replenish our stamina. Li Huitian waved his hand as he sat down beneath a clump of bushes. Zhao Kai followed from behind, his face still showing signs of shock. Boss, our warrior seems to have gone out. He was referring to the berserker who had nearly been crushed by the steel armor Mad Bull moments ago. Useless. Li Huitian cursed fiercely. His squad had originally included an extra berserker precisely to gain an extra meat shield. To boost their offensive firepower. Little did he expect that this berserker couldn't even outrun the steel armor berserker bull. With such pitiful strength, he might as well have been useless. But now, the team had lost a berserker shield. They might not withstand the next wave of attacks. Thankfully, they were safe here. This is weird. Why isn't there a single steel armor berserker bull around here? Yeah, I thought the whole area should be swarming with them. Did they charge off somewhere else? Everyone looked around, when suddenly Zhao Kai spotted trouble ahead. Look! There are corpses over there. They all looked over and saw that not far away, in the woods, a trampled clearing lay exposed, strewn with the bodies of steel armor Mad Bulls lying haphazardly across the ground. Someone hunted them down? Zhao Kai couldn't help but speak up. Chapter 74, Lin Ping equals idle. Everyone present stared wide-eyed. There were at least 6 or 7 armored Mad Bulls in the clearing. Hunting them had always been an arduous task, and they'd been relentlessly pursued by the herd of steel armor Mad Bulls. They'd even lost one team member, who might have been severely injured and teleported out of the instance. Which team possessed such overwhelming strength? Zhao Kai surveyed the field littered with armored Mad Bull corpses, and a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Boss, could it be Lin Ping's team? They're pretty strong too. It's possible. Zhao Kai suggested. Li Huitian's eyes flashed with defiance at the suggestion. Lin Ping? It must be another team. Li Huitian retorted. Yet, deep down, he felt a faint unease. Lin Ping's strength was undeniably formidable. Judging by his previous performances, Lin Ping always managed to defy expectations. Li Huitian silently vowed to surpass Lin Ping during this summer camp and prove to everyone that he was the strongest. And Tu noticed Li Huitian's displeasure and quickly interjected, "Boss, don't get angry just yet. Zhao Kai, go check the situation and confirm if it was Lin Ping's team. If not, we can still find out which team possesses such formidable strength." Zhao Kai nodded and strode toward the clearing, battle axe in hand. He too was stunned who could possess such formidable strength to hunt down so many steel armor mad bulls at once. As Zhao Kai approached the corpses, he noticed some familiar traces. Residual traces of holy light spells lingered on the ground, along with distinctive combat patterns that immediately reminded him of Lin Ping's team. Zhao Kai hurried back to report to Li Huitian. "Boss, I think it's highly likely Lin Ping's team did this. There are traces of holy light spell on the ground, and some aspects resemble their fighting style," Zhao Kai stated. Li Huitian's expression darkened further. He never imagined Lin Ping could hunt down so many steel armor mad bulls in such a short time. "Lin Ping, don't get too cocky. I will surpass you." Li Huitian gritted his teeth. And Tu watched Li Huitian's expression and sighed inwardly. Zhao Kai was just a clueless fool who didn't know how to handle himself. "Boss, we can't let Lin Ping mess with our heads. We need to find more steel armor mad bulls ASAP to boost our strength. Otherwise, we'll get left in the dust by Lin Ping and his crew," Tu said. Li Huitian fell silent for a moment before nodding. He knew Tu had a point. Now was not the time to engage in petty rivalries with Lin Ping. "Let's go. We'll keep searching for steel armor mad bulls. I refuse to believe we can't surpass Lin Ping," Li Huitian declared. Meanwhile, Lin Ping's group pressed onward. Having just hunted down so many steel armor mad bulls, their confidence soared. "Lin Ping, you're incredible. This mini-boss should be a piece of cake for us now," Zhang Kuang exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration. "He's practically an idol. Taking down several steel-armored mad bulls solo? That's beyond human." Lin Ping gave her a calm glance but said nothing. "Everyone, be careful. There might be even stronger monsters lurking in this area," Wang Difu cautioned. The group nodded in unison and fell into formation. Along the way, they encountered more steel armor mad bulls, but under Lin Ping's guidance, they disposed of them with ease. Meanwhile, Li Huitian's group faced a far less optimistic situation. Though they too encountered some steel-armored mad bulls, their morale had been shaken, making the fight a struggle. "Boss, our condition is deteriorating. If this continues, we might get eliminated," Zhao Kai exclaimed. Li Huitian nearly beat the crap out of this guy. He refused to accept defeat at Lin Ping's hands, but Zhao Kai was messing with his head. It was infuriating. "Everyone, calm down. We can't let Lin Ping affect us. Play to our strengths, and we'll definitely surpass them." Tu spoke up at that moment. Hearing Tu's words, Li Huitian's rage subsided slightly. He regained his composure. This wasn't the time for tantrums. He needed to refocus, or they'd truly be left far behind by Lin Ping and his crew. "Everyone, snap out of it. We can't let Lin Ping outdo us so easily," Li Huitian declared loudly. Seeing the stern look on Li Huitian's face, the team members rallied. They knew Li Huitian was their leader. His resolve and fighting spirit would influence the entire team. Just then, a steel armor mad bull appeared not far ahead. Li Huitian's eyes lit up instantly. This was their chance to prove themselves. "Charge! Surround it!" Li Huitian shouted. The team sprang into action, swiftly encircling the steel-armored mad bull. Li Huitian's heart was now filled with rage and resentment, and he vented all his emotions upon the steel-armored mad bull. He wildly swung his staff, unleashing wave after wave of wind blades toward the steel-armored mad bull. Each blade collided with the beast, erupting in thunderous crashes as its health bar steadily diminished. Zhao Kai and the other team members weren't about to be outdone, unleashing their most powerful attacks one after another. Under the combined assault, the steel-armored mad bull quickly found itself in dire straits. It lashed out wildly in retaliation, yet couldn't withstand the relentless assault. Li Huitian watched the steel armor mad bull teetering on the brink of collapse, his rage gradually subsiding. He couldn't let Lin Ping affect his mindset. They possessed their own strength and advantages. As long as they harnessed them, they were certain to achieve great results at the summer camp. As the final wind blade struck, the steel armor mad bull finally collapsed to the ground. The entire team gained experience, with Li Huitian securing the first kill. Li Huitian exhaled deeply, his eyes regaining their confidence. "See? We can do it too. A mere steel armor mad bull is nothing. If Lin Ping can hunt so many, so can we," Li Huitian declared. And Tu observed Li Huitian's transformation and silently nodded in approval. Li Huitian was a capable leader. As long as he kept his cool, their team had a shot at a strong finish. Now it was a race between them and Lin Ping's squad. The others had already fallen behind. "Boss, let's keep going. We can definitely overtake Lin Ping," and Tu declared. He pumped up Li Huitian. Li Huitian nodded and led the team forward. Meanwhile, Lin Ping's team pressed onward. He was unaware of Li Huitian's shift in mindset, and even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. Lin Ping walked ahead of the group, acting as a scout. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual in the open area ahead. The presence of steel armor mad bulls had noticeably increased, though most remained relatively calm. Several steel armor mad bulls paced the clearing, and among them stood one of far greater size and aura. Chapter 75, The Fifth Zone's Minor Boss. Lin Ping's heart stirred. The aura emanating from this steel armor mad bull was distinctly different from ordinary ones. Could this be the minor boss of the Fifth Zone? Absolutely. Only a boss could command such orderly behavior, otherwise, the steel armor mad bulls would be fighting amongst themselves. He glanced at the outer circle of steel armor mad bulls, their heads displayed level 29. The one in the center was a solid level 33. No doubt about it. Lin Ping didn't make any rash moves. He quietly retreated and relayed his discovery to the rest of the team. What? A steel-armored mad bull with a mini-boss? This is going to be tough. Besides you, Lin Ping, who's level 33, the highest level among us is only 29. That's a pretty big level gap. Wang Defu frowned too. As the team's archer, his judgment of the situation was usually spot on. True, this mini-boss is troublesome. We need to strategize carefully, can't just charge in recklessly. Zhang Ruomeng bit her lip, her beautiful eyes darting around as she suggested, we could scout the area around this mini-boss first. Clearing the minor enemies beforehand might be feasible. Xiaomei crossed her arms coldly. What's there to fear? We've got Lin Ping. He's so skilled, he might take down this mini-boss single-handedly. Lin Ping glanced at Xiaomei and said, don't pin all your hopes on me. This mini-boss is definitely tough. I'm a thief, I'm weak, okay? Everyone except Zhang Ruomeng flipped him off. Zhang Quang agreed with Zhang Ruomeng's plan, distract the surrounding steel armor mad bulls first, then focus fire on the mini-boss. Jiang Shan agreed. This mini-boss was their biggest challenge yet in Zone 5, but it was also a golden opportunity to level up. No pain, no gain. Besides, Lin Ping believed he could tank the mini-boss for a wave. If they could defeat this minor boss, they'd leave everyone behind, including the second-place team. Everyone agreed. Xiaomei and Zhang Quang would distract the surrounding steel armor mad bulls, while Lin Ping, Wang Defu, and Zhang Ruomeng would focus on taking down the mini-boss. Forget the minions, take down the big one, and the rest will be easy. Xiaomei and Zhang Quang exchanged a glance before moving toward the edge of the clearing first. Their movements were light and stealthy, avoiding the attention of the steel armor mad bull mini-boss. Meanwhile, Lin Ping, Wang Defu, and Zhang Ruomeng watched the mini-boss intently, waiting to strike once the outer steel armor mad bulls were distracted. Lin Ping retrieved the venom blaster from his backpack and used his stealth skill to approach. Poison spike. Xiaomei darted forward to take on one steel armor mad bull. Zhang Quang simultaneously swung his heavy sword horizontally, striking another steel armor mad bull. Moo! Nearby steel armor mad bulls instantly grew frenzied, charging forward with bloodshot eyes. A gap appeared in the outer perimeter. After Xiaomei and Zhang Quang successfully drew the attention of some of the regular steel armor mad bulls, Lin Ping closed in on the mini-boss. Without hesitation, he raised his poison grenade pistol, aimed at the mini-boss, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The poison blast pistol roared, firing a bullet laden with toxic mist straight at the mini-boss. 1000. The mini-boss's health bar dipped slightly. After being hit, it roared furiously and sprang to its feet, its eyes locked on Lin Ping's position. Lin Ping didn't bother with camouflage anymore. Standing directly opposite, he raised the poison blast pistol again and fired continuously. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out, and the mini-boss's health bar dropped again. Roar! Enraged and furious, the mini-boss charged toward Lin Ping and his group. Its lowered horns gleamed with black light, and its massive frame towered over ordinary trucks. It was one of those 8-wheelers. Its presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. Wang Defu, seeing this, swiftly drew his bow and fired arrow after arrow at the mini-boss. 200. 250. The arrows struck the mini-boss. Though the damage wasn't as devastating as the poison blasting pistol, it steadily chipped away at its health bar. Zhang Ruomeng wasn't about to be outdone. She swung her staff. Instantly, a holy light bolt descended from the heavens, striking the mini-boss. 300. The holy light's power was formidable, chipping away a small segment of the mini-boss's health bar while also inflicting ongoing damage. But this damage was hardly crippling. The mini-boss closed in. Lin Ping swiftly drew the storm axe from his backpack, his eyes flashing with resolve. As the mini-boss charged forward, Lin Ping suddenly leapt high into the air, gripping the storm axe tightly with both hands and bringing it down with a fierce swing. Boom! The storm axe struck the mini-boss with tremendous force, erupting in a deafening roar. 1500. The mini-boss's health bar plummeted dramatically. However, sensing its health depletion, it attacked Lin Ping with even greater fury. The level 33 boss moved with blinding speed. Even with his gear, Lin Ping couldn't afford to let it ram him. While dodging, Lin Ping suddenly rolled to gain the windward position. As it charged forward, he leapt onto its back, raised his lightning blade, and drove it deep into its flesh. 800. The electric current from the blade instantly surged through the mini-boss's body, causing it to roar in agony. The mini-boss was thoroughly enraged by Lin Ping's attack. It violently thrashed its body, trying to fling Lin Ping off. Lin Ping gripped the lightning blade tightly, struggling to maintain his balance. Meanwhile, Xiaomei and Zhang Kuang were locked in fierce combat with the ordinary steel armor mad bulls they had lured away. Though they had successfully drawn the attention of some monsters, they too found themselves in a tight spot. Xiaomei deftly dodged the steel armor mad bull's attacks, occasionally striking back with her poison-coated dagger, but her stamina was steadily depleting. Zhang Kuang swung his heavy sword. Damn it! Leveraging the Berserker class's high health and knockback effects, he was desperately holding back the steel armor Berserker's charges, but he too was starting to feel the strain. After all, he was alone. Xiaomei couldn't help him either. Lin Ping, you guys need to hurry. Zhang Kuang roared furiously as he charged toward the steel armor Berserker bull, which was attacking again. Meanwhile, on the sub-boss's side, although Lin Ping's attacks inflicted considerable damage, it remained stubbornly resilient. After all, it was a boss and one of this caliber wasn't easy to deal with. The mini-boss suddenly turned and charged toward Wang Difu and Zhang Ruomeng. Both Wang Difu and Zhang Ruomeng were ranged DPS classes with weak defenses. Seeing the mini-boss charging toward them, panic immediately seized them. Duck! Wang Difu yelled, quickly dodging to the side. Zhang Ruomeng also hurriedly swung her staff, attempting to cast a defensive spell. But the mini-boss was too fast. Just as the mini-boss was about to collide with Wang Difu and Zhang Ruomeng, Lin Ping leaped off its back and shoved them both forcefully out of the way. The mini-boss slammed into a large tree, instantly snapping it in two. Lin Ping! Wang Difu and Zhang Ruomeng stared at Lin Ping in terror. Had Lin Ping not intervened in time, they might have been crushed to death by the little boss. Lin Ping stared at the mini-boss. Zhang Ruomeng's eyes flickered as she bit her lip lightly and rose from the ground. She had truly thought it was over just now, but Lin Ping had saved her. Chapter 76, Rewards from Clearing Zone 5 Boss. Lin Ping didn't dwell on it much. He didn't have a high opinion of Zhang Ruomeng, but he'd lent a hand while rescuing Wang Difu. Though the mini-boss's health bar had dropped significantly, it remained a formidable foe. The lower its health, the more likely it was to trigger its berserk mode. This would increase its attack power, making the fight exponentially harder. Moreover, Xiaomei and Zhang Kuang were also in trouble. If they didn't take down the mini-boss quickly, they might suffer heavy losses. Jiang Shan, come help! Lin Ping shouted. Jiang Shan was the team's sole berserker, boasting relatively strong defensive capabilities. Hearing Lin Ping's call, Jiang Shan immediately charged over. He raised his shield and greatsword, positioning himself in front of Lin Ping, Wang Difu, and Zhang Ruomeng. I'll hold it off. Jiang Shan declared loudly. Lin Ping shook his head. Can you hold it off for 30 seconds right now? I can. Jiang Shan tapped his shield. Jiang Shan alone couldn't hold off the mini-boss. The mini-boss charged again. Jiang Shan raised his shield and roared as he charged forward, channeling all his strength into the attack. But the mini-boss's force was overwhelming. A single impact nearly knocked Jiang Shan to his knees, his health bar dropping. Zhang Ruomeng quickly cast a holy light shield. Lin Ping seized the moment, raising his storm axe to deliver a vicious blow to the mini-boss's leg. 1000. The mini-boss's speed slowed slightly. Jiang Shan seized the chance to counterattack, slashing at the mini-boss's torso with his heavy sword. 200. The mini-boss's health bar dropped again. But berserkers aren't built for sustained damage output, after all. Meanwhile, Xiaomei and Zhang Kuang's situation grew increasingly dire. Surrounded by ordinary steel-armored berserker bulls, they could barely defend themselves. Xiaomei downed a bottle of red potion, while Zhang Kuang had already chugged 3. Zhang Kuang tapped the charging steel-armored berserker bull and declared, Lin Ping will come to save us. Only Lin Ping and his team could defeat the mini-boss and rescue them from this predicament. Zhang Kuang pinned all his hopes on Lin Ping. Damn it, don't let me down. Lin Ping watched the mini-boss's ferocious assault and knew he had to end this fight quickly. Zhang Kuang's cry rang clear in his ears. Moo! The steel armor mad bull lowered its head, unleashing a frenzied rage as a massive shockwave erupted. Psychic assault. Lin Ping suddenly remembered the crown of Allah he had obtained from the previous boss and immediately donned it. The crown of Allah emitted a mysterious glow, and Lin Ping instantly felt his senses sharpen. His mental power surged dramatically, while also granting him 30% immunity to psychic damage. Now! Lin Ping roared, raising his Storm War axe as he charged toward the mini-boss once more. The mini-boss let out a furious roar, about to activate its berserk state, charging straight at Lin Ping. Lin Ping showed no fear. With immunity now, what did he have to fear? He swung his Storm War axe, slashing viciously at the mini-boss. Boom! The Storm War axe collided with the mini-boss, producing a deafening clang. 1500. The mini-boss's health bar plummeted to near empty. At that moment, Wang Difu knew the critical moment had arrived. He drew his bowstring taut and roared, piercing arrow. The gleaming arrow shot toward the mini-boss like a bolt of lightning. 320. The arrow struck the mini-boss, piercing through its body. Zhang Ruoming swung her staff and commanded, Holy Light Judgment. A massive beam of holy light descended from the heavens, striking the mini-boss. 400. The holy light's power made the minor boss tremble. Zhang Shan refused to be outdone. He raised his shield and charged forward, colliding with the minor boss with all his might. 150. Though the damage wasn't high, it bought Lin Ping some time. The mini-boss was beaten down by the group's attacks, unable to lift its head, yet it still charged wildly. On the brink of death, it lashed out in a frenzied counterattack. Sensing the mini-boss's frenzied movements, Lin Ping swiftly charged forward with his storm axe. Again! Lin Ping roared, raising the storm axe to strike at the mini-boss's head. Boom! This time, the storm axe struck the mini-boss's remaining health bar directly, landing a critical hit. 2000. The minor boss's health bar plummeted to 0. Crash! Its massive body collapsed to the ground. At the last moment, Lin Ping successfully landed the first kill. Ah! Got him! Wang Defu and the others cheered. Killed level 33 Steel Armor Mad Bull plus 1356 EXP. Lin Ping received half the experience, while the rest was divided equally among the others. Their level progression all advanced. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaomei and Zhang Kuang were still battling ordinary Steel Armor Mad Bulls. They heard the cheers from this side. They knew Lin Ping and the others had successfully defeated the mini-boss. Ah, great! Lin Ping and the others are here to rescue us. Zhang Kuang shouted. Xiaomei gritted her teeth down a bottle of red potion and continued battling the Steel Armor Mad Bull. After Lin Ping and the others dealt with the minor boss. You have obtained a fragment of a map. Rare. Collecting all fragments will unlock a hidden dungeon. You have obtained the God of War Blessing Aura plus 200 strength. You obtained the boss reward, Minotaur Warhammer. Red equipment. Plus 500 attack. Plus 30s invincibility effect. Lin Ping heard the notification chime. A smile spread across his face. Outside the dungeon, Zhou Yao dashed toward the barracks with her tablet. Director, the minor boss in Zone 5 has been taken down. Zhou Yao exclaimed in surprise. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at the display on the tablet. Jiang Mu had been holding his water cup while checking the coordinates. Upon hearing Zhou Yao's words, he set down his cup. He stood up and quickly walked over to Zhou Yao, looking at the tablet. That fast? Jiang Mu also looked surprised. He knew full well the difficulty of this summer camp dungeon, especially the minor boss in Zone 5. Its strength was no joke. It was a challenge that demanded both teamwork and individual prowess from the trainees, yet it had been defeated so swiftly. At that moment, most of the summer camp trainees were still struggling through Zone 3. Though the monsters in Zone 3 weren't as powerful as those in Zone 5, they were still giving the trainees a hard time. They advanced cautiously. A small number of stronger trainees were in the 4th zone. The monsters in the 4th zone were even more ferocious, demanding even greater caution from the trainees. They formed squads, coordinating their efforts to withstand the monsters' attacks. Only 2 squads had entered the 5th zone, and their strength clearly far surpassed that of the other trainees. Jiang Mu watched the moving light dots on his tablet. The 2 dots in the 5th zone had already left the others far behind. He couldn't help but wonder, which team was so formidable that they could defeat the minor boss so quickly? Was it sheer strength, or mere luck? Zhang Tianming, overhearing this, immediately declared, Director, it's definitely Li Huitian's squad. Absolutely no doubt about it. A confident smile spread across his face, brimming with faith in Li Huitian's team. Zhang Tianming had always held high hopes for Li Huitian's squad. He believed their team was fully equipped, with plenty of red potions. What boss could possibly be too tough for them? Jiang Mu frowned. Chapter 77, Li Huitian's Agony. Jiang Mu looked at Zhang Tianming and said, Teacher Zhang Tianming, why do you keep mentioning that Li Huitian? Are you related? Jiang Mu's gaze was suspicious. He was growing weary of Zhang Tianming's excessive praise. Hearing this, Zhang Tianming panicked and immediately shut up. He certainly didn't want his excessive praise to attract scrutiny. If it were discovered he had any improper relationship with Li Huitian, that would spell trouble. Jiang Mu observed Zhang Tianming's reaction. But now wasn't the time to pursue that. He was more concerned with which squad had performed so exceptionally well in Sector 5. Zhou Yao, keep a close eye on these 2 squads' movements. I'll see for myself what kind of trainees possess such remarkable skills. Jiang Mu said. Zhou Yao nodded and continued monitoring the latest updates on her tablet. She watched the moving dots on the screen. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Lin Ping led the group, gripping his Storm War axe. Wang Defu and Zhang Ruoming followed behind him, with Jiang Shan bringing up the rear. Xiaomei and Zhang Kuang were surrounded by a pack of Steel Armor Mad Bulls, their health bars already dipping below the critical threshold. They could only slowly recover by relying on red potions, but their supply was running low. Xiaomei! Zhang Kuang! Lin Ping shouted, raising his Storm War axe as he charged toward the steel-armored Mad Bulls. Xiaomei and Zhang Kuang's faces lit up with surprise at Lin Ping's voice. With Lin Ping and his team joining the fight, the tide turned instantly and they quickly took down the steel armor mad bulls. Zhang Kuang sat down, heavy sword in hand, and sighed, "Lin Ping, you guys are incredible. I never expected you'd take down the mini-boss so quickly and come to our rescue. You're the one who deserves credit for holding out this long." Lin Ping replied with a smile. "Haha, if I hadn't been holding the line just now, Xiaomei would have been trampled flat by those steel armor mad bulls. My berserker build isn't just for show, thick health, high defense, and decent attack power too. Those steel armor mad bulls colliding with me felt like tickling." Xiaomei rolled her eyes at Zhang Kuang's boastful words. "You're the one who's awesome. If Lin Ping and the others hadn't shown up in time, you'd have died a dozen times over. Still bragging? Shame on you." Zhang Kuang didn't get angry at Xiaomei's retort. He just chuckled. "Come on, you're taking this too seriously. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Besides, I did put in a lot of effort." Wang Difu watched the two bicker, smiling helplessly. "Alright, this time we owe it all to Lin Ping. His last-minute critical hit made all the difference." Zhang Ruoming nodded in agreement. She said nothing, however, merely stealing glances at Lin Ping's profile. Unconsciously, her impression of Lin Ping had grown even stronger. Unfortunately, her proud nature prevented her from apologizing, and she remained silent for now. "That's true. Without Lin Ping, we probably wouldn't have beaten that minor boss. After all, the berserker class has thick health bars but lacks offensive power." Zhang Shan chimed in. Zhang Kuang also reined himself in a bit. "Heh, Lin Ping really is impressive. But we weren't half bad either. Beating that mini-boss and rescuing us, everyone deserves credit. I played my part too, right?" Xiaomei rolled her eyes. "Cut it out. Stop trying to take credit for things you didn't do." Wang Difu smiled and said, "Now that we've taken care of the mini-boss in Zone 5, we'll have to face Zone 6 next. I wonder what stronger monsters are waiting for us there." Zhang Kuang's expression darkened with worry. "Zone 6? That's bound to be tougher. If the Zone 5 mini-boss was this hard to beat, who knows what terrifying creatures lurk in Zone 6? Even the regular monsters are tough enough to handle." Xiaomei frowned too. "Yeah, Zone 6 won't be easy." Zhang Ruoming pondered, "I think Zone 6 might have a higher level boss, but others might not be able to reach it. We should take this chance to check it out. If it doesn't work out, we can always back out, we won't lose anything." Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhang Shan spoke up then. "Whatever lies in the 6th district, we've come this far, we must face it." Zhang Kuang felt a twinge of worry, but Zhang Shan's words ignited his fighting spirit. "Right. What's there to fear? We've come this far, we can't give up now." Xiaomei nodded in agreement. Wang Difu looked at everyone, his heart brimming with confidence. "Who knows, maybe we'll do well in District 6. Ha! First place on the cliff, just thinking about it makes me happy." Everyone was lost in fantasies about District 6. Lin Ping stood up and stretched. "Why overthink it? What's there to fear? Just do it and move on." Lin Ping's words perked everyone up. "Yeah, overthinking it won't help. We'll only know once we see it." Lin Ping sure is carefree. "Hurry up and keep up." At Li Huetian's shout, the group ran over. Most of the monsters along the way had already been defeated. Li Huetian's group advanced and reached the area where Lin Ping and the others had just been. They had just encountered several steel-armored mad bulls and took them down with ease. "These steel-armored mad bulls are way too weak," Zhao Kai remarked with disdain. A smug look spread across his face, convinced of his own awesomeness. Li Huitian frowned. Although they had successfully defeated these steel-armored mad bulls, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. These steel-armored mad bulls seemed weaker than the ones they'd encountered before. And two surveyed their surroundings. "Boss, I think the core area must have stronger monsters. Maybe even the boss is there. We need to be careful and guard against surprise attacks." Li Huitian nodded. He was well aware of the core zone's dangers. However, the recent string of smooth monster kills had boosted his confidence considerably. He urged the team to remain vigilant as they pressed forward, his heart racing with urgency they couldn't fall behind Lin Ping's squad. As they reached the clearing, the sight that met their eyes left everyone staring in stunned silence. The bodies of steel armor mad bulls lay scattered haphazardly across the clearing, including one enormous specimen. What happened here?" Zhao Kai's eyes widened in utter shock. Li Huetian's expression darkened instantly. His expression turned as dark as the bottom of a blackberry pot. He could tell at a glance that these steel armor mad bulls had been killed by immense force. And in this area, the only ones capable of doing this seemed to be Lin Ping's team. This must be Lin Ping's team again. We're always a step too late. And two declared. Li Huitian remained silent for a moment, then clenched his fists in frustration. Oomph. So what if it was them? They just got lucky by arriving first. We're the ones who rushed here to fight the monster boss. Though he spoke defiantly, Li Huitian's heart was filled with apprehension. Lin Ping's team was incredibly powerful. They'd managed to kill so many steel armor mad bulls in such a short time, including a level 33 one. These were foes he wouldn't lightly provoke. To take down a level 33, they'd need ample red potions and would have to wait for it to be weakened. Killing it quickly was impossible. Yet the battle ahead proved far simpler than he'd anticipated. It seemed they'd simply charged in without much preparation. He had been chasing Lin Ping's team all along, but each time he came up empty-handed, left with nothing but the wind in his face. This filled Li Huitian with utter frustration. He refused to accept being outclassed by Lin Ping like this. Yet, as things stood, Lin Ping's group was undeniably formidable, he had to admit it. Chapter 78, The Human-Faced Spider Monster. Boss, should we keep going? Zhao Kai asked. Li Huitian gritted his teeth and shouted, keep moving. They must have gone to Zone 6. The monsters there are even stronger. They fought the boss without resting. Going there is suicide. We'll just reap the benefits. Li Huitian concluded based on his own imagined scenario. And two dared not speak, merely signaling for the team to set off again. This time, their pace quickened significantly. Lin Ping's team had already pulled ahead, forcing them to accelerate if they hoped to catch up. Then, in Zone 6, they would settle the score once and for all. Meanwhile, Lin Ping's group stood at the entrance to Zone 6. Xiaomei volunteered to scout the 6th district. Her form was light as a breeze as she slipped into the dense forest. Wang Defu, however, appeared utterly unconcerned. After successfully defeating the minor boss of Zone 5, his confidence was sky high. What's there to fear? We took down the minor boss in Zone 5, how much tougher could Zone 6 be? Wang Defu crossed his arms over his chest, a confident smile spreading across his face. Lin Ping frowned slightly and addressed the group, we should still be cautious. Zone 6 definitely won't be as easy as the previous ones. Zhang Kuang immediately chimed in with Wang Defu, exactly, Lin Ping, don't be too cautious. We're this strong, what monsters in the 6th district could possibly scare us? Zhang Ruoming, however, wasn't as optimistic as they were. She carefully observed the terrain at the entrance to the 6th zone, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. The terrain here is flat, with almost nowhere to take cover. If we encounter powerful monsters, we might be at a disadvantage. Just as they were discussing, a sudden scream from Xiaomei echoed in the distance. When they rushed to where Xiaomei was, the sight before them left them utterly stunned. A group of enormous, grotesque monsters was slowly advancing toward them. These creatures radiated an overwhelming aura that sent chills down their spines. What kind of monsters are these? Zhang Kuang's eyes widened in shock. Lin Ping's expression grew grave as he gripped his storm war axe tightly and murmured, it seems the 6th district is no ordinary place after all. Wang Defu shed his relaxed expression, swiftly drawing his longbow and knocking an arrow. Zhang Ruoming swung her staff, ready to unleash spells at any moment. Zhang Shan and Zhang Quan raised their shield and greatsword, standing at the very front of the group, ready for battle. Xiaomei exclaimed in terror, I just arrived and saw these monsters. There are far too many of them, and they look incredibly powerful. She had narrowly avoided being attacked moments ago. Lin Ping analyzed calmly, don't panic yet. Let's assess where these monsters' weaknesses lie. As the monsters drew nearer, the group could feel the immense pressure radiating from them. They now saw the creatures resembled giant spiders, yet each bore a distorted, agonized human face. 8 eyes were clustered on elongated foreheads, creating a terrifyingly grotesque sight. Level 30. Everyone felt the pressure mounting. These monsters must have incredibly strong defenses. Our attacks might struggle to deal effective damage. Zhang Ruoming voiced her concern. Lin Ping pondered for a moment before saying, let's try ranged attacks first. Wang Defu, shoot their eyes with your arrows. Wang Defu nodded, aimed at the monster's eyes, and released a sharp arrow. The arrow flew like lightning, only to be swatted away by the monster's long leg. These monsters have incredibly fast reflexes too. Wang Defu frowned. We can use traps against them. I still have some trap tools in my backpack. Zhang Kuang swiftly pulled out the trap tools from his backpack. Lin Ping and the others focused on drawing the monsters' attention, luring them toward the traps. Enraged by Lin Ping and the others' attacks, the monsters charged toward them. Lin Ping swung his storm war axe and charged straight in. Zhang Shan blocked the monster's attacks with his shield, but soon its glow dimmed beyond its defensive limit. The monsters spat out spider silk. SSSSS. The threads struck the shield, instantly ripping it away. After a flurry of gurgling sounds, the monsters swarmed forward in droves. Xiaomei maneuvered nearby in coordination. Zhang Ruoming moved to the rear, unleashing her holy light skill to support Zhang Shan. Despite the holy light shield and holy light blessing, it seemed unable to alter the current situation. However, the monster's power was formidable, and their attacks inflicted only limited damage on the creatures. Fortunately, Zhang Kuang had set up his flying knife traps. 72 throwing knives formed a wave of force surging inland, a costly purchase from the equipment shop. Originally intended for the boss fight, but now he had no choice but to deploy them. Zhang Kuang shouted, fall back. The group swiftly retreated, while the monsters charged headlong into the trap. The spikes and flames within the trap instantly inflicted damage on the monsters. 325. 325. The throwing knives proved effective, reducing the health bars of the monsters that entered the trap. However, the large number of monsters split the damage, preventing any significant injuries. It worked! Zhang Kuang shouted excitedly. But just as he finished shouting, they quickly crawled out of the trap. Damn it! Zhang Kuang swiftly raised his greatsword and brought it down. Blood spurted from the monster's body, but Zhang Kuang himself was struck, causing his own health bar to drop. A level 30 monster, this was different from before. Zhang Kuang's health visibly plummeted. He quickly downed a red potion. ZZZZT. The spider monster spat out more silk, wrapping Zhang Kuang's greatsword and arm in its sticky web. His health bar plummeted by half. He was terrified, nearly scared to death. Storm! Lin Ping leapt down from above, channeling thunder and lightning into a shockwave that crashed into the ground with his storm axe. The immense thunderous impact sent the spider monster flying forward. 1,600. The spider monster, which had already lost a significant portion of its health in the trap, was instantly killed by this single strike. Killed spider monster plus 540 EXP. The system notification sounded. Simultaneously, experience gains appeared above the heads of the other team members. Lin Ping secured the first kill, earning half the experience. Meanwhile, Li Huetian's team had also reached Zone 6. Li Huetian's fighting spirit surged. He was determined to overtake Lin Ping's team in Zone 6. Everyone, pick up the pace. We can't let Lin Ping's team keep leading. Li Huitian shouted. And Tu and Zhao Kai joined them. Zhao Kai said, we haven't rested at all. Zone 6 will definitely be more dangerous. Let's take a break first, boss. We'll rest briefly to recover our stamina. Li Huitian said. He knew pushing on in their current state was likely unsustainable. The group adjusted their positions. A mage in the group was leaning against a rock when suddenly, several slender spider threads shot up from the ground. They instantly wrapped around him and swiftly dragged him away. Ah! The mage let out a terrified scream. Hearing the cry, the others immediately sprang to their feet. Oh no! Quick, save him! Li Huitian shouted, leading the chase toward the direction the mage had been dragged. Chapter 79, Barely Passing. The others followed suit. When they reached a dark corner, the scene before them filled them with shock and dread. Two enormous spider monsters were circling the mage, who was entangled in their webs. The creatures radiated an eerie aura, their human-like faces particularly terrifying. These are Zone 6 monsters? Terrifying. Zhao Kai exclaimed in terror. Li Huetian's face darkened as he immediately ordered, attack. We can't let these monsters survive. Zhao Kai felt this was too impulsive. Hesitating, he said, Boss, these monsters look powerful. Shouldn't we observe first before acting? No time. Move it. Li Huitian roared. His team was already weakened by one missing member. Losing another mage would further cripple their combat effectiveness, making it impossible to catch up to Lin Ping. And Tu immediately drew his bow and fired an arrow toward the spider monster. Li Huitian swung his staff, unleashing a barrage of wind blades. The wind blades whistled toward the spider monster, producing a loud, howling sound. Seeing this, Zhao Kai and another berserker charged forward, swinging their greatswords to draw the spider monster's attention. Under the combined assault, the spider monsters temporarily released the entangled mage. The mage seized the chance to break free from the silk and sprinted toward his allies. However, the spider monsters were enraged, becoming even more ferocious. One of them suddenly spat out a massive web, which whizzed through the air and instantly wrapped around Li Huitian. Boss! The group cried out in alarm. The mage, a fire specialist, had no time to recover from the shock. He immediately cast a flame spell, burning through the silk. Run! Li Huitian shouted, leading the group to flee swiftly. They looked back at the terrifying spider monsters with lingering fear. Li Huitian seethed inwardly. The appearance of these spider monsters had made them taste the horror of the 6th district. Meanwhile, Lin Ping and his group were gradually finding their rhythm. Though formidable, these spider monsters were only level 30. Lin Ping could handle them alone. With his gear, as long as his movement wasn't restricted, he could manage. He could dictate the pace and gradually turn the tide for the team. Everyone, pay attention. Zhang Quan, hold the left flank. Zhang Ruoming, cast Holy Light Blessing for a shield. The rest of you follow Lin Ping. Will focus fire on the spider monster at the front. Wang Defu shouted, firing the first arrow. Lin Ping fired a poison blast from his pistol, blinding 3 of the charging spider monsters. As it screamed in agony, an electric blade pierced its neck, nearly severing its throat. The spiders behind couldn't advance either, held firmly at bay by Zhang Kuang. The Holy Light Shield's effect lasted over 10 seconds, allowing Zhang Kuang to fight without worry. Xiaomei darted out swiftly, weaving between the spider's legs as she stabbed it repeatedly with her poison-tipped dagger. Jiang Shan used his shield to block the spider monster's attacks, gradually creating distance to unleash ranged firepower. Lin Ping spotted a spider monster lurking behind Wang Defu, poised to ambush him from the tree trunk. He immediately shouted a warning, Wang Defu, watch your back. With that, he sprinted toward Wang Defu's position. Wang Defu, hearing Lin Ping's warning, instinctively rolled along the ground without looking back. But he was still a step too slow. His legs were ensnared by spider silk. Damn it! Wang Defu frantically tried to break free. The silk, as tough as rope, bound him tightly, making escape nearly impossible. The spider monster swiftly descended the tree trunk, extending its long legs to carry Wang Defu away. At the critical moment, Lin Ping arrived, swinging his storm war axe to violently sever the spider monster's 2 legs. Snap! With the sound, the spider monster's 2 long legs were severed cleanly, and greenish blue blood spurted out. The spider monster let out an agonized scream. 1530. Its health bar plummeted instantly. Wang Defu, with one hand outside, hurriedly retreated. But before he could catch his breath, another spider monster crawled up beside him. Its claws extended menacingly, its hideous human face looking especially ferocious. It's over! Wang Defu cried out in despair. Just then, Zhang Ruoming swiftly unleashed the holy light spear. A radiant spear whistled through the air, crashing into the spider monster approaching Wang Defu. Boom! The holy light spear struck the spider monster squarely, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The spider monster was struck, collapsing to the ground as wisps of black smoke rose from its body. 700. Thank you. Wang Defu's face was pale as he spoke, still shaken by the ordeal. The harrowing ordeal had left him shaken. Seeing the critical situation, Lin Ping immediately unleashed the mental shockwave from the crown of Allah. The spider monsters instantly felt a powerful mental force assault them. Their eyes snapped shut as they writhed in agony, screaming in pain. 200. The mental assault plunged the spider monsters into brief chaos. Lin Ping seized the moment, raising his storm war axe and slashing fiercely at the spider monsters. Thud! Thud! The storm war axe struck the spider monsters with tremendous force, emitting a dull thud. The spider monsters' health bars rapidly depleted under Lin Ping's assault. Behind them, Wang Defu leaned against a tree trunk, firing arrows, while Zhang Ruoming channeled Holy Light Spear. The group launched a coordinated assault. Finally, Lin Ping's poison blast pistol erupted, finishing off the spider monsters completely. Killed spider monster plus 540 EXP. The system notification sounded. Hang in there, everyone! Lin Ping shouted. No one answered, but they intensified their attacks on the spider monster. The recent surge in experience had filled them with confidence. Level 30 monsters, something they'd never dared dream of taking down with just a few people, were being wiped out in droves under Lin Ping's leadership. Wouldn't it be foolish not to seize this opportunity? Wang Defu pulled a golden dagger from his backpack. Made of some unknown material, it sliced through the spider silk in mere seconds. He stood up, cursing under his breath. Today, I'm going to wipe out every last one of these monsters. With that, he downed a purple potion. Rage potion. Wang Defu's attack power surged by 15%. A flickering light danced on the arrowhead as he fired it with all his might. It struck a spider monster attacking Zhang Quan, piercing straight through its eye socket. The spider monster's health plummeted dramatically, surprising even Lin Ping. Truly the offspring of a noble family, he even possessed potency potions. Unlike red or blue potions, potency potions were rare and came with a hefty price tag. They easily start at 100,000 credits, not something ordinary families could afford. Wang Defu pulling out such a valuable item now likely meant he was saving it for the final boss of Zone 6. He wouldn't use it unless he was absolutely furious. This significantly sped up their progress. With their combined assault, the last spider monster was finally defeated. Successfully defeated the spider horde. Team reward, plus 500 bonus EXP. Top performer bonus, plus 600 EXP. The system notification sounded. Lin Ping felt thoroughly refreshed. Lin Ping looked at the others and said, let's rest first, recover our stamina and condition, then continue moving forward. However, Zhang Quan was already gripping his greatsword. Chapter 80, the 6th District's Big Boss. Zhang Quan urgently retorted, what rest? Let's keep moving. I refuse to believe Zone 6 can be that difficult. Wang Defu, his face flushed with anger, chimed in, right. Keep moving. I'm going to wipe out every monster in this 6th district today. Seeing Zhang Quan and Wang Defu so resolute, the others were astonished. He was the epitome of the steady, cautious type. Usually high IQ and strategic, he'd been driven mad by that spider monster and was now acting impulsively. Seeing everyone in good spirits and their health restored, Lin Ping nodded and began advancing toward the core area of Zone 6. Outside the dungeon, Zhang Mu sat in his office when Zhou Yao rushed in to report, Director, a team has entered the core area of Zone 6. Zhang Mu immediately scanned the glowing dots on his tablet. His face filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, that's incredibly fast. How long has it been since they entered the core area? Zhang Mu couldn't help but wonder if Zone 6 was really this easy. He scrutinized the tablet's display and noticed the other teams were scattered across different locations. One team lingered at the edge of Zone 6, seemingly hesitating whether to enter the core area. Some had advanced into Zone 5, while the majority were still struggling in Zones 3 and 4. Zhang Mu stared at the data, lost in thought. Zhou Yao continued, 70 trainees have already exited the instance. Most chose to leave after encountering insurmountable dangers or feeling their abilities were insufficient. Medical personnel have been properly assigned to all of them. Jiangmu thought to himself, this was the true difficulty of the summer camp dungeon. That squad that charged all the way to Zone 6 must be cheating. He wondered about the squad that had entered the core area of Zone 6. Would they succeed in challenging the boss there? This was a rare spectacle, and he found himself looking forward to it. Keep a close eye on that team that entered the core area of Zone 6. Track the progress of the other teams and see if any show potential to reach Zone 6 as well. Zhou Yao nodded in agreement and immediately began tailing them. In the summer camp's rest area, trainees who'd exited the dungeon gathered, buzzing with discussion. Sigh, we're just too weak. The monsters in Zone 3 completely wiped us out. I really envy those who made it into Zone 6. Yeah, I heard the monsters in Zone 6 are incredibly powerful. I wonder if that team that made it into the core area will succeed. I doubt it. The core of Zone 6 must be treacherous. They might get eliminated soon. Meanwhile, Lin Ping led his team deeper into the core area of Zone 6. Suddenly, Lin Ping halted and signaled for silence. Everyone immediately halted and turned to look at him. Lin Ping whispered, something's off up ahead. It must be the boss of Zone 6. Everyone, hold your positions. Following Lin Ping's gaze, the group saw a massive spider's nest cave not far ahead. The entrance was covered in cobwebs, radiating an eerie and terrifying aura. In the center of the cave, a massive silhouette could be faintly discerned. It radiated an overwhelming aura of power, sending chills down their spines. Fortunately, there were no spider monsters nearby. Wang Defu adjusted his bow and arrows as he remarked, this must be a formidable boss. Everyone needs to be careful. All these spider webs, it looks like trouble. Zhang Kuang, however, rubbed his hands together and declared with a carefree grin, what's there to fear? We've made it this far, one boss isn't going to stop us. I refuse to believe this boss could be much tougher than the monsters we've faced before. Lin Ping surveyed the spiderweb cave and remarked, this place has complex terrain. Fighting monsters inside won't give us room to maneuver. We need to lure the boss out. Wang Defu immediately agreed, Lin Ping's right. We'd be severely restricted in the cave. Luring it out is better. Plus, this place is full of spiderwebs. Getting tangled up would be a real pain. He was still shaken by the spider monster that had just tangled his legs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuang immediately volunteered, then I'll go lure the monsters. You two wait here. After saying this, he deliberately walked over to Zhang Ruoming and said with a straight face, Zhang Ruoming, when I go lure the monster later, you'd better cast a holy light shield on me. Otherwise, I'll be in real danger. Zhang Ruoming rolled her eyes at him but nodded nonetheless. Zhang Kuang put on a solemn, heroic air, patting his chest as he declared, brothers, once I lure the boss out, we'll all go in together. But if I don't make it back, don't forget me. Xiaomei couldn't help but laugh. Stop putting on a show. Just go pull the mob already. If you can't handle it, you can always leave the dungeon, it's not like you'll die in here. Zhang Kuang chuckled and headed toward the spider cave. As he drew nearer, Zhang Kuang could feel the pressure mounting. After all, this was the boss of the strongest zone. Zhang Kuang, you can't chicken out, the little brothers outside are watching. Zhang Kuang muttered under his breath. As he neared the spiderweb cave, he picked up a stone and tossed it inside. The stone landed without a sound. Lin Ping and the others watching outside covered their foreheads. Wang Defu mouthed the words, attack. Zhang Kuang raised his greatsword, took a deep breath, and charged forward, slashing at the massive figure within the cave. Immediately, an enraged roar echoed from within the cave. Zhang Kuang spun around and fled, ducking behind a boulder. The colossal figure moved toward the cave entrance. First emerged two enormous claws, followed by a monstrous, enlarged human face bearing 8 blood-red eyes on its forehead. The sight was terrifying. Combat effectiveness was reduced by at least 20%. Consider it an additional combat power debuff. Zhang Kuang rushed back, shouting, it's coming. Everyone, get ready. Lin Ping gripped his storm war axe tightly. He said, once the boss emerges, hold your ground for a moment. Wang Defu nodded, drawing his bow taut and ready to fire. Xiaomei gripped her poison-coated dagger. She leapt onto a nearby tree trunk, ready to charge forward at the right moment and strike the boss. Jiang Shan raised his shield and greatsword, taking his place at the very front of the group. As Zhang Kuang approached, they stood side by side as a human shield. Zhang Ruoming immediately cast a holy light shield. Chirp chirp chirp. The boss's massive form appeared, its head casting a shadow overhead. Its colossal body was 3 times larger than the spider monster they had just defeated. The moment it emerged, it let out a deafening roar, its 8 eyes locking onto Lin Ping and the others. These little crawlers were the ones disturbing its rest. It immediately charged forward, its massive spider legs stomping the ground and tearing out the earth. As the boss drew nearer, the group could feel the ground trembling beneath their feet. The boss's form was colossal, resembling a small hill. Its entire body was covered in a hard exoskeleton, and its spider legs were studded with sharp spikes. Zhang Kuang exclaimed, this thing is terrifying. Good thing I can run fast. Chapter 81, Li Huitian, the mantis trying to catch the cicada. Xiao Mei snapped, cut the chatter. Let's fight. Lin Ping thought, we'll start with ranged attacks. Wang Defu, try shooting its eyes with your bow. Wang Defu immediately aimed at the boss's eyes and fired an arrow. This was the tactic they'd used against the ordinary spider monsters earlier. The arrow flew, but it bounced off the boss's hard shell. This thing's shell is way too hard. Wang Defu frowned. Lin Ping urged, keep attacking. Zhang Ruoming and Wang Defu launched their attacks simultaneously, while Lin Ping unleashed his poison blast pistol. Their combined ranged assaults only managed to chip away at a tiny fraction of its health. The boss was enraged. Zhang Shan immediately raised his shield to block the boss's attack. Boom! Zhang Shan was knocked back. His health bar instantly dropped by a third. Zhang Kuang let out a low growl and charged forward, swinging his greatsword to draw the boss's attention. But before he could reach it, Zhang Kuang was swept aside by the spider monster's long legs and flung away. Xiao Mei leapt down from a branch and stabbed its back with her poison-coated dagger. The dagger pierced the boss's outer shell, yet inflicted only minimal damage. Its health bar didn't even flicker. Zhang Ruomen urgently cast Holy Light Shield. But the boss's ferocious attack shattered the shield in a single blow. Li Huitian led the team to a clearing to regroup. His face was grim, still fuming over the earlier spider monster ambush. And Tu observed Li Huitian's expression and cautiously remarked, "Boss, we were simply unprepared earlier, which is why those spider monsters gave us such a hard time. Now that we've regrouped, we can definitely make a difference in Zone 6. Li Huitian lifted his head slightly at Tu's words. He stood up, gripping his staff tightly. You're right. We can't let ourselves be defeated like this. We'll surpass Lin Ping's team in Zone 6 and show everyone that we are the strongest. Let's go. The team advanced toward the core area of Zone 6. As they passed through a narrow passageway, they spotted several spider monsters ahead. Li Huitian immediately signaled for reconnaissance. He spotted a hidden path nearby that could bypass the spider monsters. Follow me. Li Huitian whispered. The team members followed Li Huitian along the hidden path. After evading the spider monsters and advancing a considerable distance, they reached the edge of the core area of Sector 6. Suddenly, they heard the sounds of battle. Li Huitian's heart stirred, and he quickly headed toward the source of the noise. There, Lin Ping's team was surrounding the Zone 6 boss. The boss was enormous. It radiated an eerie terror, its human-like head alone enough to send shivers down one's spine. Lin Ping swung his storm war axe, closing in to hack at the boss. Whoosh! The blow struck the boss's hard shell, producing a loud clang. 800. The storm war axe's attack power was significantly reduced. A level 42 spider monster was an unstoppable force here. Li Huitian was stunned. His teammates were all a bit scared. At such a high level, had Lin Ping and the others lost their minds? The boss was drawn to Lin Ping's attack. He was hitting the spot that hurt the most. It immediately swung its massive claws to strike. If it connected, Lin Ping's body would shatter on the spot. Seizing an opening, Lin Ping dodged, leaping high off a tree trunk. Gripping his storm war axe tightly with both hands, he swung it down toward the boss's head. The storm axe carried immense force, like thunder itself. Critical hit. 1,300. The boss's health bar plummeted instantly. This was the only time it visibly dropped rapidly. Wang Defu kept firing arrows from afar, but the effect was far less impressive. 200. Xiao Mei had it relatively easy. The boss's back offered little protection. Most of her stabs connected with the boss. The boss's health bar was slowly decreasing. 180. Zhang Shan and Zhang Kuang stood their ground, blocking the boss's attacks. The boss's massive claws swing down, sending shockwaves through their arms, yet they stubbornly hold their ground. The health bar dropped by more than half in a single attack, even with the Holy Light Shield and shield active. They hurriedly pulled out red potions and downed them. Zhang Kuang swung his greatsword, clashing with the boss's long legs to keep it from closing in on his teammates. Unfortunately, he couldn't even disrupt its advance, barely managing to keep the ranged DPS out of harm's way. Zhang Ruoming cast holy light spells relentlessly from the rear, bolstering their defenses. A beam of holy light descended from the sky, landing on Lin Ping and restoring some of his stamina. Lin Ping glanced down briefly before focusing his attacks on the boss. Zhang Ruoming caught Lin Ping's gaze. Her fair cheeks flushed involuntarily, her heart racing wildly. What was she thinking, casting holy light on Lin Ping? Would he misinterpret it? She clearly saw Zhang Kuang struggling. Why did her thoughts drift to Lin Ping? Was this just an instinctive reaction? In the distance, Li Huitian watched Lin Ping and the others surround the boss. He sneered coldly. This is our chance. We can snatch the first kill and make all their efforts meaningless. With the first kill under our belt, we'll gain massive experience points and surge to the top. Zhao Kai chimed in with Li Huitian's words, "Boss, this is our chance. Back at the start of summer camp, that bastard Lin Ping actually dared to throw me over his shoulder. I've been holding on to that grudge ever since. Now we can get revenge, and snatching the first kill won't weigh on our consciences either." Li Huitian nodded. Exactly. Everyone get ready. When they've worn each other down fighting the boss, we'll charge in and claim the first kill. Under the relentless assault from Lin Ping and his team, the boss's health bar steadily declined, trapping their group in a stalemate. Zhang Kuang swung his greatsword, desperately fending off the boss's attacks, but the boss's power was simply too overwhelming. Suddenly, the boss charged forward with a violent collision, sending Zhang Kuang flying backward. Before Zhang Kuang could scramble to his feet, the boss spewed a torrent of spider silk, instantly enveloping him like a giant cocoon. Seeing Zhang Kuang trapped, Xiaomei rushed forward, her poison-coated dagger poised to slice through the silk and free him. However, the boss lashed out with a long leg, sending Xiaomei crashing into a tree before she fell to the ground. The tree shook violently from the impact, its leaves scattering to the ground. By coincidence, Xiaomei landed right in front of Li Huitian and the others. Xiaomei froze, glaring at Li Huitian with fury. Li Huitian, were you waiting for us to fight the monster until the end just to steal it? That's despicable. Li Huitian and the others froze. How did someone suddenly fall out of nowhere when they were hiding so well? Realizing the situation, they decided to go all in with shamelessness, sneering mockingly, "Oomph. In my eyes, you lot are nothing but cattle and horses. You think you can compete with me for the first kill? Dream on." Xiaomei's face flushed crimson with fury. "You won't succeed. Just wait and see." She turned to leave and alert the others. Li Huitian waved his hand. "Stop her." The team members immediately surrounded her, blocking Xiaomei's path with crossed swords. Zhao Kai grinned maliciously, preparing to attack her. "Lin Ping." Xiaomei lunged with her dagger, shouting at the same time. She wasn't about to go down without a fight. Chapter 82, Luring the Monster to Attack. Lin Ping heard Xiaomei's cry and turned to see Li Huitian and the others. Wang Defu, Zhang Ruoming, and the others heard it too, but they were currently entangled with the boss and couldn't break free. Lin Ping yelled, "Li Huitian, you're a real scumbag." Wang Defu yelled back, "Once we take down the boss, we'll deal with you lot." Zhang Ruoming's face twisted with disgust, utterly repulsed by Li Huitian's actions. Seeing their trap situation, Lin Ping had an idea. "We can lure the boss over here." "Right. Quick. If you want to catch the mantis hunting the cicada, you'd better have the skills." Wang Defu shouted with relish. The group deliberately moved toward Li Huitian's position while simultaneously attacking the boss from a distance. Zhang Kuang and Zhang Shan simply stopped trying to block them. The boss charged toward Lin Ping and the others, its unimpeded momentum swiftly flattening trees along the way. The trees crashed to the ground with thunderous roars under the colossal force of the boss. Lin Ping guided it closer to Li Huitian's position. "Li Huitian, you wanted the first kill, didn't you? Well, come taste this boss's might." Li Huitian was still smugly watching Lin Ping and the others. But seeing the massive boss approaching, his face turned green. Suddenly, the boss spat out a web. Li Huitian dodged, but his arm nearly got caught in the edge of the web, trapping him against a tree trunk. "Ah!" Li Huitian screamed in terror. "Help me!" Li Huitian yelled for his teammates to come over. He was scared out of his wits. A spider that huge nearly scared the crap out of him in an instant. And Tu immediately drew his bow and released an arrow. The sharp arrow struck the boss, but it only caused ripples on its hard shell, barely denting its health. Zhao Kai charged forward, shouting to draw the boss's attention. But the moment he neared the creature, it slammed into him with such force that he was sent flying. Li Huitian seized the opening, hastily casting wind blades to painstakingly slice through the spider silk and free himself from the tree trunk. Just as he escaped danger, the boss's massive claw slammed down. Li Huitian dodged it awkwardly, still shaken by the close call. He roared furiously, "Kill it!" He swung his staff again, unleashing a flurry of attacks. The nearby fire mage immediately cast a flame spell, unleashing a roaring inferno that engulfed the boss. 420. 200. Their attacks weren't doing much. And Tu kept firing arrows, yet the boss's health bar barely budged. Seeing the chaotic situation, Lin Ping urgently ordered Xiaomei to retreat. Xiaomei swiftly retreated to a safe spot before observing the battlefield. Li Huitian roared in fury, "Lin Ping, you did this on purpose." Lin Ping responded with a cold laugh, "You screwed me over first. This is just payback." The boss grew increasingly enraged under the barrage of attacks. It swung its massive claws wildly, letting out ferocious howls as its sharp spider legs sliced through trees. Li Huitian's team was scattered by the boss's attacks, struggling to regroup. Members agreed it was better to dodge than attack. Li Huitian's face darkened. If they didn't take down this boss, they'd be wiped out. "Everyone, focus your attacks on the boss and suppress it," Li Huitian shouted. The team members responded in unison, launching another assault on the boss. Yet their attacks remained blind and haphazard. Its health bar dipped, yet it remained ferocious. Lin Ping watched Li Huitian's team struggle, feeling no sympathy. Li Huitian had brought this upon himself. If he hadn't tried to secretly sabotage me for the first kill, things wouldn't have turned out this way. "We'll keep attacking the boss, but focus on support attacks," Lin Ping instructed the others approaching him. Wang Defu laughed heartily. "These are free punching bags delivered right to us, why not take advantage?" Zhang Kuang, wielding his heavy sword, added, he resorted to kidnapping Xiao Mei. Serves him right. Zhang Ruoming walked over and joined Wang Defu in launching ranged attacks at the boss. Close combat was out of the question. Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan were both resting to recover their health. Xiao Mei crouched on the ground, practicing with her poison-coated dagger. Under the combined assault from Lin Ping and Li Huitian's teams, the boss grew increasingly frenzied. Its assaults grew fiercer, its massive claws smashing craters into the ground. The boss swung its claws in a roaring arc, causing surrounding trees to shake violently and crash down with loud cracks. Even the Berserker class had to dodge the impact of its hardened shell. Li Huitian's team found themselves in dire straits under the boss's relentless assault. They relentlessly launched attacks, arrows, wind blades, and flames struck the boss, yet only chipped away at its health bar. 300. 450. Such meager damage numbers kept appearing above the boss's head, utterly insignificant compared to its massive health bar. Team members were forced to frequently drink red potions to restore health and maintain their combat effectiveness. The glow of red potions flickered in their hands. Each sip restored a bit of their health bars, only for them to drop again swiftly under the boss's relentless attacks. This boss is way too strong. It's nothing like the minor bosses in the previous area. Li Huitian cursed under his breath, helplessly swinging his staff once more to unleash a wind blade. The blade whistled toward the boss, only to vanish upon contact with its outer shell, dealing a mere few hundred points of damage. Li Huitian's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Meanwhile, Lin Ping's team seemed much more relaxed. They were providing support attacks from a distance. Fight if you want. Just don't provoke the boss. They dodged the boss's attack range from time to time, watching as Li Huitian and his crew got thoroughly beaten. Zhang Ruoming and Wang Defu's ranged attacks weren't doing much damage either, but they could chip away at the boss's health. 200. 180. The numbers weren't high enough to draw the boss's attention. Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan were restoring their health nearby. Leaning against a tree trunk, they held red potion bottles in their hands, sipping slowly. If they were holding whiskey bottles instead of health potions, no one would believe they were fighting monsters. Their health bars gradually climbed with the potion's effects, and relaxed expressions appeared on their faces. Xiao Mei crouched on the ground, observing the boss's movements as she twirled her poisoned dagger. She was waiting for the perfect opening. As a rogue, landing a finishing blow was basic knowledge. Letting Li Huitian and the others wear down the boss first while we reap the rewards, this is too sweet, huh? Wang Defu chuckled. A smug look spread across his face. After being targeted by Li Huitian's team earlier, this was payback. Exactly. Serves them right for being so underhanded. Zhang Kuang chimed in. Ah! Zhao Kai, a berserker, was sent flying by the boss's powerful claw strike. 1200. His health bar plummeted to its lowest point, leaving him with barely a sliver of health remaining. Zhao Kai crashed to the ground, his heart filled with terror. He hurriedly downed a red potion, then struggled to his feet to dodge the boss's follow-up attacks. Despair washed over his face as he wondered how much longer he could hold on. Li Huitian watched Zhao Kai's pitiful state and felt nothing but rage. He kicked Zhao Kai and shouted, "Go block it! Damn it, all those resources I gave you went to waste." Chapter 83, The Pressure's On. Zhao Kai felt wronged, but dared not argue back. He gripped his greatsword and charged the boss once more. However, his attacks were far weaker than before, and his damage resistance was poor now. The boss's frequent critical hits made him suffer greatly. His health bar steadily drained, and his red potions were nearly depleted. Meanwhile, the boss remained formidable, with over half its health bar still intact. "Boss, we can't hold on much longer. Should we call it quits?" N2 asked anxiously. His arrows were running low too. Li Huitian looked at Lin Ping and the others and declared, "Keep attacking." Li Huitian's heart was filled with unwillingness. He absolutely refused to let Lin Ping and the others gain the upper hand. Driven by this fierce determination, he gritted his teeth, eyes bloodshot, and continued directing his team to attack the boss. Zhao Kai gritted his teeth. He raised his greatsword high and charged toward the boss's rear for a strike. But the boss's power exceeded his expectations. A massive claw swung with a piercing screech, sending Zhao Kai flying into a nearby tree trunk. Thud! Zhao Kai crashed heavily to the ground. His health bar plummeted visibly. At that moment, his bracelet detected a death signal. A flash of light erupted, and Zhao Kai was instantly teleported out of the dungeon. Now, Li Huitian's team was left with only a berserker class to act as a tank, a truly dire situation. Li Huitian. Facing this dire predicament, his rage reached its peak. Damn it! In his rage, he kicked a nearby stone with all his might. But the rock was solid. Instead of flying away, the kick sent a sharp pain shooting through his foot, making him wince in agony. The sharp pain radiating from his foot only intensified his irritation. He stomped his feet in frustration, looking somewhat comical. Seeing Li Huitian's pitiful state, Lin Ping folded his arms and said, "Hey, old Li, need a hand? Now you know how tough this boss is, huh?" Li Huitian's ears burned with rage at Lin Ping's taunt. He roared, "Lin Ping, don't get cocky. We can take down this boss even without a berserker. Just then, and two suddenly piped up, "Boss, we could lure the boss over to them and have it attack them too." Li Huitian perked up at the suggestion. That's a brilliant idea. He thought it was a brilliant plan. Alright, let's lure the boss over to Lin Ping's group and make things tough for them too. Li Huitian's team began deliberately attacking the boss in the direction of Lin Ping's group, luring it over. Under their attacks, the boss indeed started moving toward Lin Ping's group. Seeing this, Lin Ping immediately sneered coldly. Li Huitian, you actually think you can pull this trick? You started it. I'm just returning the favor. Li Huitian retorted. Outside the instance, Zhou Yao hurried over to Jiang Mu with her tablet. Director, the big boss in Zone 6 is under attack. Zhou Yao's voice echoed. Jiang Mu immediately set down his teacup and looked at the tablet screen. Numerous light points flickered, with a large red one at the center clearly the major boss. Just then, Zhang Tianming approached. Jiang Mu waved him over. Perfect timing, Teacher Zhang. Look, the big boss in Zone 6 is under attack. These trainees are bold, aren't they? Zhang Tianming's thoughts immediately turned to Li Huitian's team. It seems Li Huitian's team is formidable. To take down the Zone 6 boss in such a short time truly worthy of a team trained by Qingqing's premier clan. His voice carried pride, as if Li Huitian's team had already secured victory. Zhou Yao heard Zhang Tianming's words but didn't agree. She frowned in doubt. Couldn't it be another team? Like Lin Ping's squad, who scored first earlier. They could be attacking the boss too. Zhou Yao favored Lin Ping's squad more and refused to readily accept that Li Huitian's team was the only one attacking the boss. Zhang Tianming shook his head firmly at Zhou Yao's words. Absolutely impossible. Li Huitian's team is incredibly powerful, every member is already level 29. Plus, they have extensive combat experience and top-notch gear. How could Lin Ping's team possibly compare? Zhang Tianming was convinced Li Huitian's team was the strongest. Lin Ping's team simply couldn't compare. Just then, Zhao Kai was teleported out of the instance. Another one got teleported out. Jiang Mu casually inquired, which district's trainees are they? A staff member dashed out and quickly brought Zhao Kai back. Director, it's Zhao Kai from Li Huitian's team in Zone 6. Zhao Kai? Everyone was stunned, especially Zhang Tianming, who looked utterly incredulous. He stared at him, demanding, what happened? How could someone from your squad get into trouble? Zhao Kai recounted their ordeal. We ran into Lin Ping's team. They deliberately lured the boss toward us. It was despicable. Zhao Kai's voice was filled with helplessness. He cautiously glanced at Zhang Tianming, fearing he might lose his temper. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianming's expression changed. His expression shifted from smugness to fury. Lin Ping and his crew crossed the line. This is completely unfair. Zhang Tianming's voice was accusatory. He believed Lin Ping's team had broken the rules. Clearly, he thought Li Huitian was the strongest and deserved first place. Lin Ping shouldn't have exploited Li Huitian. Zhou Yao looked at him, somewhat speechless. The summer camp's dungeon challenge was fundamentally designed to expose trainees to real-world scenarios. It doesn't matter how despicable the scheme is, what matters is the result. If you can't handle this, stay away from reality. Zhang Tianming is a teacher, but he's clearly taking sides. His bias is blatantly obvious. She calmly replied, Teacher Zhang, this shouldn't be considered a violation. Besides, the outcome isn't decided yet, it's too early to say who's more skilled. Maybe Lin Ping's team has their own strategies too. Zhang Tianming remained relentless, bluntly calling Lin Ping's tactics underhanded. Lin Ping and his crew did it on purpose. They want our team to fail. They're despicable. Zhang Tianming was filled with resentment toward Lin Ping's team. If it weren't for Lin Ping's team, Li Huitian and the others would undoubtedly be the undisputed champions. Jiang Mu frowned slightly. Hold your horses. This boss isn't easy to handle. Who ultimately defeats it is still up in the air. His words silenced both Zhang Tianming and Zhou Yao. They turned their attention back to the tablet, watching the battle in Zone 6 with tense focus. Lin Ping fired his poison blast pistol at the spider boss. A cloud of toxic mist, mingled with pellets, enveloped the boss like a green haze. The toxic mist struck the boss's body. Its shell emitted a faint sizzling sound as the poison corroded it. 800. The boss's health bar dipped slightly. But it remained insignificant compared to its massive total health pool. Zhang Quan, wielding his greatsword, was itching to strike. He fixed his gaze on the boss, his greatsword trembling slightly in his grasp, seemingly eager to charge forward and engage in a fierce battle. Zhang Shan swiftly pulled a shield from his backpack. It gleamed with a metallic sheen, appearing incredibly sturdy. Then he raised his greatsword. This time I'm pulling out my ace in the hole, the rose shield, my family's heirloom red equipment. Whether it holds up or not depends on this very moment. Chapter 84, The Deception Plan. The two tanks stood ready, braced for the boss's onslaught. Lin Ping glanced at Li Huitian. We'll see who gets the first kill in the end. Lin Ping's voice echoed, utterly calm. Li Huitian, however, beamed with confidence. It'll definitely be me. Both teams launched another coordinated assault on the boss, this time without any tricks. They both knew that defeating the boss was the ultimate goal, and infighting would only hinder their performance. 500. 400. Lin Ping's team relentlessly pounded the boss. Though their damage was limited, it steadily chipped away at its health. Li Huitian's team refused to be outdone. To match the intensity, he even downed a precious blue potion. Mana increased, damage increased. 600. 1450. They even landed critical hits. Their attacks also dealt damage to the boss. Wind blades whistled toward the boss, followed by exploding fireballs. The boss grew increasingly enraged under the barrage of attacks, relentlessly swinging its massive claws. Leaves swirled down like snowflakes. Lin Ping and Li Huitian's team circled around, taking hits and steadily losing health. The boss's attacks are growing fiercer, this must be the final wave. Lin Ping shouted a warning to his teammates. He drew the Storm War Axe from his backpack, ready to strike at any moment. Zhang Kuang and Zhang Shan stood firmly at the front of the group, using their shields and greatswords to block the boss's attacks. Boom! The boss's claw struck Zhang Shan's shield, sending him reeling backward several steps from the immense impact. Fortunately, the red tier shield offered formidable defense. After withstanding the blow, he even managed to land a counterstrike. Both hands gripped the shield tightly, refusing to let the boss breach the defense. And two continuously drew his bow and fired arrows. Though each strike only dealt a few hundred points of damage, the cumulative effect was significant. The Fire Mage team members continuously casted fire spells. Flames danced through the air like fiery serpents, striking the boss. Under the combined assault, the boss's health finally plummeted to critical levels. Li Huitian suddenly made his move. A fierce, greedy glint flashed in his eyes. Taking advantage of everyone's focus on the boss, he violently swung his staff, unleashing a powerful wind blade that streaked toward Lin Ping. The wind blade whistled through the air, its fierce momentum slicing through the atmosphere. Lin Ping was caught completely off guard by the attack. Fortunately, his flowing cloud battle armor minimized the damage taken. But the force of the blow sent him crashing into the boss. Lin Ping, Wang Difu, Zhang Ruoming, Xiao Mei, and the others rushed over in panic upon witnessing the scene. Anger flashed across their faces as rage boiled within them at Li Huitian's despicable actions. But it was already too late. Wang Difu's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he roared, "Li Huitian, you bastard!" Zhang Ruoming clenched her lips tightly, raising her staff to unleash the holy light spear, charging toward Li Huitian and his men standing ahead. Xiao Mei gripped her poison-coated dagger tightly. Her body trembled as her rage reached its peak, ready to charge forward and fight Li Huitian to the death. Li Huitian, however, laughed triumphantly. "Ha! Lin Ping, you've finally fallen at my hands. And two, hurry! Attack now and claim the first kill." And two immediately responded, drawing his bow and firing an arrow at the boss. The arrow carried tremendous force. Yet, at that very moment, the boss, which had appeared to be on its last thread of life, suddenly spat out a torrent of spider silk. The silk poured forth like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the space before Li Huitian and the others. The threads crisscrossed densely, forming a spider web. And 2-0 was blocked by the silk, losing its chance to strike. Unabated, it enveloped Li Huitian and his companions. Damn it! Li Huitian cried out in alarm as he was engulfed. His wind blades couldn't cut through it for the time being, and the sticky substance even immobilized him. Meanwhile, Lin Ping was knocked toward the boss. Was swallowed whole by the boss. Wang Difu and the other team members instantly widened their eyes in shock. Zhang Ruoming covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with terror. Damn it! Zhang Quan roared furiously, swinging his greatsword as he charged forward. I'll fight you to the death. Zhang Shan gripped his shield and greatsword tightly, charging forward alongside him. In such a short time, they had forged deep bonds. How could they let Lin Ping die now? Wang Difu glared ahead, seething. Armor piercing. Arrow after arrow flew forth, striking the boss. This was no longer about slaying a monster, it was about vengeance. How could this happen? Zhang Ruoming's vision darkened. Somehow, witnessing Lin Ping being swallowed whole felt like the entire world collapsing around her. Tears welled in Zhang Ruoming's eyes as she clenched her jaw. Xiao Mei, gripping her poison-coated dagger, charged recklessly toward the boss, determined to rescue Lin Ping. The team's emotions reached a fever pitch. Overwhelmed by this sudden turn of events, they could only think of one thing: killing that spider monster. Li Huitian froze in shock. He hadn't expected the boss to counterattack at the last moment, robbing him of the chance for the first kill. A flicker of frustration crossed his face, but it was quickly replaced by smug satisfaction. Oof. Even without the first kill, I won't let Lin Ping and his crew succeed. Without him, the pressure on me will only grow. Everyone stared at the spider monster, wondering if Lin Ping was still alive. Swallowed into the boss's maw, Lin Ping now faced the spider monster's dense, razor-sharp teeth, gleaming with a bone-chilling cold light. Lin Ping showed no sign of panic. He abruptly pulled a shield from his backpack. This shield, named Latin Sai, granted immunity to one attack per day, regardless of level. Lin Ping instantly raised the shield, holding it before him. The spider monster's fangs snapped down with a loud clack clack clack, but the moment they touched the shield, their force dissipated. Sparks flew as the fangs collided with the shield. The powerful impact made Lin Ping's arm tingle slightly, but he gripped the shield tightly, refusing to retreat. Seizing the moment, Lin Ping drew his Storm War Axe, planting his feet firmly as he raised the shield high in his left hand. Storm! He roared, unleashing a powerful aura from his body. As if sensing its master's resolve, the Storm War Axe flashed with a dazzling light upon its blade. Lin Ping swung the axe with all his might. A tremendous force erupted from the blade, surging into the spider monster's mouth. This force raged like a whirlwind, instantly tearing through the spider monster's mouth. Howling winds tore through the spider monster's mouth, reduced to utter chaos by the overwhelming force. The spider monster writhed in agony, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Outside, Lin Ping's teammates heard the spider monster's roar, their hearts filled with both fear and joy. They had no idea what was happening inside. But at least it meant he was still alive. Lin Ping is still alive. Zhang Kuang shouted excitedly, swinging his greatsword with renewed vigor. Jiang Shan gripped his shield and greatsword tightly, filled with hope. Wang Defu halted his shooting, his gaze fixed intently on the spider monster. He truly hadn't expected Lin Ping to emerge unscathed. Zhang Ruoming wiped the tears from her eyes, her gaze reigniting with light. Her hands gripped the staff tightly as several holy light spells struck the boss. But now, on the brink of death, the boss entered a berserk state, immune to various forms of damage. Chapter 85, First Kill Achieved, Dungeon Rewards. Under Lin Ping's assault, the spider monster opened its mouth, unleashing a storm of thunder. It writhed violently, knocking down surrounding trees. Its claws even dug deep pits into the ground. Dirt flew everywhere, obscuring the sky. Li Huitian and the others remained trapped in the spider silk, watching the creature's frenzied actions with terror filling their hearts. Lin Ping is still alive? He's got some nerve. Li Huitian gritted his teeth, his voice thick with resentment. But now he was powerless, forced to watch helplessly as the spider monster raved. Within the spider monster's jaws, Lin Ping's Storm War Axe relentlessly struck. 1852. 900. Unlike attacks from outside, which had a damage reduction chance, attacks from within did not benefit from this effect. By sheer coincidence, Lin Ping discovered this glitch. Lin Ping's attacks grew increasingly fierce. The spider monster's mouth erupted with blinding light, its skull swelling violently. The spider monster's health bar was rapidly depleting. Now! Lin Ping shouted, swinging the Storm War Axe once more with all his might. The blade glowed with blinding light. With a thunderous crash, the spider monster's head was cleaved off by Lin Ping's Storm War Axe. Defeated Zone 6 boss, first kill success. Reward, Golden Thread Battle Armor. Grants 1 damage immunity per day, plus 900 strength. Plus 1200 defense. Plus 200 magic defense. Reward, Golden Spider Egg Orange Equipment, can hatch a beast pet, growth factor 3. Maximum 5. Reward, Fragmented Map plus 1. Level up. Rewarded with 2000 EXP. The system notification sounded. Lin Ping was startled. He leapt out from the spider monster's mouth. His teammates cheered and rushed over. Wang Defu even hugged him tightly, his face beaming with joy. Lin Ping, you're so awesome. Zhang Kuang exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Ruoming looked at Lin Ping, hesitated, then stepped back instead of approaching to speak. Xiaomei patted Lin Ping on the back. Way to go, you're one lucky bastard. Li Huitian's nose was practically twisted with rage. His furious expression resembled a balloon about to burst, ready to explode at any moment. The rest of the team members looked on with envy and resignation. Trapped in the spider silk, they had watched helplessly as Lin Ping secured the first kill on the boss. Their hearts burned with resentment. They had poured so much effort into this, leaving sweat and blood behind. The boss was within their grasp, only to slip away at the very last moment. The feeling crushed them like a fire doused by cold water. How could this happen? Damn Lin Ping! Li Huitian felt worse than if he'd been killed himself, his rage boiling over. He had clearly set Lin Ping up, only to inadvertently hand him a colossal opportunity. He tried to break free from the spider silk's grip, but it proved unusually resilient. All he could do was squirm a few times, looking like a silkworm pupa, a rather comical sight. Just then, a voice echoed from his wristband. Dungeon trial concluded. All personnel return immediately. Let's go. It's over, haha. Everyone received their experience points. As members of the same squad, they split half the reward evenly. Lin Ping, the first to defeat the boss, claimed the other half alone. A flash of light followed, and everyone was teleported back. Li Huitian still had spider silk on his head, and he frantically tried to pull it off. He looked utterly annoyed. The sticky threads clinging to his hair made him look rather unkempt. His eyes still blazed with fury, as if he could burn the threads away. He tugged fiercely, but no matter how hard he pulled, they wouldn't budge. Finally, he gave up in frustration, leaving the threads hanging on his head, his anger not diminished in the slightest. The other trainees gradually returned as well. They all looked worse for wear, bearing battle scars and torn clothing. Some had torn clothing, revealing wounded skin beneath. Wounds marred their faces, while others collapsed into weary seats, bodies swaying precariously. Clearly, they had endured a grueling battle within the dungeon. Zhang Mu arrived with Zhang Tianming and Zhou Yao in tow. Zhang Tianming declared confidently, "I bet it was Li Huitian who finally took down the boss." Zhou Yao chuckled softly, "Mr. Zhang, I told you before it's not necessarily so. Let's wait and see." Zhang Tianming bristled at the suggestion. However, when he saw the state of the trainees and the spider silk on Li Huitian's head, his expression shifted slightly. He seemed unable to believe his own judgment had been wrong. Perhaps after a grueling battle, they had finally achieved the first kill. Zhang Mu checked the rankings and announced loudly, "The top spot in this instance trial goes to Lin Ping and his team members." The announcement struck like a thunderclap, instantly stunning everyone. Lin Ping again? He was first last time too. That's incredible. They actually defeated the boss of Zone 6. I knew Lin Ping was no ordinary player. Some trainees nodded, as if they had anticipated this outcome all along. Meanwhile, others wore expressions of envy, jealousy, and resentment. The most agonized among them were Li Huitian and his group. If not for the fact that everyone was standing here, he would have cursed bitterly in anger. Zhang Kuang roared with wild excitement, "Ha! We're number one!" He brandished his greatsword. He looked around at the other trainees with smug satisfaction, his expression pure gloating. Wang Defu's face was also beaming with pride. That's right. Following Lin Ping really pays off. Earlier, when he was being hunted down in the dungeon, teaming up with Lin Ping had finally yielded results. Now they were first place. It was truly moving. Zhang Ruoming remained silent, but the slight lift at her lips betrayed her own satisfaction. Li Huitian glared at the members of Lin Ping's team, his anger burning. Zhang Mu observed the trainees' reactions and nodded approvingly. This dungeon trial had provided valuable training and growth for all the trainees. He reiterated, "Everyone performed exceptionally well in this dungeon trial. I hope you all continue to enhance your abilities." Zhang Tianming frowned, his face filled with confusion as he asked, "Clearly, two teams from Zone 6 were fighting the boss. What exactly happened?" His gaze fixed intently on Li Huitian, his eyes silently urgingly to speak up. Li Huitian shouted, "Teacher, Lin Ping and his team stole my first kill. They deliberately sabotaged us, putting us in a bind." Resentment colored Li Huitian's voice, as if he'd suffered a grave injustice. The crowd immediately erupted in commotion, turning their gaze toward Lin Ping and his group. Wang Defu, enraged upon hearing this, shouted, "How dare you say that? You were the ones who tried to steal our kill first and kidnapped Xiaomei. If you hadn't acted so despicably, we wouldn't have had to lure the boss over. Besides, we found and started fighting the boss first." Wang Defu's eyes burned red as he clenched his fists, nearly charging forward to confront Li Huitian and his group. Zhang Kuang and Zhang Shan stepped forward. "While we were fighting the boss, they suddenly appeared, trying to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Later, when we were overwhelmed by the boss's attacks, they kidnapped Xiaomei. They nearly killed Xiaomei. If we hadn't arrived in time, she would have been done for." Lin Ping, maintaining his composure, stepped forward to summarize the situation. Chapter 86, Cruel Rules. From the very beginning, Li Huitian and his group have constantly targeted us. In the dungeon, they resorted to any means necessary to claim the first kill. I nearly died because of Li Huitian's betrayal. If we hadn't been lucky enough to find a countermeasure, we would have failed long ago. Lin Ping's words drew stares of accusation and blame toward Li Huitian. Zhang Tianming's heart sank. How could this be? He quickly defended Li Huitian. Competition is inevitable in dungeons. It's also a form of training. Everyone should learn from it, not just point fingers here. Zhou Yao couldn't resist teasing Zhang Tianming with his own words, "Teacher Zhang, didn't you just advocate fairness? Now you're calling it a trial? Your bias is painfully obvious." Zhang Tianming was rendered speechless by Zhou Yao's retort, his face flushing red and then pale. Zhang Mu watched the heated exchange and furrowed his brow slightly. "Alright, this dungeon trial is over. Everyone has gained insights and learned lessons. Now, return to your quarters to rest and reflect. No more arguing here." Everyone dispersed. Li Huitian shot Lin Ping a vicious glare, his eyes brimming with hatred. Li Huitian's eyes flashed with savagery, like a wild beast. Lin Ping stared back at Li Huitian without flinching. With both sides having openly confronted each other, backing down now was out of the question. Deep down, Lin Ping found Zhang Mu's summary assessment utterly inaccurate. It was clear that Li Huitian and his group had been targeting them throughout the dungeon. If not for his own protective abilities, they would have been eliminated long ago. But after a moment's thought, he kept his dissatisfaction to himself. Speaking up would be futile. If Zhang Mu was favoring Li Huitian, voicing his grievances would only invite suppression. If this was simply the summer camp's rule, speaking up would be pointless too. Better to keep quiet. But the trio trailing behind Lin Ping, Zhang Kuang, Zhang Shan, and Wang Defu couldn't stomach it. "We refuse to accept this. We all fought the monsters together. Why did they get to keep the loot and get away with deliberately harming others without any punishment?" Exactly. They must be punished, or they'll become completely reckless. At the trio's protest, Zhang Tianming immediately stepped forward, frowning as he spoke. What are you lot doing? The director has already settled this matter. If you keep causing trouble here, you'll be expelled immediately and barred from the summer camp. The threat made all three feel the weight of authority bearing down on them. But Wang Difu glanced at Lin Ping, who still stood his ground, and addressed Zhang Tianming. If you won't give us an explanation and just brush this off like that, then if that's really the case, I think it's better not to participate in the summer camp. Lin Ping looked at Wang Difu, surprised that he had stepped forward to support him at this critical moment. Just as Zhang Tianming glared and opened his mouth to speak, Jiang Mu, who had remained largely silent, cleared his throat. The sound of that cough reached Zhang Tianming's ears, and he immediately stepped aside. His earlier arrogance vanished completely, replaced by a fawning expression. Director, this student is absolutely hopeless. Tianming was still trying to undermine Wang Difu. Wang Difu naturally refused to accept this. Lin Ping couldn't let Wang Difu take the hit for him now. After all, this was all for his sake. Regardless of whether Wang Difu was sincere or had ulterior motives, Lin Ping would never let him face this alone. Lin Ping stepped forward and stood beside Wang Difu. Director, teachers, Wang Difu was just standing up for what's right. If you intend to punish him by revoking his summer camp eligibility, then take it out on me instead. After speaking, he stared straight ahead, showing no sign of backing down. Zhang Tianming couldn't help but step forward, ready to explode. As the camp instructor, no student had ever dared to confront him like this before. Of course, any student who truly defied him had been expelled. After all, this summer camp was jointly organized by 3 cities and was designed to impose strict standards on its participants. He held the authority to make expulsions. If he could get rid of Lin Ping, Li Huitian's team would gain strength. Who knows? They might even take first place. He knew full well that the rewards for first place were exceptionally generous. Jiang Mu spoke up at that moment. I know you top scorer in the college entrance exams for Jiangchang. Nationally, you ranked within the top 3. This is actually quite simple to explain. This summer camp isn't ordinary academic testing. It's a training method that comes as close as possible to real combat. You're still young now, but you'll face far greater dangers in the future. The situations you encounter in those scenarios will be 10,000 times more challenging than this. Let me put it this way, compared to what lies ahead, what you're experiencing now is child's play. After he finished speaking, the trainees who had been standing there couldn't help but widen their eyes. Truth be told, none of them had ever experienced what true combat actually entailed. The world wasn't limited to their own great Xia Empire. Other nations existed, and they would fight for resources. Wang Defa's anger was solely directed at this dungeon trial. The trainees hadn't followed the exam rules. Instead, they tried to harm others. The crux was that as the rulemaker, he remained silent, attempting to sweep the matter under the rug. This was something no one could tolerate. At that moment, after Jiang Mu spoke these words, everyone clearly matured a bit mentally. This summer camp was less about special training and more about elevating everyone's understanding and spirit. Even Li Huitian, who had been standing nearby with a look of defiance, now wore a thoughtful expression. Jiang Mu patted Lin Ping on the shoulder. You all performed well this time. I'll reward you accordingly. Keep up the good work next time. With that, he walked back to the barracks with his hands behind his back. As for the trainees still standing there, under Zhang Tianming's stern reprimand, they all dispersed. Li Huitian glanced toward Zhang Tianming, who beckoned him over. He immediately approached. How's the red medicine bottle working out? Want me to get you some more? Li Huitian shook his head. We have enough. Although this dungeon run consumed quite a bit, only the tanks used it heavily. We still have enough reserves to last until the next trial ends. Zhang Tianming glanced around to ensure no one was listening before speaking softly. Xiao Tian, you need to be careful. The trials ahead will be far more difficult than this one. You and your team must be fully prepared. After Zhang Tianming finished speaking, Li Huitian couldn't help but look at his uncle. Where is the next trial taking place? After Li Huitian finished his inquiry, Zhang Tianming shook his head. I can't reveal too much to you. I can turn a blind eye to matters like equipment replenishment, but the true trials still depend on you. You heard the director's words earlier in skill training, you must truly exert yourself to achieve improvement. Chapter 87, A Bountiful Harvest. Zhang Tianming patted Li Huitian on the head, gave it a rub, then turned and walked away. Anxiety immediately gripped Li Huitian. If even his uncle wouldn't explain, he had no idea what to expect. Lin Ping and Wang Difu returned to the barracks. After Zhao Kai moved out, the barracks had just enough beds for Lin Ping, Wang Difu, Zhang Quang, and Zhang Shan. As soon as they entered, everyone collapsed onto their beds. This dungeon run was seriously dangerous, especially the final boss. Zhang Quang couldn't help but complain as soon as he lay down. Zhang Shan, sleeping on the lower bunk, kicked his bed frame with his foot. Can you shut up? I just got back and want to sleep for a bit. Hearing this, Zhang Quang rolled his eyes but turned over and truly fell silent. Wang Difu tucked his hands behind his head and stared at the ceiling. No clue what the next trial at summer camp will be. Not a single hint. Jiang Shan rolled over to face Wang Defu at that moment. Old Wang, didn't your family get any updates either? Could it be something added last minute by the camp? This recollection resonated deeply with everyone, as it was the only plausible explanation at that moment. Zhang Kuang patted the bed frame above him. So what if it's last minute? We've got Lin Ping on our side. We even took down that big boss from District 6 this time. What's there to fear from a few more monsters? Wang Defu nodded vigorously in agreement. He was lying on the top bunk. He looked at Lin Ping and said, "Yeah, we totally relied on you for this monster hunt. You have no idea how much you've gained." Mentioning this piqued everyone's interest. Everyone knew the first kill experience from defeating monsters was incredibly generous. Lin Ping propped his legs on the nearby guardrail, resting his head on his arm just like Zhang Shan. He chuckled softly, "Nothing special. Just hit level 38. What do you mean?" All three stared at Lin Ping in shock. "Are you kidding me? I barely scraped by level 30 just by grinding in 3 zones. Yeah, even I'm only at 31. Are you even letting us live?" The three of them wailed in unison. Lin Ping, however, closed his eyes and said, "It was just luck. Next time, I'll let one of you take down the big boss." With that, everyone fell silent, recalling the formidable figure of that spider monster in the dungeon. Even Zhang Kuang, the boldest among them, still felt a chill run down his spine. He'd never agree to charge alone to the front and take on the spider monster. Lin Ping had literally crawled into the spider escaping maw and pulled himself out from inside. Even with Zhang Kuang's top-tier armor and gear, the odds of escaping from the spider's jaws at that moment were slim. He'd likely be swallowed whole. Worse still, not every part of the dungeon allowed automatic escape via the bracelet. Some monsters possessed such devastating attacks that a single wave could instantly wipe out health bars, killing the player outright. I think it's only fair to let Lin Ping get the first kill. Same here. Same here. With all three in agreement, Lin Ping smiled, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. They weren't the only ones sleeping at the summer camp. Compared to when they first arrived, the trials had become several times more difficult. A significant portion of the trainees were still lying in the infirmary awaiting treatment. As for the rest, they had no energy left for anything else after all. Battling monsters in the dungeon had already been exhausting enough. Dusty and disheveled, barely scratched the surface of their ordeal. Battered and bruised was the true picture. Unlike the others, Lin Ping lay on his bed but did not rest. Though the monster hunting process had been perilous, the rewards were substantial. Name, Lin Ping. Class, Rogue. Level, 38 2506 96,000. Strength, 948. Agility, 620 plus 10%. Spirit, 230 plus 200 plus 30% damage reduction. Constitution, 895. Auras, Radiant Blue Sage's Blessing, God of War Blessing Aura. Skills, Steel, Disguise. Talents, none. Hidden skill, Flying Dragon Cloud Reaching Hand. Equipment, Venom Blaster, Winged Boots, Cloud Flowing Armor, Storm Axe, Lightning Blade, Crown of Allah, Latin Sai, Minotaur Warhammer, Golden Thread Armor, Golden Spider Egg. Mysterious items, Tattered Map X3. Collect 5 to unlock the Hidden Angel Dungeon. This haul was substantial beyond the experience points. He slept straight through until the afternoon whistle sounded, when everyone finally emerged from the barracks. Lin Ping lay on his bed, staring at his attribute panel. His strength had surged dramatically during this dungeon run, creating a vast gap between him and the other trainees. His level soared to 38, and his stats far surpassed everyone else's. This steep, unparalleled advancement left him feeling quite moved. Afternoon. A whistle blew, signaling it was time to assemble for meals. Trainees emerged from their barracks and streamed toward the mess hall. Injured trainees, having received treatment, also made their way over, now restored to peak condition. Inside the mess hall, tables were laden with an array of delicacies. Zhang Kuang gazed at the feast before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this food is amazing. Feels totally different after clearing a dungeon." With that, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks. Wang Defu, however, wasn't as easily swayed by the food as Zhang Kuang. Frowning, he analyzed, "This feels off. Such a lavish spread out of nowhere? Something's definitely fishy." Jiang Shan stuffed his mouth and retorted, "Who cares? Eat first, ask questions later. It'd be a waste not to." Just as they were discussing, Zhang Ruoming and Xiao Mei approached. Zhang Ruoming remained as aloof and noble as ever. Xiao Mei, by her side, wore a tight leather outfit. 2 poison-tipped daggers hung at her waist, swaying rhythmically with each step. A ponytail bounced lightly behind her head. Combined with her striking features, she looked dashing and quite captivating. As they approached, the trainees seated at the nearby tables all turned their heads to look at the two. Zhang Ruoming appeared exceptionally gentle. Though her expression was cool, she held a different kind of allure compared to Xiao Mei. Holy light mages naturally radiated a sacred glow. It was a kind of filter effect. Xiao Mei, however, possessed her own unique charm. Were it not for her orientation, she would likely be the object of many suitors lining up to pursue her. Upon spotting Lin Ping and Wang Defu, Xiaomei pulled Zhang Ruomeng over. Spotting Zhang Kuang still gnawing on a chicken drumstick, she gave him a kick with her foot. Zhang Kuang mumbled incoherently a couple of times before shifting aside to make room for them. After Xiaomei and Zhang Ruomeng sat down, Lin Ping continued eating leisurely. Wang Defu, however, whispered quietly. Have you heard any gossip lately? At this, Xiaomei crossed her arms over her chest and declared. I actually heard a bit. Apparently, after this meal, we're heading into the second trial. Chapter 88, Emergency Trial commences. What? Everyone looked up at once, Zhang Kuang's mouth still stuffed with chicken. At that moment, Xiaomei continued. It seems the summer camp has increased the intensity of the training exercises to simulate real-world conditions. Lin Ping nodded and paused eating. At least we can prepare ourselves mentally. Just then, a group of people appeared ahead, led by Jiang Mu. Jiang Shan glanced at him and immediately sneered. This director guy showing up can't mean anything good. Zhang Quan nodded in agreement as they both continued eating. Jiang Mu stood at the front, while Zhang Tianming, Zhou Yao, and the others lined up behind him. The trainees eating here couldn't help but sit up straight. The atmosphere grew dead silent. Jiang Mu raised his hand and said, Everyone, continue eating. I'm only here to announce one thing, the third wave of dungeon trials has begun. After finishing your meals, you will be immediately assigned to participate. His words matched the information Xiaomei had received. Except for a handful who had already received word, the rest were stunned by the news, murmuring in discussion. No one had expected that after barely having a chance to eat and rest, they would be thrust back into the dungeon. The intensity was absolutely maxed out. Observing the trainees' reactions, Jiang Mu remained utterly composed. Eating and resting like this would be unthinkable in a real dungeon battle. Normally, meals would be handled on the spot within the dungeon itself. These trainees were still rather inexperienced. With future refinement, they held more potential for growth. Zhang Tianming, standing nearby, showed keen awareness by stepping forward and clapping his hands. Su Jing. His command halted the trainees below. Zhang Tianming quickly stepped aside. Jiang Mu spoke again. I won't disturb your meal any longer. With that, he turned and walked away decisively. Zhang Tianming, Zhou Yao, and the other instructors followed suit. But the trainees present had no appetite left. The ordeal they'd just endured had left them utterly exhausted. Monsters in several zones hadn't even been cleared yet, and many were already covered in wounds. Quite a few had already left the instance. This time, the difficulty had clearly ramped up, and some were already contemplating withdrawal. Li Huitian sat at a table. Having received advance notice, he felt little anticipation for this trial. Yet his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the seats occupied by Lin Ping and his group. He had already spotted their table when he came over to eat. When he turned to look, he saw Lin Ping chatting and laughing with Wang Defu, completely unfazed by the impending trial. This time, I have to be stronger. I have to suppress you all. Li Huitian silently vowed to himself, his fingers gripping the chopsticks so tightly they creaked. Snap! The chopsticks snapped in his grip. Zhao Kai, sitting nearby, quickly warned. Boss, your chopsticks broke. Get me another pair. Li Huitian snapped angrily. Untu, ever observant, handed over a fresh pair of chopsticks. He grabbed them and began shoveling food into his mouth. Exactly 30 minutes later, the whistle sounded again outside the barracks, this time urging everyone to depart. As the trainees trickled out of the barracks in small groups, they saw Zhang Tianming and Zhou Yao standing with several summer camp instructors before a portal rippling with waves. This portal looked familiar, they had passed through it before, but this time, it felt different. For some reason, everyone had a strong feeling that something extremely dangerous lurked within. I'm out. A sudden shout rang out from the crowd. A slender boy raised his hand, tears streaming down his face. It was clear the decision had caused him immense inner turmoil, yet he ultimately chose to withdraw. The rest of the group couldn't help but sigh. Under pressure, those with fragile hearts simply couldn't hold on. Zhang Tianming and Zhou Yao exchanged glances, neither showing any inclination to persuade him. Those wishing to withdraw, please step to the left side. Zhou Yao pointed her tablet toward an empty space nearby. The other trainees noticed a white line already drawn on the ground in that area. Two teachers stood nearby, notebooks in hand. It seemed they were preparing to take registrations shortly. Upon seeing this, the crowd erupted in another wave of murmurs. Even this had been prepared in advance clearly, the teachers had anticipated this very scenario. Some trainees who couldn't hold it in any longer began shuffling over. The first one who had spoken earlier, dragging his weary body, slowly moved toward the white line. Suddenly, he swayed and collapsed onto the ground. Zhang Tianming shook his head softly. This batch of trainees really lacks mental resilience. Back in our day, not a single one of us dropped out. Zhou Yao glanced back at him and remarked, but I recall your summer camp cohort was forced by instructors wielding knives. Anyone refusing to participate in the trials faced immediate stabbing. After hearing this, Zhang Tianming felt a bit awkward. Truthfully, his own state back then resembled that of the first trainee to quit now. But because the summer camp instructors were so strict, they had to undergo the trials to even enter the program, and they eventually passed them. This experience proved profoundly significant for his growth. Without that coercion, he wouldn't have risen to his current status and rank. But now, he had decided not to force the trainees, opting for a more humane approach. However, this might also mean turning away some promising trainees outright. The trainees participating in this summer camp cohort will undoubtedly grow stronger. Lin Ping watched as the number of withdrawing trainees gradually stabilized, now accounting for roughly 1/10 of the total summer camp participants on this side. His gaze turned complex as he looked at those who remained on the field. Some still yearned to join, yet fear held them back. Perhaps they too needed a push, but they would never encounter a camp instructor like that one again. Alright, since everyone has made their choice, this trial activity will now commence. This time, you will be randomly teleported inside the instance. The instance is larger and not divided into zones. If you can't handle it, you'll be transferred directly into high-level monster areas. It's up to you to navigate the dangers. If you encounter an emergency, you can use your wristband to exit the instance. However, your score will be reset to 0. Zhang Tianming announced the rules from the sidelines, tablet in hand. Zhou Yao added. With everyone's effort, this trial shouldn't be too difficult. It all comes down to endurance. I believe the willpower you've cultivated will see you through. Upon entering the instance, rankings will be determined based on your level and the experience points gained within. Chapter 89, Initial Dungeon Crisis. After the rules were explained, whispers spread through the group. Some glances drifted toward Lin Ping and his team, whether intentional or not. Lin Ping had achieved first place twice in a row. His current level was 38, gained after returning to camp. The experience points from the system rewards combined with those earned from previous monster hunts had accumulated. Who would have thought that simply sleeping could level him up? Such good fortune was enviable to everyone. Lin Ping had undeniably become the star player of the summer camp. Another popular figure was Li Huitian. Although Li Huitian had suffered a setback at Lin Ping's hands this time, his clever plan backfired, nearly causing his team to fall apart. Fortunately, he had brought ample equipment. The team's overall strength was formidable, and after the trials, they all leveled up to 34. They still lagged behind Lin Ping, but they were far stronger than the rest. Li Huitian was itching to show Lin Ping what he was made of in this trial. At that moment, Zhou Yao put away her tablet. Zhang Tianming immediately pointed toward the portal and declared, "Everyone, depart now. Whether you achieve results in this trial depends entirely on yourselves." As he spoke, everyone began slowly lining up to enter the portal. Lin Ping and Wang Difu followed the line. As they were about to enter, Wang Difu turned back with a smile. "We need to regroup quickly. Once we form a team, we can tackle any dungeon without fear. The key is getting Lin Ping to join us." Zhang Kuang added from the side. Everyone laughed. Zhang Ruoming's lips twitched slightly, but she quickly regained her usual noble and composed demeanor. She stepped into the portal, glancing back once at Lin Ping's position. But she quickly withdrew her gaze and stepped through the portal. As for Lin Ping, he remained relatively composed, slowly following the others into the portal. Ripples spread out as he stepped through. Zhang Tianming stood by the portal, watching Lin Ping cross over. An unusual smile touched his lips. Lin Ping took a step into the inverted world. He hurriedly steadied himself, grabbing hold of something nearby to steady his feet. He immediately realized he was standing in a place resembling a bird's nest. The nest was enormous, and the spot where he had just been standing was right at its very edge. Thick branches intertwined to form the nest's protective structure. Looking up, he saw an egg the size of a small truck ahead. It bore a pattern of mottled spots. Lin Ping stared in astonishment at this place, never expecting his teleportation destination to be a giant bird's nest. A nest this massive must belong to a truly formidable bird. Bird egg, level 0, damage 0. Lin Ping quickly checked the level displayed above the egg. Unhatched, it naturally possessed no offensive capabilities. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the eggshell ahead suddenly began to tremble. Crack! 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 The sound of cracking echoed as a vertical crack appeared down the center of the egg. The crack began to shake in Lin Ping's direction, and a fledgling was about to emerge from within. Lin Ping instinctively stepped back. Though the area was temporarily safe, the parent bird hadn't returned yet. If they returned to find him standing before their offspring, they would surely attack. Lin Ping immediately prepared to leave. Just as he turned, a massive head suddenly poked out. This head was as big as a small car. Its eyes were as big as large red lanterns. Lin Ping scrambled backward, drawing his electric blade with one hand while clutching the poison exploding pistol in the other. Chirp chirp. The massive head across from him let out a sound, and only then did Lin Ping realize it was a fledgling bird, not quite fully grown. This chick had hatched long ago. Its body was now twice the size of a newly hatched chick. Flying Eagle Chick, level 16, attack 100, defense 30. Seeing the level displayed above the chick's head, Lin Ping breathed a sigh of relief. This posed little threat. Just then, the half-grown chick suddenly lowered its head and lunged its beak toward him. Lin Ping instinctively stepped back, only to be pinned to the ground by a claw. The chick moved surprisingly fast. Perhaps newly hatched birds possessed innate combat instincts. Lin Ping hadn't intended to provoke a fight, but now he had no choice but to slash at it with his lightning blade. 800. One strike sent the fledgling's health bar plummeting by 90%. The fledgling flapped its wings to retreat, but its claws clenched uncontrollably. Had Lin Ping's armor not offered sufficient defense, those claws might have pierced right through him. The fledgling chirped pitifully. Seeing no escape, Lin Ping immediately pulled the trigger. Whiff! The poison-exploding pistol fired violently. The poison-laced pellets instantly struck the chick in front. Its last sliver of health vanished instantly. It twitched a few times before dropping to the ground, smashing into the shell of the newly hatched chick beside it. A stream of blood seeped out through the cracks. Lin Ping leaned back against the edge of the nest, letting out a sigh of relief, when suddenly a violent gust of wind surged overhead. He looked up to see a massive thunderbird descending from the sky. Level 52. The moment Lin Ping saw the level number above the thunderbird's head, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. At level 52, even with his current gear, charging in would be tantamount to suicide. Seeing the thunderbird about to return to its nest, Lin Ping didn't hesitate. He flipped over the edge of the nest. The moment he flipped over, his feet found themselves suspended in midair. Only then did Lin Ping realize the nest was built on a massive cliff face. Below the cliff lay a dense forest. With no time to think, spreading his arms, he let himself fall downward with the air currents. Just as he was about to reach the treetops, the power of his winged boots activated, boosting his agility. He glided slightly through the air before finally grabbing a tree trunk and landing securely on the ground. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A thunderous roar erupted above the cliffside nest. Massive thunderbolts struck nearby rocks, shattering the entire stone surface into fragments. Immediately afterward, the colossal form of the flying thunderbird burst forth. Its crimson eyes scanned the area below, and at that moment, it spotted Lin Ping. Damn! The moment Lin Ping realized the thunderbird had locked onto him, he took off running. He never imagined the thunderbird possessed such a targeting ability. It was like being branded with a mark. If he didn't run now, the thunderbird would kill him. The vast forest couldn't slow its pursuit. The thunderbird suddenly opened its massive beak behind him, unleashing a torrent of thunderbolts that slammed into the trees ahead. The shockwaves from the explosion nearly knocked Lin Ping off his feet, but his thick armor provided just enough protection. Chapter 90, Monsters Clash, seized the chance to flee. Lin Ping sprinted through the forest, each breath laced with tension and fear. The thunderbird's devastating attacks left him no room for complacency. He could only run desperately forward, hoping to find a safe place to hide. The thunderbird pursued relentlessly like the Grim Reaper itself, its thunderous roars exploding around him as if ready to swallow him whole at any moment. Yet fate seemed determined not to let him escape. In his panic, Lin Ping stumbled and fell into a deep pit. He slammed hard against the pit's bottom, feeling pain throughout his body as if every bone were about to shatter. Fortunately, his armor cushioned the impact. Lying at the bottom of the pit, Lin Ping contemplated his options. Moving recklessly would likely alert the flying thunderbird, making the situation even more perilous. He decided to play dead, hoping to deceive the flying thunderbird. Just as Lin Ping lay motionless, a sharp-backed old turtle suddenly crawled out from beneath the earth. Lin Ping's heart leapt in shock, nearly making him cry out. Staring at the ancient turtle, despair washed over him. This turtle was a staggering level 42 far higher than his own. Lin Ping cursed inwardly, what kind of cursed dungeon is this? Powerful high-level monsters everywhere. My luck is just terrible. At that moment, the flying thunderbird locked onto Lin Ping's position and unleashed another barrage of lightning pillars. The lightning pillars struck the edge of the pit, kicking up dust. The bursting lightning scattered toward the old turtle. However, this strike enraged the spikeback turtle. Its neck swelled violently as it snapped its jaws shut around the flying thunderbird. Trapped in the old turtle's jaws, the flying thunderbird was instantly enraged. It unleashed lightning bolts and claw attacks. ZZZZT. A single claw strike sent chunks of health bar plummeting. The old turtle refused to back down, clamping down fiercely while tearing at it with its claws, utterly unconcerned that the flying thunderbird was of a higher level. Lin Ping watched this unfold, his heart filled with delight. The battle between the serpent and the eagle presented the perfect opportunity for his escape. He quietly scrambled up from the pit bottom and slipped away while the thunderbird and the old turtle were locked in combat. He glanced back, feeling fortunate. Soon he had run far enough to escape the thunderbird's pursuit and was temporarily safe. He then slowed his pace and began to strategize his next move. This dungeon's danger level is rising. I need to find Wang Defu and the others quickly, form a party, and act together. That's the only way to increase our chances of survival. Lin Ping thought to himself. He scanned his surroundings. A dark aura permeated the forest ahead. The trees were towering, yet they carried the foul stench of a swamp. The ground was covered in fallen leaves and dead branches. Occasionally, a gurgling sound would echo as bubbles rose from beneath the surface. It wasn't solid after all. Lin Ping slowed his pace. Puff, puff, puff. The bubbles rising from the ground and the putrid stench filled him with unease. He felt the ground give way beneath his feet. Before he could even utter a curse, his entire body was plunged into a sea of mud. Lin Ping had fallen into a swamp. Bubbles rose as he struggled to break free from the swamp's grip, but the harder he fought, the faster he sank. At that moment, a massive swamp python came into view. Lin Ping stared at the serpent, his heart tightening. He checked the python's information. Level 38. Skills, Venomous Strike, Death Coil. Its level was the same as his. Truthfully, there was little to fear, he could easily kill it at this level. But here in the swamp terrain, he couldn't exert his full strength, while the python was in its element. The swamp python seemed to sense Lin Ping as an unwelcome intruder. It slowly slithered closer, its eyes gleaming with deep ferocity. Lin Ping immediately pulled out the venom blaster from his backpack. He raised the pistol and fired directly at the python. Bang! The poison dart struck the python, but it failed to inflict a fatal wound. Enraged, the python lunged at Lin Ping. Lin Ping quickly dodged to the side and grabbed a nearby branch. Thankfully, there were branches here. He braced himself to climb out using the branch. Just as he exerted himself, the branch couldn't bear his weight and snapped instantly. Snap! The sound echoed as Lin Ping plunged back into the swamp, sinking even deeper than before due to the momentum. The python seized the opportunity to strike. Its body swiftly coiled around him, moving with astonishing speed through the swamp water, intent on constricting him to death. If he was wrapped up by the python, escape would be nearly impossible. He tried to break free from the python's grip. At that moment, Lin Ping remembered his celestial wing combat boots. He immediately activated the boots' power and leaped with all his might. The power of the celestial wing battle boots propelled him successfully out of the swamp, landing on a patch of dry ground nearby. Lin Ping dared not relax for even a moment. He swiftly assumed a fighting stance, drawing the storm war axe directly from his backpack. His eyes locked onto the python as a fierce resolve burned within him. Come on, let's settle this once and for all today. Lin Ping shouted. It sounded a bit cheesy, but it was undeniably inspiring. The python lunged at Lin Ping once more. Its massive body surged forward, kicking up a spray of mud. War axe. Lin Ping swung his storm war axe, glaring and roaring as he met the python head-on. With a mighty swing, the axe struck the python's body, thudding loudly. 800. The damage number floated above the python's head. But the python wasn't instantly killed. After taking damage, it activated its berserk trait. Now it attacked Lin Ping with even greater fury. Whoosh! Amidst the deafening roar, Lin Ping raised his storm war axe once more. He aimed for the python's eye and swung with all his might. 1600. The strike landed squarely on the python. Its health bar dropped significantly as the serpent writhed in agony, emitting a series of hissing cries. The serpent whipped its head around, coiled its body, and launched an attack with a crimson, frenzied glow. Lin Ping whipped his head around to dodge. Sizzle! Large droplets of venom splattered, some landing on his body and immediately producing wisps of green smoke. Toxin. This was snake venom, deadly stuff. Even with armor protection, his face turned purple. His movements grew stiff and sluggish under the paralyzing effects of the toxin. As Lin Ping struggled to hold on, he suddenly remembered his skill. Dragon's Cloud Reaching Hand. He wondered if he could steal something from the python. Lin Ping concentrated his energy to activate the theft skill. Suddenly, a beam of light shot from his hand, striking the python's body. Instantly, Lin Ping felt something new in his hand. He looked down to find a bottle of antidote potion. Black Python Antidote, 100% toxin neutralization, plus 10% HP restoration. What a treasure! Lin Ping's heart leapt with joy. He immediately drank the antidote, neutralizing the toxins coursing through his body. He raised his storm war axe once more and charged at the python. Free from the toxin's grip, his strength erupted at full power. He hacked relentlessly at the serpent, landing a critical hit. 2,200. The python gradually struggled to withstand Lin Ping's assault. Multiple wounds appeared on its body, and its health bar steadily declined. Under Lin Ping's relentless assault, the python finally collapsed to the ground. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Ping felt a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 91, Wang Diffuse Trail, Back to Echo Valley. First kill achieved, plus 1,350 EXP, bonus 100 EXP. Acquired purple forest armor, red equipment, 100% waterproof, plus 60 poison resistance. What a great find! Lin Ping's heart leapt with joy. He tidied up his gear and pressed on through the woods. After walking for a while, he spotted a small hill ahead. He decided to climb the hill to see if he could find any traces of his teammates. Lin Ping cautiously climbed the hill and scanned the surroundings. Yet, apart from dense trees and a dark aura, he saw nothing. Just as Lin Ping was about to descend the slope, he heard cries for help. Determined not to miss any opportunity, he immediately looked toward the source of the sound. In the nearby marsh, he saw a person struggling. Lin Ping ran toward the person. Upon reaching the edge of the swamp, he discovered the person was a summer camp participant. His body was already submerged in the marsh, with only his head visible. Nearby, mud churned violently, clearly the work of a monster. "Save me!" The camper saw Lin Ping and urgently whispered, fearing he might attract the creature. Lin Ping reached out immediately, trying to pull the trainee to safety. But he found his strength insufficient. He spotted a branch nearby. He picked up the branch, handed one end to the student, and activated the power of his flying boots. The trainee gripped the branch tightly as Lin Ping pulled with all his might, dragging him out of the swamp. The swamp's suction was incredibly strong, and Lin Ping struggled mightily, managing only to pull the trainee a short distance. Thinking of the purple forest armor, Lin Ping immediately exerted all his strength, pulling the branch while simultaneously planting his feet firmly on the marsh. Sure enough, the waterproofing worked 100%. Using the power of his winged combat boots, he leapt upward. This time, he successfully pulled the trainee out of the swamp. Tears welled up in the trainee's eyes as he looked at Lin Ping. "Thank you, big brother, for saving me. May my foster father rest in peace," the trainee exclaimed loudly. Lin Ping was instantly flustered. "Hold off on the family recognition. Did you just arrive in the dungeon? Have you encountered a female mage carrying a bow and arrows, or one clad entirely in white robes, along with two big, dumb oafs?" Lin Ping inquired at this moment. Upon hearing the question, the trainee beside him froze for a moment before his eyes widened in shock. "You mean Wang Defu, right? That bastard lured me to the swamp edge, made me tank the mobs while he ran off. If I find him, I'll tear him limb from limb." After the trainee finished speaking, Lin Ping found it awkward to interject. After all, Wang Defu was part of his own squad. Defending his teammate would be unfair to this trainee, so he wisely kept quiet. The other trainee continued ranting, turning to Lin Ping's side. "You must have been screwed over by him too, right? He's no good. When we find him, we'll beat the crap out of him together. At least it'll vent our anger." Facing the trainee's raging fury, Lin Ping didn't try to calm him down. Instead, he casually said, "Do you know which direction he went?" The trainee remained sharp-witted, immediately pointing to the left passageway. "He went that way. I heard him say he was going to Echo Valley to farm monsters. The two-headed lions in Echo Valley are at least level 40. Did he lose his mind, thinking a measly level 30 mage could handle Echo Valley?" The other trainees thought Wang Defu had lost his mind. Lin Ping paused for a moment, then patted the trainee on the shoulder. "Alright, I got it. You go find your teammates first." After speaking, Lin Ping turned and headed toward Echo Valley. Earlier, Wang Defu had shown him the map of this dungeon. Based on the terrain here, he could deduce the location of Echo Valley. And now that he had a definite direction to head in, finding Echo Valley would be much easier. Seeing Lin Ping about to leave, the trainee beside him opened his mouth, wanting to team up with him. But by then, Lin Ping's figure had already vanished from sight. A rogue's speed was no ordinary feat comparable to few other classes. In a few swift leaps, Lin Ping vanished into the distant treetops. When he landed and looked up, a grassy slope stretched out ahead. There were no other summer camp trainees here. A few long-tailed grass cows grazed on the slope, their heads lowered as they munched contentedly. Level 32 was displayed above their heads. Such low-level herbivorous monsters were always prey for the two-headed lions in Echo Valley. They were docile creatures that wouldn't attack unless provoked. Further away, more long-tailed grass cows grazed peacefully. Stopping here would be absolutely safe. Lin Ping didn't linger. He immediately picked up speed and headed down the grassy slope. Pushing through the thicket, the valley entrance of Echo Valley appeared ahead. Lin Ping had been here before. The corpses of the two-headed lions he had slain earlier had vanished after respawning. At the Echo Valley entrance, two more two-headed lions were now crouched by the grassy edge. Had Lin Ping not personally participated in the monster hunt before, he might have thought it all a dream. Moreover, unlike last time, the monsters appearing on the grassland ahead were long-tailed grass cows, not the deer-headed monsters he had encountered before. Lin Ping did not see Wang Defu at this moment. Had they not come at all? Just as he was puzzling over this, Lin Ping suddenly saw a bright light emerge from the nearby bushes, then settle upon a two-headed lion. As the light exploded, the massive damage caused the health bar above the two-headed lion's head to drop significantly. Roar! Feeling the damage, the wounded two-headed lion immediately scrambled to its feet. Both heads scanned left and right, searching for the attacker. With two lion heads each, the pair could survey the space around them front, back, left, and right with complete clarity. Rapid-fire arrows. With a familiar voice, Lin Ping now saw an archer clad in a long robe emerge from the bushes. It was Wang Defu. He drew back his bow and released the arrow. It streaked forward, striking the crown of the two-headed lion that had just been hit by the holy light. The arrow struck, and the health bar above its head dropped another notch. The two-headed lion instantly locked onto Wang Defu's position. Both heads roared simultaneously as four massive claws dug into the ground, propelling it forward at breakneck speed. Seeing them advance, Wang Defu didn't retreat. Instead, he stood his ground and drew his longbow once more. He fired a volley of arrows. The holy light ahead formed a protective shield. Just as the two-headed lion was about to reach them, a lithe figure with a long ponytail leapt out from the bushes, landing directly at the junction between its head and neck. A poison-tipped dagger formed an X in the air, plunging downward. As the dagger fell, the two-headed lion's health bar dropped again. The cumulative damage had now surpassed nearly a quarter. Chapter 92, Lin Ping, have arrived. By then, it had also reached Wang Defu's position. Just as its claws were about to strike Wang Defu, two towering figures charged in from both sides, heads lowered. Both were berserker-class warriors Zhang Quan and Zhang Shan. As they charged forward, their shields blocked the two-headed lion's claw attacks, while their greatswords swung down without hesitation. 200. 200. As natural tanks, their attack power was utterly insignificant against the level 40 double-headed lion. Two swings of their greatswords were less effective than a single volley of chainswords. But at this point, Zhang Quan and Zhang Shan were only being used as shields anyway. Their job was simply to block the two-headed lion's attacks. Suddenly, a series of booming explosions echoed, ripples surged across its body, and the health bar above its head began plummeting rapidly. As it neared depletion, the two immediately pulled out red potions and downed two in quick succession, restoring their health. Wang Defu, hurry up. We can't hold out much longer. Zhang Quang shouted urgently. His arms trembled slightly. This was a level 40 monster, likely surpassing even the highest level bosses encountered in the previous 6 zones. Wang Defu's forehead was covered in sweat, and he couldn't help but wipe it away. Strange. Last time, Lin Ping had soloed a level 40 monster. Yet today, with their entire team, a group that had even leveled up. This setup would be considered formidable even in other dungeons. Yet against this two-headed lion, they weren't gaining any advantage at all. Instead, they were getting beaten back and struggling badly. Holy Light Spear. Zhang Ruoming's voice rang out from the rear of the group as she fired a beam of white light, sharp as a spear. The beam struck the two-headed lion, chipping away at its health. But it didn't deal a fatal blow. The other two-headed lion had already closed in. As it charged forward, its claws immediately lashed out toward Wang Defu. Standing beside Wang Defu was Zhang Ruoming, who had just stepped out. The monsters seemed to dislike Zhang Ruoming's Holy Light Mage class. At that moment, she hurriedly retreated backward. Fortunately, someone darted out beside her and blocked the blow. It was Zhang Shan. Seeing the two-headed lion launch its attack, aiming to hit the ranged DPS, he immediately charged forward and used his shield to take the blow. The blow instantly drained more than half of his health bar. At the same time, Zhang Ruoming hastily cast Holy Light Shield on him. Ripples spread across the shield's surface. Just then, the two-headed lion swung another massive blow. Without that Holy Light Shield, Zhang Shan would have been knocked to 0 health and forced to log off. With the Holy Light's protection, he lost only a small amount of health. He rolled on the ground a few times before getting back up. Thanks, Zhang Ruoming. Zhang Shan wiped the dust from his nose and shouted. Just then, a cry of pain rang out. Zhang Quang, who had been fighting alongside another player, could no longer withstand the assault of the second two-headed lion. He was sent flying instantly. His body rolled heavily across the ground several times, leaving 2 long trails in his wake. After he fell, Wang Defu immediately appeared within the two-headed lion's attack range, causing Wang Defu's eyes to widen in shock. Zhang Quan, what kind of meat shield are you playing? Get your ass over here. Wang Defu yelled angrily, but Zhang Quan had no time to come to his rescue. The two-headed lion lunged forward, its claws growing larger, the sharp edges clearly visible. The moment he struck, Wang Defu would be torn apart on the spot. After all, he was merely a ranged attacker with extremely weak defenses. Even the tank-like berserker class had been knocked down with a single blow, losing most of its health. As a mage, his total health was less than half that of a berserker. Wang Defu's mind plunged into an endless flood of memories. He replayed the greatest regrets of his life, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. I'm still a virgin. I had such a gentle childhood, sweetheart. I never got to eat my favorite braised pork belly enough times. And my mom. Memories flashed through his mind one by one, and Wang Defu's eyes were filled with despair. He bitterly regretted not waiting to find Lin Ping before launching the attack. If Lin Ping had been there, he and his teammates wouldn't be in such chaos now. Just as the claws were about to strike him, a figure suddenly leapt down from atop the two-headed lion. With 2 poison-tipped daggers, the person blocked the claws. Xiao Mei. The moment he saw Xiao Mei, tears welled up in Wang Defu's eyes. He scrambled backward, desperate not to waste her protective efforts. Before he could even get to his feet, Xiao Mei was already flung away by a tremendous force. After all, as rogues, their inherent strength was severely lacking. To achieve any offensive impact, they had to allocate all their stat points to attack power. Equipment also played a crucial role, and Xiao Mei's gear was merely average. The single blow sent her flying, slamming hard into a nearby tree trunk before tumbling to the ground. Wang Defu rushed back to rescue her, but the two-headed lion had already lunged toward him with claws extended. He was barely able to save himself. Zhang Quang tried to scramble to his feet, but the distance was too great. Charging forward now would be too late to block the attack. At this critical moment, A name suddenly flashed through Wang Defu's mind, Lin Ping. If Lin Ping could come now, he'd even kneel down and kowtow to him, then call him Dad. Daddy's here. At that very moment, the familiar shout rang out. Instantly, a poisonous pellet struck the head of the two-headed lion that had just charged forward. The instant explosion released a massive amount of poison and shockwave, causing a burst of blood to spurt from the top of the two-headed lion's head. Its health bar instantly dropped by a significant chunk. The two lions, poised to charge forward, were abruptly halted in their tracks. Its massive claws slammed heavily onto the ground, landing right at the hem of Wang Defu's trousers. Another step forward, and he would have been crushed beyond repair. Dust swirled thickly, but Wang Defu's gaze remained fixed on a figure that had just appeared ahead. That figure was none other than Lin Ping, the very person he had desperately tried to summon moments ago. Simultaneously, Lin Ping could be seen pulling the Storm War axe from his backpack. He spun it once in his hand. Winds and lightning intertwined violently. Instantly, it coalesced into a colossal thunderstorm tornado, hurtling forward with blinding speed. With a roaring crash, it exploded directly atop the two-headed lion. Storm lightning! Lin Ping's shout echoed as the thunderous roar and the full force of the impact slammed into the two-headed lion, transforming into sheer destructive power. In an instant, its body began to shake violently. The health bar above its head plummeted at a visible speed, finally emptying completely. The two-headed lion was dead. Chapter 93, A Thrilling Hunt. Defeated the two-headed lion, plus 1220 EXP, bonus plus 1000 EXP. Equipment obtained, golden twin hammers, red grade gear. Strength plus 60. Defense plus 40. The rewards were utterly useless. But at least the experience points were solid. As his experience points climbed, his level shot up rapidly. Holy! Lin Ping, you're my dad! Wang Defu let out a startled shout as the two-headed lion crashed to the ground before him, his mind reeling from the shock. Lin Ping strode over casually, the Storm War axe slung over his shoulder. In his other hand, he held a poison blast pistol, his hair fluttering as he walked. To onlookers, the scene resembled a vivid mural, steeped in the atmosphere of the apocalypse. Xiao Mei, who had just crawled out from under a tree, now had a hint of something unusual in her eyes. Mainly because Lin Ping looked incredibly cool as he strode through the swirling dust. Though Xiao Mei's preferences differed from those of most girls, it didn't stop her from appreciating Lin Ping. Did your dad show up in time? Upon seeing Wang Defu, Lin Ping stowed his storm axe into his backpack and extended his hand. Wang Defu immediately grabbed his hand to help him up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and grumbled, "You're taking advantage of me, aren't you?" His gaze immediately shifted toward Zhang Ruomeng. At that moment, only Jiang Shan remained by Zhang Ruomeng's side, shouldering the burden. Jiang Shan raised his shield. He charged fiercely toward the two-headed lion that had just run over, its massive form creating a striking visual impact. The holy light spell erupted instantly. First, a shield of holy light blocked the attack's shockwave in front of Jiang Shan, while another brilliant orb of light slammed into both heads of the two-headed lion. A violent explosion erupted, sending the two-headed lion tumbling backward. However, its health bar barely dipped. Instead, the explosion only fueled its savagery, sending it charging forward with renewed fury. As it charged forward, cracks rippled across the ground beneath its massive claws. One of its necks twisted violently as it lunged toward Jiang Shan's left flank. Jiang Shan lowered his head, using his shield to block the claw's attack, instinctively shifting to the left. But he hadn't anticipated that one of the two-headed lion's heads was waiting for him. "Watch out, Jiang Shan!" Zhang Ruomeng stood frozen, her beautiful eyes wide as she shouted. Before her words faded, Jiang Shan lifted his head. His first sight was the gaping maw of the two-headed lion, looming like a monstrous beast. "Damn it! I'm going all out!" Jiang Shan instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his shield for protection before swinging his greatsword to shield his entire body as he retreated. "Holy light shield!" Zhang Ruomeng shouted. He raised his staff and swiftly cast several beams of light, which descended onto the ground ahead. As they descended, the orbs rapidly detonated, striking the two-headed lion that had just charged forward. Simultaneously, a halo of light formed above Jiang Shan's head, the Light Guardian. Light Guardian. An angelic figure materialized behind him. It spread its wings, showering the area ahead with countless points of light. These points of light were no ordinary light, each one could block a portion of the force. At that moment, the two-headed lion's claws had already struck down. With a tremendous explosion, all the shields protected by holy light in front began to shatter. Jiang Shan's health bar was now reduced to a mere sliver. If that paw struck him, his health would be depleted instantly. It might even threaten his life. Jiang Shan's eyes reflected the claws growing larger before him. A sense of helplessness rose within him, yet he maintained the courage befitting a berserker. He showed no sign of retreat as he faced the oncoming threat. The moment both parties were about to collide, Lin Ping had already retrieved the storm axe from his backpack and swung it forward. The immense force, carrying the thunderous impact, slammed into the double-headed lion's back. A vast expanse of blood erupted, and the two-headed lion was instantly knocked backward. After a violent tumble, the creature scrambled back to its feet, its face twisted with disbelief and deep ferocity. It felt its authority had been challenged. The two-headed lion charged forward again with blinding speed. Lin Ping sidestepped, landing directly in front of Zhang Shan. His upright silhouette startled Zhang Shan, while Zhang Ruomeng wore an inscrutable expression at that moment. Lin Ping now held the Storm War Axe in one hand and the Venom Blaster in the other. Before the two-headed lion could close in, he pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The force of the exploding poison and the projectiles sent the charging two-headed lion staggering, its legs momentarily weakening beneath it. However, the damage to its overall health bar was minimal. Though it had lost some health earlier, if it truly decided to fight seriously, no one present could defeat it. The two-headed lion raised both claws simultaneously, pressing them down toward Lin Ping's head. Without some form of protection, this strike would have instantly killed him. Holy Light Shield! Zhang Ruomeng immediately shouted, casting a shield in front of him. However, the shield didn't hold for long. It shattered instantly under a single swipe, followed by the massive claw descending toward Lin Ping's face. Zhang Ruomeng attempted to cast another protective spell, but he himself had expended considerable energy. Earlier, he had consumed numerous blue potions to fight alongside Zhang Shan against the two-headed lion. Moreover, to save Zhang Shan at the last moment, he had swallowed an entire blue potion before unleashing the Light Guardian skill. At his current level, he was simply unable to wield truly powerful Holy Light abilities. Only with the aid of potions could he barely muster a burst, but its true explosive power was limited. His primary role lay in supporting and protecting combatants. While Holy Light mages became exceptionally powerful in both combat and damage resistance at higher levels. But now was not his peak. Lin Ping now faced the attack of the two-headed lion, and he was nearly at full health. Wang Defu and Zhang Kuang, positioned farther away, quickly closed the distance. Wang Defu unleashed a barrage of arrows. Yet the arrows striking the two-headed lion merely shook it. While they did chip away at its health, the damage was negligible compared to its overall health bar. Xiaomei was the first to break through, launching an attack from behind the two-headed lion. Suddenly, one of the lion heads whipped around. Simultaneously, a claw swept out from that direction. Xiaomei swiftly crossed her daggers in front of her chest. But he was instantly knocked flying backward. As for Zhang Kuang, he hadn't even managed to reach the front. Lin Ping! Get out of the way! Wang Defu bellowed. All eyes watched the lion's claw descend. Lin Ping was about to die. Chapter 94, Deep into the Boss Zone. Lin Ping's eyes narrowed sharply as an intense glow erupted from his body. He instantly activated the special ability of his heavenly wing boots, his form retreating backward like lightning. The two-headed lion's claw slammed heavily into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Ping narrowly dodged the attack, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, attack together. Don't let it pick us off one by one. Lin Ping shouted. Wang Defu drew his longbow once more, unleashing a volley of arrows toward the two-headed lion. Zhang Kuang charged forward, swinging his greatsword. Simultaneously, Zhang Shan raised his shield, once again blocking the two-headed lion's path. Zhang Ruomeng unleashed a holy light shield, protecting the group while adding a brief aura effect. Xiaomei scrambled to her feet. Though wounded, she refused to retreat, charging the two-headed lion from the flank. As a rogue, she didn't rush in immediately. She waited for the right moment. She noticed that though the two-headed lion was ferocious, its attacks followed a pattern. It always attacked the closest person first before turning to others. Everyone spread out to disrupt its decision-making. The group immediately followed Lin Ping's instructions. They spread out around the two-headed lion, launching relentless attacks that prevented it from focusing its assault on any single target. The two-headed lion grew enraged by the barrage of attacks. But with the group spread out, its attacks proved ineffective. Lin Ping seized the opportunity to circle around to the lion's rear. While the creature's attention was drawn to the others, he swung his Storm War Axe with all his might. Lin Ping leapt high into the air. The Storm War Axe, channeling the power of thunder, struck the joint connecting the lion's two heads. 1,600. The two-headed lion's health bar plummeted. Seeing Lin Ping land the blow, the others grew excited. They seized the opportunity to intensify their attacks, leaving the two-headed lion no time to focus on Lin Ping. Under the combined assault, the two-headed lion's health bar steadily diminished. Finally, it collapsed to the ground. First kill, two-headed lion, plus 800 EXP, bonus 1000 EXP. Equipment obtained, purple cloak scalable, red gear, agility plus 80. Defense plus 150. 10% damage reduction. We did it. Everyone present burst into laughter. Taking down a two-headed lion wasn't easy, and now they'd split the experience. Everyone was thrilled. Lin Ping retrieved his gear. Lin Ping, you're the man. Without you this time, we might have been kicked out of the dungeon by that two-headed lion. I was too impulsive. Wang Defu remarked with emotion. After this battle, they all understood how indispensable Lin Ping was. At least when facing high-level monsters, Lin Ping was the most crucial. Let's rest and recover first, then continue onward. Lin Ping suggested. Everyone agreed to pause as suggested, beginning to use red potions, blue potions, and other items to restore their stamina. Lin Ping, meanwhile, inspected his gear and items. His backpack was nearly full. Honestly, 99% of this gear was useless. He'd bring it all back to Lin Luyan. His sister could sort out the material sources for most of it. I wonder how my sister's equipment shop is doing. After a brief rest, everyone's stamina gradually recovered. Wang Difu took a bite of his dry rations and looked at Lin Ping. Lin Ping, should we head straight for the boss now or advance slowly from the outer areas? Lin Ping shook his head slightly. Don't rush. We've only just entered the open instance area. Those eager trainees seeking experience will surely arrive soon. Let's hold our position for now and let them handle the monsters. Once they draw the two-headed lion's attention, we'll seize the opportunity to head for the boss zone. Wang Difu chuckled upon hearing this. You're cunning, aren't you? Using those guys as cannon fodder so we can reap the rewards. Ha ha. Lin Ping explained, it's the only way. This instance is extremely challenging after opening. Using other trainees to distract the monsters reduces our risk. Xiaomei wiped her dagger as she said, that's definitely safer. We can observe first and decide our next move. Zhang Shan leaned against his shield and suggested, then let's find a concealed spot now to observe the trainees' movements. Lin Ping nodded. Right. Let's find a spot with good visibility that's hard to spot. The group searched the area for a suitable spot. Soon, they found some bushes on a slope. From here, they could clearly see the instance entrance and the surrounding area. Hiding within the thicket, they watched as trainees entered the instance one after another. Just as Lin Ping had anticipated, some trainees, eager to gain experience, charged straight toward the densest clusters of monsters as soon as they entered. Soon, the area around the two-headed lions became bustling with activity. Trainees clashed with the two-headed lions, their shouts and bursts of magical light filling the air. Ha! They're really going at it. Wang Difu was nearly bursting with impatience. Lin Ping, should we move now? Lin Ping lowered his voice. Wait a bit longer. Let these trainees draw the two-headed lion's full attention. Then we'll sneak over to the boss area. The chaos in the two-headed lion area worked to their advantage. The trainees' attacks also drew the two-headed lion's focus, leaving it no time to spare elsewhere. When Lin Ping judged the timing was right, he said, ready, go. The squad advanced toward the boss area. They slipped quietly through the two-headed lion's territory. During their advance, they occasionally heard the roars of the two-headed lions and the shouts of the trainees, but they didn't stop. Even the usually loud and boisterous Zhang Quang remained silent at this moment. The entire squad held their breath. When they spotted a pair of two-headed lions blocking the path ahead, Wang Difu deliberately used his bow to lure them toward the densely populated area. Better than us gaining experience meant putting extra pressure on the other trainees. Finally, they approached the vicinity of the boss area. Lin Ping halted. A grassy field stretched ahead, devoid of two-headed lions nearby. Yet, sprawled in the center of the grass lay a colossal two-headed lion several times more powerful than the ordinary ones. Is that the boss? It truly radiates an aura as deep as an abyss. Xiaomei whispered softly. Lin Ping waved his hand. We need to be careful. This boss is beyond what we imagined. Don't act rashly. Let's observe first. If it's too much, we'll retreat. Up the trees. Wang Difu pointed to the tree trunk and everyone scrambled up. Zhang Ruoming wasn't agile enough and had to be pulled up by Xiaomei. At last, they caught sight of the two-headed lion boss. As Lin Ping and the others stared at the colossal two-headed lion boss, shock instantly gripped their hearts. Level 65. That health bar was so thick it was intimidating. How are we supposed to fight this? Are we suicidal? Our strongest fighter, Lin Ping, is only level 38. Zhang Quang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Anxiety gripped everyone's hearts. They didn't know what to do. Just then, they heard faint footsteps approaching. Lin Ping and the others immediately grew alert, watching from the sidelines. Not far away, another group approached. Upon closer look, they recognized it as Li Huitian's party. Wang Difu's eyes lit up. Someone else has the same idea as us. This Li Huitian has arrived just in time. At that moment, Li Huitian was addressing his men. He was delighted with his plan. Chapter 95, the level 65 boss. What's the point of fighting those ordinary two-headed lions? Taking down the boss is the fastest way to boost our strength. Once we defeat the boss, our levels will instantly crush everyone else, making us the undisputed champions of the summer camp. Li Huitian declared triumphantly. Zhao Kai was the first to praise him. Boss, you're so smart. This plan is absolutely perfect. And Tu, clutching his bow and arrows, nodded in agreement. Yeah, this move of yours is brilliant. Following you, we'll definitely be number one at summer camp. Everyone was eager to get started, their eyes filled with admiration. Li Huitian grew even more smug, reveling in the feeling. He could already envision himself as the undisputed ruler of the summer camp. They didn't notice Lin Ping and the others hiding nearby. Lin Ping observed Li Huitian's team. With their current strength, they stood no chance against this boss. But if Li Huetian's team made the first move, perhaps they could seize an opportunity. Let's see what they do first. Lin Ping murmured. The others nodded in agreement and watched from the sidelines. Li Huetian's team gradually closed in on the boss. At this moment, he still had no idea that this boss was far more powerful than they had imagined. What a massive creature! Zhao Kai exclaimed in awe. Li Huitian also sensed something was wrong. Their team was only a few dozen meters from the boss. Looking up, they saw its level, 65. Whoa! Li Huitian heard several sharp intakes of breath behind him. He couldn't help but shudder. Not far away, Lin Ping patted Wang Defu on the shoulder. Brother Fa, it's on you. Wang Defu immediately raised his bow, drew it back to full tension, and fired. Clang! The arrow struck the boss's head. Ha! The damage was minimal, but it triggered the boss's fury. At that moment, the boss sensed the presence of an intruder. It slowly raised its head, both massive heads emitting a deep, rumbling roar. Li Huetian's team tensed instantly. It's awake! Zhao Kai shouted. Everyone raised their weapons, some trembling as they prepared for battle. Don't panic. Attack according to plan. Li Huitian bellowed. He gritted his teeth in frustration. How could this happen? The boss had to wake up the moment he arrived. He regretted it a little. If he'd known the monster's level earlier, who would have dared get this close? But now that the monster was roused, retreating meant certain pursuit. There was only one option left, fight to the death. At his shout, the team began to spread out. They formed a circle, trapping the boss in the center. As archers, they fired arrows to draw the boss's attention. The mages prepared to strike at the opportune moment. The boss was enraged. It roared and leapt to its feet, its height now truly staggering. Roar! Amidst the roar, it charged toward Li Huetian's group, trampling and tearing the ground beneath its feet in a shocking display. Li Huetian's group immediately fell into chaos. Quick, cast defensive spells. Li Huitian bellowed. The fire mages in the group hastily cast flame wall, forming a towering wall around the group. The boss's attack was blocked, but cracks instantly appeared in the wall. Attack it! Li Huitian ordered again. His eyes twitched uncontrollably, pushed to the absolute limit. The boss continued its assault, trapping Li Huetian's team unable to retreat, unable to strike back. Lin Ping and the others watched Li Huetian's team battle the boss fiercely, smirking inwardly. Zheng Quang plopped down, relaxing as he remarked, let them wear themselves out first. We'll swoop in for the first kill. Wang Defu frowned slightly, analyzing, probably not. Li Huetian's group won't hold out. And this boss is so powerful, even our full team couldn't kill it outright. Zhang Ruoming interjected, we should cooperate. Our chances of success will be much higher that way. All eyes turned to Lin Ping, awaiting his decision. Lin Ping remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, cooperation is the best option right now. Though he felt some reluctance about teaming up with Li Huitian, he knew Lin Ping's decision was correct. If we just walk up to them, they won't agree. They might even think we're trying to ambush them. Xiao Mei remarked. Zhang Shan nodded in agreement. Exactly. We need to devise a way to make them approach us for cooperation. Lin Ping pondered for a moment before suggesting, here's what we'll do, we'll secretly assist them first so they can see our sincerity. Everyone nodded in agreement with Lin Ping's plan. Lin Ping watched Li Huetian's team battle the boss, searching for the right moment. The boss was furiously attacking Li Huetian's team, and the wall of flames was already teetering on the brink of collapse. Seeing the moment was ripe, Lin Ping pulled out the poison blast pistol from his backpack, aimed at the boss's eye, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The poison dart struck the boss's eye with precision. The boss paused its attack in anger, blinking its eyes. Though the damage was minimal, it disrupted its attack rhythm. It also gave Li Huetian's team a chance to regroup. Li Huitian looked in astonishment toward the direction the poison dart had come from, silently wondering who was secretly aiding them. Lin Ping fired several more shots in quick succession, drawing the boss's attention and preventing it from launching a full-scale assault on Li Huetian's team for the moment. Li Huitian seized the moment to organize his team for a counterattack. Boss, someone's helping us. Zhao Kai remarked. Li Huitian frowned. Who could it be? Another team? And two added, whoever it is, they definitely have an agenda. Stay alert. Lin Ping saw Li Huitian and his men growing wary. He instructed Xiao Mei to quietly approach Li Huitian's group and convey their intention to cooperate. Using her rogue speed, Xiao Mei tossed a note to Li Huitian. Li Huitian picked it up. It read, cooperate. Fight the boss together. Otherwise, we all die. Li Huitian's heart jolted. He knew the situation was now extremely critical. If they refused to cooperate, they'll likely be wiped out by the boss. But he refused to bow down. After wrestling with his thoughts, Li Huitian finally decided to cooperate. By this point, Zhao Kai in the front row had already downed 3 bottles of red potions. In 2, you go. Li Huitian commanded. He rapidly unleashed a burst of wind blades, exploding forward and chipping away at the boss's health bar. The berserker was still holding the line, for now they could hold out. And two nodded and moved in the direction indicated by the note, quickly locating Xiaomei. Seeing Xiaomei waiting there, he froze. "It's you. If you want to fight the boss, follow me." Xiaomei turned around. And two already knew that Lin Ping's team had just attacked. He gritted his teeth in frustration. But then he remembered his own team couldn't take on the boss alone. He gritted his teeth and followed. Xiaomei led him to where Lin Ping and the others were hiding. "You guys were here all along, weren't you?" And two said with a bitter smile. Seeing Lin Ping and his entire team sitting leisurely on the ground, he'd be a fool not to realize what was going on. Anta stared at Lin Ping, his heart filled with reluctance yet helplessness. He gritted his teeth, ready to counter Lin Ping's proposal, but Lin Ping cut him off immediately. Lin Ping had anticipated Ntu's reaction all along. Chapter 96, A Powerful Alliance Who Will Bow? Cut the nonsense. Let me lay out the terms clearly. In this partnership, our squad takes the lead, and yours follows. This is the most reasonable arrangement given that we discovered this boss first and were the ones who took action to help you. Lin Ping stated firmly. Upon hearing this, Ntu's face flushed crimson with rage. He shouted angrily, "Why should you be in charge? Our team isn't weak either. We should be equals." Lin Ping shrugged calmly. "You can think it over. No rush. Go back and consult Li Huitian. See what he decides." Anger burned within Ntu, yet he knew he couldn't make this decision alone. He shot Lin Ping a vicious glare before turning to report back to Li Huitian. Upon hearing Lin Ping was nearby, Li Huitian nearly choked on his own blood. A whirlwind of thoughts surged through his mind: rage, murderous intent, and other dark emotions tangled together. Lin Ping, showing up at a time like this. Damn it, trying to take advantage of the situation and use us as cannon fodder. Bastard. Li Huitian gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. The frustration was unbearable. He'd been certain his squad would take first place, never anticipating the boss's overwhelming strength. What he never imagined was that Lin Ping and his crew had known all along, biding their time until his team was in dire straits before offering a partnership. This was exploiting their vulnerability, utterly despicable. Zhao Kai spoke anxiously from the side. "Boss, what should we do? If we don't cooperate, we might not stand a chance against this boss." Li Huitian fell silent for a moment. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. Refusing to cooperate with Lin Ping meant certain annihilation. But cooperating meant submitting to Lin Ping's command, a prospect that filled him with bitter resentment. "Hold on, let me think." Li Huitian rubbed his eyes, forcing himself to think calmly. He wasn't stupid. Analyzing the situation, if they refused to cooperate, their team had already depleted vast amounts of potions and mana. It would be nearly impossible to hold out much longer. Meanwhile, Lin Ping's team was at peak condition and possessed special tactics to draw the boss's attention. The crucial factor was Lin Ping's formidable combat prowess. Li Huitian knew this all too well. Lin Ping had already proven himself in the previous Zone 6 dungeon. "Looks like cooperation is our only option." Li Huitian sighed helplessly. "But boss, having us play second fiddle? That's just too frustrating." And Tu voiced his concern. Li Huitian sighed. "Now's not the time to quibble over such things. Let's get through this crisis first. Once we defeat the boss, we'll find our chance to reclaim the initiative," Li Huitian declared firmly. Though he swore it, he knew regaining the initiative wouldn't be easy. Would Lin Ping agree? For now, cooperation was paramount. How to break free from Lin Ping's control after defeating the boss was another matter entirely. "And two, go tell Lin Ping again, we agree, but we have conditions. During the battle, we'll adjust our strategy based on actual circumstances. We won't follow their commands blindly," Li Huitian declared. And Tu nodded and returned to Lin Ping's hideout to relay Li Huitian's response. Upon hearing Ntu's words, Lin Ping pondered briefly before smiling. "Agreed." Lin Ping's immediate acceptance surprised Ntu, who hadn't expected such a straightforward agreement to Li Huitian's terms. Seeing Lin Ping's agreement, he immediately urged, "Then hurry and go help. Our boss and the others can't hold out much longer." Lin Ping, however, remained unhurried. "Hold on. Let everyone get ready." After that, Lin Ping's team began preparing at a seemingly leisurely pace. Zhang Kuang took a big gulp of water, flexed his thick arms, and wore a carefree expression, as if facing not a powerful boss but an easy game. Zhang Shan was even more composed, meticulously inspecting his shield's condition with a series of light taps that produced a steady thudding sound. Zhang Ruoming even chatted with Xiaomei about the latest trendy cosmetics. Their movements appeared casual, not the slightest bit hurried. "This is ing preparation, this is slacking off." And Tu stamped his foot in frustration beside them. Watching Lin Ping and the others take their sweet time, his anger flared up again. "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up. If you don't move now, we're pulling out. We'll just leave the dungeon, you can't take down the boss anyway." And Tu shouted through gritted teeth. Lin Ping remained calm. Watching Tu's frantic expression, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. After a moment, Lin Ping nodded to Wang Difu. Wang Difu chuckled, slinging his arm around Intu's shoulder. What's the rush? We're just getting ready. Let's go. Meanwhile, Li Huetian's party was in dire straits. The boss's attacks grew increasingly fierce. The wall of flames had long since shattered. The berserkers desperately held back the boss's assaults, but their stamina was dwindling, relying solely on red potions to keep them going. Li Huitian continuously unleashed wind blades. The whistling blades swept through, attempting to slow the boss's advance, but the effect was minimal. After grinding for ages, they'd only chipped away a tenth of its health. They were on the verge of collapse. Zhao Kai, clad in armor, attacked with all his might, but their blows felt like mere scratches to the boss. The tank's damage was negligible, yet they couldn't withstand the two-headed lion boss's assaults. Each bite or swipe nearly drained Zhao Kai's health bar to critical levels. Each time, he was clinging to life by a thread. The party's potions and mana were running dangerously low. Li Huetian's heart raced with anxiety. He kept glancing toward the direction Intu had left, desperately hoping Lin Ping and the others would arrive soon. At this critical moment, everyone was hanging on by a thread. If Lin Ping and the others didn't arrive soon, their entire party risked a complete wipe. In this critical moment, Li Huitian bitterly regretted his earlier arrogance. If only he had scouted properly before advancing. Had he not been so overconfident and impatient for results, they wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Their gear was top tier, their red potions abundant, and their high-level composition made taking down over-leveled monsters a breeze. But they'd chosen the wrong boss, one whose power gap was simply too vast. Now, his only hope rested on Lin Ping's cooperation. Perhaps together, they could overcome this formidable foe. Lin Ping and his group finally arrived at the battlefield. The moment he saw Lin Ping, Li Huitian nearly burst into tears, his heart twisted with pent-up frustration and anguish. He had always been arrogant and conceited, never giving Lin Ping a second thought. Yet now, he had no choice but to rely on Lin Ping to save him. This crushing reversal was unbearable. He bit his lip tightly, his face darkening with grim determination. How did it come to this? I, Li Huitian, actually have to beg someone for help. Li Huitian cursed himself silently within his heart. If he had the chance, he'd slap himself twice. Now, seeing Lin Ping's calm composure, he felt both envy and helplessness. Intu shouted, "Boss, we're here." Li Huitian snapped back to reality. Zhao Kai suddenly let out a piercing scream as he was sent flying by the boss's claw. Chapter 97, Wang Difu's triumphant moment. Zhao Kai slammed heavily onto the ground, his health bar instantly depleted. Had it not been for the protective effects of his gear, his health would have been completely wiped out on the spot. Lying on the ground, Zhao Kai was overcome with despair. If the boss charged at him now, he wouldn't stand a chance. Seeing this, Lin Ping didn't hesitate. He immediately ordered Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shantang to advance. Zhang Kuang roared, swinging his greatsword as he charged toward the boss. Empowered by Berserk, the greatsword struck the boss with overwhelming force. Clang! The greatsword was knocked back. 300. Jiang Shan raised his shield and followed closely behind Zhang Kuang. The attack was insignificant, but as tanks, they stood before the boss, shouting as they raised their equipment. Thud! The boss's claw slammed into the shield, sending a thunderous roar echoing through the chamber. Jiang Shan's body trembled slightly. Yet he gripped his shield tightly, refusing to retreat. His health bar was now critically low. Seizing the moment, Zhang Kuang swung his greatsword at the boss's claw. Though it didn't deal significant damage, it successfully drew the boss's attention. Zhang Ruoming also swung her staff, casting two shields on Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan respectively. Simultaneously, she unleashed an aura effect, boosting their defense and attack power. The shields shimmered, enveloping Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan within their glow. Their breathing steadied, fortifying them for the challenge ahead. This was why Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan hadn't retreated despite the attacks. They had a little healer. With Lin Ping's squad joining the fray, the offensive was temporarily contained. The boss was held back by Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan. Though their health bars fluctuated wildly, at least no one's health was completely depleted. Meanwhile, the boss's two massive heads shook violently, growing even more frenzied. Wang Difu unleashed his arrows a triple shot. 900. 900. Li Huitian watched this, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for Lin Ping and the others, they'd probably have been wiped out by now, eliminated from the dungeon. Personal grudges didn't matter now. Only by teaming up with Lin Ping did he stand a chance against the boss. He immediately walked over to Lin Ping and said, "Lin Ping, I underestimated you before. Now, let's work together to defeat this boss." Though Li Huitian's tone carried resignation and compromise, he had no other choice. Their only chance lay in Lin Ping's hands. Lin Ping glanced at Li Huitian and smiled. "All right. Let's focus our attacks on the boss's weak points. Coordinate your efforts, don't fight individually. Most importantly, follow my lead." Lin Ping's voice carried authority, commanding an involuntary sense of trust. Li Huitian was reluctant, but he knew Lin Ping had a point. He turned to his team and shouted, "Follow Lin Ping's commands. Together, we'll defeat this boss." Li Huitian's voice sounded bleak. The members of Li Huitian's team exchanged complex glances between Lin Ping and their leader. Once filled with hostility toward Lin Ping, they now found themselves forced to join forces against a powerful boss and as the ones taking orders. The berserkers were replaced, quickly downing red potions to restore their stamina. Zhao Kai also downed a red potion, his gaze fixed on Lin Ping's figure. He recalled his early days at the summer camp, when he had bullied Wang Difu and later picked on Lin Ping, only to be publicly reprimanded by him. Never did he imagine that former adversaries could now join forces. This filled him with profound emotion and regret. Lin Ping stood with his hands on his hips, surveying the group. Wang Difu, you're in charge now. You're the one with all the ideas. Wang Difu perked up at the words. He knew he might not match Lin Ping's explosive power, but he did possess a strategic mind perfect for a military advisor. Clearing his throat, he began laying out the strategy. First, we must pinpoint the boss's weaknesses. From my observations, this two-headed lion boss is massive with numerous blind spots. We need to concentrate our fire on both lion heads, avoiding its line of sight. Only by positioning our attackers behind it can we inflict maximum damage. Wang Difu declared. The others thought about it and realized he was right, immediately agreeing. Archers and mages attack from range. While the berserkers draw the boss's attention, don't hesitate but follow my commands. Berserkers and tanks hold the front line against the boss's attacks. As for the rogues, Lin Ping and Xiao Mei, you'll be mobile, go wherever problems arise. Wang Difu continued. Let me confirm one last thing, during the attack, follow commands. Don't go rogue. If someone is in danger, the rest of you stay calm. Trust my leadership. The group exchanged glances, especially Li Huitian's squad. The battle ahead raged on. Zhang Shan and Zhang Quan were knocked flying, their shields shattered. Time was now limited. Lin Ping stated bluntly, if you don't agree to let us withdraw immediately, Li Huitian, you won't outrun us. Li Huitian had no choice but to abandon his ulterior motives. He still didn't trust Wang Difu, but under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to agree. Any further delay would mean certain defeat here. A hero bowing his head isn't cowardice. It was for a better outcome. Now wasn't the time to dwell on personal grudges. Unity was essential to defeat the boss. Zhang Ruoming, your holy light shield and aura effects are crucial. Keep a constant eye on your teammates' status and shield them promptly while boosting their attack power. Wang Difu instructed Zhang Ruoming at that moment. Zhang Ruoming cast 2 holy light bolts and turned to reply, got it. She then cast 2 shields on Zhang Shan and Zhang Quan. Spotting another berserker from Li Huitian's squad charging forward, she buffed him as well. Defense and durability clearly boosted. Damn it, I'll kill you. The berserker from Li Huitian's squad, who'd been repeatedly pummeled, roared as he charged forward, wildly swinging his greatsword. Finally, he got to experience not getting knocked flying in a single exchange. Having a holy light mage is pure bliss. Li Huitian noticed this and felt envious. His team lacked a holy light mage. Regular mages offered limited utility, though decent as damage dealers. Xiao Mei, you're fast. Find the boss's weak spot, then notify Lin Ping. Finally, Lin Ping launches the surprise attack. You're only supporting. Wang Difu instructed Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei placed her hands on her hips and said, don't worry, I know what to do. Li Huitian, it's your turn. Your wind blades pack a punch and can deal massive damage to the boss at critical moments. Don't waste your mana. Wait until the berserker takes a wave of attacks before coordinating with the other fire mage. I've noticed a blind spot in the center of the boss's lion head, target that area. Wang Difu instructed Li Huitian. Li Huitian felt reluctant inside. He used to be the one giving orders. Now his position had been taken by Wang Difu, but he knew Wang Difu was competent. Besides, Lin Ping listened to Wang Difu, so he quietly reassured himself. I understand. Li Huitian finally replied. All right, everyone get ready. Proceed according to plan. Wang Difu commanded. The group picked up their weapons and prepared to battle the boss once more. This time, their numbers had doubled, bolstered by the combat prowess of someone like Lin Ping and the divine support of a holy light mage like Zhang Ruoming. Their confidence was sky high. Chapter 98, Zhang Mu's Surprise. Outside the instance, Zhang Mu sat leisurely before a mirror, combing his hair while sipping tea from a cup. With age, his hair had thinned. He needed to use the hair on his forehead to cover the embarrassing scalp. Just then, Zhou Yao hurried in, clutching a tablet. Zhang Mu heard the commotion, tucked away her small comb, and asked with a smile, what is it, Teacher Zhou Yao? Is something the matter? Zhou Yao nodded vigorously. She quickly opened her tablet, pointing at the glowing dots on the screen. Director, look. There are actually 2 teams attacking the 2-headed lion boss in Echo Valley. Zhang Mu leaned in curiously upon hearing this. His gaze locked onto the glowing dots on the tablet, scrutinizing them closely. Sure enough, judging by the brightness and distribution of the dots, it was clear 2 squads were engaged in a fierce battle with the twin-headed lion boss. A satisfied smile spread across Zhang Mu's face as he praised, they actually know how to cooperate. These trainees have some potential. Zhou Yao remained highly animated as she continued, Director, these two squads are quite strategic. Facing such a powerful boss, they didn't act recklessly but chose to cooperate. That's truly rare. Typically, trainees might fight individually or retreat out of fear in this situation. But these two squads bravely faced the challenge and devised a cooperative solution, proof they know how to adapt. Zhang Mu nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with admiration. He responded, it seems this summer camp's trainees show more potential than previous years. This spirit of cooperation and adaptability is excellent. They're no longer novices who only rely on individual strength, they're beginning to learn teamwork and how to tackle difficulties together. Zhou Yao's brow furrowed slightly. She added, I wonder if they can actually defeat this boss. With their current strength, overcoming it won't be easy. Zhang Mu pondered for a moment, his expression turning serious. Leaning back in his chair, he said, this is an excellent test. If they succeed, it will greatly aid their growth. Let's observe for now. Don't intervene lightly in their battle. Let them face this growth themselves. We must trust their abilities and see how they unleash their potential in adversity. Zhou Yao nodded in agreement, putting away her tablet. Understood, Director. I'll keep a close eye on their movements. I'm also eager to see how they perform in this battle. Zhang Tianming rushed over just as Zhou Yao was about to leave. Zhang Tianming asked urgently, Teacher Zhou, what's happening in the instance? I heard trainees have breached the Echo Valley boss area. Zhou Yao nodded slightly, her smooth hair swaying gently with emotion. She gently smoothed her slightly disheveled hair and replied calmly, that's correct. Two squads are indeed attacking the twin-headed lion boss. Director Jiang and I were just discussing this matter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianming's eyes lit up with delight. He exclaimed excitedly, it must be Li Huitian's team. Li Huitian's team is incredibly strong, among the top in the entire summer camp. They've always dared to take on the most challenging quests. This time, they must have been the first to break into the boss area. Hearing Zhang Tianming's words, Zhou Yao couldn't help but feel speechless. She raised her eyebrows slightly, rolled her eyes, and said, are you so sure? Maybe other trainees made it in too. Li Huitian's team isn't the only one with the strength and courage in this summer camp. Zhang Tianming frowned, his expression unwavering. How could that be? Besides Li Huitian's team, who else would have the audacity and capability? In my opinion, none of the other teams can hold a candle to Li Huitian's squad. Zhou Yao smiled faintly, a hint of mystery in her eyes. Then we'll just have to wait and see. Let's find out whether it's Li Huitian's team or Lin Ping's squad challenging the twin-headed lion boss. I suspect it might be Lin Ping's team from Jiangqing this time. Hearing Zhou Yao's words, Zhang Tianming felt a twinge of uncertainty. Scratching his head, he asked doubtfully, Lin Ping's team? Are they really that strong? I find it hard to believe, though they do have the capability. Zhou Yao shrugged, slightly baffled by Zhang Tianming's line of thinking. She shrugged lightly and said, you never know. Team Lin Ping has always been quite impressive. They might just secure another top spot. Inside the dungeon, the two-headed lion boss roared. The pitch of its voice seemed capable of piercing the forbidden depths of the heart, filling people with extreme terror. It charged forward with monstrous bulk, channeling immense energy as it slammed into Zhang Kuang's shield. In that instant, Zhang Kuang felt an overwhelming, irresistible force crash into him like a violent tidal wave, nearly knocking him off his feet. He instinctively ducked, attempting to absorb the immense impact with both his body and shield. His face contorted with pain, his forehead covered in beads of sweat. The holy light shield imbued by Zhang Ruomen shattered instantly under the colossal impact. The shield had shimmered with radiant light, but under the two-headed lion boss's assault, it cracked like fragile glass. Damn it! Zhang Kuang cursed under his breath. Knowing he couldn't withstand another blow from the boss, he scrambled backward. His steps faltered, each small movement painfully laborious. Zhang Shan and Zhao Kai saw this and immediately stepped forward. Zhang Shan raised his shield and shouted, Zhang Kuang, fall back. Zhao Kai swung his greatsword, exclaiming, this thing is way too powerful. Tension etched his face, yet his grip on the greatsword tightened, ready to meet the boss's onslaught at any moment. While fending off the boss's strikes, Zhao Kai mused, we were enemies before, and now we're fighting side by side. But damn, this feels awesome. Once, conflicts and rivalries had existed between them and Lin Ping's team. Yet, facing the formidable two-headed lion boss, they had no choice but to set aside their differences and cooperate. This sense of unity filled his heart with warmth and strengthened his resolve to defeat the boss. At that moment, Wang Difu unleashed another burst of power, firing a 5-arrow volley from his longbow. Whoosh! 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 The arrows streaked toward the boss at incredible speed, leaving streaks of light in their wake. The arrows struck the boss. 300! 300! The damage numbers flashed repeatedly. Wang Difu's face lit up with excitement. Though his attacks couldn't deal fatal damage to the boss, they bought his teammates some precious time. Li Huitian wasn't about to be outdone. He unleashed wind blades alongside the fire mage's attacks. The fire mage's flames erupted into a trumpet-shaped beam of light. Chapter 99 Remarkable Effect. Empowered by the wind, the flames grew more potent, coiling like a fiery serpent as it lunged toward the boss. 1,200. Seeing this damage number, Li Huitian felt a surge of satisfaction. He had finally demonstrated his true strength in this battle and contributed to the team. Yet a pang of unease lingered within him. After all, Lin Ping's squad now held the initiative. He silently resolved to seize an opportunity to reclaim control and make his team the dominant force in this fight. Lin Ping, wielding his lightning blade, nodded in acknowledgement before swiftly approaching the two-headed lion. The blade flashed with blinding light as he swung it down. 900. The damage value instantly flashed on the screen. Without hesitation, he raised his poison blaster and unleashed its blast. 600. Xiaomei watched in astonishment from the sidelines, drawing her poison-coated daggers from both sides to deliver a flurry of strikes. 400. 350. Seeing her damage numbers and comparing them to Lin Ping's, she was speechless. Lin Ping's attack is that high? Xiaomei murmured to herself. She knew Lin Ping had always been formidable, but his performance in this battle was exceptional, leaving her in awe. Li Huitian watched Lin Ping's staggering damage output, his heart filled with even greater unease. Gritting his teeth, he shouted to his team, "Everyone, step up. We can't let Lin Ping's team steal the spotlight." He refused to be outshone by Lin Ping's team in this fight. Zhao Kai echoed, "Right." Over on Lin Ping's side, Wang Difu chuckled, "Ha! Lin Ping really is formidable. Keep it up, everyone." Zhang Ruoming swung her staff, ready to cast shields for her teammates at any moment. "Everyone, be careful. The boss is about to attack again." On the battlefield, the two squads fought the two-headed lion boss together. Though competitive, they were gradually learning to work together. They began learning to coordinate, leveraging each other's strengths to defeat the boss together. Lin Ping kept his eyes fixed on the two-headed lion boss. His gaze remained fixed on the boss's massive form, tracking its every move. When he saw the boss's health bar drop to half, a flicker of joy crossed his mind. He turned and shouted to Wang Difu, "Wang Difu, how are you holding up?" His voice was firm and resolute, as if checking in on a comrade in arms before charging into the next wave of intense combat. Wang Difu responded excitedly, "Looking good. Let's finish this boss off in one go." He gripped his longbow tightly, ready to release an arrow at any moment. The rest of the team shouted in unison, "Ha! Nothing beats this. Give it all you've got, let's take it down." They brandished their weapons, their eyes burning with unwavering resolve. Xiaomei, meanwhile, attacked the boss with complete focus, her ponytail swinging rhythmically with her movements. Suddenly, Xiaomei leapt forward and grabbed the two-headed lion's ear. But the two-headed lion violently shook its head, sending Xiaomei flying backward in an instant. The force felt like a surging tide, leaving Xiaomei utterly helpless. Lin Ping reacted swiftly, dashing forward. He grabbed Xiaomei by the collar and yanked her back, pulling her out of the giant claw's reach. The two narrowly avoided the two-headed lion's attack. Once Xiaomei regained her footing, her face flushed slightly as she said to Lin Ping with a touch of embarrassment, "Lin Ping, thank you." Lin Ping chuckled and replied, "No need to thank me. We're good friends, looking out for each other is only natural." Just then, Wang Difu's expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed in alarm, "Something's wrong. I sense a powerful presence nearby." Xiaomei sprang into action, nimbly leaping onto a nearby tree trunk to scout. Her movements were light and agile, like a nimble monkey. Moments later, Xiaomei cried out in terror, "Oh no! 2 more two-headed lions are approaching, and 5 more are coming from the distance. What's going on? Is this a boss summon?" Her voice was filled with terror and despair, as if witnessing the end of the world. Hearing Xiaomei's words, the team instantly fell into chaos. What do we do now? One boss was already tough enough to handle, and now there are so many more. Someone exclaimed anxiously. Their voices trembled with fear and unease, unsure how to confront this sudden crisis. Lin Ping frowned and said calmly, "Everyone, don't panic. Let's think of a solution. If they can come, then we must have a way to deal with them." The instant surge in destructive power from the two-headed lion boss was terrifying, seemingly capable of crushing everything with effortless might. Each time it launched an attack, the ground shook violently, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Facing the boss's relentless onslaught, the group barely held their ground, gripped by intense anxiety. Wang Difu's expression grew grim, tiny beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He fixed his gaze on the boss's every move, analyzing swiftly. Reinforcements must have arrived. This boss intends to coordinate an inside-outside attack to capture us all. Lin Ping's brow furrowed, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. His voice was deep and resolute. "We can't let this happen. We must break through this stalemate." Before reaching a consensus in the briefest of moments, each shared their thoughts and suggestions. Ultimately, Lin Ping decided to go outside alone to deal with the two-headed lion that had arrived. Xiaomei immediately volunteered to accompany him, pleading urgently, "I'll go with you. An extra pair of hands is always helpful." She refused to let Lin Ping face the danger alone. Xiaomei gripped the dagger in her hand tightly, ready to fight alongside Lin Ping at any moment. Wang Difu pondered for a moment, his face creased with conflict. He knew Xiao Mei would be safer with Lin Ping, but he also feared the battle here would become more difficult without her. Finally, he said, Lin Ping can clear the monsters faster. Xiao Mei, you stay here to support the fight. Though reluctant, Xiao Mei recognized the logic in Wang Defu's words. She bit her lip and looked at Lin Ping. Then come back as soon as you can. Lin Ping looked at everyone solemnly. I'll be back within an hour. And I'm warning you, Li Huitian, if you try any shenanigans, we're all finished. Though displeased, Li Huitian understood the gravity of the situation and reluctantly agreed, rest assured, I won't cause trouble. Our common enemy now is these two-headed lions. His words were tinged with resignation and compromise, yet he knew that at this critical juncture, there was no room for personal agendas. Xiao Mei looked at Lin Ping and said, let's go. No time to waste. Lin Ping nodded and swiftly turned to dash toward the exit. Lin Ping leaped onto a tree trunk. Through the gaps in the leaves, he saw two double-headed lions charging toward them. Their bodies were enormous. Lin Ping narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the two double-headed lions. Their level was 41, prompting Lin Ping to speculate silently, these must be the boss's guards, right? Chapter 100, the heavy task of clearing the perimeter. Just then, one of the lion heads suddenly sniffed the air, seemingly sensing something amiss. Without hesitation, Lin Ping acted. He raised his poison blast pistol, aimed at one of the two-headed lions, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The poisonous bullet shot out instantly, striking its target with precision. 600. The damage number appeared above the two-headed lion's head. The struck lion roared furiously, both heads shaking violently in rage. Seeing this, the other two-headed lion immediately charged toward Lin Ping. Lin Ping calmly sidestepped, evading the two-headed lion's charge. Then, he drew the lightning blade with a backhand flick. As the two-headed lion charged past, he slashed its back with a single stroke. 900. The damage value flashed once more. The two-headed lion, pained, spun violently. Both heads opened their massive jaws simultaneously, unleashing a deafening roar. He stowed the lightning blade in his backpack and drew the storm axe, gripping it firmly with both hands. The storm axe flashed with lightning, radiating a powerful aura. Lin Ping leapt high into the air, bringing the axe down with all his might toward one of the heads. 1600. The critical hit dealt devastating damage, instantly slashing the lion's health bar. Seeing its companion wounded, the other two-headed lion charged forward with renewed fury. Lin Ping showed no fear, raising his storm axe once more to engage in fierce combat with the two-headed lion. Amidst the fierce combat, Lin Ping relentlessly searched for the two-headed lion's weak point. He discovered that while both heads possessed formidable attack power, the point where they connected was a vulnerable spot. Thus, Lin Ping deliberately baited the beasts into attacking him, then swiftly circled behind them. With a fierce swing of his storm axe, he struck the junction between their heads. 1600. 2200. Two consecutive critical hits proved too much for the two-headed lion, which finally collapsed to the ground. Lin Ping panted slightly, gazing at the corpse of the two-headed lion on the ground. The sense of relief lasted only a moment. Suddenly, heavy footsteps thundered toward them like muffled thunder. His heart tightened, and he instantly grew alert. His gaze sharpened like a hawk's as he swiftly scanned his surroundings. Another two-headed lion appeared, its eyes wide with rage, both pairs burning with furious flames. It roared as it charged toward Lin Ping once more, its bellowing sound threatening to shatter eardrums and sending shivers down the spine. Lin Ping swiftly adjusted his stance, gripping the storm war axe tightly. His body leaned forward slightly, legs like coiled springs, ready to meet the two-headed lion's charge. The two-headed lion charged forward with lightning speed, streaking across the ground like a bolt of lightning. Lin Ping sidestepped, evading its pounce. Before he could steady himself, however, more footsteps and roars echoed around him. Turning his head, he saw the two-headed lions that had been approaching from the distance accelerating their pace, charging straight toward him. Their forms loomed large and imposing. Before long, Lin Ping found himself surrounded by a swarm of two-headed lions. Each one bared its sharp teeth and claws, snarling menacingly. This is trouble. Lin Ping thought to himself. His body tensed slightly, ready to counter the two-headed lion's attack at any moment. The surrounding two-headed lions closed in relentlessly, their forms casting a vast shadow over Lin Ping. Lin Ping's breathing quickened as his eyes darted around, searching for an opening among the surrounding beasts. Yet the beasts offered no opening. Slowly, they tightened their encirclement, shrinking the space available to Lin Ping. He could feel the tension thickening in the air, as if the situation could erupt at any moment. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Lin Ping gritted his teeth, his resolve set. He fixed his gaze on the nearest two-headed lion, its eyes brimming with ferocity and cruelty. He prepared to strike the moment it showed an opening, like a lurking cheetah waiting for the perfect opportunity. Just then, one of the two-headed lions suddenly lunged at him. Lin Ping reacted swiftly, raising his storm war axe to block. Clang! The thunderous clang sent a wave of numbness through his arm from the beast's force, yet he clenched the storm war axe tighter, refusing to retreat an inch. The impact's force surged through him like a raging tidal wave, causing his body to tremble slightly. Seeing this, the other two-headed lions launched their attacks as well. Lin Ping found himself in dire straits, swinging his storm axe relentlessly to fend off the attacks. The axe danced in his hands like a soaring dragon, repelling the beast's strikes. Every nerve in Lin Ping's body was taut as he faced the relentless assault of the surrounding beasts. He fixed his gaze on the nearest two-headed lion, poised like a cheetah ready to pounce, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The surrounding two-headed lions roared, their voices exploding through the air like rolling thunder. The roar seemed to pierce the soul, stirring a profound dread within. Yet Lin Ping showed no sign of retreat, his mind filled only with the resolve to fight. The tremors rising from beneath his feet made Lin Ping keenly aware of the colossal power these two-headed lions possessed. They formed a tight circle, trapping Lin Ping at its center. Their heads swayed relentlessly, two pairs of eyes flashing with savage light. One of the two-headed lions launched the first attack, its massive body hurtling forward like a cannonball toward Lin Ping. Lin Ping swiftly sidestepped the attack. In the instant he dodged, another two-headed lion lunged from the side, its claws tearing through the air with a sharp screech. Lin Ping urgently raised his storm war axe to block. Clang! The force of the double-headed lion's blow sent a wave of numbness through Lin Ping's arm, yet he clenched the storm war axe tightly, refusing to retreat even an inch. His eyes suddenly sharpened as he spotted a tiny opening in one of the beast's defenses after its attack. Without hesitation, Lin Ping seized the opportunity. He leapt high into the air, gripping the storm axe tightly with both hands, and swung it down with all his might toward the joint connecting the two heads of the lion. The storm axe flashed with lightning as it descended with tremendous force. 2,200. The critical hit dealt devastating damage instantly. The two-headed lion let out an agonized roar and collapsed to the ground. The remaining two-headed lions, enraged by the sight, charged at Lin Ping with renewed fury. Rage burned like a raging inferno, enveloping the entire battlefield in a searing atmosphere. Lin Ping showed no fear, relentlessly swinging his storm axe to parry the attacks of the two-headed lions. With immense power and precise angles. 1,600. 1,800. Damage numbers flashed relentlessly as the two-headed lions fell beneath Lin Ping's strikes. Lin Ping's breathing grew ragged, yet his gaze remained unwavering. The surrounding two-headed lions, though enraged, began to harbor a hint of fear toward Lin Ping. Facing Lin Ping, they knew he was no pushover and demanded serious attention. Chapter 101, Li Huitian has another scheme. Their attacks grew more cautious. Lin Ping seized the moment to adjust his stance and charged toward the left side two-headed lion. He charged swiftly toward the creature, raising his storm war axe high. 2,200. With a critical hit bonus, the damage number flashed again, and the two-headed lion collapsed to the ground. The remaining two-headed lions, witnessing another comrade fall, felt their fear deepen. Lin Ping seized the moment to launch a counterattack, swinging his storm axe relentlessly at the two-headed lions. Under his relentless assault, the beasts retreated step by step, their numbers steadily dwindling. Surveying the corpses of the two-headed lions around him, Lin Ping felt a surge of accomplishment. He must hurry back to join his teammates in continuing the fight against the two-headed lion boss. Just as Lin Ping prepared to catch his breath, 3 more two-headed lions charged rapidly from nearby. Their level indicators displayed 42, causing Lin Ping's heart to sink slightly. The 3 roared, their deafening roar making Lin Ping's eardrums buzz. Lin Ping could distinctly sense the powerful aura emanating from them, surging toward him like a raging tide. His eyes remained calm, showing no trace of panic. One of the two-headed lions launched its attack first, lunging toward Lin Ping with blinding speed. But Lin Ping sidestepped it effortlessly. The two-headed lion lunged at empty air, roaring in fury. The other two-headed lion charged in from the side, its massive jaws gaping wide. Lin Ping swiftly raised his storm war axe, swinging it forcefully to block the attack. The axe collided with the lion's fangs, producing a sharp, metallic clang. Seizing the moment the two-headed lion paused, Lin Ping counterattacked swiftly. He leapt high into the air, gripping the storm war axe tightly with both hands, and brought it down with all his might toward the two-headed lion's head. 2,000. The damage number flashed instantly, and the two-headed lion collapsed to the ground, its health bar depleted. The remaining two-headed lions, witnessing this, attacked Lin Ping with even greater fury. Lin Ping dodged their attacks with agile movements, his body slippery as an eel. He raised the storm war axe and swung it viciously forward. 2,200. Critical hit. The fastest two-headed lion collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Its health bar, already whittled down to a sliver by continuous hits, was finished off by a single critical strike. The last two-headed lion grew even more frenzied, charging toward Lin Ping. Lin Ping calmly waited for it to close in. As the two-headed lion lunged toward him, he swung his storm axe at it. 1,800. The damage number flashed. His entire body shimmered with light, and Lin Ping immediately increased his attack intensity. The last two-headed lion collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Lin Ping's mind. Kill the two-headed lion. Reward, plus 1,000 EXP. Complete 10 consecutive kills to receive an additional exclusive skill book. You have obtained the Red Equipment Fury Blade, Strength plus 50, plus 5% critical hit effect. Lin Ping's heart leapt with joy. Looking at the two-headed lion's corpse on the ground, the tension in his heart eased slightly. He looked down at his newly acquired red equipment, the Fury Blade. He grasped the blade, carefully feeling its texture. Lin Ping gave the blade of Fury a light swing. The feel was decent. He'd fuse it with the lightning blade later. Then, he began pondering the exclusive skill book he had just obtained. Lin Ping wondered to himself, what new abilities will this skill book bring? Will it boost my attack or enhance my defense? He eagerly opened the skill book. A flash of light erupted, followed by the system notification, you have acquired the new skill Shadow Strike. Instantly teleport behind your target to launch a surprise attack, dealing massive damage and briefly stunning the target. Lin Ping's eyes lit up. This skill was like adding wings to a tiger for his rogue class. Lin Ping glanced at his attribute panel once more. Name, Lin Ping. Class, Rogue. Level, 383506 EXP increased from defeating the two-headed lion. Strength, 998 Fury Blade added plus 50 strength. Agility, 620 plus 10%. Spirit, 230 plus 200 plus 30% damage reduction. Constitution, 895. Auras, Radiant Blue Sage's Blessing, God of War Blessing Aura. Skills, Steel, Disguise, Shadow Strike. Talents, none. Hidden skill, Flying Dragon Cloud Reaching Hand. Equipment, Venom Blaster, Winged Boots, Cloud Flowing Armor, Storm Axe, Lightning Blade, Crown of Allah, Latin Sai, Minotaur Warhammer, Golden Thread Armor, Golden Spider Egg, Frenzy Blade. Mysterious items, Tattered Map X3 collect 5 to unlock the Hidden Angel Dungeon. Lin Ping cast one last glance at the surrounding battlefield before turning and sprinting toward the boss's location. At that moment, within the boss's lair, Li Huitian narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the two-headed lion boss. A flicker of calculation passed through his eyes as wind blades coalesced in his hands. With a forceful flick, the blade whistled through the air, striking the two-headed lion boss on the head. A thud echoed as the damage numbers flashed. 900. The health bar was nearly depleted, just 5000 HP remained before the boss would fall. A sudden thought crossed Li Huitian's mind. He tilted his head slightly and gave the fire mage beside him a knowing glance. The fire mage immediately understood and quietly reduced the intensity of his attacks. The glow of the fire spells dimmed, and as the attacks landed on the boss, the damage numbers instantly dropped. 800. 300. Wang Defu was fully focused on attacking the boss, his longbow continuously firing arrows. Suddenly, he sensed the diminished force of his attacks and couldn't help but frown. He quickly turned to look at the fire mage and shouted, "Why is it so weak?" The fire mage lowered his head guiltily and whispered, "Out of mana." Li Huitian chimed in, "Yeah, no mana left." Wang Defu's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes filled with worry. The boss will go berserk in the final phase. This could ruin everything. But Li Huitian and the fire mage insisted they were out of mana. Just then, the two-headed lion boss launched a sudden charge at Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang had no time to dodge and was sent flying. He slammed into a tree. Fortunately, Zhang Ruomeng reacted swiftly, immediately swinging her staff to cast Holy Shield. A radiant glow instantly enveloped Zhang Kuang, shielding him from further damage. Next, Zhang Ruomeng swiftly cast Holy Blessing. Warm light bathed Zhang Kuang, easing his injuries. Zhang Kuang shook his head, struggling to regain his senses. He stood up angrily, his face flushed red, pointing at Zhao Kai and snapping, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? You bumped into me just now and nearly got me killed by the boss." Zhao Kai hastily waved his hands, panic evident in his expression. "It wasn't on purpose. Things got too chaotic just now." The two-headed lion boss seized the moment to let out a roar. Its eyes flashed with savage light. Wang Defu watched the chaotic scene, his heart racing with anxiety. He shouted, "This isn't the time for arguing. We need to defeat the boss first." Everyone refocused their attention on the boss. Chapter 102, Reaping What They Sow. Under the fierce assault of the two-headed lion boss, the chaos intensified. Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan, serving as the frontline meat shields, bore immense pressure. Despite their best efforts to hold the line, Li Huitian and the fire mage deliberately held back, significantly weakening their offensive power. Wang Defu grew anxious, firing arrows relentlessly from his longbow to compensate for the lack of offensive firepower. Yet the boss's onslaught proved overwhelming, and Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan could hold out no longer. "Li Huitian, this nonsense will kill us all." Wang Defu roared in fury. Li Huitian, however, feigned innocence, spreading his hands and saying, "We're out of mana. What else can we do?" Just then, the two-headed lion boss unleashed another frenzied attack. It charged violently toward Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan. Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan strained to raise their shields, attempting to block the blow, but the disparity in strength was too great. Boom! Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan were sent flying by the immense impact. Zhang Kuang crashed heavily to the ground. Jiang Shan, however, was sent flying directly into a boulder, his health bar instantly depleted. Jiang Shan! Wang Defu's eyes widened in fury as Jiang Shan vanished, exiting the instance. He was eliminated. Wang Defu turned in rage, pointing at Li Huitian and yelling, "You stupid idiot! It's all because you held back your strength that Jiang Shan got eliminated. Li Huitian remained innocent, saying, "It's not my fault either. What was I supposed to do when I ran out of mana? Besides, it was an accident." Zhang Ruoming swiftly waved her staff, casting Holy Light Shield and Holy Light Blessing on Zhang Quan to stabilize his injuries. But without Jiang Shan as their tank, the situation grew even more dire. Xiao Mei anxiously asked, "What do we do now? Lin Ping isn't back yet. Without a tank, it'll be tough to withstand the boss's attacks." Wang Difu gritted his teeth. "Forget it. We'll just have to fight with everything we've got until Lin Ping returns." The group continued battling the two-headed lion boss. Though wounded, Zhang Quang remained at the front, using his shield to block the boss's attacks. Zhao Kai swung his greatsword, dealing damage. But the damage was negligible. The boss's attacks grew increasingly fierce. Zhang Quang's health bar steadily declined, only to be pulled back by Holy Light. He downed a red potion to replenish his health, but the threat of elimination loomed constantly. "Everyone, I'm back." Lin Ping's voice sounded like heavenly music, reigniting hope in everyone's hearts. In that instant, Lin Ping charged onto the battlefield, his storm axe flashing with lightning as it slammed toward the enemy. Boom! The two-headed lion boss was struck. 1,600. With Lin Ping's boost, Zhang Quan and Zhao Kai roared, lowering their heads to charge. Li Huitian and the fire mage behind them held nothing back, unleashing their full power. Wang Difu watched, fuming with rage. "Why weren't you guys going all out earlier? It's all because of them that Lin Ping got eliminated. Li Huitian, how dare you play dirty tricks?" Lin Ping glared at Li Huitian, his eyes blazing with fury. He had already made it clear everyone would work together, with him leading the charge. But Li Huitian still disobeyed. Li Huitian felt a twinge of guilt. He insisted, "I really ran out of mana. It wasn't on purpose." Seeing Li Huitian's guilty expression only fueled Lin Ping's rage further. Without another word, he stepped forward, grabbed Li Huitian by the collar, and flung him straight out, landing him right before the two-headed lion boss. Li Huitian turned deathly pale with fear. Mid-air, he hastily cast Wine's shield upon himself. After landing, he stared in panic at the two-headed lion boss mere feet away. Fear made him instinctively hurl two wind blades at the boss before immediately turning and running. However, this action only served to enrage the two-headed lion boss. The boss lunged forward, knocking Li Huitian flat to the ground. The wind shield protecting Li Huitian shattered instantly under the boss's immense force. He let out a piercing scream, "Save me!" Lin Ping merely watched the scene unfold coldly, showing no intention of intervening. The fire mage nearby tried to rush over to help but was grabbed by the shoulder by Lin Ping. Overwhelmed by Lin Ping's imposing presence, the fire mage froze in place. Meanwhile, seeing Li Huitian in danger, Atu also tried to rush over to help. But Xiaomei suddenly appeared, pressing one hand against Atu's throat as she coldly warned, "Beware my poison blade." Atu was filled with terror. He could feel the icy coldness of the blade. That poison-coated dagger, once it sliced open his flesh, would send him straight to the grave. The double-headed lion boss pinned Li Huitian down, ready to strike at any moment. Li Huitian was filled with despair and terror. "Lin Ping, save me. I know I've made a mistake." Li Huitian shouted loudly. Lin Ping remained unmoved. He looked at Li Huitian and said, "You brought this upon yourself. Playing dirty tricks during battle nearly wiped out our entire force." Wang Difu watched Li Huitian's pitiful state. Though he felt a sense of satisfaction, he knew he couldn't let Li Huitian be killed by the boss like this. After all, they were still in the dungeon and needed to work together to clear the monsters to escape. "Lin Ping, please save him. He's despicable, but we can't afford to lose anyone now," Wang Difu urged. Lin Ping fell silent for a moment before replying, "Fine. I'll save him this once." With that, Lin Ping raised his storm war axe and charged toward the two-headed lion boss. He leapt high into the air, gripping the axe tightly with both hands and bringing it down hard on the boss. 2,000. The critical hit dealt massive damage instantly. The two-headed lion boss, wincing in pain, released Li Huitian. Li Huitian scrambled back to the group, his face frozen in terror. "Thanks, Lin Ping. I'll never do that again," Li Huitian said weakly. Lin Ping ignored him and turned to the others. "We continue the fight now. We must defeat this boss as quickly as possible. No more selfish thoughts or distractions. Otherwise, none of us will leave this place alive." Zhang Quang and Zhao Kai raised their shield and greatsword once more, taking their positions at the front. Zhang Ruomeng continuously waved her staff, casting various buffs to enhance the group's abilities. Xiaomei kept watch, alert to any unexpected threats. Having learned their lesson, Li Huitian and the fire mage held nothing back, unleashing their full offensive power. Enraged by Lin Ping's assault, the two-headed lion boss launched another fierce attack. It roared as it charged toward the group. Zhang Quang and Zhao Kai fought desperately to hold it back, but the boss's sheer power still knocked them back. Seeing this, Lin Ping stepped forward. He blocked the boss's attack with his storm war axe. "Everyone, charge!" Lin Ping shouted. Arrows, spells, and greatswords rained down upon the boss, unleashing a barrage of damage numbers. The two-headed lion boss's health bar steadily decreased, its body covered in wounds. But just as victory seemed within reach, the two-headed lion boss suddenly let out a roar. "Oh no, the boss is about to go berserk!" Wang Defu shouted. A boss in berserk mode would be even more difficult to handle. Lin Ping stared intently at the two-headed lion boss. He noticed the boss's eyes had turned an even deeper crimson in its enraged state. Using his new skill, Shadow Strike, he teleported instantly to the boss's side and launched an attack at its eyes. Shadow Strike. Lin Ping vanished and reappeared behind the boss. Chapter 103, Wrathful Punishment. He raised his Storm War Axe high and brought it down on the boss. 2,200. The massive damage made the two-headed lion boss cry out in pain. But it didn't fall. Instead, it attacked the party with even greater fury. Though Lin Ping's strike didn't defeat the boss outright, it did weaken its berserk state. Li Huitian dared not act recklessly, pouring all his strength into his attacks. As Lin Ping thrust his lightning blade into the boss's main artery, the two-headed lion boss's health bar finally emptied. Its massive body collapsed. The group cheered triumphantly. They had successfully defeated the two-headed lion boss. Lin Ping gazed at the boss's corpse on the ground, a sense of accomplishment welling up within him. "It's over," Lin Ping said. Wang Defu approached and said to Lin Ping, "We only defeated this boss because of you, though we were certainly indispensable too." Lin Ping nodded, wondering why there was no system notification. Host has activated status detection function. Proceed with detection? Lin Ping confirmed. Two-headed Lion King, current status feigned death, HP 2, danger level A. Danger levels from lowest to highest, D, E, C, B, A, S. Lin Ping's heart tightened as he read the system prompt. He hadn't expected the twin-headed lion boss to be feigning death, and at such a high danger level. He immediately turned to the group and said, "Everyone, be careful. The boss is feigning death and remains extremely dangerous." Hearing this, the group's recently relaxed mood instantly turned tense again. Xiao Mei's eyes widened. "This boss is way too sneaky. We almost fell for it." Zhang Kuang gripped his shield tightly, his face alert as he stared at the boss on the ground. Zhao Kai raised his greatsword, ready for battle at any moment. Lin Ping pondered for a moment, then looked at Li Huitian and said, "Li Huitian, go cast a skill on the boss to test its reaction." Li Huitian hesitated, knowing he couldn't disobey Lin Ping's orders. He muttered to himself, "Aren't they just sending me to be cannon fodder? But it probably won't be too bad. I'll just be careful." Li Huitian cautiously approached the two-headed lion boss, gathering wind blades in his hands. His heartbeat quickened as he nervously watched the boss on the ground. As he drew near, the two-headed lion boss suddenly snapped its eyes open and let out a furious roar. Li Huitian turned and fled in terror. The boss smashed Li Huitian straight into the air. Li Huitian's health bar emptied instantly. The crowd gasped in shock at the scene. The fire mage's eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed, "This boss is way too powerful. Li Huitian just got eliminated like that." And Tu's face turned pale with fright, never expecting the boss's counterattack to be so swift and ferocious. Lin Ping frowned. Was Li Huitian just too overconfident? The two-headed lion boss rose to its feet, its eyes glowing crimson, radiating a powerful aura. It roared furiously. Gripping his Storm War Axe, Lin Ping addressed the group, "Everyone, don't panic. We can definitely defeat it." The group nodded, rallying their spirits. Zhang Kuang and Zhao Kai stepped forward once more, preparing to withstand the boss's onslaught. Zhang Ruoming also swung her staff to cast a buff. The two-headed lion boss charged toward the group at incredible speed. Zhang Kuang and Zhao Kai raised their shields with all their might, attempting to withstand the boss's impact. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as Zhang Kuang and Zhao Kai were sent flying by the boss's force. But gritting their teeth, they charged forward once more. Lin Ping seized the moment, leaping high into the air. Gripping his storm axe tightly with both hands, he swung it down with all his might toward the boss's head. 2,500. The critical hit dealt massive damage instantly, but the boss merely staggered slightly and didn't fall. The boss attacked with even greater fury. Shadow Strike. Lin Ping vanished in an instant, thrusting the storm axe toward the boss. The massive damage made the two-headed lion boss roar. Finally, Lin Ping raised the Storm War Axe once more and brought it down with all his might onto the boss's head. 2,200. Critical hit. The two-headed lion boss's health bar vanished completely. Lin Ping gazed at the boss's corpse on the ground, a surge of accomplishment filling his heart. Congratulations on defeating the two-headed lion boss. Reward, plus 5,000 EXP. Acquired blue equipment power gauntlets, strength plus 30. Acquired skill book Fury Power. Used to increase attack power by 20% for 30 seconds. The system notification sounded, filling Lin Ping with delight. Wang Defu approached and said to Lin Ping, "Ha, Li Huitian has finally reaped what he sowed." Lin Ping replied, "He brought it upon himself." He then instructed everyone to begin clearing the battlefield and collecting the boss's dropped items and rewards. Watching them, Lin Ping felt a slight sense of satisfaction. Outside the dungeon, Zhang Shan was kicked out, just as Zhang Tianming and Zhou Yao spotted him. Zhang Shan looked utterly disheveled, his gear damaged in multiple places. Zhou Yao asked in surprise, "What happened? How did you get kicked out?" Zhang Shan sighed helplessly. "We encountered the twin-headed lion boss inside. Zhang Kuang and I were tanking up front. But Li Huitian and his fire mage deliberately held back, nearly wiping our entire team. During the fight, the boss hit me, wiped my health bar, and I got eliminated." Upon hearing that Li Huitian had teamed up with Lin Ping's squad to take on the boss, Zhang Tianming couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up. He declared confidently, "Li Huitian's team is so strong, they'll definitely come in first. They'll take down the boss for sure." Zhou Yao frowned, however, and said, "It's not over yet. How can you be so sure? Besides, I think Lin Ping's strategy was sound. It's Li Huitian's decision to hold back that was questionable." Zhang Tianming dismissed her concern. Li Huitian's team has always been among the top contenders in the summer camp. They'll win for sure. I'll bet my money on them being the first to take down the boss. Zhou Yao watched Zhang Tianming's overconfident expression and shook her head helplessly. She felt Zhang Tianming was placing blind faith in Li Huitian. Just as they were arguing, Jiang Mu approached and asked, "What are you guys doing?" Zhang Tianming and Zhou Yao explained the situation to Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu frowned upon hearing it, surprised such an incident could occur in a dungeon. He said, "We can't be certain who will win just yet. Let's wait for the results before deciding anything." As they discussed, the dungeon portal suddenly began to flicker. Li Huitian emerged from the instance looking disheveled. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his face bore multiple scrapes and bruises. Zhang Tianming froze in shock. He never imagined Li Huitian would return in such a state. He had imagined Li Huitian emerging from the dungeon in triumph, but now he looked utterly defeated. Stunned, Zhang Tianming was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing Li Huitian's state, Zhou Yao silently acknowledged her judgment had been correct. She turned to Zhang Tianming and said, "See? Do you still think Li Huitian's team can come in first?" Zhang Tianming awkwardly lowered his head, unsure how to respond. Jiang Mu looked at Li Huitian and asked, "What happened in there? How did you end up like this?" Chapter 104, Anger and Rebuke. Li Huitian hung his head in shame and explained, "During our fight with the two-headed lion boss, I selfishly held back my strength. Later, when the boss feigned death, Lin Ping ordered me to test its reaction. Instead, I got knocked flying, my health bar wiped clean, and I was eliminated. In the end, it was Lin Ping who led everyone to defeat the boss again." Jiang Mu's expression turned stern upon hearing this. He said, "In teamwork, selfishness is the most unforgivable sin. Li Huitian, your actions this time have deeply disappointed me." Li Huitian replied regretfully, "Director, I know I was wrong. I will correct myself and never make such a mistake again." Jiang Mu sighed. "I hope you remember, without integrity, one cannot stand." Zhang Tianming watched Li Huitian's disheveled state and felt his face burn with embarrassment, his heart filled with regret. He had expected Li Huitian's team to take the lead in this battle, earning him great prestige. Yet Li Huitian's conduct had been witnessed by Jiang Mu, severely damaging his impression and proving utterly counterproductive. At that moment, Zhang Shan spotted Li Huitian, and his anger flared instantly. Gripping Li Huitian's collar in fury, he demanded, "Why did you hold back your strength during the battle instead of helping? Do you realize that because of your selfishness, we nearly suffered total annihilation? I was eliminated too." Confronted by Zhang Shan's accusation, Li Huitian could only lower his head. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Jiang Mu frowned and said to Zhou Yao, "Teacher Zhou Yao, please take Zhang Shan for treatment. His injuries are severe and require immediate attention." Zhou Yao nodded, stepped forward, and took Zhang Shan by the arm, leading him toward the medical station. Jiang Mu then turned to Zhang Tianming. "Teacher Zhang Tianming, take Li Huitian back to the barracks. Have a serious talk with him. He must fully understand the gravity of this incident." With that, Jiang Mu turned and walked away, his expression tinged with irritation. Zhang Tianming felt a chill run through him. He knew Jiang Mu was genuinely furious. He shot Li Huitian a fierce glare before dragging him toward the barracks. All the way there, Zhang Tianming berated Li Huitian relentlessly, "Look at the mess you've made. In such a crucial battle, you held back your strength out of selfish motives. Do you have any idea how much danger this puts the entire team in? Director Jiang placed great trust in you, yet you've let him down so badly. What were you thinking?" Li Huitian hung his head, murmuring, "Uncle, I know I was wrong. I just wanted to save my strength for the critical moment, but I never imagined things would turn out like this." Zhang Tianming scolded him with exasperation, "That's utterly foolish. Teamwork demands collective effort, not individual action. You must seriously reflect on your behavior." Li Huitian nodded silently, his eyes filled with hatred for Lin Ping. All because Lin Ping had made him handle the boss at the end. Back at the barracks, Zhang Tianming motioned for Li Huitian to sit down. "Huitian, understand this, everything in this summer camp is transparent. There's no room for favoritism. My approach is straightforward and fair. Li Huitian listened to Zhang Tianming's guidance. He replied, "Uncle, I understand." Seeing Li Huitian's sincere expression, Zhang Tianming's anger gradually subsided. He said, "I hope you remember today's lesson. From now on, you need to reflect deeply and formulate a plan for improvement. I will supervise you, and if you slip up again, I won't cover for you." Li Huitian nodded solemnly. Li Huitian said, "Uncle, rest assured. I will show you my transformation." After defeating the two-headed lion boss, Lin Ping's experience bar surged instantly, finally settling at level 39, just one step away from level 40. As his level increased, the amount of experience required grew exponentially, naturally slowing his progression. Lin Ping felt a slight pang of disappointment. Zhang Kuang, Zhao Kai, Zhang Ruoming, Xiao Mei, and the fire mage Wang Defu all gained varying amounts of experience points. Especially Zhang Kuang and Zhao Kai, who served as frontline tanks. They had fought hard and nearly been eliminated during the battle, but now, at the moment of reckoning, their efforts paid off. Both had leveled up to 32. Lin Ping looked at the group and said, "We've successfully defeated the boss. Our experience points are undoubtedly the highest now, no other trainees can compare. I think it's time to leave this dungeon." Zhang Kuang nodded in agreement. Lin Ping is right. We've secured a substantial advantage here. Pushing further could expose us to more unknown dangers. Zhao Kai chimed in, "I feel the same. We should capitalize on our current advantage and return to solidify our standing outside." The fire mage said, "Once we're out, we can show off our loot to everyone else." At this moment, he had already elevated himself to the rank of king, surpassing his former boss Li Huitian. Now, whoever could offer him benefits was his boss. Seeing everyone's agreement, Lin Ping made his decision. "Alright, let's prepare to leave this dungeon immediately." Once ready, Lin Ping led the group in pressing the bracelet buttons. As the light within the dungeon gradually brightened, it eventually enveloped them before fading away. Zhou Yao approached Jiang Mu with her tablet to report, "Director, the instance rankings are in. Lin Ping is first, and his team also took first place. The gap between them and second place is enormous, it's a complete blowout victory." Jiang Mu took the tablet, carefully reviewed the rankings, and nodded slightly. Lin Ping is indeed a promising prospect. Then he asked, "Teacher Zhou Yao, do you know anything about Lin Ping's family background?" Zhou Yao quickly pulled up the files and replied, "Director, based on the information we have so far, it appears Lin Ping only has an older sister." Jiang Mu nodded. At that moment, voices echoed from outside, coming from the instance portal. Jiang Mu and Zhou Yao exchanged a glance before stepping outside to investigate. They found the members of Lin Ping's squad standing there calmly. Their expressions were composed, as if they had just undergone ordinary training rather than a fierce battle. Lin Ping stood at the front of the group, radiating confidence. Jiang Mu approached them, smiling as he said, "You're back. Your performance this time was outstanding." Lin Ping was surprised that Jiang Mu had come personally. He replied, "Director, it was just sheer luck." Jiang Mu appreciated his modesty. Zhou Yao also praised, "Your results this time are truly astonishing. How did you manage to achieve that?" Lin Ping didn't hold back, directly attributing it to the team's collaboration. He specifically mentioned that without Li Huitian's assistance, success would have been impossible. This made Jiang Mu even more satisfied. A man who doesn't belittle his opponents deserves recognition. Afterward, Jiang Mu dismissed everyone to rest, preparing to offer further rewards and recognition. The members of Lin Ping's team departed. Zhang Kuang sighed, "Without Lin Ping this time, I might have failed long ago." Chapter 105, Spatial Instability. Wang Defu patted him on the shoulder. "Go take a shower. I'll go buy some supplies." While takeout couldn't be delivered to the summer camp, there was plenty of stuff for cultivation, and private transactions went unchecked. Wang Defu felt like having a smoke. After returning to the barracks, Lin Ping sat on his bed to rest. Just then, Wang Defu walked in with a delighted look on his face, brimming with excitement. "Lin Ping, did you hear? That kid Li Huitian got a thorough dressing down from Director Jiang Mu, and teacher Zhang Tianming scolded him so badly he couldn't hold his head up." Wang Defu exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Lin Ping laughed along and said, "Indeed, his behavior during the battle was completely unacceptable." As the two were talking, the trainees from the dungeon gradually returned one by one. After all, this dungeon challenge had yielded substantial rewards for everyone. Jiang Mu gathered everyone together. At the sound of the whistle, Lin Ping rose and walked out with Wang Defu. Soon, the entire group assembled in the square, awaiting Director Jiang Mu's commendation. Zhou Yao stood nearby, tablet in hand, ready to take notes at any moment. Director Jiang Mu stepped onto the stage and addressed the group. "Students, everyone performed exceptionally well in this dungeon challenge. Especially Team Lin Ping through outstanding teamwork and tenacious fighting spirit, they successfully defeated the two-headed lion boss, setting an exemplary standard for our summer camp." Just as everyone was basking in the joy, Teacher Zhou Yao's expression suddenly darkened. "This is bad. The instance space is destabilizing. There are still over 20 trainees inside." Director Jiang Mu frowned and ordered, "Teacher Zhou Yao, contact the technicians immediately to assess the situation." Everyone else, stand by at your positions, ready for action at any moment. Teacher Zhou Yao swiftly retrieved her communication device and contacted the technical team. The technicians reported that unknown energy fluctuations had caused the instance space to destabilize. It was currently unclear whether the trainees inside were safe. Director Jiang Mu pondered for a moment before declaring, "We must rescue the trainees inside. Lin Ping, take your squad and accompany me into the instance to assess the situation." Lin Ping responded without hesitation, "Yes, Director." Jiang Mu chose Lin Ping because his performance in the dungeon had proven exceptional, already surpassing many elite instructors. He would be a valuable asset. Lin Ping's team members would also participate, as they were all well trained. Although Jiang Mu initially considered sending Lin Ping alone, he decided it was safer to bring the team. As for the situation outside, Zhou Yao and Zheng Tianming could handle it. The hastily assembled team sprang into action, preparing to re-enter the instance. After Director Jiang Mu led Lin Ping's team into the instance, they discovered chaotic conditions inside. Space was warped, with mountains and forests sliced apart, some even twisted into jagged, distorted shapes. Monsters inside were being torn apart on the spot. Trainees who hadn't yet exited fled in terror. But with the spatial distortion preventing contact with the outside world, the wristbands on their arms were useless. Lin Ping shouted, "Everyone, we're here to rescue you." Hearing Lin Ping's voice, the trainees rushed toward them. Director Jiang Mu calmly surveyed the surroundings and declared, "Find a way to stabilize the space immediately." But who could possibly find one? Director Jiang Mu could only give orders. The trainees couldn't accomplish much on their own. Lin Ping surveyed the chaotic dungeon space. Suddenly, he inexplicably thought of the fragmentary map he had been rewarded with. A strong intuition told him this fragment might hold some guidance. He secretly pulled the fragment from his backpack and examined it closely. To his astonishment, portions of the terrain depicted on the fragment overlapped with their current surroundings. On the fragment, a star-shaped stone stele stood out prominently. Lin Ping's heart stirred. Perhaps the stele held the key to solving the problem. He quickly stowed the map away, ensuring no one noticed. After a moment of deep thought, Lin Ping addressed Director Jiang Mu. "Director, I have an idea. I can scout ahead. I can handle it alone." Director Jiang Mu frowned. "It's too dangerous. The space here is unstable. Going alone is too risky." Lin Ping replied firmly, "Director, I'm confident. I've faced many dangers in the dungeon before and believe I can handle this. Besides, time is of the essence. We must find a way to stabilize the space as soon as possible. Acting alone will allow me greater flexibility and help me uncover clues faster." Director Jiang Mu looked into Lin Ping's resolute eyes and finally agreed. "All right, but be cautious. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately." Lin Ping nodded and turned toward the direction indicated on the fragmentary map. He carefully avoided the distorted spatial zones, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. After walking for a while, Lin Ping arrived at a valley. Here, the space warped even more violently. Huge rocks were sliced into bizarre shapes, as if cut by a giant wielding a sharp blade. Suddenly, a colossal monster burst forth from the depths of the valley. The creature appeared monstrous, its body emanating a putrid stench and an icy chill. Lin Ping immediately gripped his storm war axe, ready to fight. The monster roared as it lunged toward Lin Ping, who deftly dodged its attacks. Only a fool would engage head-on. He noticed the creature's movements seemed affected by the spatial distortion, appearing somewhat sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ping launched his attack, the axe striking the monster's body. 1600. The damage number floated above the monster's head, but it didn't go down. He followed up with another axe strike. 2000. The massive damage dealt instantly made the monster let out a blood-curdling scream. Lin Ping breathed a sigh of relief and pressed on toward his goal. After trekking through the wilderness, he finally located the star-shaped stone monument. The stele was covered in strange runes. Lin Ping examined the stone tablet closely, attempting to decipher the runes etched upon it. Suddenly, he felt a chill emanating from the stone tablet. The force knocked Lin Ping back several steps, and he stared at the stone tablet in astonishment. At that moment, the runes on the stone tablet began to flicker, their light shooting straight into the sky. A thought struck Lin Ping. He realized the location where this light appeared might hold the key to resolving the spatial instability. He immediately sprinted toward the source of the light. Boom! 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 The ground nearby shattered and cracked. Large cracks appeared near Lin Ping, opening and closing like a mouth. If they connected, the entire ground would collapse. Lin Ping studied the map in his hand, but the fragmentary chart revealed nothing of the missing section, which happened to be precisely where he stood. Without any knowledge of the terrain or preparation, if danger struck, the odds of Lin Ping meeting his end alone were a sure thing. Spotting nearby vines, Lin Ping immediately grabbed hold and pulled himself across at breakneck speed. A narrow crevice appeared ahead. Lin Ping leapt across and saw a remarkably well-preserved secret chamber. Within it, a dark shadow shifted, as if something was entangled. Chapter 106, The One-Eyed Troll. Lin Ping cautiously stepped into the chamber, taking each step with extreme care. However, the moment he entered, before he could fully survey his surroundings, he suddenly felt a powerful force bearing down on him. Lin Ping instinctively sidestepped. The massive wolf tooth club slammed heavily into the ground beside him, thudding with a dull roar. The club's immense force shattered the ground beneath it, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Lin Ping felt a chill run down his spine. Had he not dodged in time, he would have lost at least half his health. He spun around in terror to find a one-eyed giant looming before him. Standing several meters tall, the Cyclops radiated an overwhelming aura. His skin was rough and hard as rock. The Cyclops' single eye flashed with savagery, fixed intently on Lin Ping. Its gaze was sharp and ferocious. Lin Ping scrambled backward, only to see the Cyclops level was a staggering 44. He inwardly cursed his misfortune. This Cyclops was far too powerful. He unleashed Flying Dragon Cloud Probe, stealing the Cyclops' attribute values. The Flying Dragon Cloud Probe activated. A glow seemed to emanate from Lin Ping's palm, swiftly darting toward the Cyclops. You cast Flying Dragon Cloud Probe on the Cyclops. Spirit plus 60. Constitution plus 90. Strength plus 70. He successfully stole a portion of its attribute values, boosting his own strength. The one-eyed troll across from him suddenly felt his legs go weak, nearly collapsing to his knees. Lin Ping seized the moment to unleash a barrage of shots from his poison blaster. 900. 900. The Cyclops' health bar plummeted rapidly. Lin Ping charged forward, unleashing the Storm Axe. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the Cyclops' body staggered. His health bar dipped significantly again. 2,200. Critical hit. Enraged by Lin Ping's relentless barrage, the Cyclops let out a deafening roar. The roar seemed capable of piercing stone walls, causing the entire chamber within the fissure to tremble incessantly. Its massive flail clenched in its fist, poised to smash Lin Ping into pulp. Whoosh! It swung the massive flail with brutal force, smashing it into the nearby stone pillar. The mace descended with unparalleled force, whistling through the air. The pillar shattered instantly, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. The collapsing pillar kicked up a cloud of dust and debris, like a miniature sandstorm. The dust filled the air, obscuring vision. Lin Ping scrambled to dodge. His agile body leapt continuously, dodging the falling stones. Each stone smashed into the ground with a dull thud, as if warning Lin Ping of the one-eyed giant's formidable strength. This creature's strength is truly terrifying. One slip up and I'll be done for right here. Lin Ping thought to himself. Seizing the brief pause after the Cyclops attack, Lin Ping swiftly unleashed his lightning blade. The blade struck the Cyclops with pinpoint accuracy, and an electric current instantly surged through its body. The Cyclops roared in agony. Its body twitched slightly from the electrical shock, and its powerful aura became slightly chaotic in that moment. 1,200. Without hesitation, Lin Ping planted his foot on the Cyclops' body, using the recoil to propel himself backward. His movements were crisp and decisive. Mid-air, he adjusted his posture, eyes locked on the Cyclops, preparing to meet its next attack head-on. The Cyclops was utterly enraged by Lin Ping's assault, plunging into a frenzied rage. It spread its massive arms and lunged toward Lin Ping with terrifying force. Its movement was blindingly swift. The air seemed to compress beneath its charge, whistling with the force of its momentum. Lin Ping watched the charging Cyclops, tension rising in his heart. But he gripped his Storm War Axe tightly, preparing to meet the Cyclops' frenzied assault. Come on, watch me outdo you. Lin Ping retreated rapidly. Suddenly, he spotted a narrow passageway. The passage looked extremely dark. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ping quickly crouched low and squeezed through the opening. Once inside, he crouched cautiously in a corner, pressing his body tightly against the wall, trying his best not to make a sound. The Cyclops soon gave chase, its massive form looming menacingly outside the passageway. Enraged by Lin Ping's escape into the passage, the Cyclops' single eye flashed with savage fury, as if it could incinerate Lin Ping to ashes. It raised its wolf tooth club and began pounding the ground. Each blow carried unparalleled force, causing the passageway to tremble slightly with every impact. Boom! Boom! Rock fragments rained down. But the passageway was far too narrow for the Cyclops to squeeze through. Its massive frame looked clumsy and awkward at the entrance. Refusing to give up, the Cyclops reached out with its massive hand, which resembled a giant palm fan, whistling through the air. Its fingers were thick as tree trunks, seemingly capable of crushing Lin Ping into dust with a single squeeze. Seeing this, Lin Ping immediately unleashed his lightning blade, stabbing fiercely at the giant hand. Put! The lightning blade instantly pierced the Cyclops' palm, and electric currents once again spread across its body. 900. 1,200. The Cyclops roared in agony. The roar seemed to pierce through stone walls, making the entire space tremble. Enraged beyond measure, the Cyclops desperately thrust its head into the passageway. Lin Ping distinctly sensed the Cyclops' intense fury and determination. But soon, Lin Ping regained his composure. He raised his poison blasting pistol and fired relentlessly. Bang bang! The bullet struck the Cyclops' head. 800. Simultaneously, Lin Ping seized the opportunity to thrust his lightning blade forcefully toward the Cyclops' eye. That eye was the Cyclops' weak spot, inflicting massive damage. The Cyclops writhed in agony, struggling to pull its head free. It brought up a lot of debris. Its movements became somewhat frantic. Lin Ping seized the moment, leaping out of the passageway and stomping down hard on the Cyclops' nose. Now towering above it, he raised his storm axe and swung it down with all his might. Thud! The storm axe sank deep into the Cyclops' body. Its health bar emptied instantly, and the hulking troll's massive frame crashed to the ground. After the Cyclops fell, it dropped 2 pieces of equipment. At that moment, the system notification sounded in his ears. You have achieved the first kill. Plus 1000 EXP. This unexpected reward filled Lin Ping with sudden delight. He could distinctly feel his strength had risen to a new level. Immediately after, the system alerted him again. Acquired equipment, Eye of Detection. Orange tier item. Reveals monster information within a 1000-meter radius. Plus 100 mental power. Immune to up to 10,000 points of mental damage. Lin Ping's gaze fell upon this newly acquired item, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Using the Eye of Detection, he examined his surroundings meticulously. This Eye of Detection is an absolute treasure. With this, I'll be able to handle all kinds of monsters in dungeons much more easily from now on. Envisioning future battles where he could anticipate monster information and devise flawless combat strategies, Lin Ping's heart swelled with anticipation. Chapter 107, Rewards, Stable Dungeons. Acquired mysterious item, Compass Stone Pillar. Lin Ping picked up the Compass Stone Pillar and examined it closely. He traced its surface, feeling its texture. Perhaps it would play a crucial role in his upcoming adventures. This adventure has truly been fruitful. With all this gear and loot, my strength at summer camp is bound to reach new heights. Lin Ping murmured to himself. After a moment of joy, Lin Ping scanned his surroundings. He prepared to enter the inner lair. Upon entering the inner lair, the spatial vibrations grew even more intense. He could even see spatial fissures. A faint mist filled the air, obscuring the path ahead. Soon, he discovered a broken compass. The compass needle spun wildly, as if it had lost all control. Lin Ping stared at the broken compass and formed a hypothesis. Could this compass be the cause of the dungeon's turmoil? He frowned. The spinning compass piqued Lin Ping's curiosity. He noticed a missing section at the compass's center. It looked familiar. Suddenly recalling the stone stalagmite he had just obtained, he decided to try using it with the compass. He inserted the stalagmite into the broken compass. As the stalagmite settled into place, the compass needle finally came to rest. Lin Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Mu gathered the scattered trainees from the dungeon. Each bore traces of battle clothes torn, faces etched with exhaustion. Yet beneath that weariness, a faint sense of relief after narrowly escaping disaster shone through. Jiang Mu stood at the front of the group, radiating a sense of security. Everyone's here. Initiate the return to town immediately. Jiang Mu issued the command. The trainees ahead responded in unison, pressing the devices on their wrists. A flash of light erupted, and they vanished. Outside the instance, Zhou Yao scanned the area anxiously. As flashes of light appeared, one by one the trainees returned, with Jiang Mu being the last. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to greet him. But then she noticed Lin Ping was missing from the group. Concerned, she asked Director Jiang Mu, "Where's Lin Ping?" When they first entered, Lin Ping and Jiang Mu had been together. Now that Jiang Mu had returned alone, it meant something had happened to Lin Ping. A look of sadness flashed across Jiang Mu's face. He spoke slowly. "We split up during the dungeon run. Lin Ping went off alone to explore ways to stabilize the space. I've gathered all the trainees, but I have no idea where Lin Ping is now." Jiang Mu's voice carried a note of helplessness. Under the circumstances, he could only gather most of the trainees. But he couldn't spare any attention for Lin Ping. Wang Difu, Zhang Ruoming, and the others rushed over. He shouted, "How can Lin Ping be alone in the instance? It's already chaotic and filled with danger. He'll die in there." He and Lin Ping had fought many battles together, forging a deep bond. Zhang Ruoming nodded in agreement. "Yes, Director. We must find a way to locate Lin Ping immediately." Jiang Mu's face was filled with guilt as he said, "I'm sorry. I didn't think it through. I'll enter the instance right now and bring Lin Ping out." Jiang Mu's voice was heavy with responsibility as their leader. He was accountable for every trainee's safety. Zhou Yao quickly interjected, "No. The dungeon is on the verge of collapse. Our scans show the spatial damage has reached grade A. Entering recklessly will tear you apart in the rifts. Director, you can't risk it." Jiang Mu sighed. He genuinely wanted to bring Lin Ping back. At that moment, Li Huitian strolled over, a smug look of schadenfreude on his face. Lin Ping was just showing off. He had the audacity to wander around in the instance? Getting trapped and dying is his own fault. Not understanding your own capabilities comes at a price. Jiang Mu's stern gaze immediately fixed on him. Already consumed by self-reproach, he now had to hear accusations of Lin Ping's recklessness. Didn't that imply he had failed to recognize true talent? Jiang Mu snapped, "Li Huitian, your conduct in the dungeon has already disappointed me greatly. If you continue gloating like this, I will revoke your eligibility for the summer camp. He couldn't tolerate Li Huitian's behavior. Already boiling with anger, he would have punched Li Huitian flying if not for his position. Zhang Tianming rushed over, grabbing Li Huitian and hissing, "Huitian, keep your mouth shut and get lost." Having narrowly avoided Jiang Mu's wrath, Li Huitian could only hastily retreat after Zhang Tianming's warning. Otherwise, given Jiang Mu's standing, Li Huitian would never be able to establish himself in China. Just as everyone was growing anxious, a summer camp instructor suddenly exclaimed, "Look! The dungeon has stopped shaking." The instructor's voice was filled with joy. All eyes turned toward the instance. The light at the entrance gradually stabilized, showing no further signs of trembling. Had Lin Ping found a way to stabilize the instance? Everyone stood there, their eyes fixed intently on the dungeon entrance. Great news! The instance is stable. Wang Difu exclaimed excitedly. Beside him, Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan nodded in agreement. Lin Ping should be fine now, he said. He's so capable he must have found a way to stabilize the instance. Jiang Shan agreed, yeah, Lin Ping's always been dependable. We don't need to worry. Xiao Mei and Zhang Ruomeng stood together. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Mei said, "Ruomeng, Lin Ping will come back safely, right?" Zhang Ruomeng gave a slight nod. Zhou Yao, standing beside Jiang Mu, exclaimed with delight, "The instance has stabilized. Director, this is our chance. We can enter the instance now to search for Lin Ping." Zhou Yao hoped to locate Lin Ping as soon as possible to ensure his safety. It was her duty as a teacher. Jiang Mu stepped forward and said, "I'll go in and assist Lin Ping." He felt it was his duty to ensure the safety of every trainee, especially Lin Ping. After all, Lin Ping had gone missing after entering the dungeon with him. He couldn't rest easy until he found him. Zhou Yao urgently objected, "Director, no. The instance has only just stabilized. We don't know if it's completely safe inside yet. I'll go." Zhou Yao was adamant she didn't want Jiang Mu to take the risk. As a leader, Jiang Mu's importance meant he couldn't be allowed to take unnecessary risks. Zhou Yao understood this principle well. Amid their argument, a figure emerged from the entrance. Lin Ping. "What are you doing?" Lin Ping looked at everyone in confusion, unsure why they were gathered so tensely at the dungeon entrance. Wang Difu let out a cry so loud it seemed to shatter the dungeon doors. Tears glistened in his eyes. He rushed forward and embraced Lin Ping tightly. "Lin Ping, you're finally back. I was so worried." Wang Difu's voice cracked with emotion, every word dripping with genuine feeling. Lin Ping pushed him away forcefully, his face full of disgust. "Don't hug me so tight, you blast-hearted fool." A hint of resignation flitted across Lin Ping's face. Chapter 108, Return from the Dungeon. He furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly overwhelmed by Wang Difu's enthusiasm. Hearing this, Wang Difu instantly grew displeased. He raised his fist and playfully punched Lin Ping, exclaiming loudly, "We're brothers." That's a hurtful thing to say. A flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Difu's eyes, but it was overshadowed by his deep affection for Lin Ping. His fist landed lightly on Lin Ping's shoulder, not a blow, but a playful shove between brothers. Zhang Kuang and Jiang Shan approached with smiles. Zhang Kuang wore a hearty grin as he said, "Lin Ping, you gave us quite the scare." His eyes brimmed with relief as he looked at Lin Ping, as if witnessing a hero's triumphant return. Jiang Shan added, "Yeah, thank goodness you're back safe and sound." Xiao Mei and Zhang Ruomeng watched the three interact and couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Mei covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling as she remarked, "These guys, they really make you laugh and cry at the same time." Xiao Mei's pretty face glowed with delight. Zhang Ruomeng nodded in agreement with a smile. Zhou Yao observed the scene and turned to Jiang Mu, saying, "Director, look at them, their bond is truly strong. Lin Ping is like the core among them, keeping everyone tightly united." Admiration shone in Zhou Yao's eyes. Jiang Mu gave a slight nod, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Once the excitement had died down a bit, he slowly walked over. He looked at Lin Ping. "Lin Ping, it's great you made it out of the instance. What's the situation inside now?" Lin Ping straightened his slightly torn clothes and said, "Director, I encountered a cyclops in the instance. That guy was no pushover, level 44. The moment I entered the secret chamber, it attacked me. A massive warhammer nearly crushed me." Lin Ping continued recounting his battle experience. "Then I found a broken compass. I suspect the chaos in the dungeon might have been caused by this compass. I inserted the compass stone I obtained earlier into it, repaired the compass, and the dungeon's tremors stopped." Everyone listened to Lin Ping's account, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. Wang Difu's eyes widened in astonishment. "A level 44 cyclops? Lin Ping, you're incredible." Admiration filled Wang Difu's eyes as he imagined the fierce battle between Lin Ping and the cyclops. Zhang Kuang added, "That was truly a heart-stopping experience." Jiang Mu remarked, "Lin Ping, you've truly done the summer camp a great service this time." He looked at Lin Ping, feeling thoroughly satisfied. This kid performed outstandingly, showed courage and responsibility, and most importantly, possessed sharp thinking truly rare. Lin Ping replied, "Director, it was just luck." At that moment, the surrounding campers gathered around, listening to Lin Ping's account with admiration. Lin Ping is so brave. If I'd encountered that cyclops, my legs would have turned to jelly. I never would have thought to use compass stones to stabilize the dungeon either. The praise for Lin Ping flowed endlessly. Zhou Yao surveyed the crowd, then lifted her chin slightly and raised her voice to remind, "Director, all the trainees are here now." Jiang Mu gave a slight nod. He straightened his posture and declared, "Assemble." At the command, the trainees sprang into action, swiftly finding their positions and forming neat, orderly lines. Jiang Mu surveyed the youthful, energetic faces. His gaze swept over them as he announced loudly, "The results of this round of summer camp trials are all excellent. Lin Ping's strength stands out, his performance is evident to all. I hereby declare him the top performer of this year's 3 cities summer camp." Jiang Mu's voice echoed across the front ranks. The trainees listened in silence, murmuring low gasps of astonishment, yet none voiced dissent. Indeed, setting aside other factors, the sheer feat of single-handedly defeating the Cyclops in the dungeon and stabilizing the instance was incredibly impressive. And then there were the previous trials. He dominated each one with a commanding lead. Jiang Mu scanned the crowd and declared loudly, "Is there anyone here who disagrees? You may stand up and speak freely." Wang Defu immediately shouted, "Who dares disagree? Lin Ping is the absolute best." Wang Defu's voice brimmed with excitement and pride. He pumped his fist vigorously, cheering Lin Ping on. Jiang Quang echoed, "That's right. Lin Ping deserves it." Then Jiang Shan nodded vigorously and declared, "Everyone saw Lin Ping's strength. First place is well earned." Even without them saying it, everyone present knew it to be true. Lin Ping had stood out since arriving at the summer camp, steadily advancing all along. Even someone as well connected as Li Huitian, backed by his influential uncle Zheng Tianming, couldn't match Lin Ping. No one else dared to voice any objections. After all, they couldn't single-handedly take down a Cyclops. Jiang Mu smiled and announced again, "The team formed during the trials by Wang Defu, Zhang Quang, Zhang Shan, Luo Xiaomei, and Zhang Ruoming has performed outstandingly and is declared the top team." Woohoo! The roar echoed. Wang Defu, Zhang Quang, and the others leaped up, howling with excitement. "Ha, we're number 1. Zhang Quang pumped his fist. "This is awesome. Following Lin Ping is the best. All our hard work paid off." Zhang Shan beamed, "This is our shared glory, ah." Though it was a team achievement, for someone from a second-tier family like him, it was truly no small feat. Whether it was back in school or during external activities, first-tier families usually held the upper hand. After all, top-tier families had resources and connections to spare. Luo Xiaomei folded her arms and remarked, "Ruomen, we're number 1. That's awesome. That Lin Ping guy, you wouldn't think he'd be so strong." At this moment, Xiaomei acknowledged Lin Ping. Truthfully, she'd already recognized his skill during the dungeon run. Now she saw his character. Double approval. Zhang Ruoming nodded. Her gaze shifted toward Lin Ping's location. When called upon, Lin Ping showed no surprise or arrogance. He stood smiling in place, looking incredibly handsome from this angle. A sparkle flashed in Zhang Ruoming's eyes. Like Jiang Shan, she too owed her glory today to Lin Ping. She had once looked down on him, never imagining that an ordinary person could rise to such heights. Recalling their earlier misunderstanding, she desperately wanted to tell Lin Ping, but now was not the right moment. Li Huitian stood in the crowd, his face dark and sullen. Jealousy burned in his eyes as he watched Lin Ping. But there was nothing he could do. Though he had worked just as hard, his ranking lagged far behind Lin Ping's. He couldn't even find a reason to justify it. Zhao Kai approached, trying to persuade Li Huitian. "Don't get so worked up, boss. We'll have other chances." Zhao Kai's eyes brimmed with concern. He couldn't bear to see Li Huitian so dejected. Li Huitian refused to listen, kicking Zhao Kai angrily and snapping, "It's all because of Lin Ping. Why is he always so damn good?" Chapter 109, Summer Camp Ranking Rewards. Li Huitian was consumed by rage and jealousy. Zhao Kai stumbled from the kick but quickly jumped back, looking at Li Huitian helplessly. After all, he still needed Li Huitian to improve himself. Jiang Mu observed the excited trainees. He lifted his chin slightly and cleared his throat. Ahem. "Students, everyone performed exceptionally well in this summer camp trial, especially Lin Ping." Jiang Mu's gaze slowly settled on Lin Ping, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Lin Ping, in recognition of your outstanding performance during this summer camp trial, you will receive an exclusive piece of equipment, the Shadow Cloak. The Venom Fang Tactical Dagger, featuring special damage bonuses. Furthermore, to honor your courage and wisdom, you are hereby awarded the honorary title of a Summer Camp Star. Rewarded with 20,000 points. These can be exchanged for desired items in the exclusive store." Lin Ping froze slightly upon hearing the rewards, feeling a surge of delight. The gear was top-notch all red-tier equipment. And the points, they can be used to redeem items in the exclusive store. This is a globally accessible shop where nothing is off-limits. Red potions and blue potions? Child's play. Red gear is commonplace, orange gear is easily found, and even legendary gear is available for purchase, though it requires a lot of points. "Thank you, Director. I'll work hard," Lin Ping said with a smile. Next, Zhang Mu turned his gaze to Wang Defu, Zhang Quan, Zhang Shan, Luo Xiaomei, Zhang Ruoming, and the others. Your team excelled in the trials. As the top-ranked team, you will each receive a set of exclusive red-tier equipment. Additionally, you will each earn 1,000 points to redeem items and gear in the exclusive store. Each of you will also receive an outstanding team member medal. Wang Defu and the others cheered excitedly upon hearing the rewards. They high-fived each other, brimming with joy and pride. This is amazing. Dad, you won't look down on me anymore, huh? Wang Defu exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Zhang Quang pumped his fist, his voice trembling with excitement. With this prize money, my parents are gonna worship me when I get home. Ha! Zhang Shan clutched his medal tightly, smiling. Luo Xiaomei and Zhang Ruoming beamed with happiness. The rest watched with envy. Li Huitian stood among the crowd, watching Lin Ping and Wang Defu receive their generous rewards. The jealousy in his heart grew ever stronger. His face darkened as his eyes fixed intently on Lin Ping. But he had to admit he was truly outmatched this time. He could only silently resolve to surpass Lin Ping. Second place went to Li Huitian. When Jiang Mu announced the result, the atmosphere in the entire venue seemed to grow slightly awkward. After all, with Lin Ping's dazzling performance setting the bar so high, Li Huitian's second place felt like a distant second. Li Huitian stood there, head slightly bowed, his hands clenched into tight fists. The cheers meant for Lin Ping should have been his. But now there was none, only scattered, sparse murmurs. His eyes burned with unyielding determination, as if fire raged within them. Zhao Kai felt uneasy seeing Li Huitian's expression. He hurried forward to congratulate him. Boss, second place is still pretty impressive. But Li Huitian shot him a fierce glare. What's so great about that? I can't stand being second to Lin Ping. His voice was strained with suppressed fury. Had the crowd not been present, he might have shouted outright. The intensity of his emotion spread like a surging wave. Those nearby were startled by his reaction and glanced over. Fortunately, it was a small crowd. The rest were waiting for him to receive his award. To them, second place wasn't so bad. Zhao Kai shrank back, not daring to speak to him again. Li Huitian had a fiery temper, especially after this setback. With nowhere to vent his anger, Zhao Kai had walked right into the line of fire. But he understood Li Huitian's feelings. After all, Li Huitian had always been extremely proud. Losing to Lin Ping this time was indeed a significant blow to him. Zhang Tianming stood between the teachers. He watched Li Huitian's reaction. Now, Li Huitian walked up to the podium with his head down, his expression grim. As Li Huitian passed by, Zhang Tianming gave him a gentle nudge and whispered, "Cheer up. Don't look so down. Second place is already a great achievement." Zhang Tianming's tone carried a hint of encouragement. He hoped Li Huitian could adjust his mindset quickly. Besides, offending Jiang Mu brought no benefits, and looking so gloomy would severely damage his image. Li Huitian froze slightly upon hearing Zhang Tianming's words. His eyes darted around. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile toward the front, but it looked worse than crying. He knew Zhang Tianming meant well, but he simply couldn't accept the fact that he'd lost to Lin Ping. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice at that moment. Jiang Mu began presenting Li Huitian with his rewards. Compared to Lin Ping's, they were slightly less impressive: a blue-quality piece of equipment, an ordinary Ruijin dagger, and 7,000 points. Jiang Mu looked at Li Huitian. He spoke with profound meaning. Li Huitian, your strength isn't weak. But your mindset needs adjusting. Stop envying others. Focus more energy on improving yourself. Each word from Jiang Mu struck Li Huitian like a heavy hammer, sending a jolt through him. Li Huitian felt a pang of realization. He meekly replied, "Understood, Director." The rest of the awards ceremony proceeded smoothly. The second-place team, also Li Huitian's squad, received only a consolation prize. After everyone had received their awards, Jiang Mu announced, "This training camp activity is now concluded. School buses from your respective districts will be notified to pick you up. The dungeon will undergo repairs to prepare for the next event." Hearing this, the trainees felt a pang of reluctance. Having lived here for over 10 days, they had grown accustomed to the rhythm, and the experiences within the dungeon had left deep impressions. The sudden departure left them feeling a bit hollow inside. Still, a period of relaxation was imminent. Rules here were strict, with high demands on rankings and points. Those failing to meet expectations risked demotion. Many young nobles, unable to endure the harsh conditions, now eagerly anticipated returning home to recover from the hardships endured over these past days. Wang Defu sat on his bed, still buzzing with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Quang and Zhang Tian were showing off their newly acquired gear. Though not top tier, it was still decent, and most importantly, they had secured glory. If their families found out they'd achieved good rankings, they'd be overjoyed. It would even count as extra credit when applying to universities after the college entrance exams. It was like an honor certificate. They could expect preferential treatment in college. They were already thinking of all the perks it would bring. In short, the benefits were numerous. Wang Defu sighed deeply. "Lin Ping, I never imagined we'd team up again and achieve something like this." As he spoke, his heart swelled with emotion. Chapter 110, Good News and Rascals. Lin Ping wrapped up the summer camp. He thought of his sister, Lin Luyan, wondering how busy she was at the equipment shop. Ever since taking his advice and opening the shop, her business had been booming. He arrived at the shop's entrance. The shop was situated on a bustling street, surrounded by other stores, selling baked buns, delicious flatbreads. Aunt Jo, the flatbread vendor, called out cheerfully. She was plump and had a friendly face. Her flatbread stall was just a short distance from the equipment shop. Spotting Lin Ping, Aunt Jo greeted him warmly. Little Ping's back. Come grab a scallion pancake. She handed him a warm, steaming flatbread. Lin Ping accepted it without hesitation, smiling as he replied, Thanks, Auntie Jo. Aunt Jo chuckled warmly, Don't mention it. When I first opened this place, you two siblings helped out so much. Come grab one anytime you want. Lin Ping agreed, Sure thing, Auntie Jo. They've lived in this neighborhood for many years, all longtime neighbors who know each other well and help one another out. Eating flatbread on the way to the equipment store. Lin Ping pushed open the door and stepped inside. The shop was filled with the metallic scent emitted during equipment disassembly. Lin Luyan was bent over, intently using her disassembler skill to break down a piece of gear. Seeing his sister's earnest expression, Lin Ping didn't disturb her. Instead, he ate his pancake nearby, pretending to be a customer. Lin Luyan was too busy to even look up. Hello? What equipment would you like to deconstruct? Her voice rang out, brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Ping said, Oh, buy a block of tofu. We don't sell tofu here anymore, sir. She looked up and saw Lin Ping standing nearby. Her eyes lit up instantly. She jumped up in surprise and exclaimed, Oh my! Little Ping, it's you, you rascal. You're making your sister so happy. Has your summer camp ended already? Lin Ping smiled and nodded. Yeah, summer camp's over, sis. Lin Luyan quickly put down her work and pulled Lin Ping close, examining him from head to toe. Xiao Ping, you're not hurt, are you? Lin Ping waved his hand. Sis, I'm fine. I was awesome at summer camp and got a bunch of cool stuff. Lin Luyan frowned slightly. No matter how great you are, you still need to be careful. Anyway, tell me all about what happened at summer camp. Just then, a customer entered the shop. Noticing Lin Luyan and Lin Ping talking, he cautiously urged, Hey, boss, when will my gear be disassembled? I need it for use. I'll pay extra if possible. Lin Luyan quickly replied, Just a moment, it'll be ready soon. Then she turned to Lin Ping, Ping, take a seat for a moment. Once I finish this order, I'll listen to all about the summer camp. Lin Ping nodded and sat down nearby. Ever since opening this gear shop, my sister has been bursting with energy. Perhaps this was the life she truly loved, being genuinely needed, rather than enduring exploitation and scams while selling tofu to scrape by. Lin Luyan deftly disassembled the customer's gear with practiced precision. Before long, the gear was fully disassembled. The customer left satisfied, carrying the disassembled materials. Lin Luyan returned to Lin Ping's side, her face brimming with anticipation. Xiao Ping, tell me all about summer camp. Lin Ping began recounting his experiences at summer camp. Sis, summer camp was so thrilling. I encountered a giant one-eyed troll several meters tall. The thing radiated immense power, its skin rough and hard as rock. The moment I stepped into the secret chamber, I nearly got smashed by its war club. Are you okay? That's so dangerous. Lin Luyan looked at Lin Ping with genuine concern. She wasn't surprised by the adventure at all, but rather worried about Lin Ping's well-being. Lin Ping smiled and continued, Of course I'm fine. Xiao Ping, you're so clever. Did you get any rewards for doing so well at summer camp? Lin Luyan asked curiously. I got an exclusive Shadow Cloak and Venom Fong Tactical Dagger, plus the honorary title, Summer Camp Star, and 20,000 points. I can exchange them for whatever I want in the exclusive store. Lin Ping said excitedly. Lin Luyan was equally surprised. Exclusive points? Those are incredibly valuable. She smiled happily. Xiao Ping, you're amazing. What do you plan to exchange these points for? Lin Ping thought for a moment before replying, Sis, I haven't decided yet. But I want to help you grow the equipment shop's business first. Lin Luyan smiled and said, Alright, with both of us working hard, we'll definitely make our lives better and better. Just then, several more customers walked into the equipment shop. Lin Luyan quickly stood up to greet them. Lin Ping stood up too, helping to organize the equipment in the shop. Suddenly, the sound of an argument drifted over. Lin Ping immediately dropped the gear he was handling and hurried toward the source of the noise to investigate. He saw several burly customers surrounding Lin Luyan, their eyes gleaming with ill intent. Among them, a man with a bushy beard was spouting crude, lewd remarks, Hey, isn't that the girl from before? We guys love pretty, fresh-faced beauties. As he spoke, he reached out and groped Lin Luyan's arm. Lin Luyan's face flushed with anger as she snapped, What are you doing? Get away from me. However, instead of backing off, they grew even more brazen. The ringleader raised his hand, poised to strike Lin Luyan. This frightened Lin Luyan. Seeing this, Lin Ping's anger surged. Without hesitation, he pulled out the poison-exploding pistol from his backpack and fired a shot at the attacker. Bang! The gunshot echoed loudly in the confined space. The assailant, struck in the arm, clutched his wound and collapsed to the floor, writhing in agony and letting out a blood-curdling scream. The others nearby were startled by the sudden gunshot, recoiling in terror. Panic-stricken expressions spread across their faces as they turned toward Lin Fan's location. Get out of here! This guy's trouble. They scrambled toward the door, scrambling and crawling their way out before fleeing in a vehicle. Lin Ping stormed to the entrance, his face twisted with rage. He bellowed at the fleeing figures ahead, "You think you can cause trouble at our gear shop? You must be blind. Get out of here!" Lin Luyan looked at Lin Ping, her eyes brimming with emotion. Her eyes grew slightly red as she felt a surge of emotion. Her little brother had truly grown up. He could now shield her from the world and drive away the bad guys. But at the same time, she felt a pang of worry. After all, firing a gun was no small matter. She tugged at Lin Ping's sleeve anxiously. "Xiaoping, won't this get us in trouble? We should go to the police station and report it first." Seeing his sister's worried expression, Lin Ping smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, sis. They deserved punishment for bullying you." His voice was firm. Lin Luyan felt a wave of warmth wash over her. She knew her brother was protecting her, but she still couldn't help but worry. Chapter 111, the equipment store was smashed. "But Ping, if something like this happens again, you can't be so impulsive." Lin Ping nodded. "I know, sis. But I can't just stand by and watch them bully you. I'll be careful next time." Seeing the worry etched across his sister's face, Lin Ping's eyes hardened with resolve. "Sis, you really don't need to work yourself so hard. And stop worrying about me." Because Lin Ping now possessed the strength of a level 41. This was no ordinary level. Moreover, he now had Mayor Feng Hokai as his backing, along with the support of Feng Qing, the principal of Huiwu High School, the strongest school in Jiangcheng. So what if he'd beaten someone up today? They had been rude first, and the mayor would certainly protect him. This isn't the same Lin Ping with his lowly background anymore. Lin Luyan listened to her brother's words. Though she still felt some worry, she did find a glimmer of reassurance. She nodded slightly and said, "All right, let's not dwell on these troublesome matters. Let's go eat. How about grabbing some street-side barbecue?" Lin Ping suggested with a smile. "Sure." Lin Luyan nodded in agreement. Street grilled meat is cheap and tastes great. It's our go-to spot whenever we're craving something delicious. After making their decision, they closed the door to the equipment shop. Lin Ping and Lin Luyan walked side by side down the street toward the barbecue stall, just like in the old days. "Sis, I got a bunch of gear at summer camp this time. When we get back, I'll stash it all in the warehouse. Then you won't have to buy used gear when you need to disassemble stuff anymore. So convenient." Lin Luyan beamed with delight at the news. "That's wonderful. I was planning to buy some old gear for disassembly in a couple of days. This saves me the trouble." They soon arrived at the street-side barbecue stall. The barbecue stall was set up in an open space. A few simple tables and chairs were set up. Lin Ping and Lin Luyan found an empty table to sit at, ordering some of their favorite grilled meats and drinks. Just as they were enjoying their meal and chatting happily, several cars sped toward Luyan Equipment Store. The man beaten by Lin Ping got out of the car with a grim expression. His arm was in a sling, and his face looked terrible. His eyes burned with rage and resentment as he glared viciously at the shop's entrance. "Smash it!" At his command, a group of henchmen immediately charged forward. Some wielded clubs, others axes, and they began smashing the shop's doors and windows with fury. The shattering sound of glass echoed through the street, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. People stopped to watch, but seeing the man's vicious expression, none dared to intervene. Everyone wondered what the shop had done to provoke such violent treatment. Aunt Jo, who sold baked buns nearby, pushed her way through the crowd. Glass shards flew everywhere. Aunt Jo blared with fury. She couldn't believe these people were so brazen as to smash someone else's shop. "What are you doing? You can't smash someone's shop like this." The leader of the group turned to her, his expression fierce. He turned around, glaring at Aunt Jo with malice, and snapped, "What's it to you? Mind your own business." Threat loomed in his eyes. Aunt Jo was startled by his fierce demeanor. Fear surged within her, yet she remained deeply concerned for Lin Ping and Lin Luyan. The siblings had it tough. They used to sell tofu. Now they'd finally opened this equipment shop, only to have it vandalized like this. Aunt Jo hesitated for a moment, then jogged over to the barbecue restaurant by the roadside. She had just seen Lin Ping and Lin Luyan talking about going there for dinner. Aunt Jo burst into the restaurant and shouted, "Luyan, Xiaoping, your shop has been vandalized." Lin Ping jumped to his feet at the news. His face instantly darkened with rage, an iron skewer still clenched in his hand. The skewer trembled slightly in his hand, betraying his inner fury. Lin Ping dropped the skewer and sprinted toward the shop. Seeing this, Lin Luyan quickly reached out to pull him back. "Xiaoping, don't be impulsive." But she couldn't hold him back. Lin Ping had already dashed out. Aunt Jo said anxiously, "Luyan, go grab Xiaoping. Those guys are dangerous." Hurry up, I'll cover the meal cost for you. Lin Luyan replied, thanks, Aunt Zhou. With that, she hurried after Lin Ping. Aunt Zhou sighed behind them, muttering to herself, what on earth are we going to do? These people are going too far. I just hope nothing happens to Xiaoping and the others. Lin Ping and Lin Luyan hurried toward the equipment store. Filled with rage, his steps grew faster. How dare they smash up their shop? He wouldn't let these people get away with it. Lin Ping stood at the entrance of Luyan equipment store. His gaze locked onto the guy with his arm in a sling, who stood there arrogantly giving orders. Beside him, a henchman leisurely lit his cigarette. After taking a deep drag, he exhaled a thick plume of smoke with a puff. The whole scene reeked of arrogance. Lin Ping's rage ignited instantly. He thrust his legs forward, launching himself forward with a flying kick aimed squarely at the henchman lighting the cigarette. Completely caught off guard, the henchman was sent flying by the impact, crashing into the windshield of a nearby car. Crash! The windshield shattered instantly, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. Quick, stop him! The youth with the bandaged arm, startled, shouted as he scrambled backward. Several men who had been smashing the equipment store heard the command and turned around. Lin Ping's movements were swift and decisive as he charged forward. His fist swung with force, landing a hard blow on the bandaged man's face. The man felt darkness flood his vision as the immense force knocked him off balance. Without hesitation, Lin Ping seized the man's neck, flung him forcefully, and slammed him into another assailant. The two men had no time to react before crashing to the ground. The remaining two men, seeing this, felt a surge of panic, but they still charged forward, wielding iron bars and axes. Lin Ping's eyes narrowed as he drew his lightning blade. ZZZZT. The electric blade sliced through the iron rod, severing it instantly. Before they could react, a powerful electric current surged through their bodies. They collapsed with agonized screams, convulsing on the ground. Before long, they even lost control of their bowels. The onlookers, witnessing this, began murmuring among themselves. Damn impressive. Serves them right. These guys bully people all the time, they deserve what they got today. But that young man was too impulsive, these guys aren't people you mess with. Their voices brimmed with satisfaction, yet they also worried for Lin Ping. Chapter 112, Puss Equipment Company. The leader tumbled from the vehicle, landing on one knee as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale, his eyes blazing with fury. I'm Zhou Bingy. You hit me, you're asking for death. He snarled. Lin Ping approached step by step from his elevated position. Not a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. Whoever you are, if you dare wreck my sister's shop, you'll pay the price. As he spoke, he grabbed Zhou Bingy by the throat, his fingers tightening relentlessly. Just then, Lin Luyan rushed out of the crowd. Seeing Lin Ping choking Zhou Bingy, she screamed, Xiaoping, let go. Lin Luyan's heart was filled with worry, fearing her brother would get into even bigger trouble. But Lin Ping didn't let go. He glared at Zhou Bingy and said, this isn't over. Though Zhou Bingy was pinned down by Lin Ping, nearly unable to breathe, he was terrified. His eyes widened with panic. He thought bringing reinforcements would let him exact revenge, but he hadn't expected to run into such a tough nut to crack. In this small town of Jiangcheng, there was actually someone this ruthless. He wished he'd asked Uncle Ho to come protect him. Xiaoping, let go. Lin Luyan shouted anxiously once more. Her face twisted with tension as she rushed forward, yanking fiercely at Lin Ping's arm, forcing him to release his grip. Rage boiled within Lin Ping. Seeing Zhou Bingy's arrogant demeanor, he desperately wanted to teach him a brutal lesson right then and there. But seeing his sister's anxious and worried expression, Lin Ping gritted his teeth and finally let go. Had he not been mindful of Lin Luyan's feelings, afraid of causing his sister worry, he would have mercilessly taken Zhou Bingy down without hesitation. Just then, the wail of police sirens grew louder as a patrol car sped toward them. The patrol car pulled up outside the equipment store, and several officers stepped out. They surveyed the scene before them. Shattered glass littered the floor, broken gear lay scattered everywhere, and people were sprawled on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Luyan immediately stepped forward and explained the situation to the officers in detail. Officer. These people suddenly barged into our shop, started groping me, and even tried to hit people. My brother only acted to protect me. They also smashed up our shop. Lin Luyan pointed at the damaged shop and the injured people. Aunt Zhou returned. She was panting, but her face was filled with rage. She passionately declared to the police officer, these people went too far. They came out of nowhere to smash our shop. This brother and sister have worked so hard to open their equipment store, only to be bullied like this. They're nothing but thugs and deserve punishment. Zhou Bingy spotted the police and rushed over as if seeing his own father, shouting, my father is the CEO of Beijing Puss Equipment Company. I want to file a report he maliciously assaulted a customer. Zhou Bingy believed his background would ensure the police sided with him. Upon hearing the name Kyoto Puss Equipment Company, many gasped in surprise. Kyoto Puss Equipment Company? That's a major corporation. This kid's got some serious connections. This sister and brother are in big trouble now. But you can't blame the siblings, these people started the trouble. Lin Luyan's face was also filled with astonishment. Worry surged in her heart as she wondered how this situation would resolve. Seeing no one approaching him for now, Lin Ping calmly stated the facts. Officer, it didn't happen the way he described. They were the ones who came to the store causing trouble first. And there's surveillance footage here to prove everything I'm saying is true. Upon hearing this, the officer immediately arranged for someone to retrieve the surveillance footage while instructing Lin Ping and the others to provide statements. Lin Ping wrote down the details of the incident. Officer, I trust you will handle this matter fairly. Zhou Bingyi, however, wore a smug expression. Sitting beside them, his eyes brimmed with defiance as he stared at Lin Ping. Zhou Bingyi's heart brimmed with confidence. Uncle Ho would arrive soon, and with backup, what could this arrogant civilian kid do? Lin Ping stared back at him without flinching. A black luxury sedan pulled up. It screeched to a halt at the police station entrance. A man in a crisp suit stepped out. His hair held a few strands of silver, which added an air of authority in the sunlight. Several others in formal attire followed behind him. Each exuded an imposing presence. The moment the man entered the police station, he commanded the room like a king descending, bellowing, "Release Zhou Bingyi immediately. I've already notified your chief." Beside him, a balding man hurried forward, introducing himself as Liang Baochang, the chief of security. "That's right. Release him immediately." Liang Baochang's voice dripped with arrogance, as if his words were law itself. The officers exchanged glances. One officer hesitated briefly before rushing off to make a call for confirmation. Lin Ping witnessed this and immediately stepped forward. "How can you ignore the facts like this? They smashed our shop and bullied my sister. How can you just let them go?" Lin Ping's voice was filled with rage. Liang Baochang looked at Lin Ping with arrogant disdain. I'm stating the facts. Around here, I call the shots." Liang Baochang's tone was domineering. He didn't give Lin Ping the time of day. The man beside him chimed in, "I'll compensate you for every item damaged double." A sneer of contempt spread across the man's face. Lin Ping's eyes widened in fury. Is this about double compensation? This is bullying. Lin Ping trembled with rage. Lin Luyan quickly grabbed his arm, her face filled with worry. She feared Lin Ping might do something impulsive. "Xiaoping, don't be so impulsive." Lin Luoyan's voice trembled with tension. She gripped his arm tightly, terrified he might do something dangerous. Zhou Bingyi smirked triumphantly beside them. "See? I told you I could leave right away. Uncle Ho, thank you for coming." Zhou Bingyi's expression grew increasingly arrogant. He seemed to be flaunting his powerful connections to Lin Ping, implying no one could touch him. Lin Ping glanced toward the police officers. "Are you sure you want to let him go?" He couldn't believe the police would let a lawbreaker go so easily. The officers sighed helplessly. "We've received orders from above. We have no choice but to release him." They didn't want to do this either, but they had to obey their superior's orders. Lin Luyan tugged at Lin Ping's arm and whispered softly, "Xiaoping, don't be too impulsive. Let it go. We're just ordinary people." Lin Luoyan's eyes were filled with worry. Both she and Lin Ping were small fry. How could they possibly stand up to a big shot like the chief of public security? Lin Ping gritted his teeth. "Fine. I'll make a call too." With that, he dialed Feng Hotai's number directly. The crowd around them froze, watching the spectacle unfold. They wondered who he could possibly call. Zhou Bingyi sneered with disdain, "All show. I'll see just who you can call." He didn't believe for a second that Lin Ping could summon anyone of real influence. Chapter 113, Mayor Feng Hokai arrives in person. Lin Ping ignored them, waiting quietly for the call to connect. Feng Hokai answered, sounding quite surprised. "Xiaoping, I was just about to call you. Congratulations. You actually took first place in the Three Cities Summer Camp Trial event. Director Jiang Mu even called me specifically to ask about you. You've really brought honor to our Jiangchang." But Lin Ping had no time for pleasantries. He urgently explained, "Mayor Feng, I'm in trouble right now." He proceeded to recount his ordeal in detail, from Zhou Bingyi leading men to vandalize his shop to the authorities at the police station abusing their power to force his release. Every word was laced with fury. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Then, Feng Hokai spoke with suppressed anger, "Xiaoping, hold on a moment." With that, he hung up. The sound of the disconnect echoed in Lin Ping's ears. Zhou Bingyi stood nearby, smirking coldly, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. "Well, did your big shot hang up on you? Ha! I knew you were just putting on airs." Zhou Bingyi's eyes brimmed with scorn. Lin Ping remained composed. "You wait and see." Lin Luyan, who stood nearby unaware of the details, watched Zhou Bingyi's group act so aggressively and grew deeply concerned for Lin Ping. She whispered, "Maybe we shouldn't pursue this. They could pay double the compensation." Lin Luyan didn't want her brother to get entangled in trouble over this matter. But Lin Ping had confidence now. He reassured his sister, "Sis, I'm going to make them understand that money doesn't rule everything here." Zhou Bingyi sneered, "Humph. I have powerful connections. I make the rules here. Look at you, just a lowly nobody trying to stand up to me?" Zhou Bingyi flaunted his connections with arrogant arrogance. At that moment, the security chief spoke up. His tone clearly favored Zhou. Young man, know your place and don't stir up trouble. The Zhou family isn't someone you can afford to provoke. I'll make sure your shop gets an outstanding shop award later. The security chief's face showed impatience, convinced Lin Ping was making unreasonable demands. He'd already wasted too much time on this. Uncle Ho stood calmly to the side, but his gaze was detached, barely concealing his contempt for Lin Ping and her sister. After all, he was the head of the Jiangcheng branch for the capital's Pusu Equipment Company, here to invest and establish a subsidiary in Jiangcheng. He had just met with Mayor Feng Hokai at City Hall today, and the mayor had welcomed him warmly. Here, equipment companies from the capital were highly sought after. The police officers had reservations, but they could only await orders from their superiors and were not permitted to make decisions on their own. Suddenly, several vehicles sped up and pulled over. They came to a halt at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. All eyes instantly focused on the vehicle parked at the entrance, its license plate bearing the conspicuous 001. Liang Baochang, in particular, saw the plate and his eyes instantly widened. A wave of panic surged through him. The mayor's official vehicle. He inwardly cursed his misfortune. Feng Hokai stepped slowly from the car, his figure commanding respect. Liang Baoling immediately stepped forward, extending both hands to grasp Feng Hotsai's firmly, his face plastered with an obsequious smile. Mayor, what brings you here? Liang Baocheng's voice trembled, his eyes filled with confusion and unease, unsure why the mayor had suddenly arrived. Uncle Ho witnessed the scene and was initially taken aback. He silently speculated on the mayor's intentions. Then, he calmly said to Zhou, the mayor must have heard about my situation and came personally to inquire. A hint of confidence colored Uncle Ho's tone. As the head of Pusu Equipment Company's Jiangcheng branch, he considered his arrival a significant event in the city. The mayor's presence likely related to his investment plans. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bingyi's face lit up with pride. Our Pusu Equipment Company really has clout in Jiangcheng, he declared triumphantly. With Pusu Equipment backing him, he could do as he pleased in Jiangcheng. No one dared challenge his authority. Lin Liuyan's fear intensified at the sight of the mayor. Her hands clutched Lin Ping's arm tightly. Lin Ping, however, remained utterly unfazed. As soon as Feng Hokai entered the room, he completely ignored everyone else. Soon, Feng Hokai spotted Lin Ping. He strode over, a benevolent smile on his face. Xiaoping! Feng Hokai called out warmly. Lin Ping stepped forward and said, Mayor, you came in person. Lin Ping's voice was neither deferential nor arrogant, utterly calm as if the man before him were not a high-ranking mayor, but an ordinary elder. Feng Hokai nodded. MHM. Then his expression darkened as he commanded sternly, where is the bureau chief? Have him come here. Feng Hotsai's voice sent a shiver through everyone present. Liang Baocheng immediately lowered his head, unable to meet Feng Hotsai's gaze. Fear gripped his heart as he wondered what would happen once the bureau chief arrived. By now, even a pig would know that Feng Hokai was the figure Lin Ping had summoned. Zhou Bingyi and Uncle Ho's expressions also darkened. They realized things weren't unfolding as they had imagined. Feng Hochai's imposing gaze bore down on Liang Baocheng. Under that gaze, Liang Baocheng felt as if countless ants were crawling all over his body. What are you doing here? Feng Hotsai's voice was not loud. Liang Baocheng's eyes immediately darted around in panic. He hastily wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead and stammered, Mayor, I'm accompanying Ho Wen, the regional manager of PUS Equipment Company, on a research visit. Liang Baocheng's eyes darted around nervously, unable to meet Feng Hochai's gaze. Feng Hochai snorted coldly. Researching at the police station. Liang Baocheng's face grew even paler as he struggled for words. He shouldn't have gotten involved in this dispute. Now he only hoped to extricate himself as quickly as possible. Remaining silent seemed the best option. Feng Hokai then turned his gaze toward Ho Wen. Ho Wen felt immense pressure bearing down on him. He hurried forward, forcing a strained smile onto his face. Mayor, I'm terribly sorry, it was just a minor misunderstanding. Our president's child had a clash with a friend over there. I've decided to compensate that child tenfold. Ho Wen's voice carried a hint of ingratiation. Upon hearing Ho Wen's words, Lin Ping responded with only a cold oomph. Feng Hotsai's expression was equally stern. That icy glare sent a chill down Ho Wen's spine. Ho Wen, whether this is a misunderstanding or not is beside the point. In Jiangcheng, you'd better remember whose turf this is. Feng Hotsai's words made his heart clench violently. Ho Wen instantly realized Feng Hochai's attitude had shifted dramatically. Before he could respond, Feng Hokai cut him off, our partnership is over. Now I want to see who dares bully our genius student Lin Ping in my Jiangcheng. Gifted student? Those around them heard the title. To be called a genius student by Feng Hokai meant one possessed truly extraordinary talent. Chapter 114, Feng Hotsai's Esteem. Ho Wen strained to recall Jiangcheng's recent college entrance exam rankings. Lin Ping had topped the city as a level 26 rogue. This ranking placed him among the top nationwide. That youth was Lin Ping? Ho Wen couldn't help but startle. He had just arrived thinking it was a minor altercation. With Pusu Equipment Company's resources, they could have easily diffused it. But to discover it involved Jianqing's prodigy student? Ho Wen lost his composure. He knew exactly what a prodigy meant for a city. Achieving outstanding results meant prioritized national resources, transfer payment incentives, and crucially, elevated the city's status. This was what every mayor pursued. At this thought, Ho Wen's fingers trembled slightly, his usual composure completely gone. Feng Hokai had terminated the partnership with Puss Equipment Company solely for Lin Ping's sake. In this world, equipment was the most lucrative industry. Equipment was essential for monster hunting and combat alike, and companies dealing in gear held immense prestige in every nation. No wonder Feng Hokai was furious. Zhou Bingyi's face drained of color. He seemed to have stirred up serious trouble this time. Fear mingled with regret in his heart. He regretted relying on his family's influence to cause trouble. If this collaboration with Jiangqing failed, his father would surely beat him to death upon returning home. Compared to these two from Pusu Equipment Company, Liang Baocheng felt even more anxious. He regretted not thoroughly investigating the situation before rashly siding with Zhou Bingyi. He could only hope to resolve this quickly and avoid being dismissed from his post. Panic gripped Liang Baocheng. He had to act or risk losing his position. He spun around and declared with righteous indignation, "Zhou Bingyi, from this moment on, I draw a line between us. I shouldn't have rashly sided with you without understanding the situation. That was my mistake. But I cannot compound my error. I must take responsibility for my actions." Lin Ping watched Liang Baocheng's performance and thought he was an absolute master of acting. Had he not just witnessed the truth, he might have believed Liang Baocheng's righteous facade. Zhou Bingyi stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched on his face. "Liang Baocheng, you don't forget what my family gave you." Liang Baocheng sneered coldly. "What things? That little bit of money? I was just about to report it every last cent, including the gold bars, properties, and ginseng that Ho Wen delivered. I haven't touched a single thing, waiting to turn it all in and expose you. But since the mayor came today, I'll just go ahead and say it now. The trouble you've gotten into now isn't something your Zhou family can handle. Lin Ping is Jiangqing's prodigy student. Who do you think you are, daring to touch Jiangqing's prodigy? You're asking for death." Zhou Bingyi's face drained of color. Just then, the police chief hurried over. As soon as Feng Ho saw the police chief, he immediately shouted at him, "How did you become police chief? Such an incident occurred right under your jurisdiction. If I hadn't arrived in time, who knows what serious consequences might have unfolded." The police chief hung his head, his face flushed with shame. "Mayor, I know I've made a mistake. I will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness and provide a satisfactory resolution for Lin Ping." Feng Hochai snorted coldly. "I hope so. This incident must yield a satisfactory outcome for me. Otherwise, you won't be keeping your position as police chief." Lin Luyan was utterly stunned. She had always believed that with her and her brother's humble backgrounds, they could only be bullied by these powerful figures and endure it with gritted teeth. She never imagined the mayor himself would come to the police station to handle this matter. Moreover, to avenge Lin Ping, the mayor had even rejected the establishment of a branch office for Pu's Equipment Company. The price of this favoritism was too high. Her heart was filled with shock and deep emotion. Shocked that the mayor valued her brother so highly, moved that the mayor was willing to pay such a heavy price for him. She looked at Feng Hokai, tears glistening in her eyes, and said, "Mayor, thank you. We truly never imagined you would go to such lengths for Lin Ping." Feng Hokai looked at Lin Luyan, sighed softly, and said, "Lin Ping is a prodigy student of our Jiangcheng. His future is limitless. I cannot allow him to suffer any unfair treatment. While Puss Equipment Company is important, our city cannot sacrifice our gifted students for the sake of a single corporation." Applause should follow here. In truth, Feng Hochai had his own calculations. Students who achieve outstanding results, especially prodigies like Lin Ping, would first attract national resource allocation and transfer payments as rewards. Crucially, they could elevate the city's status, a goal every mayor pursued. While Puss Equipment held significant standing in the gear industry, losing a prodigy like Lin Ping for their sake would be a colossal loss for Jiangcheng. Ho Wen now felt panic and unease, unable to maintain his previous detached composure. Zhou Bingyi tried to speak further, but Ho Wen shot him a fierce glare. Facing the rebuke, Zhou Bingyi immediately fell silent, realizing how unfavorable the current situation was for them. Ho Wen understood that the key to resolving this lay with Lin Ping. Gritting his teeth, he approached Lin Ping and forced a smile. "Classmate Lin Ping, we were in the wrong earlier. I hope you'll be magnanimous and not hold it against us." Lin Ping looked at Ho Wen and sneered coldly, "You weren't acting like this just now. You were being quite arrogant." Ho Wen felt deeply reluctant, but necessity forced his hand. He had no choice but to bow his head. He offered an awkward smile. "Lin Ping, we were momentarily blinded by our own arrogance. As a prodigy student of Jiangcheng, we should never have offended you." Lin Ping looked at Ho Wen and said, "It's too late now." Ho Wen's heart tightened. He hurriedly added, "Lin Ping, if you're willing to forgive us, we'll make it up to you." Lin Ping raised an eyebrow. "Compensation?" Hoan hastily offered, we can provide financial compensation or offer resources to help secure you a suitable position in your studies or future career path. Lin Ping sneered coldly, I have no interest in your compensation. Zhou Bingyi watched Hoan bow his head to Lin Ping, yet Lin Ping refused to agree. Anger filled his heart. He felt he hadn't done anything wrong, just had the misfortune of crossing paths with Lin Ping, that prodigy student. Meanwhile, Feng Hokai and the police chief observed from the sidelines, each harboring their own thoughts. Feng Hochai was pleased with Lin Ping's stance, impressed by his backbone and unwavering principles. The police chief, meanwhile, silently thanked his lucky stars he'd arrived in time, otherwise, the entire police department would have been implicated. Surveying the situation before him, the police chief knew he must act. He straightened his posture and said sternly, Student Lin Ping, rest assured. We will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness. Chapter 115, Zhou Bingyi's anger. I pledge here and now that upon returning, I will immediately overhaul police station discipline. Such incidents will never occur again. Feng Ho nodded in satisfaction, then smiled at Lin Ping and Lin Luyan. Mr. Lin Ping, Miss Luyan, we apologize for the alarm today. Leave the matters here to them. I'll see you both out. With that, Feng Hokai gestured for them to follow. Lin Ping and Lin Luyan followed Feng Hokai out of the police station. Outside, they saw the mayor's official vehicle waiting. Lin Luyan nearly gasped in excitement. She had never imagined she would one day ride in the mayor's official vehicle. She clutched Lin Ping's arm tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Ping, however, remained relatively composed. He understood clearly that Feng Hotsai's courtesy toward them stemmed from recognizing his value. He understood that in this world, no favor came without reason. Feng Hokai valued him solely because he was Jiangqing's prodigy trainee, someone who could potentially bring immense benefits to the city in the future. Meanwhile, at the police station, Ho Wen and Zhou Bingyi found themselves marginalized. Zhou Bingyi watched Lin Ping and the others walk away, his heart boiling with rage. He gritted his teeth in frustration and muttered under his breath, so what if he's a prodigy? What's so great about that? Hearing Zhou Bingyi's complaint, Ho Wen grew tense. He quickly whispered, Zhou Bingyi, don't say such things. We need to keep a low profile now. We can't cause any more trouble. Zhou Bingyi refused to heed the warning, his resentment still boiling. Just then, after handling the matter with Feng Hokai and the others, the police chief returned to confront Ho Wen and Zhou Bingyi. His face darkened as he declared, you two, this isn't over. You must cooperate with our investigation and explain everything clearly. Ho Wen's heart tightened. He quickly replied, Chief, we'll fully cooperate with the investigation. We were misled into making a mistake. The police chief snorted coldly. Misled? If you refuse to cooperate, you'll bear the consequences. Ho Wen had no choice but to repeatedly apologize to the police chief and promise full cooperation. He silently cursed his misfortune. Feng Hokai, Lin Ping, and Lin Luyan sat in the mayor's official vehicle. Feng Hochai leaned slightly to the side, a gentle smile on his face as he spoke first. Lin Ping, if you ever need anything in your daily life, just let me know. Then incidents like today won't happen. Feng Hochai's tone was sincere and concerned. Truly the mayor's caliber. His way with words was truly exceptional. Lin Ping looked at Feng Hokai and replied politely, Thank you for your concern, Mayor. I just didn't want to trouble you. Lin Ping's reply was neither humble nor arrogant. Feng Hochai then turned his gaze to Lin Luyan and asked kindly, Miss Luyan, how's business at your family's equipment shop? Startled by the mayor's sudden inquiry, Lin Luyan felt her heartbeat quicken involuntarily. She stammered, Mayor, the equipment shop is doing okay. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly still shaken by the tension. The conversation naturally shifted to the equipment shop. Feng Hokai raised his hand slightly, waving it gently as he said, I see your current shop location is a bit out of the way. How about this, I'll assign you a new shop near the government compound. That area has heavy foot traffic, which will definitely boost your business. Feng Hotsai's words brimmed with genuine concern for them. Lin Luoyan's eyes widened instantly, filled with astonishment and delight. She could scarcely believe her ears. The mayor was offering them a new shop, and one near the government compound at that. What an honor! But soon, a hint of hesitation mingled with her excitement. She murmured softly, Mayor, thank you so much. But, we've lived here for so long, surrounded by our old neighbors. We're a bit reluctant to move. Lin Luoyan's voice carried a hint of reluctance. She felt a deep attachment to this familiar land. Lin Ping, however, spoke without hesitation, Mayor, let's not do this. We don't want to trouble you, and we're used to living here. Lin Ping's stance was firm. He refused to accept special treatment because of his status. Feng Hokai furrowed his brow slightly. He understood Lin Luyan and Lin Ping's perspective. Yet he also hoped to provide them with better conditions. After a moment's thought, Feng Hochai's eyes lit up. How about this, he proposed. I'll assign a neighborhood police officer to patrol the area starting tomorrow. This way, we can ensure the safety of your equipment store while letting you run your business with peace of mind. Lin Luyan was stunned once more, her mouth slightly agape, speechless with surprise. She never imagined the mayor would go so far as to relocate a police kiosk just to protect their equipment store. What incredible consideration and care! Her heart swelled with emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew it was all because of Lin Ping. Lin Ping was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Feng Ho to be so dedicated. He silently marveled at the situation. Feng Hochai's mayoral limousine pulled up slowly in front of Lin Ping and Lin Liuyan's home. Feng Hochai smiled at them and said, "Mr. Lin Ping, Miss Liuyan, this is where I'll leave you." Lin Ping and Lin Liuyan hurriedly thanked Feng Hochai. Just then, Feng Hochai seemed to remember something. He pulled a business card from his pocket, handed it to Lin Ping, and said, "Lin Ping, Director Jiang Mu would like to meet with you. Give him a call when you have time." Lin Ping accepted the card with some confusion. Glancing at the simple information printed on it, he wondered why Jiang Mu would want to see him so soon after the summer camp had just ended. The siblings bid Feng Hochai farewell once more and turned to enter their home. Feng Hochai watched them depart, lost in thought. The driver looked at Feng Hochai and couldn't help asking, "Mayor, why are you being so nice to that Lin Ping? Even if he is a genius student, you don't need to go out of your way to curry favor with him like this." The driver's tone brimmed with puzzlement. Feng Hochai reclined in the back seat, his eyes slightly narrowed as he spoke slowly. "You don't understand. To be valued by someone like Director Jiang Mu means Lin Ping's future is anything but ordinary." Feng Hochai's voice was deep and resonant. The driver's mouth fell open in surprise. "Who's Jiang Mu? That Beijing official who rode in the car the day before yesterday?" He seemed pretty mild-mannered. The driver's eyes brimmed with curiosity and confusion. Feng Hochai's pupils contracted slightly as he replied, "He's one of the heads of that department." Feng Hochai's tone carried a hint of reverence. The driver's heart skipped a beat. Though he didn't know exactly what that department was, Feng Hochai's expression made it clear it was extremely important. Chapter 116, Liang Baocheng takes the initiative. The driver dared not press further, simply driving on in silence. Knowing when to keep quiet was precisely what a driver should do. Leaning back in his seat, Feng Hochai continued, "All right, head back now. I need to handle matters concerning Puss Equipment Company." A stern expression crossed Feng Hochai's face. The driver nodded and accelerated. Feng Hochai sank into deep thought. The matter with Puss Equipment Company must be handled properly. It couldn't be allowed to hinder Jiangqing's development. After Lin Ping and Lin Liuyan returned home, Liuyan examined the business card in Lin Ping's hand and asked curiously, "Brother, who is this Director Jiang Mu? Why did the mayor ask you to contact him?" Lin Ping shook his head. "He's the head of the summer camp. I don't know why they'd contact me, but judging by the mayor's attitude, Director Jiang Mu is no ordinary figure." Lin Liuyan frowned. She worried Lin Ping might get entangled in unnecessary trouble. Noticing her concern, Lin Ping reassured her, "Sis, don't worry. I'll handle it carefully. If Director Jiang Mu truly has something important to discuss, it might even be an opportunity for me." Lin Liuyan sighed. "All right, just be careful." Lin Ping nodded, his mind already pondering what Director Jiang Mu might be up to. Outside the shop, Aunt Zhou bent over, sweeping the ground around the shop. Her hair was slightly disheveled, but she wielded the broom with remarkable vigor. Lin Ping spotted Aunt Zhou from a distance. He hurried over, took the broom from her, and said, "Aunt Zhou, let me do this." Aunt Zhou looked up in surprise, her eyes filled with concern. "Lin Ping, did they give you any trouble? Those guys looked so intimidating. They must have powerful connections." Her voice trembled slightly, still echoing with the tension of the earlier confrontation. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she was still caught in the tension of what had just happened. Aunt Zhou had always looked out for Lin Ping and Lin Liuyan, treating them like her own children. Seeing those men act so brazenly filled her with unease. Lin Ping smiled reassuringly. "It's all right now, Aunt Zhou. The mayor stepped in, and the matter's been resolved." He knew Aunt Zhou was worried about them, so he tried to reassure her with a light-hearted tone. Hearing his words, Aunt Zhou exhaled softly, yet the anger in her heart remained difficult to quell. She fumed indignantly, "Those people are outrageous. They smashed the door and destroyed the equipment inside, all the gear Liuyan worked so hard to get. Ugh, those beasts." Her face twisted with fury. The unforgivable actions of those people infuriated her. Aunt Zhou knew how much effort Lin Liuyan had poured into this equipment shop. Seeing it destroyed left a bitter taste in her mouth. Lin Ping felt helpless too, knowing this incident had caused significant losses for the shop. He fetched a bottle of water and handed it to Aunt Zhou, saying, "Aunt Zhou, don't get so worked up. Have a drink first." His eyes brimmed with concern. Just then, two municipal vehicles pulled up slowly. Liang Baocheng personally led his team off the vehicles. His face was plastered with smiles as he approached Lin Ping, bowing and scraping. His pace was slightly hurried, as if he couldn't wait to prove himself. "Mr. Lin, I've brought the municipal crew to help clean up. Rest assured, we'll restore this place to its original condition." Liang Baocheng's tone was thick with ingratiation. He knew he had chosen the wrong side earlier, and now he had to do everything possible to make amends for his mistake. Lin Ping watched Liang Baocheng's demeanor with some surprise. Liang Baocheng continued to boast, "I'll make sure Zhou Bingyi and Howen can't survive in Jiangcheng. If they dare bully you, they're messing with me." Liang Baocheng's words were filled with unwavering resolve. He hoped this display would demonstrate his loyalty to Lin Ping. Before Lin Ping could react, Liang Baochang snatched the broom from his hands. Taking the broom himself, Liang Baochang began sweeping while saying, "Lin Ping, you don't need to lift a finger. Leave these matters to us." Helpless, Lin Ping could only stand by and watch. Aunt Zhou was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. She knew Liang Baochang while he was a man of influence. Yet now, he was acting so submissive in front of Lin Ping. This stark contrast filled Aunt Zhou with profound emotion. She wondered, just who was this Lin Ping? That he could make someone like Liang Baochang grovel like this. Aunt Zhou's mind was filled with confusion and curiosity as she looked at Lin Ping. Lin Ping noticed her puzzled expression and shook his head slightly, signaling her not to ask any questions. Liang Baochang cleaned while secretly observing Lin Ping's expression. He felt extremely nervous, afraid that if he didn't do a good job, he might upset Lin Ping. He knew his fate now lay entirely in Lin Ping's hands. If Lin Ping was dissatisfied with his performance, he might be discarded by the mayor and lose his current position. Beads of sweat formed on Liang Baochang's forehead as he worked even harder. He had to get this right, to show Lin Ping his sincerity. Lin Ping watched Liang Baochang's efforts with a hint of resignation. He didn't want others to fawn over him simply because of his position, but he also knew it was impossible to change that. After finishing the cleaning, Liang Baochang looked exhausted but didn't seem to mind. He eagerly jogged over to report to Lin Ping. At that moment, he bore none of the authority he once commanded as director. His submissive demeanor resembled that of a subordinate reporting to a superior. "Mr. Lin, everything has been cleaned. Please let us know if there's anything you're not satisfied with, and we'll fix it immediately." Liang Baochang's tone dripped with flattery, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Ping, afraid to miss any flicker of expression on his face. Lin Ping looked at Liang Baochang and said flatly, "It's fine. You can leave now." These words acted like a reassuring pill, causing Liang Baochang to breathe a sigh of relief. He immediately bowed and scraped, replying, "Yes, Lin Ping, we'll leave now. If you need anything, just call us." With that, Liang Baochang quickly signaled his men to officially pack up their tools. Before leaving, Liang Baochang personally reinstalled the damaged gate. He carefully inspected the installation, ensuring everything was secure. Gazing at the brand new gate, Liang Baochang silently prayed that his performance would satisfy Lin Ping, thereby salvaging some favor with the mayor. His fate now hinged entirely on Lin Ping's attitude. If Lin Ping was dissatisfied, he might face the consequence of losing his position. Aunt Zhou watched Liang Baochang and the others with great curiosity. Her eyes widened, her face filled with confusion. Chapter 117, Jiang Mu's Invitation. Aunt Zhou couldn't help but remark, these people usually lounge around in air-conditioned offices or upscale neighborhoods. Why are they so eager today? Her voice carried a note of bewilderment. She simply couldn't fathom why these usually aloof individuals had suddenly become so eager to help. In her memory, they were always arrogant and never did dirty or hard work. Lin Ping smiled and said, "Maybe the department is changing." Not wanting Aunt Zhou to dwell on the matter, he added, "Aunt Zhou, why don't you come sit in the shop for a bit?" His tone was filled with concern. He knew Aunt Zhou was also worried about their situation and wanted her to relax. Aunt Zhou waved her hands hurriedly, her movements appearing somewhat flustered. No, I need to get back to the pancake stall. I'll bring you 2 pancakes later." Aunt Zhou's eyes brimmed with affection. After everything they'd been through, Lin Ping and Lin Luyan must be utterly exhausted. Lin Ping and Lin Luyan smiled and agreed. Watching Aunt Zhou walk away, they felt deeply touched. Lin Ping remarked with emotion, "Aunt Zhou is truly a kind person." Lin Luyan nodded in agreement. Yes, in these difficult times, Aunt Zhou is truly someone we can rely on. Returning to the equipment shop, Lin Luyan was astonished to find every corner meticulously cleaned even more thoroughly than a professional cleaning service would manage. Her eyes sparkled with astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. These people really put their hearts into it. Lin Luyan remarked with admiration. She walked around the shop, observing carefully, feeling admiration for Liang Baochang and the others' earnest attitude. Lin Ping smiled and said, "Take a break first. Have some water." Lin Ping handed Lin Luyan a bottle of water, then sat down himself, staring at the business card in his hand. His fingers gently rubbed the card. After a moment's thought, Lin Ping decided to call the number on his phone. A voice answered from the other end, "Hello, who's this?" Lin Ping replied, "Hello, Director Jiang Mu. This is Lin Ping. Mayor Feng asked me to contact you." Jiang Mu's tone shifted noticeably, his voice brightening. "Ah, Lin Ping. Save my number. I'm at a conference these next couple of days, but let's meet up when I have time." "Sure." Lin Ping hung up. He didn't know what exactly Director Jiang Mu did, but from the tone of the conversation, it seemed like he might be asked to do something. Lin Luyan observed her brother's expression and asked, "What's wrong, little brother?" Lin Ping shook his head. "Nothing. I'm hungry. Got any instant noodles?" Lin Luyan pulled a cup noodle from the cabinet and handed it to him. Taking the noodles, Lin Ping's gaze drifted involuntarily to the slightly damaged gear scattered around the shop. They should have been brand new, but now they were covered in scratches and looked rather battered. He walked over to the kettle, poured hot water over the noodles, and let them soak. Watching Lin Luyan tinker with the equipment, Lin Ping felt helpless. There were many parts he didn't know how to assemble. Once the noodles were ready, Lin Ping picked up the bowl. Lin Luyan finished inspecting the gear, gently clapped her hands to brush off the dust, and said, "Well, it's not too bad, but it'll still cost us 3 days of work. These gear fragments are hard to find." Lin Luyan's tone was resigned. Lin Ping held his bowl of instant noodles. He slurped a mouthful. The noodles felt a bit coarse, but in this moment, they brought him immense satisfaction. He said, "Sis, I forgot to tell you I got a bunch of gear at summer camp. Here, take it." With that, Lin Ping opened his backpack and dumped its contents out. Instantly, the back storage area was piled high. Lin Luyan watched the scene with delight, her eyes wide as if she'd discovered a treasure trove. She began rummaging through the pile of gear. Soon, she discovered several complete pieces of gear. "Great! These can be disassembled for parts. You're amazing, Xiaoping." "Ha ha!" Lin Luyan exclaimed excitedly. Lin Ping smiled and continued eating his instant noodles. Before long, he finished his noodles. Tossing the bowl aside, he stepped forward and said, "Sis, let me help you organize." That afternoon, Lin Ping helped organize the warehouse. Come evening, Jiang Mu called and arranged to meet Lin Ping at number 18 Chang Street. Lin Ping rode his motorcycle over. Having lived in Zhangcheng for decades, he knew the area well. He arrived at the location. He took off his helmet, still dusty from the road, and wiped it clean with his hand. Just then, he spotted a sports car approaching. Its sleek body exuded elegance. The sports car executed a sharp turn and screeched to a halt nearby, its tires squealing. A long-haired girl stepped out, her hair flowing in the breeze. Her eyes were blue, sparkling like two brilliant gems under the lights. She wore a leather jacket that gave her a fashionable, wild vibe. She also wore tight jeans and knee-high boots. A lollipop dangled from her lips, lending her an air of playful charm. "Hey, is this 18 Long Street?" she asked bluntly. Her tone was brimming with arrogance, as if she were giving orders to Lin Ping. Lin Ping set down his helmet, pointed to his head, and said, "You should be polite." Then he turned and walked toward the shop entrance. At that moment, a man stepped out of the passenger seat. He had short hair, cut very neatly. His physique was muscular, so well built it would make fitness enthusiasts blush. The key detail was the thick gold chain around his neck. The man blocked Lin Ping's path. "My sister asked you a question. That's not how you respond." Lin Ping shot the man a look of displeasure. He retorted, "She's the one being rude. Besides, I've got things to do. Move aside." Hearing this, the man retorted, "Kid, when my sister asks you a question, you answer it." Lin Ping sneered coldly, "I don't need that kind of respect. Move aside." The man refused to budge, gripping Lin Ping tightly as if ready to settle things. Lin Ping studied the burly man blocking his path. The other's bulging muscles seemed to bristle with latent power. Lin Ping frowned slightly, a wave of irritation rising within him. He wasn't one to shy away from trouble, especially when confronted out of the blue like this. Just as he was about to retaliate, his fist already clenched silently. Just then, a figure stepped forward and bellowed, "Hold it." Instantly, the tense standoff fell silent. Lin Ping looked up and recognized the figure as Jiang Mu. He hadn't expected to run into Jiang Mu at this moment. Jiang Mu's appearance surprised him, deepening his confusion about the situation unfolding before him. The burly man and the girl both turned their heads. Upon seeing Jiang Mu, they immediately bowed their heads and respectfully said, "Director Jiang." Their attitude had undergone a complete 180-degree shift compared to before, now brimming with reverence. Lin Ping was astonished. He hadn't expected them to know each other. His gaze darted back and forth between Jiang Mu, the burly man, and the girl. He silently speculated on the nature of their relationship. Chapter 118, 396 Locations. Who exactly was this Jiang Mu, and why did these two show him such reverence? Spotting Lin Ping, Jiang Mu walked over, waved his hand, and said, "All three of you came together. I reserved a private room, come on in." With that, he gestured for them to enter. Jiang Mu's smile was warm and approachable, showing no trace of arrogance. Lin Ping followed beside Jiang Mu, puzzled. He couldn't fathom why Jiang Mu had summoned all three of them together. The other two were startled to see how close Lin Ping and Jiang Mu seemed, yet their expressions remained defiant. The girl pursed her lips, unable to fathom why Jiang Mu would show such regard for a stranger. She felt her place in Jiang Mu's heart should be higher than this stranger's. The burly man frowned as well. They entered the private room. The girl and the burly man sat on one side, Lin Ping on the other, with Jiang Mu seated between them. Jiang Mu looked at them and said with a smile, "I called all of you here today because there's an important matter to discuss." The girl and the burly man looked at Jiang Mu curiously. Lin Ping waited quietly for Jiang Mu to continue, his face betraying little emotion. Jiang Mu looked at Lin Ping and said, "Lin Ping, your performance at this summer camp has been outstanding. That's why I'm inviting you to participate in a special operation." Lin Ping paused, slightly taken aback. He nodded and asked, "What do you mean, Director Jiang? I hadn't planned on joining any operation. Lin Ping had been thinking about helping his sister at the equipment store. He finally had some free time and didn't want to run around now, or else his sister would end up handling everything alone again. Jiang Mu smiled and said, Lin Ping, I know you have an older sister. Rest assured, I've already authorized your school's principal, Bongqing, to make a targeted purchase of equipment from your sister's shop. There's no deadline, so she won't be overworked. But this particular matter requires a certain level of rogue expertise, so I'd like to invite you to join the team. Lin Ping's heart skipped a beat. So that's what it was. He wondered what Jiang Mu's team actually did. Hesitating, he asked, Director Jiang, I'm not quite sure. What exactly does your team do? Lin Ping's tone was cautious. He didn't want to join an unfamiliar team lightly. Besides, his impression of those two earlier hadn't been favorable. Jiang Mu looked at Lin Ping. He spoke slowly, Our Great Xia has a special department dedicated to covert operations known as Division 396. I'm one of its members. Currently, we're conducting an internal operation to locate a star essence pearl from another dimension. This pearl has been confirmed within a sea-level instance, which can accommodate players up to level 49. Jiang Mu's words echoed through the private room like the toll of a heavy bell, causing everyone present to feel a sudden tightening in their hearts. Lin Ping stared intently at the map Jiang Mu had placed on the table. What exactly was this star essence pearl? Jiang Mu pointed at the girl sucking on a lollipop and said, Jiang Li, as a fire mage, you must protect everyone if anything goes wrong. Jiang Li pursed her lips at his words. She seemed reluctant about this assignment, but she didn't argue. Jiang Mu turned to the burly man and said, Jiang Mo, your berserker class is level 47. You'll be the main combat force this time. Jiang Mo nodded at Jiang Mu's words, a confident smile spreading across his face. He patted his solid chest, producing a dull thud. Don't worry, Director Jiang. Jiang Mu continued, with Lin Ping and the other two, you'll form a party and head to this location to retrieve the items. There will be exclusive shop points and equipment rewards for this mission. Lin Ping's heart stirred. Equipment rewards were still tempting to him. Yet, he still hesitated. He glanced at Jiang Li and Jiang Mo, still unsure of their capabilities and personalities. He worried whether problems might arise during the operation. Lin Ping asked, Director Jiang, is this operation dangerous? I'm not entirely sure of their capabilities, and I don't want to cause my sister any worry over this mission. Jiang Mu smiled understandingly. Lin Ping, I know you care about your sister. While this mission carries some risk, we'll be thoroughly prepared. Jiang Li and Jiang Mo are seasoned warriors with formidable strength. Plus, we have other team members who will coordinate closely to ensure safety. As for your sister's equipment shop, I've already made arrangements, no need to worry. Jiang Li watched Lin Ping's hesitation and said impatiently, Hey, are you in or out? Stop dithering. She thought Lin Ping was being overly timid, afraid to join the mission. Lin Ping frowned and replied, It's not that I can't do it, I just need to think it over. Jiang Mo added, Lin Ping, this mission is crucial for us. If you join us, I can apologize for what happened earlier. Jiang Li shot Lin Ping a disapproving look. My brother apologized. What more do you want? She found Lin Ping utterly troublesome. Lin Ping shot back, That's your apology? What about your earlier aggressive attitude? At that, Jiang Li instantly raised her hand, flames erupting from her palm. At that moment, Jiang Mu swiftly intervened. With a light flick of his chopsticks, ice instantly formed, extinguishing the flames in Jiang Li's hand. Jiang Mu frowned and said sternly, Jiang Li, you mustn't act impulsively. His tone was stern. After being restrained by Jiang Mu, Jiang Li immediately backed down, no longer daring to make a move. She glared fiercely at Lin Ping. Lin Ping showed no fear at Jiang Li's threat. Noticing the tension between Jiang Li and Lin Ping, Jiang Mo quickly interjected, Lin Ping, I apologize again. My sister acted too rashly just now. This mission is crucial, and thieves are indispensable. If you feel unsatisfied, you can hit me, I won't fight back. Jiang Mo's tone was sincere. Lin Ping looked at Jiang Mo and thought he was a man of his word. He nodded without comment. Jiang Mu then interjected, Lin Ping, beyond the rewards for this mission, if you gain admission to Qingbei University in the capital, you'll receive a special covert identity representing Unit 396. Jiang Li's eyes widened instantly. Third uncle, no, Director. What are you doing? He's only just joined us, and you're giving him a hidden identity? My brother and I only earned ours after completing 3 A-level missions. She felt deeply dissatisfied, but Jiang Mu remained silent. Instead, he looked at Lin Ping. Lin Ping was astonished. This so-called covert identity seemed incredibly powerful. Otherwise, Jiang Li wouldn't be so concerned. He reflected on how he and his sister currently had no backing whatsoever. Even Feng Hozai's assistance was granted solely because of his reputation as a prodigy and Jiang Mu's influential backing. Even a mayor like Feng Hozai showed Jiang Mu utmost respect. That meant the department backing Jiang Mu was incredibly powerful. If he could secure a position within that department, he and his sister would never have to fear being bullied again. Chapter 119, Decision and Farewell. Lin Ping finally lifted his head and looked at Jiang Mu. Director Jiang, I accept this mission. Jiang Mu's face softened into a relieved smile. Good. Lin Ping, I knew you were a man of integrity. Zhang Li stood nearby, pursing his lips. Though still dissatisfied, he said nothing more. Jiang Yemo breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Jiang Mu brought over the menu and said, order whatever you like. It's on me. Zhang Li remained silent, but Jiang Yemo stepped forward, his neck stretched taut as he jangled his thick gold chain. I'll handle it. He first asked Lin Ping what he wanted. Lin Ping casually ordered 2 dishes, and Jiang Yemo began placing the orders. The table was soon piled high with dishes. It was clear Jiang Yemo was deliberately trying to lighten the mood, but Jiang Li still couldn't bring himself to respect Lin Ping. During the meal, Jiang Mu inquired about some aspects of Lin Ping's life. He even reminded Feng Houkai to take good care of him. Only then did Lin Ping realize Feng Houkai valued him not just for his talent, but also for this reason. He didn't say much, exchanging a few polite remarks before moving on to the next topic. After the meal, Jiang Mu instructed Jiang Yemo to settle the bill. Jiang Mu continued, Lin Ping, return home and await further notice. We will arrange the specific details of the operation as soon as possible. Lin Ping nodded. Just as he reached the doorway, Jiang Mu added, Lin Ping, once you arrive in the capital, let's grab a drink together. Lin Ping paused slightly, then smiled in response. All right, Director Jiang. Stepping out of the private room, Lin Ping saw Jiang Li sitting in the sports car, sucking on a lollipop with a look of defiance. Jiang Mu approached and addressed Jiang Li and Jiang Yemo inside the sports car. You two, go back and prepare thoroughly. This operation cannot afford any mistakes. Jiang Li remained silent. Jiang Yemo, however, replied respectfully, understood, Director Jiang. He then turned to Lin Ping. Lin Ping, drive safely. I look forward to your performance. Lin Ping replied solemnly, I'll do my best, Director Jiang. With that, he turned and walked toward his motorcycle. Just then, he heard Jiang Yemo mutter under his breath, Uncle San is here today. Can't drink. Lin Ping instantly sensed Jiang Mo's straightforward nature. Though they'd clashed initially, it seemed he wasn't unreasonable after all. Jiang Li revved the engine, and the sports car roared to life, speeding away. Lin Ping also mounted his motorcycle, started the engine, and left number 18 Chang Street. Riding his motorcycle back home, Lin Ping had barely parked when he heard Lin Liuyan's excited voice from inside. He pushed open the door to find Lin Liuyan approaching him, her face beaming with joy. Brother, we got so many orders today. We made 2,000 yuan. Come on, let's go out for a celebratory meal. Lin Liuyan said cheerfully. Lin Ping smiled and shook his head. Sis, I've already eaten. After a moment's hesitation, he added, Sis, I need to tell you something. I might be leaving to find work elsewhere. Lin Liuyan's smile froze instantly upon hearing this, replaced by a look of concern. Go out to work? Could it be dangerous? You've only just returned. Seeing his sister's worried expression, Lin Ping gently reassured her, Sis, don't worry. I'll be careful. I'm grown up now and can take care of myself. I believe this is worth doing. Lin Liuyan fell silent for a moment, meeting Lin Ping's determined gaze. She sighed softly. All right. You're grown up now. You make your own decisions. I support you. The weight lifted from Lin Ping's shoulders. He knew what his sister's support meant to him. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Liuyan opened it to find Aunt Zhou entering with a tray of baked buns and homemade dishes. What were you two talking about? Come eat quickly. Aunt Zhou said warmly. Lin Liuyan smiled as she took the food from Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou, you're just in time. I was starving. Lin Ping hurried to help place the food on the table. Aunt Zhou looked at them, her eyes filled with affection. These two kids are always so busy. Lin Ping, you just got back and you're heading out to work again? Lin Ping looked at Aunt Zhou gratefully. Aunt Zhou, don't worry. I'll be careful. Lin Liuyan shared today's amusing stories from the equipment shop with Aunt Zhou, while Lin Ping listened quietly, his heart filled with warmth. This was the feeling of family. After the meal, Lin Ping helped Lin Liuyan clear the table while Aunt Zhou stood nearby, reminding him to take good care of himself while away. Lin Ping nodded in agreement, deeply touched. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Liuyan went to open the door, puzzled. As soon as it swung open, she saw Howen standing there with Zhoubingyi. Howen adopted an extremely humble demeanor, his face plastered with smiles, carrying several expensive nutritional supplements in his hands. Zhoubingyi looked resentful but had no choice but to keep his head bowed. Mr. Lin Ping, Miss Liuyan, we came to visit you. Howen said obsequiously. Lin Liuyan looked at them, feeling somewhat surprised, but still politely invited them inside. Howen and Zhoubingyi entered the room. Zhoubingyi's eyes darted around restlessly, clearly reluctant. Lin Ping, we were in the wrong about what happened earlier. These nutritional supplements are a small token of our sincerity. We hope you'll accept them. Howen placed the supplements on the table as he spoke. Lin Ping frowned. He looked at Howen and said directly, I can't influence such matters. Don't waste your efforts. Howen refused to believe it. He thought to himself, Feng Ho had treated Lin Ping so specially before, how could it not have made a difference? He hurriedly added, Lin Ping, please help us out. If you could just say a few good words for us in front of the mayor, we'd be eternally grateful. At that moment, Zhou Bingy couldn't hold back. He muttered, Uncle Ho, I told you he wouldn't help. Ho Wen quickly scolded Zhou Bingy, shut up. What do you know? Lin Luyan finally caught on they were trying to use her brother. Her anger flared instantly. You can leave now. You're not welcome here. Take your things with you. As she spoke, she shoved the nutritional supplements toward Ho Wen and the others. Seeing this, Zhou Bingy's temper flared instantly. He raised his hand to strike. Lin Ping acted swiftly, grabbing his wrist. Zhou Bingy struggled but couldn't break free. Let go of me. Zhou Bingy roared. Ho Wen quickly interceded, Lin Ping, please don't be angry. He doesn't know any better. We'll leave right now, right now. Lin Ping said sternly, don't come looking for me again. Next time, it won't be so simple. Ho Wen nodded repeatedly, dragging Zhou Bingy away in a hurry. Lin Ping watched their retreating figures with deep annoyance. He tossed the gifts into the trash bin and said to Lin Luyan and Aunt Zhou, don't let these people ruin our mood. Lin Luyan nodded, equally disgusted by Ho Wen's behavior. Aunt Zhou sighed and remarked, these people, they're such a headache. Chapter 120, Ho Wen comes to apologize. But Lin Ping, you did the right thing. We can't let them get away with it. Lin Luyan walked Aunt Zhou to the door. As she left, Aunt Zhou muttered, not a single one of these rich people is any good. Xiaoping, stay away from them in the future. Just live your own life. Lin Ping quickly assured her, Auntie Zhou, don't worry. I'll be careful. You should get some rest too. After Aunt Zhou left, Lin Luyan returned to the room, her face heavy with worry. She looked at Lin Ping and said slowly, brother, I've been thinking maybe we should move away. Although you've elevated our family's status, it's also brought more trouble. I don't want to live in constant fear like this. I just want to find a place where we can live peacefully. Hearing his sister's words, Lin Ping smiled faintly and said, sis, it's fine here. Besides, there'll be a police kiosk nearby soon. Nothing will happen. Those people won't dare come looking for trouble again. Lin Luyan remained uneasy. I'm mostly worried about you. You're going out to work now, and who knows what dangers you might face. What if those people come back to cause trouble while you're gone? Lin Ping walked over to his sister, gently patting her shoulder as he reassured her, sis, don't worry. Mayor Feng won't just stand by and watch. Besides, I'm not someone to be pushed around. When I come back from this job, our life will be better. Lin Luyan looked into Lin Ping's determined eyes, and her worries eased slightly. She knew her brother had his own ideas and capabilities, she couldn't shield him forever. She sighed softly. Alright, then we won't move for now. But you must stay safe. No matter what happens, protect yourself first. Lin Ping nodded. Sis, I know. You can trust me. Zhou Bingy sat on the luxurious sofa, his face brimming with impatience. He took a deep drag and said, Uncle Ho, this Lin Ping is completely stubborn. Who does he think he is? Ho Wen frowned slightly, looking at Zhou Bingy and saying, Bingy, you have only yourself to blame for this. You were too impulsive, which is why things turned out this way. But since it's already happened, we have to figure out a solution. If we want to establish ourselves in Zhangcheng now, we can't do it alone. We need to find a local family to collaborate with. Zhou Bingy scoffed dismissively. What families? This little place, Zhangcheng? What powerful families could there be? Ho Wen ignored Zhou Bingy's dismissive tone and snapped his fingers. A young man with greasy hair approached from behind, wearing an ingratiating smile. He opened his tablet and said, Manager Ho, young master, while the local families can't compare to our company, they've survived in Jiangqing for decades and possess considerable strength. Here are profiles of some third-tier and second-tier families. Take the Zhang family, for instance. They're also in the mining and equipment business, which aligns well with our company's operations. Partnering with them could be highly beneficial. Ho Wen reviewed the tablet's data and nodded. The Zhang family is indeed a solid choice. They possess considerable connections and resources in Zhangcheng. Partnering with them would greatly smooth our expansion there. Zhou Bingy remained unconvinced. Just them? What could they possibly offer? Our Pusu Equipment Company is renowned nationwide. What advantages could they bring us? Ho Wen looked at Zhou Bingy seriously. Bingy, don't underestimate these local families. They have deep roots in Zhangcheng. To establish a foothold here, we need their support. Moreover, our current situation is unfavorable. Partnering with the Zhang family would allow us to leverage their influence to resolve the Lin Ping issue. Zhou Bingy fell silent for a moment. Though he still felt some reluctance, he knew Ho Wen had a point. He said, alright, then we'll approach the Zhang family for cooperation. But will they be willing to work with us? Ho Wen smiled faintly. With sufficient incentives, they certainly will. We can offer them technology and resources to demonstrate our capabilities and sincerity. Moreover, their familiarity with Jiangcheng will help us expand our operations more effectively. The young man chimed in from the side, that's right, young master. Manager Ho is correct. The Zhang family will definitely be willing to cooperate with us. We can make initial contact with them to gauge their attitude. Zhou Bingyi nodded. Alright, we'll follow Uncle Ho's advice. Let's go talk to the Zhang family first. Ho Wen watched Zhou Bingyi and sighed inwardly. He knew Zhou Bingyi was still too young and impulsive. But there was little he could do. After all, Zhou Bingyi was the boss's son, and his role was to support him as best he could. He hoped this collaboration with the Zhang family would help Zhou Bingyi mature and learn how to handle problems. In the Zhang family's luxurious villa, Zhou Ruoming lounged lazily on the sofa, lightly patting her mouth as she yawned. Exhaustion was evident in her eyes, clearly the result of staying up late last night researching equipment. Ugh, I spent all night studying equipment yesterday, but I'm still missing a crucial material. Zhou Ruoming murmured to herself. As a holy light mage, her defensive weaknesses had become glaringly apparent during several battles. For mages, defense could only be bolstered through gear, but focusing solely on defense would severely impact mana regeneration. The Shanglan battle armor she'd been researching yesterday was a suit that both accelerated mana regeneration and offered superior protection. This armor wasn't sold on the market, she'd cobbled it together herself using her family's mining resources and equipment. Yet even with the Zhang family's abundant resources, not everything could be obtained. Just then, Zhang Hantao strode over. Seeing Zhou Ruoming's expression, he smiled and asked, "Little sister, what are you up to? Did you play games yesterday?" Zhou Ruoming rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. "Bro, you're the one who was gaming. I was just gearing up." Zhang Hantao leaned in curiously and asked, "What's missing?" Zhou Ruoming frowned and replied, "I'm still missing a special magic crystal. This crystal is really hard to find." Zhang Hantao chuckled upon hearing this. "I know a place, Luyan's gear shop, open for 2 months now. They stock tons of gear, including stuff we don't carry." Zhou Ruoming frowned slightly. "That name sounds familiar." Zhang Hantao chuckled. "It's the same place that used to be Luyan Tofu shop. They even delivered tofu to our place before." Zhou Ruoming's beautiful eyes whitened instantly. Chapter 121, Zhou Ruoming, head to Luyan's equipment shop. Zhou Ruoming exclaimed in surprise, "You mean that Lin Luyan, the one you tried to date, who refused even the tofu money and got scared off?" Zhang Hantao scratched his head awkwardly. "Yep, that's her. Who knew she'd open an equipment shop now?" Zhou Ruoming blinked, feeling conflicted. She said, "Oh, it's her. She's Lin Ping's sister. How awkward would it be if we went to her shop to buy things? I even said before that Lin Luyan was deliberately flirting with my brother." Zhang Hantao quickly countered, "That was all a misunderstanding. We're just going to buy gear, not do anything else. Besides, wouldn't it be great if we could find the magic crystals you need there?" Zhou Ruoming hesitated before replying, "Alright, let's go check it out. But what if we run into Lin Ping?" Zhang Hantao shrugged nonchalantly. "What's there to fear? We're not going to cause trouble. We're just buying gear. If we run into Lin Ping, we'll just say hello." Zhou Ruoming still felt uneasy. "Then you better be careful. Don't go stirring up any trouble again." Zhang Hantao nodded. "Don't worry, sis. I know my limits." The siblings decided to head to Luyan equipment store to see if they could find the magic crystals Zhou Ruoming needed. Just as they stepped outside, they saw a car pull up at the entrance. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a young man with his arm in a sling stepped out. Zhang Hantao stood nearby, narrowing his eyes slightly. He remarked to Zhang Ruoming, "Looks like they're big shots. Wonder which company they're from?" Zhang Ruoming, however, showed no interest whatsoever. She was busy examining her makeup with a small mirror, checking for any smudges. For some reason, the thought of meeting Lin Ping made her feel uneasy and uncertain. Those two were none other than Ho Wen and Zhou Bingyi. Zhou Bingyi followed Ho Wen inside and caught sight of Zhang Ruoming examining her compact mirror. His eyes lit up instantly, and he inwardly sighed, "What a beautiful girl." A hint of greed slipped unconsciously into his gaze. Zhang Hantao frowned at the sight, immediately stepping forward to block Zhou Bingyi's gaze. After examining the mirror, Zhang Ruoming said, "Brother, what are you doing?" "Let's go." Zhang Hantao responded with a simple, He didn't mention what had just happened, but he firmly etched the young man's image into his mind, thinking to himself, "That guy is creepy. If he dares to keep staring at my sister, I'll beat him up." Soon, the car arrived. The driver respectfully said, "Young master, young miss, please get in." Zhang Hantao and Zhang Ruoming got in one after the other, and the car slowly pulled away. Ho Wen and Zhou Bingyi entered the Zhang family villa. Their visit was to discuss a business partnership with the Zhangs. Zhou Bingyi was still savoring the memory of Zhang Ruoming's beautiful face, his heart fluttering slightly. Ho Wen, however, was focused entirely on how to persuade the Zhang family to partner with them and resolve their current predicament. In the car, Zhang Ruoming still felt uneasy. She said to Zhang Hantao, "Brother, I still feel a bit weird about going to Sister Lin Ping's shop." Zhang Hantao reassured her, "Don't overthink it. We're just going to buy some gear. If we do run into Lin Ping, I'll apologize and clear up the misunderstanding." Zhang Ruoming bit her lip lightly and nodded. She knew this wasn't the time to dwell on such things. She urgently needed to find magic crystals to perfect her Shanglan battle armor. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family villa, Ho Wen and Zhou Bingyi were engaged in tense negotiations with the head of the Zhang household. They presented their terms, hoping the Zhang family would partner with them. The head of the Zhang family weighed the pros and cons, carefully considering the risks and rewards of partnering with PUS Equipment Company. In the reception room of the Zhang family villa, Zhang Jinhan personally brewed local Jiangqing tea for Ho Wen and Zhou Bingyi. Ho Wen lifted his teacup and praised, "Mr. Zhang, this local Jiangqing tea truly has a unique flavor." Zhou Bingyi echoed the praise, "Indeed, the flavor is quite pleasant." But his praise was clearly insincere, his gaze wandering, his mind seemingly elsewhere. Ho Wen, fully immersed in the business discussion, naturally failed to detect the awkwardness in Zhou Bingyi's praise. Zhang Jinhan set down his cup and said, "Manager Ho's proposal certainly interests me. After all, your company is a multinational corporation with substantial resources. Our family also has stable local channels. If we can achieve mutual benefit through cooperation, that would be ideal." Ho Wen smiled and replied, "Certainly. Our international channels can connect with the Zhang family's resources. All the Zhang family needs to do is sell us a piece of land. Once the branch office is established, we'll all profit together." Just then, Zhou Bingyi suddenly interjected, "I encountered a lovely young lady at the entrance earlier. Is she a member of the Zhang family?" Zhang Jinhan froze. The family steward beside him quickly interjected, reporting to the boss, "Those were the young lady and young master." Zhang Jinhan frowned slightly, inwardly displeased with Zhou Bingyi's indiscretion, though he gave no outward sign. Ho Wen cleared his throat and said, "Bingyi, mind your words. We're here to discuss business." Zhou Bingyi paid no heed, his mind still replaying Zhang Ruomeng's beautiful features, a tingling sensation in his heart. He replied, "Uncle Ho, I was just curious." Zhang Jinhan watched Zhou Bingyi's expression and grew even more wary. He said, "Manager Ho, let's continue discussing the details of our cooperation. Regarding that plot of land, I still need some time to consider." Ho Wen quickly nodded. "Of course, Mr. Zhang. We can discuss it thoroughly to ensure both parties are satisfied." He glanced at Zhou Bingyi, hoping he would listen to the arrangements. But Zhou Bingyi's thoughts kept drifting toward Zhang Ruomeng. This secretly worried Ho Wen. He feared not only that Zhou might derail the negotiations, but that his lack of focus would leave him with nothing but a life of leisure in retirement. The Zhang family car slowly rolled into the old street. A long line had formed outside Lu Yan's equipment store, bustling with activity. Moreover, a large truck was delivering a police kiosk. Traffic police directed nearby as the kiosk was carefully unloaded from the vehicle. Zhang Ruomeng scanned the crowd, searching for Lin Ping's figure. Zhang Hantao looked puzzled and remarked, "They're putting a police kiosk here? This old street is so small. Who planned this? It's really unreasonable." Just then, Zhang Ruomeng finally spotted Lin Ping. Lin Ping was busy helping customers with their purchases while shouting, "Everyone, get in line. No cutting in. If you don't play by the rules, you won't get served." Hearing this, everyone quickly fell into line. Watching Lin Ping bustle about, Zhang Ruomeng suddenly smiled. Zhang Hantao froze and asked, "Hey, what are you laughing at? Hungry? There's a pancake shop over there." Chapter 122, "Can I come tomorrow?" Zhang Ruomeng flushed slightly and said, "Nothing. Let's go to the equipment shop first, brother." Zhang Hantao shot his sister a suspicious look. "Fine. Let's hurry and see if they have the magic crystals you want." As they walked toward the equipment shop, people in the queue recognized them and whispered, "Aren't those the young master and young lady of the Zhang family? Why are they here buying equipment too?" Hearing these murmurs, Zhang Ruomeng felt even more nervous. Upon entering the equipment shop, Lin Ping spotted them immediately. He frowned slightly but said nothing. Zhang Ruomeng opened her mouth, wanting to say something but unsure where to begin. Zhang Hantao gave an awkward smile and said, "Hello, where's your sister? Get lost. Don't interfere with my business." Lin Ping dismissed them outright. Zhang Hantao was taken aback by the sharpness. He'd never been treated like this before. But recalling Lin Liuyan's beauty, he cleared his throat. "Lin Ping, right? What happened with your sister was a misunderstanding. I scared her a bit. If it's okay, I'd like to buy you a meal and apologize." Just as Lin Ping opened his mouth to respond, Lin Liuyan arrived carrying a basket of disassembled equipment materials, placing them on the shelves. Zhang Hantao's eyes lit up. He waved his hands urgently. "Miss Liuyan, it's me, Zhang Hantao. I scared you when you delivered the tofu last time. I came to apologize." True to his lineage as a scion of a prominent family, he had no shame whatsoever. He knew exactly what to say to whom. Lin Liuyan froze, then flushed slightly. She wanted to say something but didn't quite know how. Should she shoo him away? This was a business establishment. And she was still upset about what happened last time. Lin Ping cut in, "Sis, head to the back." Lin Liuyan hummed in acknowledgement and left. Lin Ping then stepped onto a platform and announced, "Customers buying gear, come forward. Those not buying, move along. Don't hold up others. Be considerate." Though unsaid, his words were clearly aimed at Zhang Hantao. The others chimed in. "If you're not buying anything, move aside so I can get in. I'm waiting to upgrade my gear. Move it." Everyone was shouting. Zhang Hantao sighed helplessly and pulled Zhang Ruoming to the back of the line. At that moment, Zhang Ruoming felt a pang of hurt. Lin Ping hadn't even said a word to her. She quietly observed Lin Ping and found him quite handsome as he worked diligently. By noon, Zhang Hantao and Zhang Ruoming finally reached the front of the line. Zhang Hantao raised an eyebrow at Lin Ping and immediately said, "Hey, we're really here to buy gear." "Sis, what do you want?" He stepped aside to make room. Seeing Zhang Ruoming again made Lin Ping feel a bit irritated. He gave the siblings a cold shoulder, which hurt Zhang Ruoming's feelings. She wanted to apologize, but how could she do it now? With so many people watching, it just wouldn't be appropriate. She could only grit her teeth, clutching her shirt hem, and say to Lin Ping, I'm looking for a specific type of magic crystal. Do you happen to have it here?" Lin Ping glanced at her and replied, "Magic crystals? We might have some here, but I can't guarantee it's the type you're looking for. You can try searching over on those shelves." Zhang Ruoming hurriedly thanked him. She and Zhang Hantao went together to search for the magic crystals. They rummaged through the shelves. Meanwhile, Lin Ping kept busy selling equipment materials. He paid no attention to Zhang Ruoming and Zhang Hantao. He'd shoo those two away later. Especially Zhang Hantao. While casually browsing equipment on the shop shelves, Zhang Hantao kept glancing toward the back of the store. Lin Luyan was fully absorbed in her disassembler skill, her hands deftly manipulating various materials and assembling them into new gear according to specific procedures. Ordinary materials gradually transformed into brand new gear tailored to customer specifications. Lin Luyan's focused expression left Zhang Hantao staring blankly. Zhang Ruoming had been observing her brother's actions. Seeing Zhang Hantao's mesmerized expression, a surge of anger and frustration welled up inside her. She silently blamed herself, thinking that if her brother hadn't recklessly provoked Lin Luyan, Lin Ping wouldn't be ignoring her like this. The thought ignited her fury. She reached out and gave Zhang Hantao a sharp pinch, hissing, "Find the equipment." "Stop staring." Startled by his sister's sudden pinch, Zhang Hantao snapped back to attention and replied, "Oh, right. I'm looking." He lowered his head and resumed searching the shelves for the required gear, though his eyes still occasionally drifted toward Lin Luyan. Zhang Ruoming, meanwhile, kept meticulously sifting through the items on the shelves. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a crystal embedded in a chestplate. A surge of excitement filled Zhang Ruoming as she instantly recognized it as the very item she sought, the magic recovery crystal. "This is it, the mana restoration crystal," Zhang Ruoming murmured excitedly to herself. Zhang Hantao was about to call Lin Ping over, but just then, a mischievous idea popped into his head. His gaze returned to Lin Luyan, who was still dismantling her gear, and he found himself walking toward her. He thought that if he could use this chance to exchange a few more words with Lin Luyan, perhaps he could clear up the misunderstanding between them. However, his actions were spotted by Lin Ping. Lin Ping turned just in time to see Zhang Hantao's actions, and his temper flared instantly. That Zhang Hantao really didn't know his place. Now he dared to provoke Luyan? Did he think he was getting a free pass? Lin Ping immediately lunged forward, ready to punch Zhang Hantao. Just then, Zhang Ruoming noticed her brother's actions. Furious, she grabbed Zhang Hantao by the ear and shouted, "Don't you dare go over there! Do you want to cause more misunderstandings? Get out of here!" With that, she delivered a vicious kick to Zhang Hantao. Zhang Hantao looked utterly defeated and reluctantly stopped in his tracks. He felt he'd only wanted to exchange a few words with Lin Luyan, harboring no ill intent. But facing Zhang Ruoming's fierce glare, he had no choice but to back down. After all, he doted on his little sister. Lin Ping saw the electric knife he'd been about to pull out being put back. Zhang Ruoming looked up and met Lin Ping's gaze, feeling slightly flustered. Not knowing how to explain, she hastily flicked her hair to hide her nervousness. After composing herself, she said, "Lin Ping, I found the materials. How much do you charge?" Lin Ping looked at Zhang Ruoming. He replied indifferently, "This mana recovery crystal is quite rare. It won't come cheap." Zhang Ruoming bit her lip. "It's fine. As long as I can buy it." Lin Ping quoted the price. Zhang Ruoming took out the corresponding currency card and handed it to Lin Ping. Lin Ping swiped the card, packaged the mana-restoring crystal, and handed it to Zhang Ruoming. Zhang Ruoming accepted the crystal, her face beaming with joy. She looked at Lin Ping, wanting to say something. Just then, she spotted Lin Luyan and said, "Could you help me remove this crystal? I'll come back tomorrow to pick it up." Lin Ping frowned at her but still said, "Sure, come back tomorrow." Zhang Ruoming's fingers curled slightly. A flicker of joy appeared in her eyes, and she instinctively clenched her fist. "Alright, I'll be going now." Chapter 123, The Ultimate Monster, The End. They worked until the afternoon. Then, Jiang Mu's call came through. A car quickly arrived at Lin Ping's doorstep to pick him up. After getting in, Lin Ping was surprised to find Zhang Ruoming already seated inside. Jiang Mu smiled and said, "Your team performed well in this operation, especially Zhang Ruoming. She's a rare Phoenix Holy Light Mage class. She'll be promoted upon arriving at Department 396. Lin Ping paused, glancing at Zhang Ruoming. She was looking back at him, her expression complex. The car started moving, heading toward the airport. Neither Lin Ping nor Zhang Ruomeng spoke, the atmosphere growing awkward. Lin Ping's mind was preoccupied with the upcoming mission, while Zhang Ruomeng hesitated over whether to apologize to him. Finally, aboard the plane, Zhang Ruomeng gathered her courage and said to Lin Ping, I was wrong about what happened before. I misunderstood Lin Luyan. I apologize to you. Lin Ping looked at Zhang Ruomeng, paused for a moment, then said, it's okay. It's all in the past. Zhang Ruomeng felt a surge of relief. She hadn't expected Lin Ping to forgive her so easily. She continued, I truly admire you. Not only are you talented, but you're also incredibly brave. I'll definitely learn from you in the future. Lin Ping smiled faintly. You're quite impressive too. Your Phoenix Holy Light Mage class is incredibly powerful. Their relationship eased in that moment as they began discussing the current mission and future plans. Zhang Ruomeng explained the unique traits and strengths of the Phoenix Holy Light Mage class to Lin Ping, while he shared some of his own experiences and insights. They discovered they had much in common and plenty to learn from each other. The plane soon arrived in the capital city, and a vehicle transported them to the experimental site. The vehicle came to a stop at the experimental site, and Lin Ping and Zhang Ruomeng stepped out. They immediately spotted several young people standing there, each with solemn expressions, their eyes radiating determination and decisiveness. Zhang Mu stepped forward and began introducing them. Lin Ping, Ruomeng, these are your teammates for this operation. Zhang Li and Zhang Yamo were familiar faces. And these three, Wen Lei, and Tao, and Xia Zhen. Zhang Li lifted his chin slightly, a hint of defiance in his eyes, clearly displeased with Lin Ping and Zhang Ruomeng's inclusion. Zhang Yamo laughed heartily, saying, Ha, welcome. Wen Lei smiled, while Wen Tao stood expressionless nearby. Xia Zhen looked at Lin Ping and Zhang Ruomeng. Zhang Mu suddenly grew serious as he addressed the group, everyone, we're heading to the dungeon now. I won't sugarcoat it, this dungeon is fraught with danger. It contains a level 100 demonic beast. Entering could mean death, but the dungeon's restrictions limit access to characters no higher than level 45. You must slay it to save the world. If you fail, it will unleash a rampaging beast tide that will destroy the entire world. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grave. Zhang Li frowned. A level 100 monster? That won't be easy to handle. Zhang Yamo clenched his fists. What's there to fear? With so many of us, we can definitely defeat it. Wen Lei analyzed calmly, we need a plan. We can't just charge in blindly. And Tao nodded firmly, while Xia Zhen eagerly declared, I can't wait any longer. Lin Ping and Zhang Ruomeng exchanged glances. Lin Ping said, we'll do our best. Zhang Ruomeng added, exactly. We will succeed. Everyone nodded in agreement. They approached the dungeon entrance, where a suffocating aura washed over them. Zhang Mu gave one final warning, everyone, be careful. Come back alive. The group nodded solemnly before entering the dungeon one by one. The moment they entered, it felt like stepping into a world of darkness. Thick fog swirled around them, obscuring the path ahead. Zhang Ruomeng nervously grabbed Lin Ping's hand. Lin Ping didn't resist, instead channeling holy light to illuminate their surroundings. Just then, a massive shadow loomed ahead resembling a giant cockroach emanating a terrifying aura. Zhang Li gritted his teeth. Is that the monster? It looks terrifying. Zhang Yamo swallowed hard and said, don't be afraid. Let's attack together. Observing the monster's movements, Wen Lei warned, everyone be careful. It could attack at any moment. The group stared tensely at the enormous cockroach-like monster ahead. Zhang Li struck first, swinging his staff to send a searing flame hurtling toward the creature. The creature roared in fury upon being struck, yet its carapace seemed largely unscathed. Seeing this, Zhang Yamo roared and charged forward, his greatsword raised. The power of the berserker was displayed in full force at that moment. He leapt high into the air, bringing his greatsword down with a mighty swing. The blow struck the creature's hard outer shell, only to be deflected back. Wen Lei calmly directed Xiaogan and Tao. As the archer, Xiaogan continuously fired arrows, searching for the monster's weak spot. And Tao, the water mage, cast water spells to slow the monster's movement. Lin Ping kept his eyes fixed on the monster's movements, waiting for an opening. His rogue profession made him adept at concealment and spotting vulnerabilities. Lin Ping stealthily approached the monster and executed his dragon's claw technique, successfully stealing a portion of its attributes. The monster instantly sensed Lin Ping's movement and lunged at him in rage. Unable to dodge in time, Lin Ping was knocked flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Zhang Ruomeng saw Lin Ping injured, and rage surged through her. A powerful phoenix holy light erupted from her body, illuminating the entire dungeon. Zhang Ruomeng raised her staff, channeling the phoenix sacred light into a powerful beam that shot toward the monster. Under the phoenix holy light's assault, the monster let out an agonized roar before finally collapsing to the ground. The group watched the fallen monster and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Ping and Zhang Ruomeng exchanged glances, their eyes filled with relief and joy. In that moment, their hands instinctively clasped together. A light appeared before them, the exit of the dungeon. They stepped through the portal. The sky was bright, and the world had returned to peace. All the monsters had retreated, leaving the land at peace. Zhang Li looked at Lin Ping and Zhang Ruomen, the stubbornness in his heart gradually fading. He stepped forward and said, "You two are amazing. We owe this victory to you." Zhang Mo chuckled, "Ha, we're good teammates now." Wen Lai and Tao and Xia Jian all nodded in agreement. Everyone burst into laughter. The end.